At 773 Network, that's AmericanEagle.com, 773 Network.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Make money predicting the college football playoff legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to politics, culture, and more, if it matters, you can trade on it with Kalshi, the world's largest prediction market. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Football season is rolling toward the end. Christian McCaffrey is rolling towards some major stats. Let's get in on this, root for it, maybe make some money too. With Underdog Unwrapped, you're going to unwrap a bunch of promos going on right now, boosts, gimme picks, even some surprises sprinkled in. You should check it out because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy. You pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats, rushing yards, receiving yards with CMC. You get the idea. So play with me, download the Underdog app, and use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online at ncpgambling.org.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
And now, your Live Nation lineup.
MXPX at the Fillmore, January 24th. Warren Haynes solo at the Fillmore, February 13th.
Spots of time like windows appear. You can look out or in. But you can't get to the future I regret.
That was your Live Nation lineup.
For tickets and info, hit up livenation.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
In San Francisco, mainly cloudy, bit of breeze, and a high of 59 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
You're a bunch of lions. You're a bunch of lions chasing the lion into the lion's pit. And we're crawling out, bloodied and whatever it takes, man. Just one.
That was John Harbaugh once upon a time. 18 years as head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. Well, that all came to an end yesterday. Fired from Baltimore. No longer the head coach there. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Spadoni and Shasky's to Morning Roast. We are rolling, and it's been an insane week already in the NFL. We got playoffs this week. We got a bajillion head coach openings. Hell, we might have more come Monday or Tuesday if some of these teams are one and done. So one of the most crazy quarterback / head coach carousels may take place this offseason. Joe, good morning to you. And I want to start here, and I'm glad you played that sound heading in, Carter. John Harbaugh, listen, this guy's been coaching the head coach, I should say, of the Baltimore Ravens since I was in middle school. That's how long this guy's been there. I'm 32 now and have a couple kids, all right? He's been coaching that team since I've been in middle school. It's pretty crazy. Now the longest tenured, obviously, is still Mike Tomlin, I want to say. But yeah, you side with the quarterback if you're Steve Bisciotti, the owner of Baltimore. I understand that. Lamar he's going to be 29 soon. He's the guy, multiple-time MVP. You know, that's who clearly had a rift with either Todd Monken, the OC, or the head coach. There's a lot of reports coming out, but that's who the owner decided to side with. And I think overall, it's probably the right move. But I mean, he skyrockets instantly to the Giants, the Browns, the Raiders. He's the top guy right now, right? It's not even close.
Yeah, I'm sure he's the top guy for a lot of people. I'm not as high on Harbaugh as everyone else is.
Ooh, interesting.
What do you mean interesting?
Well, because he's just had so much success, I thought you'd be pretty high on him.
Oh, has he? I mean, like he's had one of the greatest quarterbacks, like in the last 30 years. And I look at their success, like just whether I think he's good or not, or maybe was good, and like, what does he hang his hat on? Leadership?
He's what you would call a CEO type coach.
Okay.
That's what he is.
So it's very subjective to what his coordinators are. You know, Campbell right now in Detroit is going through a similar thing where it's like, wow, he's looking around. Man, I really miss Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
I really miss Aaron Glenn. That doesn't mean you can't be successful. I just think that right now it's a play caller's league on both sides of the ball. McDonald is a play caller in Seattle. Defense. Now, I know we always go to offense when it comes to play callers, but like you could be a defensive play caller and be successful. Offensive play callers are the ones that are getting things done. Nick Sirianni, the guy that the Niners are going to face this weekend.
Yeah.
When he had great coordinators, what did he do?
You won.
Yeah. Well, when he didn't, what happened? That team imploded. It is a play caller league right now. That doesn't mean that Jim Harbaugh, who's not a play caller, can't have success, but they're very beholden to who their coordinators are. And I look at someone like him, he's been in the game a long time.
A very long time.
You run out of contacts at some point. You know, Belichick kind of just ran out of people that he knew in a network.
He's been with the Baltimore franchise, Joe, since I think they moved to Baltimore back in 1996.
Yeah. I mean,
he's been there. I just see all the coaches he worked for. I don't even know this first guy's Marcia Broda. I don't know who that is.
Oh, yeah.
Who's that?
He had time with the Rams.
Okay.
I mean, that's old NFC West.
Right. So,
yeah.
Brian Billick, obviously, I know, Super Bowl winning head coach.
And Mike Nolan was on that staff
there
with
you go.
Marvin Lewis.
Yep.
Instead of hiring Marvin Lewis, the Niners hired Mike Nolan, the second to the second in command, which is ridiculous.
Yep.
When I saw Harbaugh let go yesterday, I didn't even, think about necessarily Baltimore. I thought more about the butterfly effect of the 49ers losing that Super Bowl 13 years ago. And, I'll always look at him sideways. Look, I'm biased. I admit it. Let me raise my hand. I admit it. I'm very biased. When you say the name Joe Flacco, I want to spit. When I and it's not because he's not a good human being. It's because the guy had one of the great magical runs as a wild card and absolutely torched us with Anquan Bolden and that defense.
Jacoby Jones.
I loved Ray Lewis and Ed Reed. Those are two of my favorite players growing up. And then when they beat my Niners and Ed Reed had an interception in that game and Ray Lewis with the deer antler spray somehow recovered from a torn tricep magically as I roll my eyes.
The deer antler spray. It gets me every time. It's true.
I mean, they had Ray Rice on the team. That team was ridiculous. T-Sizzle. I loved the Ravens. I always loved watching the Ravens because they played a great brand of football. But
Torrey Smith, yeah.
I think about the domino effect of what that did for Harbaugh's career. I mean, he's been feeding off that for 13 years. Now, let me ask you.
Yeah.
We know what happened with the Niners after that. Jim, he loses that game, and then they lose to the Seattle the next year. I mean, they had so many war wounds and scars from the losses. You can only take so many losses. We kind of know, it's well documented, the transition from Jim Harbaugh to I can't even believe I'm going to say this guy's name. I mean, Tom Sula is one of the worst downgrades in the history of sports.
Jimmy T.
I mean, it's almost as bad as going from Barry Bonds to Fred Lewis.
Remember Fartgate? That was funny. You guys remember that? Yeah, you were just about to say that.
Who's had more success since that Super Bowl? Has it been Baltimore or the Niners? I'm just going to ask you, just off the top of your head.
Who's had more success since then?
If you just close your eyes.
Well, Baltimore hasn't gotten back to a Super Bowl. The Niners have been to 2 since then. So the Niners.
If you ask that nationally, what do you think the answer would be?
Well, I think nationally people would say Baltimore because of the quarterback winning the hardware.
I agree.
Because of Lamar Jackson and hitting on him.
I agree. Since losing in the Super Bowl to the Niners, okay? Now, I'm not even going to give you the very next year, which was Harbaugh's year. Baltimore, though, specifically the Niners, different. Baltimore has been in 11 playoff games since winning that Super Bowl. 11. Lamar has had 8 of them. He's 4-7. In the Lamar era, a multiple-time MVP.
Well, it's the thing. It's not the Lamar era. It's the Patrick Mahomes era he had to play in.
He's 3-5 in playoff games.
No, I'm with you.
Okay.
He's come up short.
3-5. Now, the Niners, in just the Shanahan era, I'm not going to give you the last year of Harbaugh when they made the playoffs. They've been to 12 playoff games. 12.
12.
All right? They're 8-4. He's done it with 2 different quarterbacks. So people might want to sit here and go, oh, why is Harbaugh getting canned? Because the quarterback wants him out and they are not performing in the playoffs. And I think about this, the Niners lost that Super Bowl and they had to pay the penance the next year because lifting yourself up off the ground after losing that Super Bowl was horrible. I'm talking about to the Ravens. And Jim got outcoached by his brother. He did, straight up. They got outplayed, and he got outcoached. He did some things with the clock at the end of the game that were brilliant, with the punter kind of running out of bounds. He was feasting off that for over a decade. And the guy hasn't had a signature playoff victory really since.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it right now. So his worst season since that Super Bowl was 5-11 in 2015. Everything else is 8-8, 9-7. He had a 10-6, 14-2, 11.
I got it up right here.
I know, I have them all right here too. Like, he's lost in the wild card round 1, 2, a couple times divisional round. He's only gotten to one conference title game again. That was back in 2023 when they had it at home against who? The Kansas City Chiefs. And, if Zay Flowers doesn't fumble the ball, who knows what happens to that game. Fact of the matter is you lost. And that was probably the year to do it. And I understand Bisciotti, the owner, saying, hey, if my quarterback doesn't like this guy, we haven't won a Super Bowl, we haven't competed for a Super Bowl in a long time, I'm going to have to stick with this guy. All right, I see the writing on the wall with John Harbaugh. He's getting older. But that being said, it's funny how this works, right? Not only is John Harbaugh, you might disagree, but I think he is going to be the most highly sought after head coach in this carousel. That might speak more to who else is out there.
Yeah,
the Stefanskis of the world.
I think
right?
he's living off of
Mike
a lot
McCarthy.
of old school steam.
Yeah, but recently he has gone to the playoffs. He lost in the divisional round, but he was first place in the AFC North, who we all think is a tough division the last couple of years prior to this year.
He had Flacco.
He would have won it again if not for, Tyler Loop.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
he
doesn't get fired probably if not for that. I'm telling you.
He's had 7 double-digit win seasons with Flacco and Lamar Jackson. Now, I think we would all agree Flacco's better than, in his prime, was better than Jimmy G, right?
People would like to make fun of Flacco. He's a pretty good quarterback. He had a lot of playoff success.
The Niners with Kaepernick, Purdy, and Jimmy G have had 7. They've had the exact same amount of double-digit wins. And the Niners went through the worst turmoil of all time. So, this thing that, I can't believe that he's been fired. It's ridiculous.
Not that I can't believe it. He's been there for 18 years. Sooner or later, it's probably time. I just think
it's time.
I just think that it was sobering for me because he's been there for so long.
He's been to one AFC Championship game since that Super Bowl. The Niners have been to 5.
Yes,
5.
That speaks to Kyle Shanahan and
Harbaugh, obviously, the one.
I think they're going to find out who's the better option for instead of John Harbaugh right now. Can you find one?
I mean, we'll see.
Cliff Kingsbury, please.
Well, that I
do
don't
not insult my intelligence with that one.
It's not necessarily about Baltimore. It's more about what the Niners have built. I think at times we get caught up in the bubble and we lose our minds. And I say to myself, who has accomplished more in the playoffs in the last decade? Shanahan is on a very short list. It's Shanahan, Andy Reid, McVay, Sirianni, and who else in the last decade?
McVay, Sirianni,
Belichick.
Peterson had a little run there. Not Sean Payton, really. No.
So, it's about what you do in the playoffs. And to me, it's not about just winning the Super Bowl. It's about advancing and going on, especially when I think most people would agree when we watch that Baltimore team dismantle the Niners in 2023. And basically Lamar won the MVP that night on Christmas against Brock Purdy. I thought, wow, that's the Super Bowl team right there. Mm-hmm. That's the team that the Niners are going to have to hopefully maybe go up against in the Super Bowl. And when they lost to the Chiefs, I feel like at home, they have now paid the penance now, a couple years later, for not cashing in that championship. And really, that's the only AFC championship game they've been to, was that one right there. And so I look at where they're at right now, Baltimore, and I get it. It makes sense. You've watched the Elway doc. When Dan Reeves' time kind of was up, was because the quarterback didn't think the coach could take him to the next level. And I get it for Lamar. Now, I look at the 49ers this weekend, and I ask myself, how many years can Shanahan go without winning the big one, right? And that's a question I'm constantly wrestling with, because he wins a lot of big games to get to the end, and then he loses. Would I rather be Shanahan in this scenario, or would I rather have him won one 7 or 8 years ago? I mean, of course, I want to win one, but not do anything in the playoffs over the last couple of years. I know we do this thing because he doesn't have a championship. He's a loser. The guy is so close to winning the freaking big one. And when it comes to playoff matchups, week in, week out, having to scheme on short rest, you're missing a bunch of guys, whatever. Man, I know the Baltimore's sitting here saying, it's going to be hard to upgrade from Harbaugh. If the Niners ever moved off Shanahan, That's going to be way harder for them to upgrade than what Baltimore's looking at right now.
Well, that's why I wanted to talk about this. It's an interesting compare and contrast. In 888-957-9570, we would love for you to join the conversation. Call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. You know, be careful what you wish for is all I'm saying. Because this could blow up in their face. This could blow up easily in Bishotti, Lamar, everyone's face. Because you know what John Harbaugh does bring and has brought is stability to an organization. I think most people would agree the Baltimore Ravens have been one of the more finely tuned and finely run organizations in all the NFL. Am I wrong with that? They have been.
No, they draft as well as anyone.
They draft very well back in the Ozzie Newsome days. Like they are a stable organization. So be careful what you wish for. And if you know who you're going to promote after it, more power to you. But like I heard the name Cliff Kingsbury yesterday and my eyes rolled. I was like, you're catering to the quarterback. And so I'm saying, and you're a big believer in this. You're not always going to cave to the players.
Well, sometimes that's quarterback's different though.
Yeah, but Lamar, can you stay healthy?
Well, Joe. I will.
So I always tell Niner fans, that's what I'm talking about too. Be careful what you wish for if you want to fire Kyle Shanahan.
It's one
please.
thing to cater to a guy who's never been to an even Pro Bowl, right? It's one thing to cater to someone who isn't a generational player. It's another to cater to a multiple-time MVP, could have 3, all right? And a guy who I think most people would agree, like, how many more prime years does he have left? I don't know. Like, you got to do this for him. I get it. They're all in on Lamar. Their whole organization is in on Lamar. He is a one-person offense in the sense of, like, if you have Lamar as your quarterback, it is completely different on how you're going to, scheme things up and run it. I get it. And you got to be bold. And I think you got to take a swing because it wasn't working. It wasn't working for them. I mean, Joe, like, it wasn't working. Come on.
I mean, this year it wasn't. You're rolling your eyes. They were a kick away from making the playoffs and winning the division. Just a kick. And then if the Ravens are in there, we don't really think highly of the AFC. Who's to say the Ravens don't beat the Texans at home? Like, weird things happen.
I think history right now tells you that Harbaugh has had a tough time in the playoffs since that Super Bowl win.
He also has the most road playoff wins ever for a head coach in NFL history. He has 8.
Okay.
Did you know that? That was
Joe. 3-5 in Lamar era. 3-5.
Okay.
3-5.
Yes.
You know who has an 8-4 record with Jimmy G.
I don't like
Brock
calling
Purdy?
it the Lamar. I mean, it's his Lamar era in Baltimore.
That's
they were never the
they're
best team in the
describe
playoffs, though. I never thought because they had the Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes.
Well, they were the number 1 seed.
Doesn't matter if you're the number 1 seed. I was picking the Chiefs all throughout there. Everyone was trying to throw dirt on them. Like, be careful what you wish for. This goes for Kyle Shanahan too, Niner fans. Because if they lose this Sunday, people are going to be freaking out about the head coach. And I think we need to have perspective of this season first and foremost. And we're going to do that. We're going to have a regular season in reflection at some point in the show today, Joe, because what happens is you have a playoff game, and whether they win or they lose, you don't really get to, talk about the season that was, the regular season that was, because you're reacting to a playoff game. But this regular season has been so topsy-turvy. There's been so many highs, lows, injuries. You don't know what the hell. It has been an emotional roller coaster this season for San Francisco 49er fans. And I kind of just want to peel that onion back, if you will, at some point today. So we're going to do that. But I do think it is interesting that you bring up like kind of, where both these franchises have been since that Super Bowl. And, I think it does speak to Jed York, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and them becoming one of the most stable organizations in all of football, like the Ravens have been for quite some time.
They're almost like the reverse of the Niners, though, because, they had the boy wonder, McDonald, but their defense has really fallen off the map the last couple of years.
And that's what they used to hang their hat on.
Exactly. Yeah. But they're a great drafting team. Now the question is not about draft. It's about coordinators. I mean, we're talking about their offensive coordinator and their defensive coordinator. When I look at the Niners, like, play calling on offense is it an issue in a one-off game? Yeah. I think the totality of this year, you take a deep breath, right, and you start evaluating this year. I think one thing's pretty clear. What did we learn about the Niners this year? Kyle's freaking good at play calling. Whether it's Mac Jones, Brock Purdy, Kendrick Bourne, Jake Tonjes, the guy knows what he's doing.
Coaching matters. I think that's what we were all kind of agreeing on.
And it's a play caller league right now. I mean, it just is, Obviously, you need to have players.
Well, that and it's, identifying your assistant coaches and how damn important. That's another thing I learned from this year.
Yeah.
You go from Steve Wilkes, you go to Nick Sorensen, first-timer, to
agree.
Robert Saleh. Are you kidding me? And now Saleh's getting all these head coaching, interviews, and rightfully so. What he's been able to do with a less than stellar talent-wise defense when it comes to the personnel has been outstanding. If they had an assistant coach of the year award, I think Saleh should get it. And then you look at Brant Boyer, special teams guy. We don't bring him up enough. The special teams
has been
an amazing turnaround for this team. And I credit the head coach there and Kyle Shanahan in identifying that. Like that's, and again, like, and I know you brought up Nick Seriani, what is he without his coordinators, but that's a big part of the job. Now he's got to be able to work with his GM, one of the greatest of all time, Howie Roseman.
Just like Ozzie was for many years.
Correct. Right?
It's a great symbiotic relationship.
Yep.
It's funny to me, like, if I'm like the New York Giants and I've been in a dumpster fire forever, yeah, bring in Harbaugh, right? But I'm looking at the Niners, like anyone who's out there suggesting Harbaugh over Shanahan. Have you been watching the NFL over the last 6 years?
Are there people that are tripping? There's people suggesting John Harbaugh?
You're always going to get the tinfoil hat people, and they're insane.
I kind of want to hear from one of them. If you're listening right now, just one or two.
I'm good.
Pitch it to me.
I'm good.
I would love that. 888-957-9570.
Look who's in the playoffs right now. Now, Jim is a CEO, head coach, and I guess to a degree Sirianni is. Almost all the other ones, someone's calling plays on one side of the ball.
Almost, yeah.
Tomlin, who's on the hot seat, is one of those CEO types.
And he might be gone next Tuesday, if you will, if they fall to the Houston Texans. It's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side, plus reveal the stacked guest list we have for today. And it's all going to be brought to you by the Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Look. Listen.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
You really are. And we're talking about it all. Playoffs starting this week in both footballs. NFL and college football playoff semifinals start tomorrow. Ooh, we got a juicy one. Miami, Ole Miss, and then on Friday, Indiana, Oregon. Let's go. But we're focused on Sunday, 1:30 West Coast time. Niners, Eagles. The rivalry is real. The hatred is real. You're in the defending champs' home stadium. Can they pull off the upset? It would be incredible. We're going to be talking about it with Bill Romanowski, Joe. Can you wait for that? 8:20. Romo joining the morning roast. We'll call it the Romo roast at 8:20. Ooh. Can't wait for that because the Niners. Hey, you think you could still play Romo? I think he has a hit left in him. They might need it. They don't have any linebackers. Who'd they sign yesterday? Brought in
Kazir White.
Kazir White. I mean, that's where they're at right now.
Why didn't you bring the guy in earlier? I mean, I hate to be.
You had Garrett Wallow. That's why.
I hate to be the guy like I told you so. It's like you guys. Shusky,
you love being that guy.
This season is cooked. There's no need to trade for anyone. You can't trade a fourth or a fifth rounder for anyone. Joe.
Yeah.
Your third rounder, Nick Martin, they despise so much he can't even sniff the field. All right? And then your fourth rounder, this wide receiver, Jordan Watkins, how bad must he be to not get on the field? Has he even suited up, was it twice this year?
You go both Jordans, James and him. You forgot both of them.
I mean,
Jacob Cowing, is he practicing? Yeah? Do we know? Come on.
What this season taught me, and we can get into, what have we learned this year? And I said this when it was like baseball season as well. There are certain years anyone can get in. Well, now anyone can get in because they've added so many playoff spots in all the leagues, whether it's the NBA with the play-in, whether it's the Major League Baseball with the extra wild card spot, and NFL with the 7th playoff spot. Like, if you are near a playoff spot, you should always double down and try to go get someone. I'm not saying trade 3, 4 first rounders and second rounder, third rounder, and a fourth rounder. I mean, it's got to be the right pick, but go make a move. There's a guy on the other side of the field you're going to see this weekend, Jalen Phillips. Niners could have had him.
Yeah.
For a third rounder. And their third rounder would have been probably better or equal to what Philadelphia was giving up. And I just...
Well, Baldy said it yesterday.
They're so depleted.
Well, Baldy told us yesterday, and Brian Baldinger joins us every Tuesday at 7:30. If you missed that interview, find it on YouTube where we are streaming right now, see our lovely faces, or you can find it on the free Odyssey app. Baldy was like, yeah, you could have had Jalen Phillips. And how much better are you feeling with Jalen Phillips next to a Bryce Huff, who obviously is not an every down kind of a edge rusher? How much better are you feeling about having Cleafer? All of a sudden, you feel like you got some depth at the very least. And now, like you saw the injury report yesterday, Kyle Shanahan. Let me play it again. It's from the conference call 2 days ago. All the injury updates.
D. Winters with his ankle. We'll evaluate throughout this week. Luke Gifford with his quad. We'll evaluate throughout the week. Keon White, hamstring. We'll evaluate throughout the week. Jair Brown, rib. He's day-to-day. Kalia Davis, knee tendonitis, day-to-day. Tatum Bethune, groin, be out for the rest of the season. And updates on players who missed the game. Trent Williams and Ricky, both with hamstring and knee ankle. We'll evaluate them throughout this week.
Everyone. You might as well just say everyone we're evaluating throughout the week. That's what it felt like anyways, listening to that. And if you're a Niner fan, it's like you're bringing in guys like, and Sam said, Garrett Wallow? Who? We're at the most important point of the season, and you're bringing in names and players that either you haven't heard of in years or haven't heard of at all. That just speaks to where this team is at. And again, it goes back to coaching, how they got to this point and had a chance to have the number one overall seed in the NFC. It's a testament to Saleh, Shanahan, and this entire team, because I still don't know how they've done it. It's incredible. It really is.
God, I wonder if Trent's going to play in this one. I think today's a big day because today's like big practice day. I would assume McCaffrey would take the day off on purpose.
We're Tuesday.
Usually the first day of practice, so that would be today, Wednesday.
Yeah.
Usually that's the days where Trent and CMC get their veterans off days. So would not be shocked if Trent and McCaffrey do not practice today.
Well, Kittle.
Kittle has usually been when he's been healthy. Kittle has usually been practicing on these Wednesdays.
Okay.
It's just been Trent and CMC who have been getting the veterans off days. So, but yeah, I mean that'll be interesting to see if he practices today.
I wonder if anyone's going to get an opportunity to ask about Brock's finger.
Yeah, I want to hear from Brock. Quite frankly, like all of it. Last time he played there, obviously the team won in the regular season. But last time he played there in the playoffs, he had a horrific injury. Let's call it what it is. There was some exercising of demons, though, in that regular season a couple of years ago, I feel like. So, and Bonte was in studio, and you guys were both talking about it. It's like, yeah, I don't know if there's like a revenge factor for the Niners in this one. And how many...
It's a totally different team.
Totally different. You don't have Debo. You don't have Ayuk. You don't have some of the players that had big moments in that game. What's up, Sammy?
Really quick, Brock is scheduled to talk on Thursday morning before practice.
Can't wait for that. I want to hear from Purdy. I want to hear from the people, too. 888-957-9570. You know, we were talking about John Harbaugh. It's the big story around the NFL right now. John Harbaugh, after 18 seasons as head coach of the Baltimore Ravens, is let go. And you brought it up, Joe. He hasn't won a Super Bowl or been to a Super Bowl since 2013, 13 years ago.
I mean, he's been to one AFC Championship game.
Just one.
In that time.
When does it get to a point I want to ask, and people are gonna be like, why are you asking this during the playoff week and we're getting ready? Well, because I think it's gonna come up next week at some point if they are one and done. You know, Kyle Shanahan, how long can he remain head coach of this team without a Super Bowl? It's really or competing for a Super Bowl. Now, they were just in one a couple years ago, and the coaching job he's done this year, I think for a lot of Niner fans, wow, we need to keep this guy around. I hear you on that. But there gets to a point where eventually you're like Steve Bisciotti, owner of the Ravens, be like, yeah, I think we need a change. We're not winning Super Bowls. We're not competing for them. We haven't done that in 13 plus years. We need a change.
I think there's two different
questions.
questions.
We're coming up on double digits here without a Super Bowl for Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, but
which sounds unfair, and I'm not trying to make it sound like that. It's just the reality.
Behind the times in terms of what he brings to the table?
No, they don't. They feel like they're setting the tone.
Yeah, and when I look at the Harbaugh situation, he felt more like a passenger. All right, well, what are we going to do on offense? All right, let's do it. You know what I mean? Whereas Kyle's the one kind of saying, look what he did this year with the backup quarterback.
Yeah, I know.
Look what he's done this year with, guys in and out of the lineup. Hey, Pearsall, what did he play? 4 or 5 games, Pearsall?
Yeah, if that.
That's kind of crazy.
Well, in the games that he did play, some of the games he didn't do anything.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So, Ayuk didn't play at all. You lose Trent for some time. You lose Warner and Bosa. Bosa basically for the whole season.
Right.
And we kind of knew heading into this year, they needed to reset their books. They have $110 million in dead cap money, right? So, I think there's perspective and there's a reality. We start having that question when The thing that Kyle hangs his hat on, X's and O's, schematic, game day advantages, those things start becoming, what's going on here?
I question whether or not we'll ever get to a point where the quarterback is more important than Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. You kind of see what I'm saying there? It got to a point in Baltimore where Lamar ended up being way more important and significant than John Harbaugh.
Well, this goes back to my play caller thing, though, Joe. Like, how can John help Lamar when it's 3rd and 9?
Just tells him, hey, we can't take a sack here.
If you watch the games, his headset's up. He doesn't even talk.
He has that famous play, though, Joe, on like Sunday Night Football where it's like, you want to go for it? You want to ice the game right here? You want to go? Well, I think it was against the Chiefs a couple of years ago.
What did Lamar say? Yes?
Yeah, he said, yeah, let's go.
So then he's doing it. So that's my point. Like, when I look at Andy Reid and Mahomes, like, Mahomes is looking over and Andy's like, all right, here's the X, Y, and Z plays I want to run. And, of course, Mahomes has some influence on that. But he's helping him out schematically and giving him advantages. All the good guys do this. McVay's doing it right now with Stafford. We know that Kyle's done that with Brock Purdy. So when that is no longer like a helper relationship, well, then that's when we have to turn our back. Like LaFleur and Aaron Rodgers, there was clearly some sort of like, I don't know, I guess Rodgers felt LaFleur was holding him back.
Well, there was some weird things there because remember at one point they were shopping him around. There was some beef with LaFleur and Shanahan because Shanahan called and was like, hey, on draft day, you guys training Aaron Rodgers? Yeah. Like, can we like do something here? And then he got pissed off, hung up the phone. There was some weird stuff going on there. And then, as you mentioned, the NFC Championship game, where it's like, we need to go for it here. We're going up against Tom Brady and the Bucs. Like, what are you doing? Kicking a field goal? The whole thing was a mess there. And as you mentioned, LaFleur, if he's one and done this weekend, he might be another guy that gets axed. I do want to have an exercise on the other side. We're going to break down the regular season. We got Bill Romanowski joining us at 8:20. It's also a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today and to talk some Warriors. Nick Friedel going to be joining us at 9:20. I want to do an exercise on the other side of how many coaches are there in the NFL that are truly more valuable than the franchise quarterback that's on the team. Because the 49ers have one, for sure. Kyle Shanahan. And I love Brock Purdy, but Kyle Shanahan's more valuable. Let's play that on the other side. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask the audience. 888-957-9570. It's Bedoni, Chasky. It's the Morning Roast. We're rolling, baby, on a hump day. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our Weed Killer Cancer Hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jackie from San Francisco. The RNS team did a fantastic job. I'm so thankful to Sal, Alexis, and Fred for fixing our garage gate problem. They were professional, friendly, and truly went above and beyond. I really appreciate their great work.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
At Big O Tires, now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra not go with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing and book an appointment online today.
95.7 The Game is proud to be introducing the inaugural Bay Area Host Committee Impact Awards presented by PNC Bank, celebrating those driving change in the Bay Area. We congratulate Lindsay Kaufman, founder and coach of Girls Unite and winner of the Sports Business Champion Award.
That's really what I want, is to know that their story, their journey matters, and that they can, when they become a little older, carry the torch in different ways.
Stay tuned this month as 95.7 The Game celebrates all of these prestigious Bay Area Host Committee Impact Award winners.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS4KIDS, or go to cars4kids.com. That's Cars with a K.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is Big Pun from South City, and you know I'm tuned in to the Morning Roast with my guy, Joe Spadoni, and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Sup, Big Pun? Rolling, baby. Happy Wednesday, all you lovely people. It's still a little wet out today. I thought the rain was supposed to be done, but it was a little misty in the East Bay. And
I had a great walk yesterday.
You did? Was it nice? It was sunny.
I know. I went to Glen Eagles and I played golf.
Solo?
Shout out Tom Shea.
Solo golf?
Yeah, all by myself.
Underrated.
There was four groups ahead of me, some old timers. No one was on the course.
They let you play through? You just
No. There were 4 holes ahead of me. I took my time.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah. I wanted to send a screenshot of my surroundings or whatever, a picture to Steiny to make him feel jealous, but then I didn't want to ruin his point of view for the rest of his show because he was in such a jolly mood yesterday.
Yeah, you didn't want to throw him off as the Warriors should look at Trae Young take. You didn't want to throw him off that one. I heard it, Steiny. Come on.
The Niners are in the playoffs and we're talking Trae Young.
Please.
I'm going to have a talk with him.
He's listening right now. You can have a talk with him. Trae Young. I didn't think Steiny was a Trae Young guy, but you know what? You think you know someone, and you really don't.
It's funny you said. So it's the end of practice yesterday, and I coached this kid, Colin McCarthy, great basketball player. He's in his young 20s. Great kid.
JJ's nephew?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not JJ's
There was
nephew.
a McCarthy joke.
I know
Sorry.
1,000 McCarthys, okay? So Colin goes, hey, do you know why Bernardo, his cousin, who we're coaching in 8th grade, you know how I could tell he doesn't know ball? And I go, no, why? Guess who he wants on the Warriors? And I go, oh boy, here we go. And he goes, I think we should trade for Trae Young. And I go, oh God. And Colin goes, see, he doesn't know ball.
Who'd you rather have right now, Trae Young or John Morant?
Well, I mean, I would rather have neither, but like if you force me into one or the other,
yes,
I'd rather have John Morant.
Okay.
Even though
That's
I know
fair enough. Yeah.
Jaw's volatile.
He is.
So it's so funny you bring up Jaw because some of the kids have the shoes, the Jaw shoes.
Oh, yeah.
One is like highlighter orange. The other one's like highlighter like turquoise or yellow.
Yes.
And like my joke is like, you better be good if you're going to wear 2 different color shoes. That's what I tell these little Catholic school kids.
You better be good.
And then they like, my cousin went up to me and he's like, no, not only should you be good, it better come with a shotgun and grenade celebration when you hit a basket.
Oh my God. The grenade one does make me chuckle. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty good. You just toss it and you cover your ears.
Of all the guys who shouldn't joke about like handling guns, probably be the guy that got arrested, or not arrested, but suspended multiple times for firearms.
Probably. The segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bear for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You want to play a little game? Like, you want to do a little NFL primetime music? Let's play a little game, Joe. I'm going to ask you some questions here, and you're going to answer them, all right? So give me some NFL music, Carter, if you can, in the back, please. I know you're taking a sip of your coffee. NFL primetime music when you can, because I teased it.
While you're doing that, I'll set up a filibuster for. I shot a little video because he's going to set up the music.
Well,
so
he already did. Yeah, continue.
Oh, we already. You know what? You do your thing. You do your thing.
No, but
Carter's been slow on the draw. You know,
it's all right. Well, he didn't get.
This is the Wild Wild West. He'd have been dead 6 months ago.
He didn't get his Mickey D's coffee that I offered.
It's also a big target.
I offered to go get some Mickey D's coffee, and he's like, "I'm good, dude," but he's not wired yet, so that's why.
He's still in denial that his life's going to change when the baby comes.
Oh yeah, that's coming up.
The butler might change.
When's that happening, dude?
The butler might change.
When's that happening? A couple weeks? That's the due date?
Yeah, like February 20th, February 25th.
Dude, that's like a month away. You excited?
I guess.
Oh, come on.
I guess.
I'm really excited.
It's the greatest.
I'm happy with the new baby.
It's going to be the greatest thing ever happened.
It really is. Yeah, absolutely.
How much time are you taking off?
Maybe like a day or two.
Well, I'm not going to give up the company.
I'm going to be up anyway, so might as well be here.
Yeah, it's true. That's the fear mongering. If you're never going to sleep again early on, and you're fine.
Oh, it's real.
It's real, but you know
it's worse when they're a toddler.
It's dependent on, is it a C-section? Is it a regular birth? That stuff matters.
Is she upside down yet? Do we know?
It's breech. No good.
Well, anyways.
It's supposed to be a 9.5-pound baby, too.
Oh, well, definitely your kid.
Girl.
So there you go. Oh, yeah. My brother Ray.
Good luck, Sierra.
She's going to come out taller than me.
My brother Ray was a 10-pounder, but that didn't equal anything. He's like smaller than me. He's like 5'10", like a $170.
Does he have a big head?
He's got a big nose like me. He's got a schnoz.
Yeah,
so I think he's got the schnoz right there. No, my brother Sam has the biggest head. He has like a 7 3/4. I got like 7 3/8. That's pretty normal, right? 3/8. Okay. Can we go back to our game? I teased it. So we're all in agreement. Lamar more important than John Harbaugh, which is why they made the move, Steve Bisciotti, to get rid of the coach.
Yes.
They wanted to cater to the quarterback.
Yes.
Okay. I think we're also in all agreement here. Kyle Shanahan worth more than Brock Purdy for the 49ers.
Yeah, for right
now,
now,
Can we all agree with that?
I think Purdy's extremely important because without Purdy, Shanahan would be in a really tough spot.
I think
Shanahan might not have if we're being real, there is the reality of, he could have found someone else, but
maybe
if it's Trey Lance, I mean, who knows? He might not have a job today. Who knows?
Did you see how Trey Lance looked last weekend?
No, look, he did it with Mac Jones as well this year, but I'm taking a step back and I'm trying to be fair.
Okay, but we're all in agreement. And I think that might be a unique situation where the head coach is more valuable than the franchise quarterback.
I don't,
so
when it comes to the playoff teams, it might not be, but keep going.
You want to do playoff teams only? Or you want?
Because I have all the playoff quarterbacks written down right here.
Okay, let's do it. Let's start off with the AFC, if you will. Right. So let's go, first and foremost, the Pittsburgh Steelers. They got Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers.
I think both are on equal footing.
I do too.
All could be done at the end of the year.
But who has more cachet within their given team and franchise? I mean, it's got to be Mike Tomlin. He's been there for so much longer.
Maybe. Okay.
Aaron Rodgers is a hired assassin, right? Let's go with the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I'm going Josh Allen over
Josh
McDermott.
Allen over Sean McDermott.
Josh Allen's is not even close.
Easily, right? So you're catering to the quarterback in that scenario. Let's go to the Los Angeles Chargers. I think this is an interesting one. More valuable to that team and franchise. Herbert, Jim Harbaugh.
I think Harbaugh legitimized them, but Harbaugh wouldn't take the job if Herbert wasn't there. So similar to the Purdy thing, I think they're not equal footing, but it's closer than most want to admit.
Absolutely. And I think another way you can look at these conversations we're having is if they're both free agents out on the market, who's going to be more sought after of the two? I think Justin Herbert as a quarterback, probably going to be more sought after.
Everyone's going to want Herbert outside of 5 or 6 spots.
Absolutely. The Jacksonville Jaguars.
I'm going Liam Cohen.
You go, really?
Yeah.
Over Trevor?
Yeah. I mean, we saw Trevor with how many different coaches, and Liam Cohen's the first one that's got him looking good. Now, in 2 or 3 years, I might have a different conversation.
Okay.
Today, it's Liam Cohen. Ask Baker if he misses Liam Cohen.
Absolutely does. By the way, the game we're playing right now, more valuable head coach or quarterback in the franchise. And we're having this conversation because John Harbaugh's gone, and clearly they favored Lamar Jackson over him. And I'm saying that's not happening here in San Francisco. And that's, nothing against Brock Purdy, but Kyle Shanahan, he's 1 of 1 right now. All right, so we got there. Let's go to the Patriots. Mike Vrabel,
this is a tough one.
Drake May. We've seen what Mike Vrabel did with the Tennessee Titans as head coach, went all the way to the AFC Championship when he didn't really have a good quarterback, but he did have one of the greatest running backs of all time in Derrick Henry.
I don't want to dismiss. I love Drake May. He's really shut me up. This year was a revelation. I think he is what I thought Trevor Lawrence could look like
early on
in the NFL. Drake May's been amazing. I'm going to say right now equal footing because Drake wouldn't have the success this year without Vrabel, but
Correct.
Vrabel wouldn't have taken that job if he didn't believe in Drake May.
I don't hate that answer. I'm probably leaning more Vrabel because I just think so highly of him.
Yeah,
I really do. I think we were all enamored with the Ben Johnson to the Bears of last year when I thought, and they're a playoff team. Like Ben Johnson, they're the 2nd seed. Like an unbelievable season. Mike Vrabel, he is a culture-changing, big-time player, has won Super Bowls as a player. He was with Ohio State, last year,
a couple
right?
years ago.
No, last year, I think. Was it, or technically? Or was he a consultant?
He was a consultant.
Whatever it was. But the guy wins. So I'll lean Vrabel in that one. And then we get to the Broncos. I think
I'm taking Sean Payton.
Me too, easily, over Bo Nix when it comes to the value of either of those guys. All right. So pretty easy. Not a lot of hard ones there. Maybe Vrabel, Drake May, and Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence. Maybe. But let's go to the NFC.
Really quick, guys. Vrabel was a consultant with the Browns, not Ohio State.
The Browns.
Yeah, but he was with Ohio State at some point.
He was at one point.
He was a linebackers coach in 2011, and then he was their D-line coach after that.
They used him for something with Ohio State.
With Ryan Day, for sure. He I feel like recently. It might not have been on the books, Sammy.
He might have been like a practice whatever, I'm the alumni or something.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to the Packers. This is an interesting one. Matt LaFleur or Jordan Love?
I kind of put this in the Rodgers-Tomlin thing where it's like both could be on equal footing. Maybe Jordan Love a little, maybe LaFleur a little. I don't even know. Malik Willis was decent. So that's a tough one for me.
I like looking at a franchise and how we're having this conversation.
I like LaFleur more than most. I would say that.
If you're a franchise right now that has nothing. So let's go with the Atlanta Falcons. They don't really have a quarterback. They don't have a head coach. Let's go with the Falcons. Who do you think is more valuable for a Falcons fan right now? Jordan Love or Matt LaFleur?
Probably LaFleur because they've never had a good coach.
So I think that's fair, and I would agree. I would go with LaFleur over Jordan Love, and I like Jordan Love. It's good.
I would disagree.
Really? You're going Jordan J. Love, huh?
Yeah, they paid him, so that means you owe them the money already, and they're already kind of out on LaFleur anyway. So that would be.
So they're another team. They're very GM driven. They're a very GM driven team.
Gutekunst?
What?
Right, that's the GM Gutekunst?
Yeah.
I just like
they're a
saying the
very
name.
GM driven team. And they're just different.
Okay. So we did the Packers. We know about the Niners. We're both in agreement. Kyle Shanahan's the top dog here over the quarterback. Los Angeles Rams. Sean McVay, Matt Stafford.
Well, you would say that, obviously Stafford elevates the whole McVay system, but McVay's done it with so many guys.
He has gotten to a Super Bowl with Jared Goff.
I would say like McVay's value to Stafford has been higher than Stafford's value to McVay.
I think I'm in agreement with you. Sean McVay, if we're taking all of these coaches, even over Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay would be the most highly sought after head coach. It's not even close.
Over Andy?
Over Kyle Shanahan.
I'd listen to that.
Sean McVay would be the guy. Because I think, again, as we're talking about Matt Stafford being older, McVay, is he even 40 yet?
Well, him and
They've
Kyle
already just touched 40.
Did you see the Tomlin, 17 years, 18 years, Andy, 13 years. The next two, Kyle and McVay.
It's pretty crazy.
In terms of longest tenured in the NFL.
That is...
with their current team.
Pretty insane.
It looks wild, actually.
I hate how time flies.
He's not 40 yet.
He's not even
39.
Oh, my God. It's insane. All right. Carolina Panthers.
This is the Tomlin Rodgers. I don't know.
Well, no, I don't think either of us think very highly of Bryce Young yet or Dave Canales. I don't even know who he is.
Yeah. Dave, run the ball against the Niners. It made no sense. Your quarterback can't throw.
Real quick, do they have any shot against the Rams?
Sure. Why not?
Sure. Let's see a cover. 10 points? You think they can? 10 points? Would you touch that?
No, I think the Rams are going to blow them out.
Okay. All right.
Sure. Whatever. Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly. Thank you, BPA.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, BPA.
Let's go to the Philadelphia Eagles. I think this is an interesting one. Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni.
I would argue Hurts is more valuable, but I also respect Sirianni more than I gave him credit 2-3 years ago.
Okay. So Hurts, you're going. I'm leaning Jalen Hurts too because I've seen him in 2 Super Bowls damn near outplay Mahomes in both of them. He's a big game guy. He's done it in college. He's done it to pros. He is a winner too, first and foremost. And actually, like Sirianni, I think he does get slept on as gets the teams to the Super Bowl. I know Howie Roseman he's the GM. You got to give credit to Sirianni though, don't you? Even though you don't want to because he's a total, douche on air when he's running around and going to the camera and he's going to be doing that this Sunday.
He's won a lot of playoff games.
Yes.
He's won a lot of regular season games.
Yes. Let's go to Chicago Bears.
I'm taking Ben Johnson, but
over Caleb?
Ben doesn't take the job unless it's kind of like Harbaugh. He doesn't take the job unless he likes Caleb Williams.
But again, I'll go to my Atlanta Falcons thing. If you're an Atlanta Falcons fan, you want Ben Johnson. Of course, you want Caleb.
Ben Johnson's been great.
Ben Johnson. So there you go. That's how I'm kind of viewing this now. Is if I'm a team out there,
what
I can
about
only pick
Stroud
one.
and D'Amico, who you didn't bring up?
Ooh, I did. Did I not bring up the Texans?
No.
Excuse me. That's a flag on Spadoni. Wow. That's a tough one. Because I really like D'Amico Ryans as a leader. He's clearly has the pulse of the defense, so he does do one side of the ball very well. I really like CJ. I've always been a CJ Stroud fan. I think, though, I'm leaning D'Amico Ryans. I think I am.
When we did this exercise, now what I'm realizing is that the truly good relationships, they're very symbiotic, meaning they go back and forth. Stafford, McVay, it's kind of back and forth. Caleb and Ben, back and forth. That's why you're so optimistic about them, regardless of the rest of the roster.
Right.
Clearly there's a hierarchy when it comes to Bo Nix and Sean Payton.
Oh, it's not even close.
Right? And I think Vrabel and Drake May, there's a symbiotic relationship. So I think as you're doing this exercise, you can see why certain places you feel more, good about than others. And then now you also recognize why Josh Allen and McDermott, that's going to expire at some point.
Right. So
this is why Harbaugh is in the situation that he's in with Lamar.
I think we're both in agreement with D'Amico over CJ at this point, but it's not it's splitting hairs.
No, they're very close.
They're very close. And then we have let's go to
McDonald and
Seattle Seahawks, and you're taking McDonald over Sam Darnold, right?
Currently, yes. But again, Darnold, you got to give him credit. It's hard for me. Look, it's hard for me to knock Sam Darnold when he's beaten the Niners twice in the last 2 years.
Only the second quarterback in NFL history to have back-to-back 14-win seasons. The other one?
17 games.
The other one? Tom Brady. So there you go. Tom Brady and Sam Darnold in the same class. Huh. Interesting.
Stop!
I'm kidding, everyone.
I know, it's not you.
I guess that means they're basically the same quarterback.
Relax. People pulling out their hair listening to that. All right, so that was a fun exercise, though. There's only a handful. This is what we've learned of head coaches that are more valuable than their franchise quarterback in the playoffs.
Now that you've gone through all that, something that I was kind of looking at is all right, where have all these quarterbacks been taken in the playoffs? Yeah. And, tomorrow I really want to dive deep into Hurts and Purdy and get into all that. Right now I do want to get into the 49ers. So Niner fans, I want to soak in the year that was before we get to this playoff game. Because tomorrow we'll go heavy Eagles-Niners. Really dive deep into the matchups over the next couple of days.
And we will today at 8:20 with Bill Romanowski, who played for both these teams.
What do you make of this, Joe? Here are the draft positions, quarterback draft positions of the guys that are in the playoffs currently. Number 1 overall pick. Matt Stafford was taken number 1 overall.
Georgia.
Trevor Lawrence was taken number 1 overall. Bryce Young was taken number 1 overall. Caleb Williams was taken number 1 overall. That's 4 guys. Number 2 overall, C.J. Stroud. Number 3 overall, Darnold and Drake May. Now, Darnold has bounced around.
Yes.
So he's a little unique. Number 6 overall, Justin Herbert. Number 7th overall, Josh Allen. 12th, Bo Nix. Rodgers dropped all the way to 24. Now, multiple years, multiple teams in multiple years. Love, 26th overall. So 12 guys of the 14 teams were first rounders. 12. And 10 of those were top 12 picks. Then you get to Jalen Hurts, 53rd overall, second rounder, okay? And then you get to Brock Purdy, 7th round, 262. Clearly, Purdy and Hurts are in this equation the outliers.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you can't be good. You know, Dak Prescott was a 4th-round pick. He's been very good. There's been other guys throughout the league. Obviously, Tom Brady,
yeah.
But I think most would agree that those are very rare circumstances. And then look at the situations around the league. Lamar, first-round pick. Jaden Daniels is a first-round pick. Tua was a first-round pick. What do you make, though, of 12 of these playoff quarterbacks of the 14 being first-round draft selections?
I mean, if it wasn't official this last decade, it's official now. It's a quarterback-driven league. It just is. You need to identify quarterbacks now early and often. That's why, you look at a team right now, the Jets or the Raiders, who have the first and second picks this year, probably both going to be quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Probably going to be Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore, because they know they're not attracting another head coach, Joe, unless you have a quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, the reason Ben Johnson didn't take the Raiders job last year, even though Tom Brady tried to woo him, was simple. Because I'd rather have Caleb Williams over Geno freaking Smith or whoever they had at the time, and Aiden O'Connell. Like, that's why I'm taking him. Same with Liam Cohen. He's like, I've seen enough. And these guys that have been a part of championship organizations or played in high-level games with Ben Johnson being with the Lions, obviously, and playing in big games, Liam Cohen being a part of that Buccaneers staff the last few years, they've played in big games. They know what a good organization looks like. And you can't have stability unless you have a quarterback.
Yeah.
So it matters. It does. Now, there are exceptions, as you just said, to the rule that the quarterback and the head coach, the head coach could be more important, but he has to be like on the short list of best coaches in the game. Kyle Shanahan's one of those. Now, is Nick Sirianni one of those guys? I don't know. And was Doug Peterson the first year of Jalen Hurts, I want to say? I think he was.
They had Wentz. They drafted him in the second round.
I think he was the first, but neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Like, it's a quarterback-driven league now.
I want to say 2019 was Sirianni's first year.
And, Joe, I'd argue, too, if you look at even the backups on a lot of these teams, there's going to be some that are 5th, 6th, 4th. A lot of them might also be first-round picks.
Trubisky's backing up.
Mac
Jones is backing up.
There's a handful of those guys.
Yes.
Well,
you know what's funny to me
Marcus
is
Mariota, obviously, but he's not in the playoffs, but guys like that.
I look at all these guys, and it's like, I hear your point on high draft pick. Also, situation and coaching. Stafford, he's known as a loser to a lot of people in Detroit. Situation, who was his coach? He gets to L.A., and now he's with McVay, and wow. I mean, he's had his best years underneath him. Trevor Lawrence. I think there were a lot of people up until about a month ago. Is Trevor even good?
We don't know. We had that one good year, the amazing comeback against the Chargers, and then they fell flat on their face next 2 years. And Doug Peterson, they fired him.
Now their team looks a lot better, and the coach looks like he knows what he's doing. Bryce Young, I still don't know if he's good or not. I don't think so. Caleb Williams. There were a lot of people who didn't think Caleb could play last year.
No.
You put him with Ben Johnson, boy, they look good.
And he still has room for improvement.
Yeah.
Just ask Chris Collinsworth.
Darnold, how many teams has Darnold been on? 1,000.
5, right? So we got Jets, Panthers, Niners, Vikings, Seahawks. 5! That's insane, actually.
And you put him with a competent head coach who's a play caller, and then now a defensive coordinator who's an excellent head coach on the rise, and he looks amazing. Drake May has looked amazing with Vrabel, and Josh McDaniels, obviously, on that staff. Herbert has shown a lot of promise. I think the reason why people are so high on him is because of Harbaugh as well, meaning him and them paired together. Josh Allen's very unique because I don't think anyone thinks highly of McDermott on offense.
No.
He's a defensive guy. Bo Nix, the only reason people would believe in Bo Nix is because of Sean Payton.
Because Sean Payton believed in him. So that's the only reason that
Vance
people
Joseph was his coach. We wouldn't believe in him at all.
And I don't think a lot of people are believing in him heading into these playoffs because he hasn't really played particularly well.
And then as I look at all these first rounders, draft status is one thing, but it is as important, if not more important, to have a great situation around you, great coach, all those things. And, someone like Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts, they've made the most of their opportunities to put them where they're at. But I think we can all also realize they were undervalued coming out.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. As I mentioned, 820, multiple-time Super Bowl champion, just a linebacker legend in himself. Bill Romanowski joining the program, former 49er and Eagle. And also in the 9 o'clock hour, we will touch on some dubs with friend of the program and our Odyssey NBA insider, Nick Friedel.
So, yesterday, like I said, I was going to go golfing, and I went to go pay, and I was talking to the guy that was running Glen Eagles, and he was like, man, what a great year with the Niners, right? And I was like, it was a great year. And I was like, I don't know about this matchup this weekend. He's like, you know what? Just want to ask you about the regular season. Wasn't it great? And I was like, you know what? It was great. It was a great year. What an unexpected, unbelievably great year. It was up and down. It was all over the place, but it was a great year. He's like, what sucks is that if they win, if they lose, we kind of validate or invalidate the entire regular season. And I saw this with the Giants in 2021. Everything that happened in 2021 completely invalidated because you lost to the Dodgers.
In 5. You were there. You became a meme, Joe.
And
you became a meme.
This team feels a lot different than that team, but it is funny how you win and how you lose in the playoffs can either validate or unvalidate what you did in the regular season. So for just today, I want to ask Niner fans, what'd you make of this year? What'd you learn? What did you learn about this year's Niners team in the regular season? I know we want to, it's a great year if you win 2 playoff games this year. Well, okay, what if you lose a shootout and, they give up a field goal at the end of the game and they find, are we going to look back on this year, on the regular season in this negative tone? It's been a great year. Yes, there's been a lot of ups and downs and some things have been better than others. Mac Jones filled in for a long time. Everyone got hurt but CMC.
I know.
Everyone got hurt but CMC. You lost the quarterback, the tackle, the tight end, wide receivers. You lost everyone on defense. And the one guy who stayed healthy was Christian. It's wild, right? Saleh, amazing. Great to have him back. Kyle, maybe his best work in terms of who he had out there. What do you make of this year, of this regular season?
I'll give my thoughts on that on the other side. It's open to the people, 888-957-9570. The regular season in review, because you know what? Let's do that. It was an incredible regular season, and we should be talking about it. And it's going to be sponsored by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our weed killer cancer hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And we're out, back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Spadoni, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Where's that guy at? Jay? Let's go. He's probably smoking a Jay somewhere. God love him.
Fits the song. I feel like I should be flying over Vietnam in a chopper right now, burning a J.
Well, this one in Fortunate Son, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Little Credence.
There you go. This is great. We're having fun. We're talking football, baby. We got Bill Romanowski joining us next hour. Hour for now, actually. 8:20. Romo going to be joining us. 4-time Super Bowl champion. Played for both the Eagles and the Niners. And we'll get Romo's thoughts on this matchup this Sunday. A massive showdown in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 1:30. Jalen Hurts, Nick Seriani, Big Dom on the sideline. I just have to say his name and he gets so upset. Come on. You'd have a cold cut with him.
There are certain people.
Some gabagool.
No, just listen to me. There are certain things
that
when you say, it triggers me. For example,
Joe Flacco. Yeah, I knew it.
All right. The rally monkey. All right.
Yeah, I hated that.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So there are certain things in life you bring it up, and not only do I want rip my eyeballs out, I want to throw up. And so when you say Big Dom, that's what I think of.
Okay. Word association with Joe Shasky, and that's one of them. Big
Yeah,
Dom.
I don't like him.
Okay. What else don't you like?
What else don't I like?
Yeah, what else don't you like?
Well, I mean,
about Philadelphia and the Eagles. What don't you like about them?
I don't like paying for parking. You know, that's a big deal. What?
You go to just paying for parking is so out of right
so
field.
Annoying.
Well, how much is parking going to be if you go to Philadelphia? You guys didn't pay for parking. I'm assuming you took an Uber or something there.
Philly?
Yeah.
We damn near walked from our hotel from downtown. It was insane.
Well, that's actually convenient.
No, it was a long, long walk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was it a walk of shame?
No, just getting booed and yelled at, and it was just, it was ridiculous.
God
Much
bless.
better driving around in the drop top with my dad going to the SoFi. We had a Mustang drop top, and we were driving into SoFi with the top down, and it was 80 degrees. It was amazing. God.
That is amazing.
That's what I'm looking for.
888-957-9570. We're having our regular season recap because we should reflect on the season that was for the 49ers because it's been a hell of a year. And that's not going to take away anything from what they accomplished if they were to lose or hell, even if they win this Sunday. This has been an incredible season with so many different storylines. And I wonder how 49er fans are viewing it. 888-957-9570. We were just doing a head coach quarterback exercise last segment, Joe, about who's more valuable amongst the playoff teams if you were to put them out, on the open market, Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy. And we were like, oh, Kyle Shanahan easily. And it's not the same for all teams, but there's about a handful of them where that's the case. Nick in South City wants to talk about coach and quarterback pairings. What's up, Nick? You're on the roast.
All right.
Hey, fellas. A year or so ago, I came across this crazy stat that quarterback and head coach pairings, if they do not win a Super Bowl in their first 5 years together, so quarterback starting, head coach, they do not win a Super Bowl. They got 5 years. The clock starts. So all I got to say is it was a great year by the Niners. They overcame a lot, but that's year 3 with Brock and Kyle. So have a good morning.
Wait, Nick, you still there?
What?
You're still there.
Yeah,
all right. So if Kyle Shanahan moves on from Brock, that restarts it then, right?
Yeah, that restarts the clock.
All right. That's good. That's all I need to know. All right. Thank you.
Head coach, quarterback together. Shanahan showed up in Denver in 95. They won it in 97, 98?
Correct. Both back-to-back, right?
Okay, so that's not... I'm just trying to think of some, longer tenured quarterbacks who's won later in their careers and who their coaches were.
I think Manning and Dungy, they were in that 5th year together when they finally won,
Was that what it was?
I believe so, yeah, because Dungy left, obviously, right when Gruden went to Tampa.
It was, they won the Super Bowl, 97, 98, I was right. Oh, yeah, it was back-to-back. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I thought it was
Peyton Manning.
No, okay.
Peyton Manning won it at 06, 07?
Yeah, and Dungy's first year was 02, 03, if I recall,
Okay.
right? So, yeah, it's about 4 or 5 years there, so that's kind of right at the edge there.
It's an interesting little tidbit.
I never thought of this.
I've never thought about that, though. And history will tell you then you need to make a decision. If it doesn't happen after 5 years with either your head coach or quarterback, you got to move on from one of those. I'm here for it. You can't argue against it. It's a fact.
Well, just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it's...
It can't, but it hasn't happened, and the NFL's been around a long time, Joe.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but like,
what does that mean to you? So if
it doesn't mean much, it's just to me it seems more of like a random coincidence, quite frankly.
Well, then Sam was over here, producer Sam Lubman, crushing it. He was telling us,
Joe, it'd be one thing if they had never knocked on any doors. I watched Shanahan and Purdy lose in overtime in the Super Bowl.
They did.
You know, like,
I mean, if you go back in history, like you don't lose 2 Super Bowls and then win one. I don't think any head coach has ever done that. So,
John Harbaugh and Joe Flacco were in year 5 together when they won theirs.
That was the cusp. All right. That was the cusp.
Oh, my God.
It's like the astrology. You're on the cusp. You're either Gemini or you're Cancer. There you go. Man. That's an I'm going to be thinking about that all day.
Yeah, but that's not going to be like, guys, hey, no one in NFL history has done this, so we're going to have to.
Well, maybe you should. Maybe they should do that. If it's not working after 5 years and history's telling you it's not going to work, then maybe you should.
History also told me a quarterback at 40 years old wouldn't win anything. And then, from 40 to 46, Tom Brady had another Hall of Fame career.
I mean, that's the greatest player of all time. I think that's going to be
what outliers are. Like, just because it didn't happen before, doesn't mean it's never going to happen again.
Sure. But also, like, I'm not banking on that. I'm banking on what history has told me. If it doesn't happen in the first 5 years, you got to move on from either the quarterback or the head coach. That's going to be my new rule of thumb. I'm going to do that. I'm going to be judging all of these next head coach and quarterback combinations. How many openings are there? 7 now? 6?
So Fernando has 5 years with the next Raiders coach, basically, is what you're saying?
Absolutely. Him and Brian Flores. They got 5 years to go. That's it. That's what I'm giving them. 5 years. And if you don't get it done then, night. See you later. That's just interesting. I like that. Nick in South City. Thanks for the tidbit. 888-957-9570. You want to talk about the regular season, Joe? You want to talk about it?
So Goff and Dan Campbell have been together. This will be their 5th year together, correct?
It's over.
It's over.
I actually do think their window's done.
I think Dan Campbell's next. I think he's on the hot seat next year.
Exactly. So there you go. So you proved it right there.
Look at Cincinnati with Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow. They've been together for 5+ years.
It's over there, too.
Yeah.
It's over.
I mean, what do we talk about? Sean McDermott and Josh Allen.
No one can diagnose it's over more than my man over here.
It's
on an over trajectory.
Either they're Super Bowl winning it all or it's over. There's no in between.
Just no in between.
We live in a post-nuanced society.
I almost said that last week. Either you get the number 1 overall seed and you have a chance to win the Super Bowl, or you don't and you're cooked. It's over. But I think a lot of fans felt that way, right? A lot of fans, you're feeling like that? Joe, come on.
No. Today's Wednesday. I'm slowly picking myself off the mat.
Okay.
By tomorrow morning, I'm going to give you the, X, Y, and Z reasons of how we can win this game.
I did feel like I was so close. My prediction last month where I thought all the AFC North coaches could get fired. And then, of course, after the season's over. No, because they said Zach Taylor's coming back. I was like, damn it. I thought he was a shoo-in going to be fired in Cincinnati. But we got Stefanski gone. We got Harbaugh gone. And then maybe next Tuesday after the Monday Night Football playoff game, if the Steelers lose, maybe Tomlin's gone. So I would have gotten 3 out of the 4. It's pretty good. It's not bad. It's a 75. It's a solid C. I'll take that. I was a C+ student anyways. So there you go.
We always say, there's not enough quarterbacks in the league. I don't think there's enough head coaches.
Ooh.
That's one thing that I'm pretty clear on. Eberflus just got fired as a DC. He stinks.
I think we're seeing
fraud.
Well, what?
It's like Dennis Allen.
Look
fraud.
at this. Well, actually, I don't know. Look at this offseason with all
Staley, fraud.
All the head coach openings, Joe.
There's not enough good coaches to fill the vacancies.
I don't think there's not enough good quarterbacks for any of these openings, too. I mean, I like Fernando Mendoza. He's not a blue chipper. He's not like some like Trevor Lawrence, Andrew Luck. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Like if he was in that quarterback class that was supposed to be the greatest of all time, where would he even fall amongst prospects? Late first?
The greatest class of all time is 83.
Well, of course. In recent memory, we've had some where we try to dub it.
Yeah, but
and that one, even with Trey Lance, we all go to the Trevor Lawrence. Most of those guys have been on multiple teams since then, except Trevor.
Every one of them but him.
Every one of them. It's the only guy that's been good. Ivish, right? And Mac Jones got to the playoffs. So it's just, it's never been more dire than it is right now, the head coach and quarterback combination. And 49er fans, you got one. So you should be grateful heading into that. We were talking about it yesterday at Bonte in studio. What do you hang your hat on if you're the Niners this season heading into next year? And people are joining us. The season's not over. We're not saying the season's over. But you look at this regular season, what do you take from it? Do you take that, wow, we overcame a lot of injuries? Or is it conversely we overcame a lot of injuries, but also God, we are thin at a lot of places. I do not feel good about some of the young pieces there. Or do you say, you know what? Gianna Lenore stayed healthy for the most part. He had a pretty good year. Brock Purdy, since coming back from that turf toe where you thought his season could be over, looked pretty freaking good. I know he had kind of a mid-game or below average on Saturday, but for the most part, he's been pretty good since the injury, Joe. Mac Jones was a hell of a story.
So what did you learn about Kyle? Let's start with Kyle. Instead of just rat-a-tat-tatting. So specifically Kyle Shanahan.
What I learned about Kyle Shanahan.
What did you learn about Kyle Shanahan this year?
He is still a top 3 coach in the NFL. I learned that, and it solidified itself. When push came to shove, when bleep hit the fan, this guy didn't waver. All the crap that happened last year, with players quitting, you had injury, you had drama through the offseason, the Ayuk stuff, injuries everywhere. You had your long snapper going at it with one of your all-pro receivers. It was all bad, Joe. You had Nick Sorensen, first-time defensive coordinator, was a joke. Your special teams was a joke. It all went wrong last year. And it all could have gone wrong again this year. You lose Nick Bosa. You lose Fred Warner. You lose George Kittle in the first game. You lose your quarterback again after the first game. He comes back, re-aggravates it. He gets hurt for a longer period of time. It could have been an even worse season. But you know why it wasn't? Because they didn't have any drama in the offseason. They paid the guys they felt like they needed to pay. They're leaders of the team.
Is the Ayuk thing not drama?
I don't think it's affected the... Do you think it's affected the locker room? I don't.
Well, I mean, it affected the field. They needed him on.
Well, it affected maybe the fan base. The fan base might feel that way, but I don't think the locker room felt like that. But I think it was more of like, man, we're just sad for Ayuk. It was more of that.
Bizarre, but I don't think that's. I'm not blaming Shanahan for this. I don't think this season has been without some drama.
Sure, but fine. It's even more of a feather in the cap if you think that's drama.
That's kind of where I'm going. Okay, he's navigated that.
I think they've been able to.
Guys have relationships with Ayuk.
Absolutely, but I think they've been able to. The coaching staff and the players have been able to have the blinders on and not have to deal with any of the other BS that's happening around it. And I think that's the biggest difference from last year to this year. And it goes back to mental toughness. I feel like this team under Kyle Shanahan is the most mentally tough team I've seen during his tenure. And that includes 2 trips to the Super Bowl, by the way, where you don't get to the Super Bowl unless you're mentally tough. Like, that's my overarching takeaway from this season.
So that's the good. What about any negatives? And I'm nitpicking here, so I'm just curious. Any negatives? Because I got one negative.
I got question marks about some of the all-timers for the 49ers going forward.
No, Kyle. Specifically Kyle.
Oh.
I want to stick with Kyle for right now.
Do I have negatives for Kyle Shanahan? It's hard for me to have any negatives outside of the most important game of the season. You scored 3 points, which is a big deal, though, Joe. Most important game of the season, number 1 overall seed on the line. Your offense got kind of pumped.
Happens. You're going to have bad games.
Yeah, but it happened in the worst game. That's my takeaway. The most important game of the season, your offense scored 3 points.
Well, the week prior was as important because you don't have the opportunity to face for the number 1 seed. And they dropped 50.
They did. And then they dropped 3.
Well, yeah,
it's a massive drop off.
It was a dud.
Yeah.
You're allowed a dud.
Sure.
I learned that he has the very peculiar tastes when it comes to personnel. And what he decides to throw out on the field regarding certain guys and going away from other guys it's kind of what makes Kyle Kyle. Every coach has favorites. For whatever reason, sometimes these guys that are available to him, the Jordan Watkins, Cowens, Garendos, Brian Robinsons, he just won't use them. He just won't. He's just going to go with guys that he trusts. And similar to like an NBA coach, always goes to those lineups that he trusts for his reasons. He just has some very peculiar head-scratching personnel things. And again, on the list of grievances, this is very, 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 very low. He's been excellent this year at adversity. I think one thing that I've grown to appreciate about him is that by year's end, he found a way to salvage the offensive line that to me was one of the biggest question marks on the team. And year in, year out, though I look at them individually and I go, yeah, they don't stack up too much. By the end of the year, they do a decent job. I thought the offensive line this year was a pleasant surprise. Yeah, they didn't run the ball for good yards per carry. They got multiple cornerbacks hurt.
Nah.
But I think when push came to shove, I don't think the offensive line was the downfall of the team.
No, they weren't.
In terms of units.
No, they weren't. And it's unfortunate that you lost your all-pro left tackle in the most important game of the season.
Yeah, But you know what, though? They were still...
I mean, it happened to the game prior, but you know what I mean. He wasn't there.
But I still think they did a really good job. Like, I can make an argument wide receiver let them down more than O-line this year. I can make the argument clearly linebacker play and defensive line let them down way more than offensive line this year.
And it's the injuries. But what I always appreciate about it from the head coach's perspective, because, we, the media, can see, hey, it's an excuse. Hey, they could have rolled over and said, you know what, whatever. Like, injuries happen, season's over, it's cooked. We'll get them next year. They never use that as an excuse. Ever, ever, ever about the injuries. When I, quite frankly, constantly hear about it in the NBA, and it drives me nuts, but that's a different conversation. Yeah. That's just, it is. There's not as many players, not like big teams. It just drives me nuts. They didn't use that as an excuse once this year when they could have, because, as you mentioned, Ricky Pearsall's been hurt. How many games for 2 years? 14 he's missed? 14 games in 2 years he has missed due to injury / getting shot. He's a first-round pick last year.
Somebody hit me up in the DMs.
Your first-round pick this year also got lost for the year. Michael Williams.
Somebody hit me up in the DMs, and they're like, Brian Robinson this is a joke. Please laugh. Brian Robinson got shot 5 years ago, and he's missed less games in 5 years than Pearsall the last 2 years.
Oh, my God.
I'm like, I don't even know if that's fair to compare and contrast.
I like how you just did, it's a joke, please laugh. What was that, Jeb Bush that did that? Please clap.
Just don't
everyone, please clap. Oh, God.
What did you learn this year about Brock Purdy? Good, bad, and everything in between.
What did I learn about
in the regular
Brock
season?
Purdy. I learned that this is a guy, as I go Chris Collinsworth, that could fight through adversity, who had some ups and downs, and it could have gotten really bad for him after that Carolina game. But you know what? Since that, he fought back and looked like the Brock Purdy I saw from a couple years ago.
Okay.
And that was a major question mark, Joe, last year. And I didn't think he was horrible last year, but last year showed a lot of Niner fans like, man, I don't know, is Brock like elite? Is he top 10 kind of a guy? Like, we just saw him have an incredible MVP caliber type season. Can I expect that going forward? You could expect top 10 quarterback play still from Brock Purdy, but at the same time, he needs weapons around him.
Yeah.
But everyone does.
Every quarterback does. So what did you learn about Christian McCaffrey this year?
He's a Hall of Famer. People might say, oh, he should have been. I was like, no. This is a season that might get glossed over in some of his greatest seasons of all time, which I don't think it should, because people are going to look at the yards per carry and it's like they couldn't run the ball very well. The guy's 400 plus touches. Coming into a year with bilateral Achilles tendonitis and a calf flare-up before week 1, Joe. Has he missed a game?
No. I mean, yes, it feels like he hasn't missed a series.
That's incredible.
I know.
So if everyone wants to say, if it wasn't for injuries, no. In a season that was filled with injuries, that guy has been the player you can count on the most. Christian McCaffrey. So this will be the season I look at when he does get his Hall of Fame bust.
He's still obviously a very productive player and a very useful player. I'm not getting rid of him. Can he be your clear-cut every down back next year?
No. He needs help.
Yeah, that's okay.
He does.
I don't think they ever really gave Brian Robinson a shot, nor did I think that he warranted this long look.
He's had moments, but
been okay.
But when they made the trade for him, you wanted more.
Yeah, he's been okay, and so
again, Jordan James, he drafted a rookie. He hasn't done anything.
Nothing. What'd you learn about George Kittle this year? And Niner fans, 888-957-9570. Biggest takeaway from the regular season. What did you learn about your Niners this year? I know we got this big playoff game. We're going to dive, so deep into it tomorrow. We'll evaluate every little aspect. But let's stop and smell the roses and on the season. It was a great year. I mean, it was a great year, great regular season. And I know in years past, we were so hell-bent on Super Bowl. So we didn't even appreciate the amazing, unbelievable season that we had just accomplished. And I want to do that today. What did you learn about George Kittle?
What did I learn about George Kittle? He has 57 receptions, 628 yards, and 7 touchdowns this year. But unfortunately, I learned that this is a guy that's going to be 33 years old this calendar year. And he's getting older. And he had a significant injury. He's been able, like Brock, to battle back from it. But I have concerns now going forward about how long he could be an all-pro caliber tight end. Does he need to start shifting into more of a Travis Kelce type of wide receiver / tight end role to save his body and preserve himself going forward? Because What makes George Kittle special, Joe, is the blocking ability in this offense. It makes everything go. Greg Cosell's talked about it. Brian Baldinger's talked about it. Kyle Shanahan talks about it. What makes him special in this offense is the blocking ability as well as the pass catching. But his mortality is now coming into question where I never once thought about it the last couple seasons. But it's a thing. And I hate that that's what I'm thinking about, but you're asking me in the moment, that's what I'm thinking about.
Well, I still think he's going to have another monster year, at least one more before his career is done.
I think he can have that in him
But
still.
I think whether it's Christian, Kittle, Warner, or Bosa, I think one of my big takeaways is that core is a lot closer to the end than I want to admit.
Right.
I think that is like a big takeaway from this year.
Wouldn't it be sweet if you had a big Kittle game this Sunday? Wouldn't that be something in Philadelphia?
Does he really and I'm just asking out loud, he doesn't really have that monstrous receiving game in the playoffs or the championship games.
Not that I could think of.
The NFC championship game, we had the big touchdown run before halftime. We don't feature him like that.
No, he was open on that Rams game once upon a time. Remember, we got him. You always bring up your dad. He's got him.
Yeah.
The rest is history. Jimmy Garoppolo.
What did you learn about Robert Saleh this year?
He should be a head coach again. That's what I learned.
Why?
I mean, are you kidding me?
Why do you say that?
What does he have to work with on defense? What has he had to work with on defense this year?
But he did hand select a lot of the guys in the draft. They're all young.
Well, and his hand-selected first-round pick also lost for the season, got hurt. Alfred Collins has been pretty solid. I like Upton Stout, right? He's had some of the young guys have had moments. I don't want that to get lost, but his savvy veteran he's had to rely on all year is Deommodore Lenoir, and I like Lenoir. He's a really good player. He's not like an all-pro player.
Yeah.
Like you lost your 2 all-pros and your leaders at the other 2 levels, that being the defensive line and Nick Bosa, and Fred Warner in the linebacker position. And for a moment, it looked like, wow, D. Winters and Fred Warner, do we got baby Dre Greenlaw here? It looked like that for a second. That seems laughable now, but that's what we were talking about in the moment. Like, D. Winters was laying the wood. He was physical. He was fast. It was fun. But even, Robert Saleh has his limits. Even the great, defensive coordinators has their limits where you're trying to make something out of nothing. You can only do so much. I think for the most part, he's done a hell of a job, Robert Saleh. I said it earlier today, Joe. If there was an Assistant Coach of the Year award, Saleh should get it for what he's been able to do with this team. And I know the box score was deceiving last week, and 13 points, you can't ask more from that team than what they did last week, and I get it. The box, I don't think they were great. I don't. But if you just get a touchdown there and it's not an interception bouncing off the hands, maybe things are different. I don't know. I think you cannot be upset with what Robert Saleh has done this year.
I wouldn't go as far as say head coach. I think he's a great coordinator. He's a classic. I love him as a coordinator. I don't love him as a head coach.
I want him to get another head coach. I want him to get another opportunity. Is that fair? I know selfishly Niner fans don't because you want to keep him.
Norv Turner, I thought, was one of the greatest offensive coordinators of all time. No one ever talks about him. Norv Turner.
Troy Aikman does all the time.
Terrible head coach.
Yeah.
Just not head coach material. I think Saleh is on a similar trajectory. I don't think he's a head coach. I think I could be the one who's wrong on this. I think he's a DC. He's going to leave.
You think Saleh?
I think he's going to leave.
You think Saleh should
I don't blame him for that.
You think Saleh should look at the other sideline this Sunday and say, wow, look at Vic Fangio, a guy that's been a baller as a defensive coordinator at multiple stops now, but as a head coach, flamed out.
Joe, it's not like the 70s. You could make $6, $7, $8 million a year for the rest of your life. Now, look, you can make 20 if you're a head coach. But Dick LeBeau, Monty Kiffin, I can go right down the list. Spags, obviously now. Josh McDaniels. Look at Josh McDaniels he's a great offensive coordinator. He's a terrible head coach.
Yeah, but what motivates Saleh at this point? Is it just being a defensive coordinator?
Trust me, I get it.
Yeah.
Nobody's I want to work overnights.
Right.
They want to work prime time.
There are some guys where it doesn't they don't trip off of being a defensive coordinator. Like Dick LeBeau was a defensive.
Monty Kiffin.
Yeah, Monty Kiffin. There you go.
Certain guys, but they were better at that. And I just, I know you aspire to more. God, he's a great defensive coordinator. A great one, not a good one, a great one.
Real quick, you think he gets hired from someone?
I think he's gone.
You think he's gone?
Yeah, I do.
Where do you think he's gone?
I just think there's I told you earlier, I think there's too many openings. I just don't think there's a lot of great candidates.
There's not a lot of sexy candidates right now.
I don't think that's a fault of Robert Saleh. It's
you know what upsets me whenever I do this.
It's not a knock too, Joe. I want to make sure this is clear. You can be a great coach and a great coordinator and never be a great head coach.
Well, I think we need to also look at a guy like Steve Spagnuolo, and I know you've said it, Baldy said it. I think that guy should be a Hall of Famer when his career's over. What he's able to do with one of the greatest teams ever, we don't say that enough about other coaches. It's always just manager or head coach. They get all the recognition. And I understand you put the staff together, you get the credit for it at the end of the day. But I don't know, man. What Robert Saleh did this, I just am so damn happy for him.
Romeo Crennel.
Yeah, Romeo.
Charlie Weiss. I can just go right down the list of all the different guys over. Like Brian Flores, I put in the same category.
Yeah.
Great coordinator.
Yeah.
What's the guy? Jim Schwartz. Who could be available, who I would be targeting. I would love
Matty
to bring
Barrows, the Athletic who covers the Niners, he was saying yesterday, hey, don't sleep on Jim Schwartz. Kyle Shanahan loves him some Jim Schwartz, I guess, and they've had communication in the past. So,
but I also don't fault guys for wanting to elevate themselves and move up. I don't fault him. It's just oh, dude, it's so obvious, dude. If you just embrace this, you have no scrutiny, for the most part, and you're going to be beloved for years, make a ton of money. And you'll always have options, so
46. Yeah, he's still relatively young too.
So I think we kind of addressed some of the core guys. I want to ask you what we learned this year about some random ones.
Oh.
What'd you learn this year about Ricky Pearsall?
Can't count on him. I can't count on Ricky. But unfortunately, Joe, I said that during the summer too. I did. I can't.
He flashed.
He flashed, but he can't stay healthy. Yeah. That's what until he could have a string of games where he comes away from it and he keeps playing until he has 5, 6, 7, 8 in a row. I can't count on him, which sucks because I like Ricky. He seems like, by all accounts, I hear him a great guy. He's had moments here. Hell, he had a great week 1 against the Seattle Seahawks. They easily could have used him on Saturday. I can't count on him right now, which, goes back to what Herm Edwards, who coached him at Arizona State, told you and Bonte last year when he got drafted. You got to protect Ricky from Ricky because he likes to overwork and he gets hurt a lot. So when people are telling me from this college days to now about it, I ask you,
bust. No.
Well, if he can't stay healthy, he'll end up being a bust for the 49ers.
Bust, I look at bust means you can't play at all and you're injured or whatever. Ricky can play. He's not healthy enough. I know. Do I ever think he'll be number 1 receiver? No, I don't. I think he's a complimentary receiver, but you can make a lot of money and be a complimentary receiver.
I'm pretty harsh. You won't say bust. I probably will, but that's because, and it's not their fault. Sometimes when you're a bust, it isn't your fault. It's just your body broke.
Yeah,
Greg Oden was
Greg Oden was going to be good though,
but he's a bust. It sucks.
So Brandon Roy was a bust?
No, Brandon Roy had like all NBA seasons. Is Ricky Pearsall ever going to be a Pro Bowler?
I think at the end of the day, whether you have the talent or not, if you're not producing on the field like you were expected to, then I think that makes you a bust.
I think our definition, yours guys, is a little different than mine. That's fine.
No, that's fine. But
if Ricky was healthy playing to his expectations, that's different. I think I do agree with you, Joe, when he's on the field, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's that important distinction when he is on the field. And for the most part, he just hasn't been enough.
Yeah. Okay.
It's tough. It's a crappy way to be a bust, but it's trending that way.
Gotcha. Okay.
This is his game log since coming back in November. He had that couple months off after the Jacksonville game. 1 reception, 2 receptions, 2 receptions, 6, 5. Didn't play last week.
Yeah, he's walking off the field. Can we at least all be in agreement? He's got a lot to prove.
A lot to prove. Maybe the most to prove out of anyone next year. And I don't say that lightly.
Well, and I think the part that's frustrating is that, again, he has flashed a little. And I think that's the part that kind of bugs you.
I don't think the book's closed on him if you want to. I'll meet you halfway on that.
Talking about a game that means a lot to some of these individual players and how you feel about them heading into the summer. If they were to lose, but Ricky has a really good game in Philly, that might change how I feel about it. One game can change a lot about how you view some of these players going into the offseason.
It also feels like, to me, he's the make or break guy regarding last year's draft class.
Ooh, yeah.
Because I don't see a whole lot else that I'm inspired by.
Or excited about.
Dominic Pooney has been excellent.
Yeah.
So that's a nice pick. But, for that to be a really good draft or a really bad draft, I feel like Ricky's the swinging pendulum.
And the fact that he was a first-round pick, albeit pick 31, you're a first-round pick. I view you differently. If it was a second-round pick, maybe I'd view you a little different, but you're a first-round pick. And I got to compare you to your peers, and whether you like Ladd McConkey or not, you could have had him, who's had a much better career thus far.
I mean, how many guys do you have in fantasy that are hurt every single week, and you just, and as a fantasy owner, you're like, I can't ever trust that guy.
Can't trust. No, that is a perfect analogy right there. Go to fantasy football. Do you want that guy or not? Yeah. Can you count on that guy or not?
There's just certain guys you won't touch.
Why do you think Kyle Pitts is a guy that's been forever? Can't trust him.
All right, now I go to the 2025 draft class. What'd you learn about the 2025 draft class?
Room for improvement, Joe. How about that one? I don't know what Mykel Williams is. Similarly, he got hurt. He's going to be out for a while, and I don't know if it's going to bleed into next year in his recovery in the torn ACL. I don't know. I like Alfred Collins. I like him. Do I love him? It's strong, but I like him. Upton Stout, I'm liking him more and more every week. Outside of that, where's Jordan Watkins? Where's Jordan James? Where's some of these offensive skill position players that I could desperately use when I'm out there in the most important game of the season, Joe, scoring 3 points? That's where that really hurts you, is not having any of these young guys or have some of these older guys getting hurt, that Juwan Jennings missing some time, Ricky Pearsall missing some time. That's where you need those random, who's the guy for the Luther Burden? Can you not even use one of those guys?
Yeah.
I just need the Rams always seem to have some random guy making catches. Who is it? Tutu Atwell for a second. Willingham. They've
haven't had a guy take the top off in forever.
Jacob Cowing,
Joe. A couple of Marquise Goodwin and Emmanuel Sanders plays over the top. Ayuk occasionally.
Can you give me a Ted Ginn?
Ayuk was much more well-rounded than those other guys, but
can you give me a Ted Ginn?
I think the 2025 class taught me this year from the regular season, they got a lot of improvement to work on, and I think both of their draft classes. And now that brings me to John Lynch. Which I think, and Mac Jones, I think we learned a lot about Mac Jones this year.
Oh, yeah, we didn't talk about Mac. Yeah.
I think I'm not moving Mac Jones this offseason unless...
First round?
No, not first round. It's got to be a really good deal. I want one of the top 50 picks.
Oh,
so
okay,
it's got to be
round.
Middle to late second round. That's what I'm searching for. Now, if I have to package another player with Mac Jones, I'm open to that too, or another pick to move up. I want something good for Mac Jones. Okay. I think you can get it.
What's the team's
Mac
out there?
Jones is a starter.
Yeah, he's going to be a bridge guy. You know he's going to be a bridge starter. Or you're trying to sell him hey, if you're John Lynch, hey, this could be the next Sam Darnold. Well, this could be the next, yeah.
So now it gets me to John Lynch. I learned this year, if the 49ers fall short this year, it's not because of coaching. It's because of personnel. They're not good enough. And at some point, that's going to fall at the feet of John Lynch. Now, I'm not saying fire him, but I'm saying you cannot miss as often as they've missed over the last couple of years and not have young impact players ready to go in the fold year after year after year. They need young impact players. So what I learned this year is that whether it's this offseason or next offseason, if they don't draft better, John Lynch is the next to go. That's what I learned this year. Not that he's not good at his job. They have to draft better. That's what they need to do. They've got $100 million that's going to be off the dead caps, and they're going to be able to utilize in free agency. They have not been a well-spending team in free agency.
You think he should be on the hot seat heading into next draft?
I see all these other teams looking at our person, and I say John Lynch, and I'm talking about the whole scouting, drafting, development.
But he's department. The GM, so the buck stops with him. Yeah.
When I see all these other teams looking at the Niners, and there's scouting and drafting, I'm like, why? Who are you looking at?
Yeah.
What? I don't get it. And I'm also not got to keep that guy in our personnel department.
Well, it also is hard when it comes to John Lynch. It's always is that he's tied.
Kyle pick him.
Well, yeah, but they're tied together. That's the thing too. And it's almost like the Steph Curry, Steve Kerr thing. I think Kyle just loves John, and that if Kyle loves John, he's staying. Right? I don't think Jed York's going to mess with that.
Look who they signed last year in free agency. Forget the draft for a second.
I don't think Jed York's going Steve Bisciotti is what I'm saying.
No, I agree with that. But forget the draft, because I've talked a lot about the draft. Free agency. Who did they spend money on last year? Luke Farrell.
Yikes.
Have you gotten your bang for buck on Luke Farrell?
I was going to say here, Leonard Floyd. Oh, last year, before. Okay,
yeah, this is last
season.
Year.
Okay, yeah. No.
He's been terrible.
Yeah.
Right? He's not good.
You paid Brock Purdy.
Yeah, that's a good deal. You paid Fred Warner. He got hurt. That's out of your control. I would have paid Fred Warner too. Yeah, and I would have paid George Kittle too. And
they all got hurt. All three of those guys.
Absolutely, right? The Ayuk thing, that's residue from the year prior. So I don't necessarily, I'm going on this year. You signed Demarcus Robinson to a 2-year deal. Was that Kyle? Was that John? Because both of you missed on that.
Knowing he had a suspension too.
That wasn't a good deal. Now, Mac Jones was a great pickup. Mac Jones, whoever decided to sign him, and I'm going to give them both credit for this, that saved your season.
What about Kendrick Bourne? That was a good one.
And Keon White. I like those acquisitions.
Cleve Farrell.
I like that acquisition.
Cookin'.
But I think their free agency was...
We knew it wasn't going to be a sexy free agent one. You'd have to work on the fringes. Remember the Devontae Adams quote? I keep going back to it. They're trying to pay me wholesale. I'm like, I'm now, dude. I'm not wholesale.
They made a trade for Sky Moore and they made a trade for Brian Robinson, and those worked out. I think their biggest mistake, I'm talking about free agency. Yeah. You rolled with Jake Moody when everyone knew that was a bad decision.
They ripped that off. Brought in Eddie Pinheiro. Are you giving him credit for that one?
So did you?
At least Jake Moody didn't cost him any games. I mean, if they lost that Week 1 game against Seattle where Jake Moody left 6 points off the board, I mean, then we're a different conversation.
But I hear you. But I want you guys to remember something. Jake Moody missed more field goals in Week 1 than any other kicker on the Niners the rest of the year.
That speaks to more to Eddie Pinheiro and just being Eddie Money.
No, I think that speaks a lot to Jake Moody.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Jake's been good for the Commanders.
So I think the John Lynch thing is I didn't even go draft. I just went free agency and player acquisitions. He actually made some good trades.
He did.
He made some good acquisitions this year.
Oh, you didn't bring up Sky Moore? He's been good.
I said they traded for Brian Robinson and Sky Moore.
Sorry.
Those were good acquisitions.
Keon White, another one. I don't know if you mentioned him.
He mentioned Keon White.
Keon White.
I did. I mentioned him.
Yeah.
But the draft is holding him back.
So it's going to be an important draft.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're going to be talking about it for a while. Hopefully, Joe, we don't have to talk about it starting Monday because I want the season to keep going.
No. Last thing just the regular season in review. Did you learn anything about Jed York and the ownership?
Did I learn anything about Jed York and the ownership? Well, we talked about Jed York somewhat because of the Leeds United thing, and people were mad. They're giving all the money to get these free agents in soccer.
Well,
that's you two, by the way. I'm pointing at both of you guys.
And the Kendrick Bourne money thing and the bonuses was very weird. Felt like he got iced out. It was just so bizarre.
Wait, Kendrick Bourne, he got his bonus.
No, he had another bonus. If he would have caught a couple more passes and some yards, he would have got a couple $600,000 or whatever.
He got
it was.
a
target last game. I think it's just unfortunate that it came in a game where no one could get any touches. Everyone sucked. No one was good in that game. Juwan Jennings hit some incentives, though. Remember, he had to get some. He got paid. Your boy Juwan been balling this year. What'd you learn about Juwan Jennings this year after the holdout? That's another guy we didn't bring up.
I like Juwan Jennings as a 3. If he wants more than $11 or $12 million a year guaranteed, I'm out. Completely out. He cannot command that kind of money.
Are the 49ers in a position right now, wide receiver-wise, to say no to Juwan Jennings?
Who's a more
I'm no, in fairness, I'm kind of with you, but are they in a position to just be scoffing out, moving on?
They got rid of Debo and Brandon Ayuk, and they won 12 games. I don't think they're going to bat an eye if they lose Juwan. And I like Juwan Jennings, but come on.
Okay. So just Kendrick Bourne come on down for a prove-it deal?
No, they're going to have to figure it out. They're going to, have to make it work. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know if
draft or bring in someone.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a good draft for wide receivers, but it feels
it's always a good draft for wide receivers.
I was just going to say, now it feels like it's always a good draft, but I don't.
They're everywhere.
Well, we thought so. Then you got Ricky Pearsall, and the guy can't stay healthy.
But Ricky can play. It's just, he's hurt.
He can't play enough is the problem with Ricky Pearsall. We got the injury report coming up momentarily. 888-957-9570. That was fun. I like doing that. Fun regular season year in review for the 49ers before we really dive into this Eagles matchup this Sunday. Wild card weekend. Best weekend in sports. We got college football playoff semifinals starting tomorrow. I'm fired up. Dude, we got Warriors. We got Giannis Antetokounmpo coming to town.
Did you see the Kuminga stuff just for 30 seconds?
Is there a crisis?
Basically, he's never going to play again for the Warriors. He's gone.
Really?
Well, that's not news.
Brett Siegel reporting.
Well, Brett Siegel listening to Joe Spadoni a month ago when I said they're putting him on ice and they're not playing. What?
Kuminga crisis.
And Steve Kerr clearly a roaster when I said, you know what, guys, it's best for both parties to just, put him on the shelf. And that's what they're doing on the injury report.
It's It's time for the injury report.
I know, it's sad. The Kuminga crisis is going to be no more. But every time he comes up like in a different uniform or in the news, we can still play it.
Are we going to...
Just for old time's sake.
Are we going to just like start clipping all these Draymond podcast quote tweets about Jonathan Kuminga and what he couldn't do every time like he talks about Jordan Poole?
Excuse me. I'm beat the hell up right now. But I'll be all right on Wednesday. Give me a day tomorrow to get my body back together, but I'm a little beat up right now.
He's beat up, guys. And that leads me to this. The Warriors have a pair of players who are questionable for tonight's game against the Bucks. That's both Gary Payton II and Draymond Green. Listen to his game time decisions, Joe. Due to ankle sprains, the Bucks are expected to have everyone available for them tonight. That's a good thing for the Warriors, because if Giannis was out, I'd be hammering the Bucks to win this game. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. You think I'm kidding? Helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Ryan Rollins, part 2 tonight? I don't know. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And as you know, it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Bill Romanowski, 4-time Super Bowl champion. Romo, okay? Coming up in 20 minutes here on The Roast. It's the Romo Roast.
So just real quick, Slater, our boy, Anthony Slater.
Slates.
This is what he said. The Warriors, league sources say, are exploring the deadline landscape and have been posturing in recent days that they will be willing to keep Kuminga past the deadline if nothing appealing materializes. But Kuminga will be available. And Perry, the GM for the Kings, checked in, and Warriors general manager Mike Dunleavy basically confirmed it, sources have said. Perry has expressed reservations about offering the same 2030 protected first-round pick that was on the table for Kuminga this past summer. The Warriors don't want to take on a multi-year contract that they view as negative value, which has made Malik Monk a non-starter in these talks. It's just never going to go away.
You know what? I'm with Steiny. Just bring in Trae Young. Whatever. Just bring him in. Why not? Who cares?
5 guys under 6'1".
Sure.
Just all of them.
I mean, you're playing Pods and Moody together anyways. Why does it matter? Just bring in Trae Young. Just bring him in. I'm with you, Steiny. Let's do it. Steph and Trae, just half-court shots the whole game. Let's go. Fire me up, baby.
Just guarding no one.
Yeah, why not? They don't guard anyone anyways. So who cares?
Turning the ball over constantly.
Yeah.
Just Trae arguing to officials.
Yeah, but the highlights will be sick. They'll be fun to talk about.
Of what?
Of the 3-point shots, dude.
Of the 3% of hair he has on his head left?
Hey, that's not fair. Come on, dude. Both of us, we're fading over here. Come on, man.
I mean, but my guy's in his 20s. He's got all the millions of money.
He'll go to Turkey and figure it out. He's fine. He's got the money to do that. Go to Turkey, Trae.
You would like Trae Young.
Listen, he's a fun watch. And he's taken his team to the playoffs multiple times as the best player. He has. What? He has. He went to the Eastern Conference Finals, did he not? He did. That was a thing that happened. I'm not going to forget it. You guys might. That's the high watermark for a Trae Young-led team. But he's going to go to Washington, so yay.
I mean, that should tell you all you need to know about his value around the league. Washington wants him.
Okay, I don't want to talk about the Warriors anymore. Now you take me to a dark place. I don't want to do that. I'm excited.
When I heard Goo yesterday,
we got 49ers football. I don't want to do it.
When I heard Goo clamoring for Buddy Hield minutes, I was like, bro, the Warriors have broken all of us.
I'm not doing it.
Guru spent 3 hours, and I love you, Goo, clamoring for more Buddy Hield minutes. What if we were building a church? In South America, bring Buddy along. The bricklayer, bring him along. To win a basketball game in 2025, the year of our Lord, to not get him off the bench.
That was really good.
You like the year of our Lord.
That's some of your best work.
It's just like I was listening to Goo, and I'm like, are you listening to yourself, bro? You're clamoring for Buddy Bricks? No, I'm out.
Let's pivot here. Niners, Eagles. Hey, Baldy joined us yesterday. Is this the worst matchup for the 49ers in the first round?
Yes, it's the worst matchup. It's a 4:30 game on Sunday. The crowd will be juiced.
out of their minds. I was just there on Sunday doing the game against Washington. There's people in the building, in the Eagles building, that were pissed that they sat all their key starters to be ready for this game. The whole offensive line rested. The receivers rested. The quarterback, the running back. You're going to get a very rested. Jalen Carter is rested. Like he told me, he's healthy. His shoulder's been bothering him all year. He had some procedures done. Jalen Phillips rested. Like they're going to be full. Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. Everybody took the week off to get ready for this game. You're going to see the Eagles fully rested. I mean, I would think that Trent will be back and Pearsall will be back, which will help. They don't have Seattle's scheme, which is good.
So they don't have Seattle's scheme, but they're getting all these guys that are Super Bowl champions that are healthy. Quinyon Mitchell is a baller. Cooper DeJean is a baller. Zach Bond was an all-pro last year at linebacker. Jalen Carter, now that Aaron Donald's out and Chris Jones is in here, Aaron Donald's the best defensive tackle, I think, in the playoffs. Like, he's a beast. Jordan Davis is a big boy. We'll see with Lane Johnson. Baldy seemed to think he'd be surprised if Lane Johnson starts at right tackle for the Eagles. So we'll see there, but it's going to be a tough task again for this offense for Kyle Shanahan. And what is the availability of a Ricky Pearsall? That's going to loom large. And I think he has a huge opportunity if he does suit up to silence a lot of naysayers like myself if he has a big performance. Christian McCaffrey, who got bottled up last week, big performance coming out of him, hopefully. George Kittle. Like, they have players still that have big games within them.
I want to ask you a random question.
Hashtag random. Shout out Guru.
Would you agree the link in the playoffs for almost any opponent is one of the, like just the setting, not the team, the setting, the fans, the setting. It's going to be cold. I don't think it's going to be that cold, but, cold enough. Playing on the link, that's about as hostile as an environment as you can find in modern pro sports.
The most hostile, without a doubt.
You think it's the most?
Yeah. There's no longer the black hole. I'd say the Raiders back in the day, but they don't have that anymore in Vegas. So, yeah. That's the most hostile environment for an opposition. In
got
football,
the link.
I'll put that, and then maybe if you want to go baseball, Boston? Maybe? Boston?
You think Fenway? You don't think Yankee Stadium?
I think Citizens Bank Ballpark is up there too, to be honest.
See, they are Philly fans, but Philadelphia Phillies is different from Philadelphia Eagle fans.
That stadium's pretty crazy. The Citizens Bank, it's up there.
It's up there. I still go Fenway still because I don't know. Maybe
Boston Garden. TD.
That's kind of. You were there.
Yeah.
Did you feel hostile?
Oh yeah.
Oh really?
Oh yeah. They were chanting "blank you, Draymond."
Yeah, everyone.
For
everyone
3 straight
does
games.
that.
No.
Oklahoma City does that
in unison for the whole game. Every time he touches the ball.
Also, are you taking the link over Arrowhead? Arrowhead is known for its sound.
Is it hostile though?
Yeah, I don't.
Well, I just mean I think of hostile as like what puts the most sound in a quarterback's helmet, right? Arrowhead's known for that.
Chapel Hill.
That's a really good one.
Yeah,
I'm just asking. Like,
no.
It's a great question.
Because I think that where the Niners are going this weekend has an argument. You think it's number one, no doubt. I don't know if it's number one currently. It's definitely top 5 without a doubt.
Why I think it's number one?
Without a doubt.
Because not only is the opposition going to hear it, the home team's also going to get crushed. Like,
true.
Where else does that
That's
happen?
true.
When you're booing everyone out of your own players that are up at half. Weren't they getting booed off in that NFC Championship game a couple years ago against the Niners? They were winning.
Does Lambeau still have that cachet?
No, not for me.
Heinz Field?
No.
Levi certainly doesn't have that cachet.
No.
How about Denver? Mile High. It's pretty crazy. It's college-like.
I mean, the definition of this argument right here, the number one place ever was Oracle.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
I'd also put in their heyday, you might disagree with me. The Forum. The Superdome with the Saints.
The Superdome's a good one.
Dude, people did not want to go there.
No, that's a
and
really
they never
good call.
lost.
No, that's
well, people don't talk about when Brady beat the Saints during that Super Bowl run at the Superdome. I mean, there was no crowd there, obviously, so they're piping in the crowd noise. I mean, Brady was making audibles at the line of scrimmage in the Superdome, which you're never able to do when there's people there.
Silent count.
Yep. And he won in Lambeau.
I feel like you guys are sleeping on Denver a little. I do think Mile High gets wild.
I'm just sleeping on just like this.
You got the altitude factor,
I haven't seen them in so long, too. Maybe that'll change next week.
Seattle was once up there.
Seattle was
We're going to see that in a couple
but
weeks.
But it's not there. It's not there anymore, is it?
No.
I think we'll see it in a couple weeks.
Okay.
Especially if the Niners somehow win and they're the ones going there.
But Sam, wouldn't you agree, and all you guys, the style of play with the team also has something to do with it. You have to have a hard-hitting defense for me to fear you a little bit more on top of the fans and everything.
Seattle has that.
What's up?
Seattle has that.
Now they do, but in years past they didn't.
The last couple of times.
Yeah.
But in the mid-2000s, I definitely
because
didn't want
when
to go
you
there.
had the Legion of Boom on top of the Reign, on top of the 12th man that they stole from Texas A&M, it was insane. Which is also why I give the Miami, and now we're doing cross-sport analogy here, I give Miami a lot of credit for going at College Station, at Texas A&M, in the elements. There's like 120,000 people there. It's insane.
If I'm going just North American sports right now, the old Oracle is in a really good.
Yeah.
Is there a basketball venue currently? I think the Garden is somewhere in there. Not Madison Square. I'm talking about the Boston Garden. I think it's somewhere in there. I don't know where. Somewhere in my top 10, 15.
People like to say Oklahoma City. Remember their heyday? It got really loud. I don't know. Maybe them. The Lakers fan,
Staples had a moment in time. But I fear the Forum more than the.
There's an intimidation factor, I think, about Staples back today, especially when Kobe was there. And there's so about how they dim the lights around the crowd and make it dark. But yeah, I agree. It's not there right now.
That's a good one though. Yeah, basketball. It felt like there used to be more of a fear factor. I don't know. You can speak more to it. Was like Chicago with Jordan.
Well, the original, not United Center. It was the boss will come in and say it. But
Garden? Did they call it that too?
It was It's not. It was turned into the United Center. They built a new arena. Get the boss. Gosh, it's gonna kill me.
The United Center, nicknamed the Madhouse on Madison. The Chicago Stadium. That's what it was. No.
Yeah,
Chicago
he had a nickname for it. I forgot what he called it.
All right.
Soldier Field. Does it still do that?
The Bears have been so bleh for so long, so it's hard for me to say that. But maybe this year. I mean, hell, the last time they hosted a playoff game, wasn't it the Matt Nagy, the Doink? Yeah. Cody Parkey, double doink. Double doink.
Well, I think the playoff game they hosted before that was that all the way back in that 2010 NFC title game.
Jay Cutler sitting on the bench, right?
So I would say no for right now, Chicago.
The old, stadium for the Steelers with the turf and everything. Come on, not Three Rivers. What was it called when they used to be?
I think it was Three Rivers.
What was it? Three Rivers.
Three Rivers Stadium. Yeah,
that used to be a good
the
one.
The Immaculate Deception.
Yeah. And then
anything that had the old Astro.
That's
turf.
what I'm saying. It was.
Oh my god.
The original Dallas Cowboys Stadium.
You just beat me there at Cowboys Stadium. Yeah,
that was one that I definitely feared.
What about Buffalo?
Oh, that's an interesting one. But
what's the weather like?
Yeah,
if it's like
that's
normal,
part of it, right?
Yeah, or you could go.
Buffalo's definitely on there. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Old like 70s Minnesota, Bud Grant, right?
Part of what makes Buffalo so amazing is outdoor elements, the tailgating. Absolutely. You're right. But I guess what I'm going at with this is like, I hope Niner fans understand when they turn on the television and sit on their couch, what the Niner players and their families, if they choose to go, are entering.
Yeah.
They're entering the Terror Dome.
Absolutely. The Thunderdome. There you go, Mad Max. You want to ask Bill Romanowski the places that he hated playing the most?
Yeah.
And Romo will take on anyone. No, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
You're playing Antarctica, Romo's going after you. Bill Romanowski joining us on the other side, 4-time Super Bowl champion, 2-time Pro Bowler, and played for both the 49ers and the Eagles. We'll get his thoughts on this matchup this Sunday. Romo next, brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, here for good.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. So you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement, 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Here's your Game of the Week presented by Hyundai. As teams head into conference play, 2 of the hottest basketball teams in the country will be put to the test early on in the new year. Kansas will head into Cincinnati as 2 top 25 teams are preparing to face off with conference title implications. The perennial powerhouse of Kansas is a force to be reckoned with. But are they going to overlook the scrappy talent of a Cincinnati team that's looking to make a name for themselves? We humans have a way of misplacing things, be it our keys, our socks, or that charging cord for our phone. That's why the 2025 Hyundai Tucson Hybrid is such a lifesaver. Wireless charging keeps that phone all juiced up, so it's ready to use as your Hyundai digital key when you can't seem to find yours. The Hyundai Tucson Hybrid, with advanced tech for humans who are just that, human. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey. The new 2025 Hyundai Tucson Hybrid with class-leading advanced safety features.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Brock, sit your ass down.
First off, it's not going to happen, and second off, it's not going to happen. So.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy P-Lo, and this is the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoshi and the Butcher Boy. Let's go.
Let's go. Happy hump day. Fired up, man. 49ers, Eagles. Wild card weekend in the NFL. We got college football playoffs continuing tomorrow. Football and big-time playoff football is upon us. And who better to talk to than a four-time Super Bowl champion, multiple-time Pro Bowler, played in 243 consecutive games in the NFL. Bill Romanowski joining us now in the Morning Roast. Joe Spadoni, Joe Shasky. It's courtesy of River Islands. Bill, good morning. And we're just going to dive right into the conversation we were having prior to the break. And it was just hostile environments in sports, right? And I think a lot of Niner fans are, if they're traveling, they're saying like, okay, we got to prepare ourselves. It's Philadelphia, their fan base there. It's the Eagles. It's all of it. What venue or fan base did you love to go at the most come playoff time? And you embraced the hostility.
I mean, there were so many of them. You know, when I look back, I think about Pittsburgh, when I was a Bronco, when I was at the 49ers, you know, going to Dallas, it was hostile. You know, this is what it's all about. This playoff football, it's all or nothing. So it's, you know, but at the end of the day, the hostile environments don't matter. It's about showing up on Sunday, getting the job done, executing, not turning the ball over, flying around on defense. And it's been a heck of a year. I think what Kyle Shanahan has done with this 49er football team that has been decimated with injuries is amazing. And, you know, I just think about the you know, you're only as good as your last game. The last game was, I felt like that score should have been 50-0. That's the game I saw. But the scoreboard showed it differently. Until the end, they still had an outside shot at the game, which was amazing to me. So I think it's going to be a great matchup. I think the 49ers are going to be ready. They're going to play hard. And it's now going to be about executing. It's what every game is about.
Bill, you look great, by the way. You're on the YouTube channel right now. You look glorious. You're smiling ear to ear. I want to know, when you watch that game Saturday, because I was sitting in the end zone, and just some of the angles that the safeties and the linebackers were taking for the Niners and the missed tackles over and over. Well, on the other side of the field, I mean, this young safety and these corners and these linebackers and the ferocious defense for Seattle, they didn't miss any tackles. I mean, they were incredible. How do you fix that? How do you fix that given the personnel that they have right now? Is that just on individuals? Is that on one of the leaders on the defense to talk to these guys? Is that on coaching? 18 missed tackles in that game for the Niners defense. That's why I'm so scared heading into Philly.
Yeah, it's, you know, coaches coach and players play. It really comes down to that. Do you have the horses that can go out there and get it done? You know, when you have injuries like the Niners have had and they don't have their top players out on the field, you know, that's what it comes down to. Because, you know, you really can't teach tackling and angles and things like that. It's an instinct by great players. And when great players are out on the field, they go out there and they dominate, and they, you know, and that's what you saw on the Seattle defensive side of the ball. You know, but at the end of the day, this is a new game, and it's going to be a heck of a matchup. They're going up against a very talented football team, and I think you know, the matchup that I see that we win as far as the 49ers, I think we have a better head coach. And can Kyle, pull a rabbit's tail out of his what and get these guys fired up, and can they do it? And in the fact within last week's game where they actually kept that game close when they were completely dominated physically in that game.
Bill, I don't know. Did you get a chance to watch that John Elway doc that came out on Netflix?
I haven't seen it yet.
Well, they've got some clips of you on there, and you're making plays, and it was because John Elway was like, that's what I grew up with, and I try to tell the young guys he was just an unbelievable player. But not only did you play on one back-to-back team, the Niner team, but you did it as well with the Broncos. So from the Eagles' point of view, they're the defending champs, and their regular season has been kind of all over the place. So, walk me through that locker room and how they're feeling now, knowing that they won one last year, and I'm sure they've got self-belief heading into this one that, oh no, we're gonna right the ship in the playoffs, because I think this is a very dangerous team that has yet to play like the Eagles of last year.
You're right, and they are defending Super Bowl champs. And what happens when you're a Super Bowl champ? You get everybody's best shot. And if you handle it mentally, hey, it can make you even better. But it really hasn't done that. It's all kind of like, at times they showed flashes of that Super Bowl team, and other times it was, God, what is wrong with this football team? We've got all these talented football players, but why aren't they out there kicking what?
Why do you think that is?
Why aren't they? Yeah. It's, there's an energy and a momentum that happens. And I tell you what, I actually thought the Niners were going to play better against Seattle. I thought they literally had a chance, and it's because of the momentum they had that they've had the second half of the season. People talk about momentum, and it matters. Trust me, you want to be playing your best football at the end of the year. Hey, the Eagles sat a lot of their starters, their last game. So, the only thing I can reference to that is we had won our division. This is when I was in Denver. My first year in Denver in '96 season, we won our division, got home field advantage in the playoffs, and we kind of took it easy and weren't too worried about winning out. And to me, you gotta keep on that momentum. You got to keep making it happen. And, we ended up getting our butts kicked by the Jaguars, and they were a wild card team. So, like I said, we got two teams. You've got a team with the Eagles that are so much more talented than the 49ers. You could say there's no way that, that these two teams should be playing in the play, or the 49ers should be playing the Eagles in the playoffs right now with what happened to their roster. But they're doing it, and any given day, the 49ers can show up with really good play.
Talking to Bill Romanowski here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, 4-time Super Bowl champion. Obviously, you won Super Bowls with the 49ers. You mentioned with the Broncos. You played in a Super Bowl with the Raiders, and you're also a Philadelphia Eagle. Bill, do you have any stories when it comes to you, Eagle fans, during a game, parking lot? Because they're obviously notorious for doing God knows what. Hell, Shasky over here knows. He went to the NFC Championship game a couple years ago.
My memories with the Eagles at the end of the day, I think the only thing that stands out to me is, I get traded to the Eagles and we come back to Candlestick and play the Niners and we run all over them. And then what did the Niners do? That was like a wake-up call for them. And they go on to win the Super Bowl. And, I'm sitting at home watching it and not feeling too good about it, tell you the truth.
Now, they took Ray Rhodes, right, the Eagles right after that, and Ricky Waters.
The next year.
Yeah,
correct.
and Ricky Waters went there. And, I always tell people, like, dude, Ricky was so good. Like, he was an unbelievable pass catcher and runner. I mean, I think he had 13,000 scrimmage yards, but he's most famous in Philly for the whole, for who, for what on the drop pass. Was that fair? How'd that play in the locker room? Because Eagle fans to this day bash him for that.
Oh, you know what? I actually talked to Ricky after that happened. I'm like, Ricky, you're a pro. You're getting paid, millions of dollars to go out there and make plays and make it happen. And when you do something like that, you may lose, every time you walk out on the field, your own team might be booing you, not the opposing team. That's what you'll get in Philadelphia. And I think he got a bunch of that and, never really, came back from that. I truly believe that.
What do you think of Jalen Hurts? He has been getting scrutinized a lot. Big game player, going back to college. What's your whole feel on him as a quarterback, as a player?
Well, I think last year he put it together, and he put it together at the right time, and the magic happened. Right now this year, I'm not seeing the magic happen, and that's execution. It's so many things that go in because you have 52 guys that show up out on that field on Sunday, and they're all relying on you. They're all relying on that quarterback to lead them, to make plays, to create the momentum like we've been talking about this whole interview. And and when you have that consistency, that's what creates dynasties. And, you can have a one-off year or a great game, but creating that game in and game out for years makes you a legend. Right now, he's an amazing talent that doesn't show up with amazing talent every single week.
Talking to Bill Romanowski here on the Morning Roast ahead of Niners Eagles this Sunday, West Coast time, 1:30 at Philadelphia. And you said earlier, Romo, you'd take Kyle Shanahan over Nick Seriani in this coaching matchup this week. And why do you say that? Because I think a lot of people are saying, hey, these are two head coaches that have been to 2 Super Bowls, but Seriani is obviously the guy that won one.
You're right. You're right. But, I just look at what Kyle has done this year with this football team that is, like I said earlier, has been decimated with injuries, and they still show up. They play hard for him. At the end of the day, the ultimate leader for a football team is your head coach. And, do your guys show up week in and week out for you? Yeah, come Sunday out on the field, your quarterback is your leader, but Kyle has done that, and he's shown that he can make magic happen with sub-level talent at times. And the key to me is, I believe Brock's going to play his butt off. how is Christian McCaffrey? Are they going to be able to run the ball against this, Eagles defense? And if they can run the ball and keep Jalen on the sideline at times, I think that's the key to this football game. But it's also the key to the Eagles. They need to establish a running game also. Barkley's got to have, 20, 25 touches in this game. I believe Christian McCaffrey needs to have 30 touches in this game to give them a chance.
Bill, I want your opinion on this. There's a lot been made right now, just the injury history of the 49ers this year, the last couple of years. And we've asked we asked Jerry Rice this question. We've asked Steve Young this question. I want your opinion because you're somebody that obviously your body was your temple.
Yes.
What's going on in the league right now? I mean, they don't hit in practice, it feels like they used to. There's obviously a limit on the amount of practice time in the offseason. Guys are specializing, and they're finely tuned, but it just feels like the soft tissue injuries are through the roof. What's your hypothesis, your theory on what's going on with all these injuries in the league?
Well, I always look at if a football team, and we'll just talk 49ers, not the rest of the league. 49ers, what do you look at? To me, you look at the weight room. You look at what are these guys doing for recovery during the week collectively as a group. I always had a team behind me, not necessarily I had what was going on in the facility, but I had my own massage therapist. I had my own chiropractor. I had specialists that stretched me every day. So to me, you look at that, and then you look at what goes on in the weight room day in and day out.
I love that. I'm watching some of these old clips, and we were going down the rabbit hole a couple weeks back, and the young guys here, they never saw Mark Bavaro play. Okay, now I'm going New York Giants here, and I tried to explain to these guys, you can't look at the stats. No one threw the ball in the 80s the way they do now, and he was like a Frankenstein over the middle. Can you explain to the young, because is he the hardest guy to tackle in your career? Is there another guy? Because I was trying to explain, this guy would inflict punishment on people over the middle. The game's just not the same anymore. It's not played the same.
It was with Phil Simms we were talking with.
Phil
Sims was telling us,
Yeah, you're right. I used to line up against him, and I used to be like, what the heck am I going to do? Am I going to try to swim him, make him miss, when he comes out to block me, because his arms were probably the size of my thighs. And, and then, he was a great receiver. He was a guy that had the whole package. He wasn't just a blocker and not just a receiver. He had the whole package. There aren't a lot of those type of guys out there, and then I got to play with him in Philadelphia, and I was like, even in training camp, I'm like, God, please help me on this one. We're in two-a-days, and we're in a 9-on-7 drill, and this guy just comes out and grabs you like that, and you're like, okay, I'm done on this play. This play's over for me, And then what I try to do is I'd try to just hit him with my head, strike him, to where he couldn't get his hands on me. And that seemed to work for a little while before he caught on.
Was he the biggest freak that you went up against?
There was a guy in Pittsburgh that I played against that he had the same kind of strength, Mark Bruner, but he didn't have the ability to be a receiver like Bavaro did. But Mark Bruner was the best blocking tight end I ever showed up against, I ever played against.
That's what makes George
Far
Kittle.
not.
Yeah. That's what makes George Kittle so special for 49er fans, Romo. It's because, like, you see the Travis Kelce's and he might retire, but he's more of like a receiving tight end. Not as a blocker.
Yeah.
That's why I love Gronk so much, too. Gronk was the ultimate package for me, just like Kittle and just like Bavaro you're talking about. They just don't make him like that anymore.
Yeah, a lot of guys, it's like when I was at the Broncos, played with Shannon Sharp. Hey, he's a Hall of Famer. But I tell you what, he couldn't block my grandmother. I mean, that's just reality.
Is he ever going to invite you on his podcast or what?
Probably not. He's still sore. He's still sore when I was a Raider and we played against him and I was covering him on a 7 route.
Yeah.
And I hooked his elbow and landed perfectly on it when it went to the ground and it dislocated. And, he thinks I did that on purpose. Yeah, like I have the ability to literally not only try to cover you, but then land on your elbow at a certain angle to dislocate it. Come on.
Hey, so
guys.
Okay, one last one. If the Niners pull this one off, I think of some of the great road victories in Niner history. The NFC Championship game against the Bears that you were a part of is probably one of the great road wins of all time for the Niners, right?
Yes.
So, I mean,
absolutely.
This is maybe not on that level. This would be a big accomplishment. Can they do it? Can they knock them off?
I think they can. Games always come down to, do you want, what you don't want to have is 3rd and long against the Eagles defense. And what happens then? What you got to do is Christian McCaffrey, 2-3 yards at a time. It doesn't have to be a breakout run, but making it 3rd and 5, 3rd and 4, 3rd and 6, that changes the play calling for Kyle. And I think that's going to be the key. And then it usually comes down to turnovers. You got to win on 3rd down and you don't turn the ball over and you'll be in the game. And then let's see what happens. Whoever has the ball last probably will have a chance to win the football game.
Hey, Romo, great stuff this morning. We appreciate your time. We could do this for the rest of the show if you would let us. But
you are the man.
Good stuff, and hopefully we're talking about Niners win next week, man.
Hey, I look forward to it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There he goes. That's Bill Romanowski, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, former 49ers linebacker, 4-time Super Bowl champion. Dude, he played in 243 consecutive games. I almost wanted to ask him at the end. It's like, you think you could do what Phillip just did a couple weeks ago? You got one more in you, Romo? Let's go.
And they need him right now.
I don't think he was, because we remember him for a lot of the other stuff.
Yeah.
He was a great player for a long time.
He was.
And everywhere he went, he won.
He did.
Everywhere he went, he won.
He played in 3 Super Bowls with 3 different. How many people could say I played in 3 different Super Bowls with 3 different organizations as a starter? That doesn't happen. It just doesn't. It always goes back to the Tuck rule, though.
He won back-to-back Super Bowls twice.
He did. It does, again, another thing. And what do you say, Mark Bruner? I looked up that guy, by the way. Massive.
Okay, guys.
Biggest biceps you've ever seen.
I want you to know this. At one point, they had Pearsall, Kevin Fagan, the strongest man in the world, Michael Carter, Charles Haley, Keena Turner, Bill Romanowski, and then Eric Wright, Ronnie Lott. That was their... Again, imagine that locker room with George Seifert.
I know. It's insane. Some of the
Just
players...
the defensive side of the ball.
and even the players you talking about the Eagles, some of the players he played there. He just said Mark Bavaro, Ricky Waters,
Eric Allen,
some all-timers he played with. Was that Randall Cunningham too?
Yeah, I had to ask him the Bavaro question because I knew that he played for the Eagles and I wanted to get a story.
Totally.
Because, guys, I know you're going to look at the numbers. Mark Bavaro.
No, I told you.
The guy is a Frankenstein.
Yeah, he is. This is, again, some of the greatest. That's why the appreciation for George Kittle I have is
100%
because of the blocking 100%. Ability. All right, we'll pick this up on the other side. He is the best.
Great booking, Sammy.
Bill. It's brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money predicting the college football playoff legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to politics, culture, and more, if it matters, you can trade on it with Kalshi, the world's largest prediction market. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are
you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
chops? Or that
chops?
people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, it was important for my business to start strong.
Starting weak is not recommended.
But first, I needed a lot of stuff for the office.
Sounds like a shopping spree.
I just went to Staples. They have great prices on everything, like ink, toner, printers, paper, and chairs. And now you can get up to 30% off select HP printers.
Up to 30% off HP printers? Am I on a hidden camera show?
No.
Well then, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Ends 131. Select models only.
Hey, it's Willard. Let's play Underdog. Football playoffs are back. Underdog, best place to play on all the gridiron action. You can make picks and win money right now in California. You know playing on Underdog is easy. You pick if your favorite players are going higher or lower on stats, touchdowns, rushing yards, whatever it is. You get them all right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, and I apologize, but I'm looking at the Niner-Eagle game, and I'm going Jalen Hurts lower than 0.5 interceptions. Come on, the Niner defense is hampered. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby. It's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job. It's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know.
Those big box stores, they don't know.
But Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and the knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. So skip the guessing. Go with the experts. Remember, Dolan's knows. Call now for a quote, 800-9-DOLANS, or visit dolanlumber.com.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
What's up, Oreo? God, great interview. If you guys missed it, just had Bill Romanowski on, 4-time Super Bowl champion, played for the Eagles, obviously, too. Niner legend, Broncos, Raiders, all of it. Just the stories in memory lane with him. And, hey, he's giving the Niners a shot this Sunday. Spoiler alert, you got to be able to run the ball. Can we get McCaffrey involved? And I was just thinking about it. I wish we had another time to ask him. I was like, hey, Romo, Phillip Rivers came back. You got another game in you? Got one more in you? Might need it. I mean, they're signing, linebackers just off the street. Kaiser White? Who?
Kezar Soze.
Soze, yeah, thank you. Can we get Hunter Renfro's out there? You need a wide receiver? Go get him. He got waived. Bring him in. Why not? Need someone. Can someone just catch a ball or get open? I know he can. Well, the Trevon Diggs thing. Did you want him before he got claimed? Did you think about it? No.
I don't even know if he's good. I don't know.
I don't know if anyone.
I don't know who's good. I don't know what's going on.
Well, I know what's going on this Sunday. There's going to be a matchup. The matchup I'm most curious about, most people are, is Kyle Shanahan's X's and O's going up against Vic Fangio, defensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles. Once upon a time, Joe, defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. He still keeps in contact. He was asked about it yesterday. He spoke to the media. Still keeps in contact with Navarro Bowman, Patrick Willis, Frank Gore, all these. The names went on and on and on and on. He keeps in contact with. He's still. I guess he met his partner there once upon a time here in San Francisco. So he has a lot of ties here to the Bay Area and has a lot of love. He also had some interesting comments. I'm going to play you one because he was asked about the difference he saw on film between Brock Purdy and Mac Jones.
Not that much. They were very successful with Mac playing. I think he started 8 games, if I'm not mistaken, and they won 5 or 6 of those. Mac's a really good quarterback, and he's where he should have been from the start.
Didn't see a lot of difference on the film between them. Do you find that interesting?
I mean, I think the offense is very similar. The big difference is the mobility, right? I mean, that's, the secondary playmaking, correct?
Yeah.
I think maybe some touch on certain throws here and there for, Brock Purdy, but I think mobility is the most. The offense is the offense.
Yeah.
The Niners kind of been running the same stuff for 10 years now. On Vic Fangio, I'm just a 3-4 guy. That's what I prefer. That's me. That's I'm not saying you can't be successful in other different formations. The Niners famously have gone back and forth between 4-3 and 3-4, and every franchise has, but the Niners in particular, they've done it. I've seen them win in a variety of ways, but I love the 3-4. You never know where that fourth blitzer or rusher is coming from. Schematically, I believe in more man than zone. There's a time for both. There's a time to pick and choose. I just believe in more man than the philosophy of what Robert Saleh agrees with. I don't love all the cover 3 stuff, and I'm just not a huge fan of it. I like to get my hands on a receiver on third down in particular and jam them up, break up the timing. Vic Fangio was the commander of what I believe to be the best defense in my life in 49er history, which is, to me, the 2011 defense.
That's saying something.
I think it's the 2011 team. That's my personal belief. I think that was the best defense that we ever had. Just my personal belief. Again, people can have their own opinions. It's hard to argue with 94, 89. There's been some amazing teams. I really think the 2011 team would have been remembered that way. I mean, this was second in points given up, fourth in yards, number 1 overall in all the land and in takeaways that year. Their plus minus was number 1 in the league. They were incredible. That Niner team deserved to win a championship. 2012, they were statistically really, really good, but they were not as good come playoff time because Justin Smith had hurt himself. But Vic Fangio never had this team outside of the top 10 in terms of overall defense.
Who do you think has been a better defensive coordinator in their time in San Francisco? Vic Fangio or Robert Saleh?
I think the personnel was better with Vic Fangio, but I think he was the better coordinator.
Okay.
He was very simplistic, though. He was very simplistic. Robert wasn't great in 2018 and 2017, but the team was bad.
I remember a lot of callers saying, we got to fire this guy, we got to fire this guy.
2019 was a big year for them. They were significantly better. They moved some things around. 2020, he gets a lot of credit because Bosa went down and other guys got hurt, and they still continue to be very, very good. But, dude, they had a 4-year run, that defense.
I know.
Vic Fangio's it wasn't a fluke. Now, they weren't as good come playoff time for a variety of reasons. The 13 team defensively was not as good.
No.
They gave up a lot of yards in the air. Vic was awesome, though.
It gets sleeped on that era, too, because it coincided with, the Legion of Boom, right, in their own division. And they lost.
Had they won, we'd remember it in a totally different way.
Correct. And then to the victor goes the spoils and the rights to the history of the king, whatever. But here's more from Vic Fangio yesterday, speaking to the Philadelphia media, reflecting on his time with the 49ers.
It's been a while. 2014. That's 11 or 12 years. We had a lot of success there. We went to won a lot of games. Went to 3 straight championship games, 1 Super Bowl. Really enjoyed it out there. Met my partner out there that I'm still with. So I always tell her that was the best place I've been for that reason. I enjoyed it out there. We had a lot of good players, guys that I really enjoyed coaching. Still stay in touch with some of them. Like Justin Smith, Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman, Ahmad Brooks, Alden Smith, and go on and on. Goldson, Whitner. We had a lot of good players.
Just naming that entire defense. I'm still in touch with all these guys, but it speaks to how well he was liked, too, from his players.
He was awesome. He was up in the booth the entire time, and they used to call him Lord Vic.
I love that.
That was his nickname. And, God, he was great. I mean, he was absolutely great. He'd be sitting there with his notepad, and he'd be drawing stuff down. He had the headset on.
He's such a football guy. You just look at him. He's just no nonsense. I love ball. That's what I'm doing.
I love him.
He's going to be a lifer. He's going to be doing this in his 70s. He's going to be like the Dick LeBeau guy. And I think he's at peace with being a DC the rest of his life. He is. Now, how long is he going to keep doing this? I have no idea. But it's just an interesting compare and contrast because, both Saleh and Vic Fangio were head coaches. They both flamed out. They didn't have success. I don't think Fangio is going to get another opportunity because of the age factor and because of how it ended there. And it just wasn't very good and didn't really. He was just a defensive guy. I don't know. It didn't work out. Saleh, I think it can work still if he's a head coach elsewhere and if he gets an opportunity. He's obviously changed management representation. Feels like he has an opportunity to do it with all these 7 openings now. And I think he's going to be one of the names on the short list for some of these jobs. It's just an interesting compare and contrast. If you are Saleh and you are looking elsewhere and like, hey, you know what? Maybe I should just stay here. I have things good. I got a hell of a relationship with my head coach. They go way back. They're very tight. Probably went to each other's weddings. I don't know. I know that LaFleur, Shanahan, McVay, all those guys are super tight. So I just, again, as we're talking about, being careful what you wish for and grass always greener, maybe it isn't. Maybe it's not.
Well, a bunch of stats were circulating about Kyle versus Fangio. Fangio also was on John Harbaugh's staff in Baltimore.
Was he?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, in between, he was with the Colts for a little while, way back when, but he was with John. That's how Jim found him. And then Jim brought him to Stanford.
I did know that.
From Stanford, they came together. Obviously, at the time, David
Shaw.
David Shaw ended up staying. Yeah. Greg Roman came with him. And, you didn't know, this defensive coordinator from college, is this going to translate?
Right.
And I remember Jim, one of his introductory press conferences, was like, my brother highly recommended him from Baltimore, and that's where he came in. And so, he really cut his teeth as a coordinator with the Niners. That's where he really gained notoriety.
Yeah, you see, he started out New Orleans Saints linebackers coach from 86-94. I believe that was the Dome Patrol,
which is one of my favorite defenses of all time.
They were stacked. That's
again a 3-4 defense that I feared like no other.
There you go.
Pat Swilling, Ricky Jackson, Sam Mills.
Carolina Panthers, 95-98 defensive coordinator. Yeah. That was his first time. That was George Seifert.
Mm-hmm.
There you
Niner
go.
connections again.
Indianapolis Colts DC, Jim Mora Sr., 99 to 2001. Houston Texans, when they just became... It's pretty interesting. The inception of both Carolina and Houston as franchises, as the Texans, obviously, not the Oilers. He was their first-time defensive coordinator. As you mentioned, 06-08, special assistant to the head coach / defensive assistant, linebackers coach, and then Stanford, San Francisco Bears, gets the head coaching job with the Broncos, and then a consultant with the Eagles in 2022. Dolphins DC for a year, and then the last couple of years with the Eagles.
Now, you asked me, did you want the Niner, did Niner fans, when they got rid of Harbaugh, did you want them to get Vic Fangio? I never wanted to get rid of Harbaugh.
Interesting. Oh, this is the latest, by the way. Sorry, I got my producer over here.
What happened?
Per Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, Titans and Raiders expected to show interest in 49ers Robert Saleh for their head coaching option. Yikes. Titans and Raiders, not exactly sexy destinations right now.
If this could be his last opportunity to be a head coach, are any of those three appealing to you?
The most appealing and the most
How much money?
Yeah. No, that's...
Really? I mean, let's be real, guys. Money talks.
It does.
And if I go to Tennessee, let's just you guys, he's got 1,000 kids. You're living in a income tax free state.
Same in Nevada.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Or in Nevada.
Yeah.
But in Tennessee, it is a great place to raise a family right now. It is a very, 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 very awesome. Everyone that moves down there for the music, the culture, everything, they love it.
But wouldn't one argue that the success you bring to begin with will lead to the money then later on and stability then too?
No, you're talking logically down the line. These guys are thinking who's going to give me $15 million and I'm going to be the man and have full control?
And who's going to give me years to figure this thing out?
Yeah.
And where would he want to go? And it's an interesting one.
He also just schemed against Cam Ward. So maybe he knows something about Cam Ward and likes Cam Ward. I don't know. I'm just throwing out things. I don't know.
And he's going to have to find an offensive coordinator to pair. And if it's the Raiders, they have the number 1 overall pick. Is he a Mendoza guy? Does he like Dante Moore? Is he even diving into any college right now? He's a defensive coordinator. He's probably not watching a lot of maybe on the TV when it's on the college football playoff, but just interesting. Nice. I like that you passed that along. Just monitoring, and that's why we're talking about it. The defensive coordinators, and you were talking about Vic Fangio. Sorry, I got distracted there.
That's all right.
But that's why I wanted to ask, because at the time we didn't know each other. It was a lot of Niner fans wanted Vic Fangio to succeed Jim Harbaugh. They're it makes sense. He was the guy that was sought after.
I watched. This guy's just going on rants and raves on online. Tim Kawakami was going crazy. A lot of people wanted Jim Tom Sula. No one I knew was yep, Jim Tom Sula is going to be great. Everyone was devastated that Jed, and this is what it is, he fired Harbaugh.
There's a difference between people wanting someone and the media telling us that's who the 49ers brass wants. That was total Jed York, Trent Baalke feeding that to whoever you mentioned, all the other reporters. Oh, a name I keep hearing.
I just don't think Tim Kawakami was talking to real Niner fans. He could say he was. I disagree with him wholeheartedly. There was not one person in my circle who was bring on Tom Sula.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying there's a difference between fans wanting someone and media members telling them that's who people that's who interest Jed York and Trent Baalke. There's a difference there.
Yeah,
I'm in agreement with you.
And I remember when everything changed for Trent Baalke. He won, Executive of the Year in 2011. When they drafted A.J. Jenkins, that right there, boom, right there was the moment. And then they didn't trade for Deshaun Jackson. Everybody was get a receiver. Let's go. We need a receiver. And then the Alex Smith trade that ended up netting them nothing, that did them in because they didn't hit on any of those picks. And they stuck with Trent Baalke. No one wanted to stick with Trent Baalke.
And then Trent Baalke goes back to Jacksonville, links up with the worst head coach in the history of the NFL with 1 year as Urban Meyer. Oh my God, what a dumpster fire. Somehow survives that. Doug Peterson comes in, survives his firing, only for Liam Cohen to say, yeah, I'm not coming here unless you fire Trent Baalke. And then they fired Trent Baalke. Remember that? There was the back and forth where it's just we're going to keep Trent Baalke. And Lincoln Cohen's like, all right, I'm going back to Tampa Bay then.
So like Dayball.
It's a good move. Yeah.
No, I know, but like Dayball gets fired, not Joe Schoen. Joe Schoen should have got fired too.
Just
right?
Just in the house.
You see this a lot because why? Because the GMs are up in the press box talking to the owner.
Yep. Well,
whereas the coach is on the ground, they're like, hey, that guy's an idiot.
Well, it's interesting now. You mentioned Robert Saleh going to be interviewing with the Raiders. The Raiders just fired their head coach. Now they're firing their GM, John Spytek. Why? Because he's tight with the minority owner, Tom Brady, and they go way back. That's where the relationships matter in these things. And Mark Davis, who is the majority owner, he's backing off. He's saying, Tom, do your thing.
So going back to like the Vic Fangio, no, I didn't want Vic Fangio to be head coach. I certainly didn't want Adam Gase or Mangini, who were rumored in back-to-back years.
to be Mangini.
No, I wanted no part.
He was the tight
Mangini.
ends coach for you guys, right?
Mangini?
Yeah.
Yeah, special assistant. Even though he had no offensive, experience whatsoever.
Paisan.
Couldn't stand Mangini.
Neither could Jets fans.
Now Chip Kelly, I'll tell you, I'll be real here. And I was all in on Chip Kelly after 1 year at Tom Sewell because I thought there's no way it can get worse. Right. And I was way wrong. That I was wrong on. I was excited on Chip Kelly. It was bold. It was a bold move. One and done for the Niners?
I know.
At that time?
And then at least at that point, you could talk yourself, well, Chip did go to the playoffs 1 year, and he had success with Nick Foles, and then it was obviously all Andy Reid's guys.
When Mangini came in, I personally thought he was the snitch to upper management on Harbaugh at every single turn. Ooh. And Harbaugh would do all these press conferences about, like, we've got snakes in the building, and, we got rats, and he would... Harbaugh's hilarious.
Rats.
You think I'm joking?
No, I know. I listened to it. By the way, tune in for Warriors Live today is presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and IC Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors Valkyries.
I started off doing YouTube videos when no one was watching YouTube videos, and I'll never forget after the Tom Sula interview, the press conference where he lost. They lost the press conference. I remember I did a YouTube video, and I was like, well, the 49ers in 2015 have started off the season 0-1. They have lost the press conference.
You don't want to lose the press conference.
And then, not only do they lose the press conference, then it's a sit-down with our boy who moved to Tennessee. Come on.
Jim Kozimor. Do we have that? Can we find that?
He lost
a little running and a little throwing. Oh, my God. It's all time. Oh, Coach.
I mean, when he shouted out Jane in payroll, and there was a Joan in payroll, and there was a Joan in payroll Twitter account. Yeah. We should have known Baalke.
I told you the fart gate. You didn't even bring that up.
I don't even care about that.
That was the whole thing. Did he fart or not at a presser? That was the thing. And we talked about it for like hours on the station.
Again, Joe, it was 11 years ago. I was doing these YouTube videos that no one was watching. It's just hilarious.
It's
Actually, you know what? Danny Freisinger was watching it.
Oh, there you go.
That's how he found me.
Danny Fry. Really need to manage your expectations. That's my impression of him. What's up, Danny? By the way, you mentioned, the whole you losing your press conference going 0-1. Nick Sirianni famously lost his presser. You remember how awful that was?
It's true.
He was god-awful in his opening presser.
It's true.
And I thought he was going to fail for sure. Won a Super Bowl. Dan Campbell. We all made fun of Dan Campbell doing that.
We might get the last laugh on that.
I mean, he took the Lions to the freaking NFC Championship game. Anything else he does, I will always have respect for Dan Campbell. But he did say they were going to bite kneecaps off. But hey, Carter, you loved that for a second, though, didn't you?
I thought it was great.
Yeah,
You're saying it was a love for it. I thought it was great.
That was awesome. By the way, it's a Warriors Wednesday. Brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
So, the other
Nick Friedel
Adam
and 14
Gase,
minutes.
I'll never forget when the Niners were interviewing all these people. Vic Fangio wasn't on. People were suggesting it. I'm just saying, nobody wanted Tom Sula. We wanted Jim back. And look, was there a segment of just like there's a segment of people fire Shanahan. There's always a segment of people that want certain people out. But again, no right thinking Niner fan was get rid of Harbaugh.
You know what's interesting now that I'm thinking about it? The compare and contrast with Shanahan, we do this a lot, but we're going to talk to Nick Friedel here in about 14 minutes. Odyssey NBA Insider, covers the Warriors for The Athletic. The Steve Kerr angle, too. There was a point where a lot of people are like, Steve Kerr, really? Mark Jackson? I don't know. Is that he's never coached before? He's a GM, kind of flamed out with the Suns. The Knicks wanted him because Phil Jackson was his guy, president of basketball operations over there. Steve Kerr? And for the longest time, it was, wow, It was perfect for that situation, for that team, for all of it. It feels like now we've gotten to the point where it's like, I'd be shocked if Steve Kerr was the Golden State Warriors head coach next year. It's just crazy how things like shape out for years and years and years. It's, Steve Kerr, he's won it all. Let's give him his respect, but we're not giving him his respect. Oh, anyone could have won with that team. And it's finally feeling like now we're getting to a point with the JK saga, Draymond Green, Steph, Jimmy, all of it all getting old. Like, man, it does feel like we're watching the last kind of moments of the Steve Kerr Warriors.
So he just asked me a great question. Say that again on air.
Is Kerr the John Harbaugh of the NBA?
That's a great question.
I think it would have been Doc Rivers, but he bounced around so much. Doc was very similar to Mike McCarthy, to me, where it's like you won one a million years ago, and you've been living off that ever since.
Yeah.
Kerr's way more established.
Sean Payton, yeah. I think Sean Payton, though, offensively is still pretty. He's
clearly legit.
He's
still.
legit.
Yes.
Yeah. He hasn't lost his step there. We'll see Doc Rivers tonight, by the way. Chase Center.
Doc?
Milwaukee Bucks. 7 o'clock tip right here at 95.7 The Game. 6 o'clock. Warriors live.
I just don't know how we're going to do it tonight.
I wonder if Tony in Oakland's going to be fired up
Ryan
about
Rollins.
that. Hey, Tony, you're a big Giannis fan, the Greek freak, right?
I'm a fan of what?
Giannis, the Greek freak.
No, but we have something more important to talk about here that the Niners should be bitching about, which we could, not only do we have to worry about whether Shanahan is going to be a battlefield commander, but now the head ref grew up or was born 20 miles from the stadium. He's the head ref. Do you know how easily the mob could get to this dude and the whole game be thrown in the tiniest moment that seems barely there? I can't believe
So
there's
you don't
any...
wait. You're doing location discrimination on the head ref because he was born 20 miles away from the stadium? Come on.
Yeah, because don't you have affinities for things?
Yes, I do.
You know what I'm saying here?
Yes, I do.
Until I got involved with this, it's like live and die for people, whether their team wins or not, right? And you don't think this guy who's been a diehard Philly fan his entire life, grown up, born 20 miles from the stadium,
No, I don't.
ain't going to try to throw the game?
No, I think that he would probably be very cognizant of everyone knowing where he was born, and he would probably... be professional. I'm going to assume he's going to be professional.
Yeah, I see it right here. Alan Eck is the referee that she's referring to, and he's going to be the head judge or referee, whatever, for the game. Eagles are 8-1 in games he referees, including the 2023 NFC Championship game that you were at, Joe. The 49ers.
Okay, can we just make
the 49ers are 3-6 under Alan Eck. 3-6.
Do you think that he called that reception that what's his name, Devontae Smith?
Devontae Smith. Well,
the Niners could have challenged it.
Well, in
I
fairness,
totally agree.
there was expedited reviews still going on during that playoff run that they just refused to use on that one for some reason, which I don't still understand what the expedited review is and what it isn't.
All right, so let me ask you this. All right, come on. Do you have a problem with this guy being... I don't. I think it's ridiculous.
I didn't even know. Like, it just...
Do you have a problem?
Did we care about this a couple of years ago?
No.
Because it was the same thing.
No.
Did we care about it then?
Here's what I would say to everyone. Like, all I care about is when in the game I'm watching, are you making the right calls or not? I don't care about where you're from, what you do. Like, you're good or you're bad. There's like no, like, I don't.
I remember it used to be a thing with Scott Foster with the Warriors. Oh, Scott Foster's on the game. And then it eventually became.
I just think Scott Foster is crooked.
Sure. Like, I don't even care, though. Like, Bill Kennedy, Tony Brothers is on the call. Oh, my God, we got catfish. And I was just like, I don't care.
Bill Kennedy, if I see this one more time.
Bill Kennedy's hilarious.
Hey, so this guy elbowed this guy in the cheek. And that action, as well as other actions, they don't fall under the jurisdiction of flagrant 2. And so we're going to have to, we're going to call this common foul.
Side inbounds. There you go.
It's like, what looking into the TV like he's entering the, it's just, the guy is just too much.
This guy is such a dude.
You know what? I do have an affinity, as that's the word I'm going to pick up from Tony. When Ed Hockley used to do his calls and would explain everything, I like that. His son, who is now a head official as well, Sean Hockley, does a very good job as well. So there, I do miss the Jerome Bogas of the world. Personal foul, roughing the passer.
We lost a lot of old school refs, and we have a lot of new ones in the NFL. And
I don't know their names.
They're all suspects.
I used to know all the refs' names. I feel like I know some, not all of them. We'll pick this up with Nick Friedel on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Don't you have affinities for things?
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Oh, yeah! Roasters, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7. And you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
What's up, Shasky? You got your mouth full over there? Lost for words? It's the show behind the show. It's the show behind the show.
Shut up.
Hey, Fleming had a great call the other night. He was doing the FCS championship between, what was it, Illinois State and Montana State? Hell of a call. 4th down, overtime. You kidding me? Montana State getting it done. Look at that.
Good to see someone on the Giants' payrolls doing something.
What was that supposed to mean?
I mean, the Giants is like, we're kicking the tires on this guy. We're thinking about that guy.
Hey, hold on. Kyle Tucker. There's interest.
I don't know. The Karen Theater, Kyle Tucker, where are we going to put our money?
Wait, is that the theater that's going to be the development?
No, that's West Portal.
Well, no, they made a move yesterday. They DFA'd Justin Dean.
I didn't even know he existed.
Is that N'Kobe Dean's cousin? He'll be on the field for the Eagles this Sunday.
Possibly.
You guys, you got like the joke? The Dean Blandino. Maybe they'll go to the booth on Sunday, too.
How many more
Fox
Deans are you going to go? Dean Martin, Dean Kane.
James Dean?
Howard Dean.
Maybe Nick Friedell's middle name is Dean. Who knows? He's joining us now. And let's hit the open if we got it, Carter. Oh, you weren't ready. You son of a gun. You knew we were having him on, and you weren't ready. You should have had that coffee. Oh, it makes me laugh every single time. On the River Islands guest line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedell. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple. You know, I started our conversation last week, Nick, taking some shots at your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They won the game, but unfortunately you had to root for the New Orleans Saints against the Atlanta Falcons, and I'm sure that was very difficult for you. So we have to start off on a soft note there. But you know, I'm sure you'll be watching some Niners-Eagles. Real quick, before we dive into the Dubs, you got any thoughts on that matchup in Philadelphia against the defending champs?
Yeah, good luck. Good luck to the Niners.
Oh, come on. They got a shot, right, Nick? Come on.
We can have a bonus game.
Yeah, the bonus game. I mean, when you have an offense that can play at that level, you always have a shot, Spadone. But to go from the number one seed with the path they would have had to whatever the path would end up being now. I can't remember a regular season game having that much impact, and they lost, and it's just so much more incredibly difficult than it could have been.
It's like losing Jonathan Kuminga in about 9 days here. Or no?
No. No.
What the hell's going on? Nick, what the hell is going on with this JK saga? Did they post a video that was like a farewell video? What is going on?
Wait, what?
I mean, we got like I don't even know if he's gonna like. Okay, for those that aren't aware, the Warriors have been posting some weird stuff. Brett Siegel, who covers the league, I don't know if he's credible or not, is saying that all these teams are asking about him. Is he getting traded on the 15th or the day after, or is this thing going to linger?
I've always felt, Joe, that it would linger closer to the deadline, but the writing has been on the wall for weeks now. So, I mean, let's just pull the Band-Aid off. Let's get this thing over with. The one thing I would tell you in talking to people in the organization is it just feels like they're holding to, and maybe this is all part of the plan in building up whatever's going to happen in the next couple of weeks, that, hey, we are not just going to move him to move him. That's the fascinating part to me in all of this is at least a couple of weeks ago it was, well, it's just not going to happen on the 15th if it happens, and it's not going to be, oh, well, let's just get him out of here, get a fresh start. It's got to be something that makes sense. Now, do things change because of how bad it seems to have gotten, especially since he didn't play in that OKC game? Only the Warriors know that answer for certain, and they're going to show us in their actions or in their inaction here over the next week or two leading into the deadline. But when he didn't play the other day, at least to me, guys, I thought that was it. It was just over, and it's a matter of time. What is really surprising to me on a personal level, having kind of watched this thing, at least since I've been back in the last couple of months, is just how much interest there still is in this. Because this is a player that really hasn't played much. I mean, he played really well to start.
It's what he represents, Nick. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Absolutely it is.
It's the money he represents. It's the pick he represents. It's the path of the organization that he represents. I think it's a microcosm. Jonathan Kuminga is a microcosm of about 9 different frustrations with this organization. No. The biggest issue on the team is not JK's money, JK not playing, whatever. I think it's this thing they need to come to grips with, which is Draymond's not the same player he was just a couple years ago. And I think that they have too much on his plate, and I think it's absurd. Like, I'm watching him labor up and down the court the other day, and he actually had a good passing game. He can't move. I mean, he hurt his ribs, he hurt his ankle, all in a 3 and 4 minute span. Nick, I think there's a bigger Draymond issue. Not that he's not a useful player and important. I don't think he can be your third best player, night in, night out.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Joe, I'd say quickly, I think the point about Kuminga is very well taken about him representing more than just kind of the player that he is. What I would also add, though, and this is the part that I'm getting at with all of this, if fans think that they're going to move Kuminga and they're going to get back a piece or pieces that are going to take them to some different point, good luck to you. I mean, like, that's my point in all this. It's not that Kuminga doesn't represent something that Warriors fans would have wanted to see. It's that when you look at the reality of the situation, especially with them being hard capped, there is only so many moves that they're going to be able to make even with that money. So as far as Kuminga goes, that's one part. To your Draymond part, though, he's just not the same player. He is still, in smaller doses, Joe, incredibly important to them. And that's why I just kind of roll my eyes when people say, well, if you trade him, you're going to be better off. Offensively, I don't think there's much question about that. We saw it in the Clipper game the other night, although in fairness to Draymond, he did play better and he did play a more complete game. But they are sagging off him so much and daring him to take those threes that's how it's going to continue to be. And this ties into the Kuminga thing. If you think you're going to trade Draymond and you're going to bring back what
if I took a trade off the table? How would you utilize Draymond that most optimizes the rest of the roster? And the reason why I ask that, I feel like Jimmy's their best power forward. He may not be a traditional power forward, but it feels like he plays the best when it's surrounded by other shooters. I mean, they had a lineup with Horford, Draymond, and Jimmy. It was part of a couple lineups that went scoreless for like 9.5 minutes. 9.5 minutes. And it's like, what are we doing? You got to surround Jimmy with shooters. And so, like, yes, Draymond at the end of games. I don't think they could start. Like, they're having an issue right now in the first quarter. So how do you utilize Draymond to maximize everything that they have?
You cut down the minutes even more, Joe. And Kerr has been hesitant to this point to use Draymond off the bench. I think that may come into a little more focus later in the year. But you can't just stop playing him. I mean, he's still incredible when he wants to be and he's engaged defensively. He's still at an unbelievably high level on that end of the floor. Where it's really hurting is on offense, and especially with all the space that teams are lagging off of him. So I think it's in smaller doses, and you put him in that more specialized role defensively to take on that personal challenge every night. But again, guys, we go through the same things every week, and I see the frustration from Warriors fans on social media every single day. I don't believe that there are some kind of there's a massive coaching staff problem. There's so much hatred, frankly, towards Kerr. I think this is a talent issue. The Warriors, once you get past Steph, just are not as good as they hoped. Jimmy is still a very, very good player. I don't think Jimmy at this stage is going to be able to provide the level that we were used to seeing even a couple years ago every single night. It's still, Joe, to the point about Draymond, it's kind of very similar in that regard. Jimmy is an unbelievable player, and you'd want him out there in one-game situations or maybe in a playoff series where they all hope this would line up. But he's not the same guy in game 47. And whether they get to those playoff situations where it matters the most, we're going to see. You mentioned Horford. Horford has fit in very well to the locker room, and he's well-liked. Horford hadn't played well at all.
He's awful.
He's been really, really bad, and it has hurt them unbelievably because they were counting on him, even if they weren't going to play him every single night, and he wasn't playing on both sides of back-to-back, to play well, and he hasn't been very good. Pods, he hasn't taken a step. Moody has not played well since that Pelicans game where he's hitting all the threes. Kuminga, that situation we have absolutely hit from every single level. He played well to start, and he really hasn't played much at all since. What I continue to say is if Steve Kerr thought Kuminga could help them, he would be playing, and he's not. So I think the largest issue about halfway through the year for the Warriors is the talent that they have just isn't as good as they thought it was going to be. And the younger players they thought would take a step, it hasn't happened. And when you combine those things, that is where the frustration gets to the levels where it's at.
On the line is Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. And Nick obviously covers the Warriors for The Athletic as well. Is Steve Kerr the John Harbaugh of the NBA this year, Nick?
I don't think so, Spadone, because it would still shock me if at the end of the year Joe Lacob fired Kerr. I think there's a much better chance in a scenario where Steve just said, all right, I'm done. I'm going to go do something else. I've run this situation for all it has, but I don't think that comparison is going to end up identical, because that would be a real shocker if Lacob made the move. And Lacob has plenty of confidence, and as the owner, he's got the power to do whatever the hell he wants. But because of the relationship with Steph, and because of how many different things that group has been through together, that one would be a real surprise. I'd only tell you in context, watching Kerr night by night, he just looks really tired. Like he's getting the same questions. We saw the frustration boil over the other night in Los Angeles. But I think that's to be expected when you're in this thing for over a decade. You've won at the highest levels. And in a lot of ways, guys, the Warriors are victims of their own success, because the expectations are always going to be high. And Steph still is playing at the level that he's at. But when you have that and you don't live up to them, then everybody is going to feel more heat.
All right, I'm going to ask you a couple questions here. If you sat down with Joe Lacob, what do you think, and you gave him truth serum, what do you think he would say is his biggest disappointment about this year?
That they're a 500 team. This team legitimately thought that it had championship aspirations, Joe.
Who do you think who do you think he'd be most disappointed in? Dunleavy, Kerr, a player on the team, a combination of players?
I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak for Lacob.
Yeah, I hear
what
you.
I would tell you
my bad.
It is, in my opinion, the feeling in that Warriors organization has always been that it's everything is made by decisions are made by the group. So I think the best way to answer your question would be, hey, we all messed up. We all thought that this team was built in a certain way, and what time has shown us is that the level that we thought they could hit isn't there. The problem, guys, is that Steph is still at that championship level on his own, and there's just not enough help behind him. But if you're saying, all right, well, are we as disappointed in the development, the in-game decisions, the deterioration of the talent of, Draymond and Jimmy in their own way, the fact that the younger guys just never develop. As we talk through all of this, I think the biggest screw up, and Joe, this goes to a much broader issue, is look at the picks. I mean, we don't want to continue to say it every single time, but in the deeper dive discussion of the Warriors, Wiseman was a complete miss.
Yeah.
They missed completely.
Look where Minnesota's at today, and look at where the Warriors are at today. I mean, you're right.
That was just such an unbelievable miss, and it happens to everybody in the league. But when you have the number 2 pick, and the number 2 pick doesn't help at all, and you have an aging core that still believes in itself at the level that the Warriors do, to me, it all goes right back there. And everybody had a say, and that was the pick they made, and they made it, and it was just bad. It was a missed opportunity. But when you combine that with they missed on Kuminga, because we all know how that story has ended up. I don't want to say they missed on Moody, but Moody hasn't been the player developmentally that they thought he could turn into being to this point. I think he's taken a little step back this season. And Pods, who still has a lot of talent, just hasn't developed this year the way they thought that he would. So when you put those things together, and we acknowledge Draymond's not the same player, and Jimmy, while still a very, very good player, isn't the same guy every single night, well, there's your issue right there. You throw in Horford, bang. It's not that tough to break it all down when you start going through the roster itself and the production that we've seen night to night.
Talking Nick Friedel here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And it's funny, I like to go like year to year, right? So January 7th, 2025. A year ago today, the Warriors had a home game against the Miami Heat and lost 114-98. The starters for the Warriors in that game, the Warriors fell to 18-18. Shocker, about the same record as they are a year later right now, just a game over 500. Draymond, Wiggins, Trace Jackson-Davis, Stephen Curry, and Dennis Schroeder. And you got Kyle Anderson with 27 minutes too. Nick, I fast forward a year later, and you have Jimmy Butler, you have Stephen Curry, you got Draymond Green, albeit it's still, as you mentioned, defensively he still has some showcases here this season, but offensively it just has been a grind. Like, was that 2-month stretch last year, the more we're removed from it, when they went on a huge run, did they just catch lightning in a bottle? Like, is that just what it's feeling like right now? And then they're just basically the same team as a year ago, like just a 500 team. Did they just catch lightning in a bottle?
Spadone, the answer is yes. I mean, when we look at it, the answer is yes, because they got Jimmy and they found a different level, and Jimmy was motivated because of all the hoopla that surrounded the Miami exit, and everything clicked. And the reality is that's exactly what happened. And that's why, again, anybody who's looking at this trade deadline and going, oh, well, it happened with Jimmy last year, so it can happen again. No, I mean, that's not the way the roster is set up. That's not the way, because of them being hard capped. We talked about this a few weeks ago, but okay, you put Kuminga and Buddy Hield and, another salary, and you throw in a pick. Jeremy Grant, Drew Holiday, Does that make them better? In theory, sure, but is that going to put you at a different place? No. So, Spadone, the short version of all of this is the team the talent shows them to be. I still think they're a little bit better than what their record would indicate, because when you look at the defensive numbers, you have a team playing like that, they can win a few more games, but the gap between where they are and where they wanted to be is very, very big.
Yeah. I mean, Drew Holiday hasn't played till November 14th.
He fits right in, dude.
Oh, my God.
I bet he's got sciatica.
I just looked at his game log. No, he's a calf issue. He's 35.
Well, there we go.
Oh, my God.
Nick, there's a song by Cougnut and Master P, Tell Me Something Good. So maybe you could do me a favor and just tell me something good about the Warriors. Not like what might be, just something good right now. Like let's end this on a high note. It's the new year. Trying to get my BMI down. Come on, man. Tell me something good.
Your BMI.
Well, the answer is the answer that it always will be until the end of time, Joe. At least the next couple of years, it's Steph.
Yeah.
When you walk into a Warriors game, as frustrated as you may be about the current situation, if you take a step back, and I know that's difficult for this fan base because of the success that they've had, remind yourself that you're watching one of the greatest players of all time. That's what you do. The problem, Joe, is, and this ties into everything we've been saying, when you sit there and say, I'm a Warriors fan, I have loved watching this run, I take pride in watching this group, there's an adjustment that has to take place now. And the adjustment is, hey, we're just not good enough to win a title anymore, but we still have Steph Curry. And there are nights when you can close your eyes and feel, oh my gosh, this is unbelievable. Steph is Steph. Draymond's engaged and kicking everybody's butt up and down the floor. Jimmy gets rolling. Oh my gosh, it's still there. The problem is that it's not consistently there anymore. But if we're looking to end on a high note, there is no higher note than Steph Curry. He's one of the greatest. He still plays on your favorite team, and he's fun as hell to watch still. And so if you want to walk in with a different perspective, the perspective is Steph is still Steph, and it's still fun to watch him every night when he's out there.
Nick, you're still one of our favorites, too, despite the Tampa Bay Bucks getting bounced from the playoff picture.
You're our bonus guest today.
There you go.
We had Romanowski, and then we just threw you in at the end as a bonus guest.
It worked.
Hey, bonus guests and bonus titles are fun in their own way.
Well, I thought Nick was going to say, and thank you for the bonus check.
And that's
after
what I was
this
thinking,
hit.
the checkbook win.
There you go.
You know?
Hey, good stuff, Nick. We'll do it again next week, man.
Guys, talk to you. See
you soon, buddy.
Goes. That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Check out all of Odyssey's newest sports podcasts on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Did you like a year ago this time, 18 and 18? This is the heavy minute hit. No, seriously. Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, Trace Jackson Davis, Steph Curry, Dennis Schroeder, Kyle Anderson, Lindy Waters III getting 19 minutes. Buddy Hield 24. You had Pat Spencer 3 minutes towards the end.
I want you to remember something.
Patty Spence.
When I was driving around yesterday, I knew we were down and out when I heard the goo going crazy over Buddy Hield. It's like, oh boy.
I love
Goo. I love Guru. You know that. That's my dog. I was like, damn. Now, I don't know if you know this, but
Terry Rozier had 32 minutes in that game. Scary Terry.
Did he?
It's before the bet.
How many did he throw?
I knew you were going to say that.
I don't know if you saw, but during that entire interview, there was a war of words going on in the chat.
I'm not in the chat.
Dude, it was like, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Glory?
Yes.
Denzel Washington?
Yeah, he's like, come on. Yeah.
That's Bonte trying to lead the brigade against the YouTube chatters, just blasting pods.
Wait, Bonte's in the chat?
He's in the chat.
No, that's AI Bonte.
No, I think it's him.
It's Bonte AI. That's,
but
come on.
I think the point that I'm getting at is like, and this is what I would just say to everyone. Brandon Pajemski, on the list of Warrior issues, is relatively low.
Come on.
Now, we can argue about how good he is, how great he is, how bad he is, whatever. Like, we can argue about things, but like, their issues are significantly larger than arguing over Pajemski. To me, this would be like arguing about who cut the grass in the backyard or not when your house is on fire, right? The house is on fire right now. Why are we worried about the grass out front? Because we're going to lose the house, all right? And so for me, I don't really have the same exact issues with Jimmy and Curry as, not Curry, but Jimmy as Nick Friedel. I still think Jimmy can be really good. I don't think this particular roster really highlights his playmaking. You need shooting around him. I've gone back and forth. Is it size? Is it defense? Is it shooting? What's their biggest issue? It's all of them.
Everything. Yeah.
And right now, they need to make some sort of a trade, and I'm sure JK will be a part of it, that solves one of those things. Because you're not going to answer all three. You're not going to get size. You're not going to get defensive perimeter help and shooting. You're probably going to get one of them.
You want Drew Holiday and Jeremy Grant do anything for you?
Well, look, Michael Porter Jr. is very fascinating.
Okay.
I liked him. Look, do I like paying him that amount of money? No, there's a lot of guys I don't like paying that kind of money to, but he could shoot. Yeah. And like right now, he's a guy that can score. They need scoring. They need threats out on the floor.
Also
they need
27, which helps too.
Yeah, they need a guy who could rise up and get his own bucket, every now and then. Now, look, he comes with a ton of red flags. So do all the guys that are out there. Lowry Markkanen or whoever you might pick. These guys are going to have red flags.
He's been pretty healthy, though, this year. Like, I'll say for a guy that's been banged up and can't stay on the field, as we're seeing with Ricky Pearsall, Michael Porter Jr. has been playing. He hasn't missed a lot of games this year, so that is something you're getting the healthiest version of him potentially.
I think he'd work in our offense because we get a lot of open shots. Like, think of how many wide open shots Quentin Post gets.
Right.
You don't think Michael Porter Jr. would get a lot of really good looks?
He's 6'10" with handles.
Yeah, he gives us some size, and I think you get him around the right guys. I bet you he buys in on some principles, and tries a little harder on defense. But that's just like one name.
That's more realistic than because people, Giannis is here. Giannis isn't happening. Yeah. Anthony Davis. Do you want Anthony Davis? I know you were pining for him.
The biggest issue is like I said, those three things. But also, they believe in Draymond way more than I do. I'm talking about the Warriors, sure. Curry, they're wrong. Like, they're wrong. Yes, he can help you a lot. He is not your third best player anymore. He can't be.
You don't have a third best player. That's the problem.
But he can't, Joe, he can't be. Because if he is, you're a playing team.
Yes.
And he's probably not making it till the end. I mean, he's falling apart. And he's not playing well right now. And he had actually a good game in the last game, even though he was banged up. He made a lot of really nice passes. But he's just not bringing enough to the table. And no, is that all on him? No. They're relying on him too much. He's miscast. This reminds me of Brandon Belt. And it's not like...
I'm glad you brought that up. I was thinking about him too.
What?
that he was like the whipping boy for like the fan base, but it's like Brandon Belt. It's like it's of all the problems, it's not him.
Brandon Belt's fault. He's batting 4th or 5th. He shouldn't have been. Now, we can have a different argument about how good he is,
The captain.
right? But like we're angry at him when we should be angry at management, right?
Yeah.
And the frustrations are deeper than that. And it's the same thing. Like Draymond's a big issue. Now he's being miscast as a 30-minute a night guy. He's not. He's like a 18 to 22 minute a night guy. And ideally, the last 6 minutes of the game. And all these other problems, Moody and JK, and this is like, yeah, those are problems too. But the house is on fire, guys.
This is Draymond. I thought like just his tone and everything after the loss the other night was pretty telling.
I'm beat up. I mean, excuse me. I'm beat the hell up right now. But I'll be all right on Wednesday. Give me a day tomorrow to get my body back together, but I'm a little beat up right now.
Yep, and you're now going to be guarding Giannis Antetokounmpo. So,
Joe, watch him go up and down the floor. Watch him when he passes the ball. What he does once he gets rid of the ball. It's 4-on-5 offense.
Before we hit final thoughts, let's go to Quinn at the Oakland Coliseum. What's up, Quinn? You're on the roast. Quinn.
Oh, hello?
Yo, what's up? Quinn. He's gone. Is that Brady Quinn?
The mighty Quinn.
What do you want to say?
Some about how you want to talk about the quarterback coach combos this weekend. He heard the conversation earlier, and he had some thoughts about that. So,
was it his final thoughts, Carter? Is that what it was?
We got about like 2 minutes before we get to final thoughts, actually.
Oh, is that what we're doing? I thought we did it like around 48. I just, fine. All right.
I've got some thoughts.
What are they? On everything?
Well, I'm really sad. And
why are you sad?
Well, look, and I'm gonna say some things here, and people are gonna have their own opinions on it, and that's fine. But I grew up going to West Portal Theater, and it's had different names over the years,
like a movie theater.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But I always knew it as the West Portal Theater, Century 20 or whatever the heck it was called. And I went to so many great movies there. My uncle took me to Back to the Future 3 there. I'll never forget that.
Damn, that's old.
My cousin and I went to Dumb and Dumber there. I saw the original Toy Story there. I told and lied to my parents that I saw Titanic like 7 times there. I was partying at the Grove the entire time. West Portal Theater.
That's not a bad one because Titanic's like 3 hours.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
We're with girls and we're going to go see this movie. Like, nah, not really. I'm actually drinking at the park with a bunch of dudes. So, it's sad to see this thing go away. It was announced that it's going to be a 9-story, condo development. And, they'll do the normal 15% affordable living within there. And of course, there'll be no parking. And look, I understand we have a housing shortage. Believe me, I understand all that. We can argue about condos and them all devaluing within San Francisco, whether that's the right move to make. We know we need housing. This isn't about housing. It's about staples of the community that are going away and me aging. It's sad to me to see West Portal and the theater go away in the sad way that it has over the last 10 years, basically being shut and dormant forever when it was a vibrant, amazing place to hang out and be safe, right? And a lot of people used to go to the movies there, and I know movies aren't what they used to be, and they've built better ones, and there's one at Stonestown.
Well, people aren't really going is also a problem.
No, I understand. Like, this is a yesteryear comment. I'm going back to the old school. It sucks to me. I loved going to the movies. I loved the West Portal Theater. It was kind of like a little monument, if you will, or a place of recognition within that particular neighborhood. And that little neighborhood has really not changed a lot in like 50 or 60 years. And I like that about it. And I know everything's got to change and we got to quote unquote gentrify every neighborhood. And, we got to have more housing and more this and more that. Call me the curmudgeon old guy that liked things back the way they were and minimal change in certain areas. And that's a historic spot. And if it goes away, that sucks. And it's another out-of-state real estate developer. The guy lives in St. Louis who's lying about his past, saying that I lived in San Francisco in my summers as a kid. No, you didn't, because if you did, you'd know a 9-story development on West Portal is an eyesore, and it doesn't stick out. Do something a little more appropriate for the neighborhood while still accomplishing whatever housing goals. You're doing this for money. Let's call it what it is. It's for profit. You wouldn't turn it into that if you didn't make gobs of money. It pains my heart to see that thing go away.
Final thoughts. Let's go. Oh, I love it. It does make me sad, too, to see all, like, the movie theaters, like, going away. And, you know, that's why I love that I live over in Oakland. Grand Lake Theater is just classic. It's awesome. You guys see the big sign if you're driving over on the highway. Love taking the kids there. And shockingly, still very reasonably priced over our Grand Lake Theater, which I love. And we always go see the new Disney movies because they're always over there. Although, I went to Alameda, I think it's called the Cineplex, the theater, to see the SpongeBob movie. Also very nice. They had very nice, comfy, cozy chairs. I didn't even have to pay extra for them, so that was nice. So there you go. But I did hit like the CVS right next to it to get the box candy for way cheaper. Is that okay?
I mean, whatever.
Just don't admit it out loud like that on air.
Well, no, because they used to be they're going to check. I was like, dude, they don't care.
I used to walk into movie theaters like a whole burrito like in my hand.
Chipotle.
You just exactly
move.
Chipotle
Yeah.
burrito. I just like kind of like hold it next to my legs, somewhat out of sight of the like they're being paid like $12 an hour. They do not care.
I got my jackets and I'm filling it all up with the kids.
Exactly.
Look,
No, it's
I know everybody's like, oh, you know, screen TV and everything. Dude, I remember going to the Coronet for that silly, Lord of the Rings premiere because I lived around the corner, making fun of everybody.
Academy Award
Coronet
winning.
was badass.
Academy Award winning.
Dude, I went to Stonestown Theater. We went to, what's the one? Kabuki over here in Japantown.
We went to that silly Lord of the Rings, not the silly Star Wars premieres.
No, I actually saw Star Wars Phantom Menace at Stonestown.
Oh, what a nerd.
You dressed up that way.
What a
didn't you?
dork.
I mean, it's just
Sir Dork a lot.
I'm not saying that every single movie theater needs to stay.
Jedi Master dork a lot.
But it does suck that like they are going away. Like it does. Like it was fun. Like going to the movie theater was like an event. And then the whole previews where you'd watch 7 or 8 previews and like thumbs up, thumbs down.
Had to get there to see the previews.
Yeah, man. Like I don't know. Like the endorphins would kick in.
I do kind of miss
I miss
previews
that.
because like trailers now, like they all come out on social media and YouTube. Like I can't remember the last time that A, I went to a movie, and then B, that I went to a movie and then saw a trailer where it's like, oh, I haven't seen that trailer yet. It's just it's very different going back to the
Glad you
pre-COVID
brought
days.
that up,
Totally
Sam,
agree.
because I was actually surprised and happy about some of the trailers I saw during the SpongeBob movie. Dude, the new Super Mario Galaxy looks awesome.
I thought you were talking about
they have a
Doomsday.
new Super Mario coming out. That's the sequel to
I
this.
actually liked the last one.
No, I did too.
It was really
And,
good.
like, I think Jack Black played a perfect Bowser. I wasn't sure
it was
about
really good.
What's his
Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt as Mario, but it worked. And Anya Taylor-Joy as Peach. The casting was perfect.
What was the last great movie you went? Great movie where the experience was incredible. I can remember mine. Guardians of the Galaxy was really good, but
Probably
this
Avengers.
Rogue One.
Oh, that's
the
a
night
great
it
call.
came out.
Honestly, the first time I saw Spider-Man, the most recent one, not Far From Home, No Way Home.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
The last time I saw that one, like when all the 3 Spider-Men are jumping off, like I felt
The
emotional.
Rogue One,
Rogue
where
One when Vader came out at the end.
All time.
The entire theater, and you can't replicate
Went
that.
nuts.
The entire theater went insane, and
Yeah.
it was everything I visualized
Bunch of
Vader
nerds.
to be able to do. It was incredible. No, that was old time where he's breathing and it's just
I
dark.
know. The lightsaber turns on.
It was
Yeah.
badass. Rogue One was a great
I actually
movie.
do remember that. People went nuts.
People went crazy.
God, you guys are such nerds.
Crazy. I also
Says the
remember
LARPer.
when we thought Doc died in Back to the Future 3 with my uncle, which was one of the... I love my Uncle Matt. I hope you're out there, buddy. He probably don't even remember it. I was like 10 years old. And at the end, it was just the best. Sorry, Carter, go. My bad.
No, I'm good. You go. Keep going about your uncle.
That's good.
Oh, dude, I'm going to smack you up over there.
Steiny, hey, a couple of uncles, unks as they call them, are next. Steiny and Goop, brought to you by
Grandpas, dude.
Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi.
One-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is Carrie Cooper. The Foo Fighters have gone on to become one of modern rock's most successful bands, and Everlong is lyrically and sonically perfectly formed and depicts that kind of insatiable love that everyone hopes to find one day. But why has it resonated with so many? More at FocusOnRock.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed Mega Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Join History San Jose for South Bay Flashback, Riffs, Rhythms, and Revolution. This new exhibit celebrates San Jose's forgotten music scene of the 1960s through over 200 show posters, artifacts, and stories. Whether you danced to these beats the first time around or you're discovering the roots of rock history, this free exhibit will take you back to this psychedelic moment. Now open select weekends at the Paseta House in History Park. Visit historysanjose.org or 408-287-2290 to plan your visit.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job. I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Fresh off my Bridge the Gap victory on Sarah and Vinny this morning. I'm in another good mood today. I took care of Lindsay in sales, shut her out, and that's my second win in a row on the very popular game show that they do on Sarah and Vinny at 8 a.m. called Bridge the Gap. It's a game where you need multi-generational knowledge to win. And now I've won 2 in a row, Goo.
I want to say congratulations on this wonderful Wednesday, but you say I love myself, but you love yourself more than you think I love myself. But congrats. And also, too, E, maybe I got to get the EEOC involved. Like, when am I going to get a chance to get on the game show? They had mentioned it, but nothing's happened. You've been twice.
No, I'm the defending champion.
Without playing me.
No, we don't play each other.
Okay.
Well, I assume you're not going to be in the young generation.
Well, why would you?
Well, it's like 30-year-olds against.
I'm fresh out there.
The game is catered towards the older generation.
Oh, that's probably why they didn't call.
No,
hair like this.
I'll tell you right now, you're going to be doing it in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Because next week I will win again. And if you're a 3-time champion, that's when you walk away. So I guarantee you in 2 weeks.
Well, congrats, partner. If you're in a good mood, and we had some provocative stuff on the docket, you, Evan, and I left Evan's gift at home, his Christmas gift. He gave me mine yesterday. It was a Willie Stargell framed baseball card.
You don't have to do that.
Do what? See, this is what do you call saying thanks?
Well,
showing gratitude.
It's better to give than to receive.
No, his gift's coming. I got you one too.
Steiny's embarrassed.
Well, he didn't get me anything.
Oh, yeah, okay. I haven't. Yeah, mine's at home, too. Yeah, mine's at home.
See, this is when I got the flat, and you said you didn't believe me, and you said, show me your hands. That stays with me. Real quick, guys, I couldn't sleep. I got up at 4:20 to twinkle, and couldn't go back to bed. And, Steiny, I took my ass to the gym. I didn't know if I was having an anxiety attack. The anxiety, I don't know what for, but, Steiny, the gym was packed at 5:11.
Wow.
That's crazy. But anyway.
This is a little coincidental.
I'm ready.
I didn't get up at 4:07, but for some reason, I couldn't sleep either. I got up at like 5:50.
Did you try to go back to sleep?
For about 3 to 5 minutes.
I felt like a crackhead.
Anyway.
I would go lay up, come back. I didn't turn on the TV either. I just went to the gym.
Not a baby.
Yeah.
Not a baby. I had, I was in here at like 7:10 today.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah,
you drove or Bart?
Bart.
Anybody on the train?
Packed. Well, not packed, but
I got you.
It was kind of full. Man, we got action in the Bay. We got it's funny. We got the Warriors against the Bucks tonight. And ordinarily, it would be a Giannis.
We hadn't heard his name
It would be a Giannis fest. But we're not there yet. And we got the 49ers playing in the postseason against the Philadelphia Eagles in Philadelphia. Let me.
Is this their rival, Philly?
Let me tell you why Philadelphia fans.
I got so much.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
And now that I'm out on the West Coast, let me tell you why Philly fans are the worst.
Well, we seen that Butch and Vontae video.
I don't want to talk
Mississippi
about that.
burning. I didn't like it.
Yeah, well.
That hit me.
Huh?
They were spitting at him. Dude.
So I asked my buddies, where do the 49ers rank, if at all, on the list of rivals of the Philadelphia Eagles? And this is the kind of answer you get.
Let's go.
From these guys. He said the three other teams in the NFC East, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, the whole division.
Pittsburgh 4, New England 5, Tampa Bay 6, tie for 7th, San Francisco, Vikings, and Green Bay.
Hey, listen to Vern. What if I said if you asked about Dallas, it would have been the same thing?
Exactly. Okay. If I would have been in Dallas, they would have said, well, the Commanders and the Giants, and then anyway. Man, I was just thinking a lot about this game coming up and the game we're coming off, and I was just kind of thinking the ramifications of, what a win would mean and what a loss would mean in this game. And the interesting thing to me is you have to take last week's game into consideration.
I can't forget. I watched it again last night, Steiny. I can't forget about it.
You just have to. You absolutely have to. And here's where I'll start. Just me. So if the 49ers win this game against the Eagles, to me, it'll be a very successful season. There will be a ton to be proud of. There will be no question that this team overachieved and that Kyle Shanahan has done a really, really good job. And you would have every reason to believe that with a tinker or two and some guys coming back on defense, you'd have action next year. If the 49ers get beat on Sunday, and I'll take it a step further, and their offense doesn't generate a lot of points, I mean, to me, that's gonna set a bad tone for the off season, because 2 losses in a row like that at the end of the year against good teams is going to be like a slap in the face, saying you're not as good as the top teams in the NFC. So I just think there's a ton at stake in this game. And it stinks that as of now, they could have had to won, but they're sitting in 6, which also complicates this game in this situation.
I'm not mad at you, partner, but I disagree in this sense. Steiny, and again, I'm not handing out brownies. This is not the Cub Scouts. This is not participation trophies. This is coming from your boy's heart. The fact that the Niners even put themselves in position to get the 1 seed made me question sports. Like, how can they keep being Martin Luther King all season long to the point to where with all these just ravaged by injuries, put themselves in a position to get a 1 seed to where it makes you forget about Bosa. It makes you forget about Warner when you know how important guys like that are, and Ayuk and Pearsall, and that didn't happen. But it doesn't make your boy over here sitting in this chair omit or forget just how great this coaching job and by the defensive coordinator as well, the players that have been available to put themselves in that position last Saturday night. With that said, Steiny, they got a built-in excuse if somehow they don't get it done Saturday, is our defense was decimated.
No. We have to stop talking.
Tell me why, though.
Because it's the playoffs. The playoffs have started now, and every team has what they have.
But the Niners aren't saying this. You're asking Daryl.
For example,
I'm telling you.
For example, Evan showed me this graphic.
Okay.
And I didn't know you were going to say this, so it's not like I'm piling on. He showed me a graphic of the loss. You know who got sacked more than any other quarterback in the NFL this year? Herbert. Justin Herbert.
Okay, got you.
They were missing 2 of their offensive linemen for all or most of the season.
Yeah, he was a punching bag.
Okay. Like, they will enter the playoffs as that team, and are they saying, well, we played without some big offensive linemen? No, this is like kind of part of what you have to do is what I'm saying. And so, like, the injuries, everybody's going to deal with them. But, like, the way I look at it is, if you lose this game to the Eagles, and if you win this game to the Eagles against the Eagles, you're going to be sitting pretty in a lot of ways, and I'll tell you that in a minute.
Round, yes.
But if you lose this game to the Philadelphia Eagles and you don't score a lot of points, it has nothing to do with the defense. then we've got to look at the offense and say, what happened the last 2 weeks
against
these defenses? Yeah. And who knows? Maybe this would be the time when you start looking at Trent Williams, Kittle, McCaffrey, and start asking the tough questions about moving forward.
Well,
I mean, that's how big I think this particular game is.
Okay, and I hate to do this early, and I hear what you're putting down, but all I'm telling you, Steiny, is I think it's apparent, it's evident that the chickens coming home to roost from the debacle that was Brandon Ayuk against top-tier defenses are probably going to catch up to the Niners. Why I don't blame the Niners, although I don't think they handled the situation as well as they could have, the bottom line is they missed that production, that threat. Then you drafted Ricky Pearsall, who, when he's available, as young as he is dynamic, but he's not available. So I've already, to me, Steiny, I don't like the future of what the Niners have to go try and fix.
Exactly. That's my point.
But I'm shelving that because I'm already popping bubbly because what they've had to endure to get to this game Saturday.
They lose Sunday.
Tell me if you got a problem if I say special.
They lose Sunday. There are going to be so many questions about the validity of this team.
Right.
That's why it's a big game.
Okay.
If they lose this game, the 49ers are going into the offseason with a lot of people saying,
but they got to address that anyway.
Pretenders.
Okay.
They are pretenders.
Right.
That's what they'll say.
They need some threats on the outside. You know, we're up against it. But
okay, fine. You clearly are giving them an excuse. You sound like Bonte. And I'll tell you why on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
See ya.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
This is your college football postseason update, presented by Factor. Eat like a pro. College postseason drama is heating up, and this weekend powerhouse programs delivered when it mattered most, with top seeds punching their tickets and surviving must-win matchups to keep their championship hopes alive. As the playoff picture tightens, every drive, every decision, every moment matters. Just like the athletes leaving it all on the field, Factor meals fuel performance with pro-level nutrition delivered to your door, ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro.
What's the question? You just got to look at his numbers and stuff. They're all three good decisions.
I was just a pig in heaven.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Guru almost just ruined my day. We got a TV on here with the Mad Dog.
He's on First Take
on ESPN.
Yeah, Chris Mad Dog
and
Russo.
Guru says, boy, look at that guy. He's got a great head of hair like you. He's 75. And I'm like, no chance.
You jumped out your seat.
I went nuts. I was like, there's no way he's 75.
I was off a little bit.
So he had me on edge for about a minute, and then he's 65.
Siri told me, Evan, he was 65.
If
I should have went with the
looks
bit.
like that at 75.
Yeah, he looks good.
Woo!
You look
I wanted
good
to keep it going.
Yeah. Dude, you got the Holy Ghost in you. You popped up.
We got to end this game.
Well,
he's getting too confident.
Oh, you mean
this game in the morning has you feeling like
there's only one more.
You're Rocky Balboa.
Yeah.
There's only one more. And keep this in mind. If I win, then it goes on forever.
But it's better than somebody called
Shut up. I know what you're going to say.
Cranky Steiny yesterday.
Please.
What a word.
Please.
You get cranky with the best stuff.
Yeah. I'm the most realistic guy on this station. Even you.
Well, dude,
pulling this again. No, all right, let me. I'm talking to the boss today. I'm talking to the boss today
right now.
Okay, I'm talking to the boss today, and he said, how do you fans? We don't know this and that, and you sound exactly like what he said, and it's this: if the Niners get beat on Sunday,
okay,
you'll kind of get it, and you'll pretty much give them a pass. And what he was saying,
okay. And you're pointing.
There are no passes in Philadelphia. He said, I never heard the word pass.
Well,
in Philadelphia in all my time in talk radio.
Wow. Okay.
Giving a team a pass or a player a pass.
So when Brock Purdy wrecked his elbow in that NFC Championship game a couple years ago, right? Just real quick, let me finish. Before the first quarter was even done, could you understand?
I could, yeah.
And we could even
yes.
Switch names.
Yeah.
How said team that lost their quarterback lost that game.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And that's all I'm trying to capture is I am crazy. I am shocked to all levels that the Niners are in this position in a playoff game. That's me. But they're going to go out there and try to beat Philly, and they might have some action.
Real quick. Before the season, we picked them to win 10 games, which we knew could have gotten them into the playoffs.
Right.
We knew that.
But getting to the 10, nobody knew Bosa was going to drop.
Got to 12.
Yeah, no doubt. With guys that we're mentioning, stud, the dudes, the heartbeats of your defense, nobody saw them going down, and they still somehow could duct tape, gorilla glue it to a point to where they're playing last Saturday for the number 1 seed. In a sense, Niner fans might come for me. I told 49er Frankie Bonte this, Shasky. In a sense, I felt like the football gods were like, hey, Niners, this is a great story. You're going to the playoffs, but number 1 seed, give me that. Because you can't do it to that level. Now, they might, and obviously with trade, getting their ass kicked the way that they did against Seattle, defense to offense, and still have a chance to go after the prize this Sunday at 1:30 in the Link. I'm giving them action. I guess what I'm telling you, Steiny, and you're not asking, and Evan can say, goo this story and the bosses for another day, there is a major reconstruction to the Niners moving forward after this playoffs, whenever they do inform, and I got to put that to the side, and maybe that's why I'm whispering sweet nothings about the job this team has done and putting up 40
They haven't done
burgers.
anything yet.
Steiny, the offense, but this is where you could take a victory lap if you like. If it happens again this Sunday against Philly's defense, the offense was off the chain.
That's my point. One of the things I love about football is like there's two sides to every story. There just is. They're a good football team. No, they haven't played anybody. Well, what happened? Stafford. Oh, he can be handled. He had 3 bad games. Yeah. It's like all I'm saying is, you know what I think? And I'm dead serious.
Yeah, give it to me.
If the 49ers win on Sunday, I think they're a good team. If they don't win on Sunday, I'm going to be like, this team wasn't that good. I'm sorry. That's what it comes down to.
But how did you get to 12?
I'll tell you how.
And one of the 12,
because
or two of the 12
you want to tell me?
Yeah, no.
I'll tell you how. You asked me. Let me tell you. They went 4-4 against playoff teams and had Tampa Bay won or gotten into the playoffs, which they should have. It would have meant the Niners' record against playoff teams is 3-5. Do the math.
Okay, gotcha.
They're 11-0 against, or they're probably 8 or 9-0 against non-playoff teams.
But 2 of the best.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat what fans are going to say about this team if they lose to Philadelphia. They're going to say paper tiger, and they're going to say they didn't play anybody.
See, now I think we're having 2 different conversations because my thing is 2 of the best. The 2 teams I got coming out the NFC, not named the Niners, are Seattle and the Rams. Okay. Now, you could say, Guru, that was in October when they beat the Rams on Thursday or what have you, and you beat Seattle September, week 1. My point is, I mean, they beat those 2 teams. Yeah, they're division foes.
I know, but like this is what you don't do.
Tell me.
Or do, depending. Okay, yeah, they beat Seattle the first week of the season.
Right.
Okay, that counts. They're 3-4-4, but help real quick. Needs to be said in context.
You know who I am at heart.
I'm just telling you.
Help me illustrate to the listeners what I'm sounding like to you. I'm not, Steiny, I'm giving them a pass of they're not whole. So, I think they could win this game Sunday or they could lose it by 20, but I'm not going to say.
They're whole on offense. They are whole on offense.
And
I'll tell you why. Because the Pearsall injury and Trent Williams injury, if they get hurt, I don't care. They're whole. They've been around. They've been healthy. I get Pearsall's missed 7 or 8 games, but Ayuk's gone. He ain't never coming back.
But that impact of him.
So this is the offense. Yeah. What I'm saying is, if you get handled in this game, what are you gonna do? Bring Trent Williams back again? for another year?
I don't know why you would not unless you have something like you got other issues that you got to use your resources for. If Trent Williams could give me another year like this, hell yeah, he's coming back. My point to you about Ayuk is, yeah, Steiny, that was a wart. That was a chicken on the farm coming back. But you didn't miss him until you needed him against prolific defenses. And what's the irony possibly of this season?
We don't know Pearsall would have done anything in that game.
But he had 100 on him the first time they played.
Week 1.
Okay. My point
How
is,
different did those two teams look between week 1 and week 16?
Night and day.
Okay.
I'll be sure. Shout out to R&B singer, I'll be sure. My thing is, Steiny, wouldn't it be anticlimactic that the Niners had this run with the points and the offense and the season ends with a nothing burger against Seattle?
Okay.
And what if they do, and this is on the board for me, a nothing burger against Philly?
Yeah, they're not a very good team then. I'm sorry.
You're right. Okay.
I shouldn't say that.
Oh, well.
They're not. They're clearly not as good as we thought.
Okay. Well,
clearly.
I guess now let's have that conversation.
That's what one game is. Sorry,
now
this is the NFL.
Okay.
One game.
But now,
would you allow wants to hammer Lamar Jackson for a game, he can't do it in the playoffs? It's simple. Prove to me you're a good team. Beat the Eagles on the road after you won 12 games.
But would you allow Niner fan or anybody for that matter to look at the Niners in 2025 and say, okay, when it was go time against top-tier defenses, that's when you miss the debacle? And I know you're like, just forget about it, Goop, but we really can't. Ayuk, they're missing them now.
Okay, you know what I would say?
And Pearsall did not play against one of the best defenses in the league. Steiny, I can't ignore that.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. And you know what? Pearsall and Ayuk, they're not there, but the bottom line is you lose to Philly.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You got to start looking at Trent. You got to start thinking about next year with McCaffrey. And you got to start thinking about George Kittle.
Right.
I'm sorry.
But you got to get a defense and hope dude's coming back. You got a lot on the list.
My point is,
I got
all their talent right now is on offense. And if they can't get anything done against two of the better defensive teams in the league, what are we talking about with Purdy and Pearsall and McCaffrey and Jennings and Kittle? You could only generate one touchdown in 2 games?
But I think
that's not good enough.
But I think you're being unfair when you talk about your best left tackle not in a game and your best wideout not on the field. That's no excuses, Steiny. But I think you're just you're punting on the ramifications of that.
Okay.
That's all.
All right, so
and maybe those
fair.
dudes play, you still only score 3. But I think it's really unfair to say, damn, they could have used him and maybe it would have popped off different offensively. Because I told you and the masses, this Niner offense is good. That's how far this team's going.
But here's the other thing.
And they didn't do anything Sunday, Saturday.
Fine. You know what? So you're good both ways. And here's what I'm talking about. You get to say they don't have a weapon. Well, they don't have Ayuk. Okay. How come? Well, they had a problem. So, why wouldn't you think, yeah, we had a wide receiver problem. How come? Well, one guy we had a problem with, and the other guy we drafted who can't stay healthy.
That's a real thing, and that's going to get louder.
Right.
You're right.
So it doesn't matter in terms of this team and
but
where
from
they're
a competition standpoint,
they're not going to get Ayuk back.
Okay, gotcha.
So their number one receiver is a guy who plays every other game.
That's a problem.
That's who you are as a team, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a major problem. But I don't know his availability, and hopefully he can go, Steiny, and we'll find out. But I'm just telling you, I believe the Niner offense and their chances of winning and being productive on offense are greatly higher, with Pearsall out there, because it was apparent that Seattle said, hey, you know what, Steiny? All that 40 you were putting up against all these scrub teams, let's show you how. And that was it.
Pearsall was the reason they were scoring 40.
No, I'm saying,
No, the reason they were scoring 40 is because the teams they played stunk. And the defenses they played stunk. And they played it here's the other thing. Oh, those are really good defenses. Well, that's a playoff team if it's a good defense. That's all I'm saying. And, I'm just, here's what I meant.
Yeah, right. I got you, but I'm just telling you.
I love Bonte Hill. Yeah. When's he on next? Next Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Okay, so hopefully he'll
be on tonight.
He's going to kill me for this.
But for what?
One of his videos came across. Bonte Hill, the great Bonte Hill, NBC Sports Bay Area, former, still on 95.7 The Game.
Go.
He did a video on how the 49ers could win. And you know how he started the video?
Give it to me.
I'm going to give you 3 reasons why the 49ers can actually pull off the impossible and make it possible that we can beat the Eagles.
I love this. And I missed
Impossible? What are we doing?
Well, he's giving Philly's defense respect.
Okay, but let's choose our words better. So 49er fans think it's impossible to beat them in Philly? Why? I can think of 10 reasons why you can win
Vegas
this game.
has it, 3? I don't want to speak for big. We should have him call in. But I'll say this to you before you finish. Maybe he's one of the biggest Niner fans we know. Maybe he's doing what I'm doing, Steiny, and he's taking inventory of what they're without. So maybe he's just being realistic to take down this beast.
It's not impossible. You want like that? I guess that's what I'm saying.
Is Philly getting disrespected? They're the Super Bowl champs.
Sure.
I feel like they're getting respect. So maybe that was respect.
Let me tell you what's going on.
But when he says the impossible to win on the road, especially after we got a glimpse of what Seattle's defense did to you in regard to clamping you down. So when you say impossible, we are talking about Philly, the division champs.
You want to know what I believe? And this is... Okay, Bonte's gone now. We're not talking about him at all. I'm talking about certain fans and you to an extent.
Well, come for me.
The 49ers are having a great year, and as they're racking up these wins against subpar teams, we start chirping. Super Bowl. Never play a game outside the state. Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Meanwhile, all season long, we're out here in the Bay laughing at Philadelphia. Sirianni's a joke. The Eagles have big problems. They are in shambles.
These were national narratives.
Now the game comes. Yeah. And now all of a sudden the Eagles are impossible to beat. That's what I don't like about some
Well, that was
fans.
Bonte's word.
No, that's not Bonte.
But that was a national narrative about Philly. That wasn't the Bay doing that narrative.
No, you don't laugh at Sirianni and the Eagles?
No, I told you I was the biggest hater for Hurts and Sirianni, and they won. And what did I tell you and Evan in the green room?
Okay.
Back me up here. I got a problem with people saying they would take Purdy over Hurts.
That's not
when Hurts has won a Super Bowl.
Okay, fine.
Make that make sense, and he's been to 2. But this is the ideology that you're using.
Bowl. Well, 49er fans talking Super Bowl last week, and now it'll be the biggest upset in franchise history if they go into Philadelphia, a team that everybody said was in shambles midway through the season, a team everybody thinks whose coach is a joke. I mean, but now we can't beat Philly.
No, but come on, Stotty. Well, Vegas has it at 3. This is not one of those playoff games to where it's 9.
That means it's a toss-up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Only because Philly can't get out their own way, allegedly.
Okay.
But
then you should be able to beat them.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
I'm just saying.
But Bonte used impossible.
Right, and that's a joke if you're this kind of again, he's not in it. It's like, then don't talk about the Super Bowl weeks 10 to 16. But
tell me why not?
Like, what do you mean, why not?
The arrow was pointed high. Right. They're rolling. They're already having a season that you admit, well, I'll admit, with the injuries, I didn't think they could survive.
They had a good regular season.
And now you're just a couple of days removed from a game that would have gave you possibly the number 1 seed and what you just said, not leaving Cali.
Right.
No, like, can you put into can you condense what you mean about or just illustrate the picture about who was saying the Super Bowl, Steiny?
Oh, please, you were saying Steiny they could run the table.
It's still a possibility, but you're saying it like I was saying book it.
No, but nobody was saying they're a lock to win the Super Bowl.
Come on now.
But people were talking about this. If they won that game, they were going to be the favorites. Okay, they lost that game. Now they can't go into a road city and win a game? Like, that's preposterous.
I don't feel that way. I think they got action.
Right. I think they should win the game. How about that? And I think if they don't win the game, that's really bad.
But real quick, if you think they can win the game,
I do think they can win the game.
Part of what you said, people outside and everywhere have been talking about the Eagles. How can you just disrespect the defending champs?
I'm not disrespecting
with that
them.
Defense and what they have name-wise on offense.
You're missing the point. I'm saying that the 49ers, if they think they're a good, I'm not disrespecting the Eagles. I'm saying, prove to me you're good and beat the Eagles.
And I'm over here Again, I know
right,
it's not
giving them passes.
No. I'm doing just what we did with the Warriors when we lost Curry against Minnesota. Yeah, I wanted them to beat them, but I knew you couldn't without Curry, and that's what happened.
But
all I'm telling you,
why not? Why can't they beat the Philadelphia Eagles?
Because they can't get home or they can't get to the quarterback.
Why don't we focus on offense?
Okay, gotcha.
Because that's all I really care about. If the defense gives up 40, they give up 40, and we got issues.
All right,
I'm talking about the
let me just
offense.
I'm going to go Greg Cosell, my version of Greg Cosell. If we're talking about the James Logan High football program, the Colts, and you tell me their left tackle and whoever their best wideout is not playing, Steiny, I'm giving credence to, you know what? You've been dealt a bad hand. Play the game.
Has Devontae Adams played for the Rams the last couple weeks? I mean, what are we doing,
they've been struggling, but yeah.
Seriously. And you know what? That's the other thing.
But
Trent
tell
Williams.
me what you think. What do you want me to say?
I want you to treat the 49ers like you would treat a normal
Bosa
team.
and Warner are there?
Yes.
But they're not.
Okay, and the Chargers are missing their two best offensive linemen. You go around the league. And I'm not saying.
And you know what? They're getting on the plane and they're going to show up. Yeah. This is not them talking to you or Kyle.
Right.
Steiny, they're going to go try to win a game.
No doubt.
And if we're right about something's going on with Philly behind the scenes, and that offense is dysfunctional, and maybe they don't believe in Hurts, then maybe the Niners and Kyle and his brilliance, they'll have a better day than they had this last Saturday.
Look, here's what I think. I think there's a lot of things going for the 49ers.
Give me one.
I think that game against Seattle was perfect. It was perfect. And I'm sorry, when you play 6 horse bleep teams in a row, Bears, shut up.
No, boy, they have
whatever.
I got you.
You play 6 bad teams or 6 teams at that level, okay? And you win them. And now here comes Seattle, and they are playing at another level. Period. End of story. It took the 49ers too long before they realized that they weren't matching the level of play of the Seattle Seahawks because they hadn't seen anything like that in a month and a half. And so now they've seen it, and Kyle Shanahan gets to go back and practice this week and say, guess what? We ain't playing a non-playoff team. You saw what Seattle did to us last week. We got to be better against Philadelphia, and I fully expect them to be more prepared.
Okay, go ahead.
2,
I asked you.
Who's a better coach?
I like Kyle.
Kyle Shanahan.
But how unfair is that to say? I don't know. I'm growing. I'm proud of myself. Sirianni's got a Super Bowl ring.
Okay, argue to me that Sirianni's better than him.
I'm not, because I think I saw him lose a team. So
who has an advantage at coaching? Quit trying to make excuses.
They're not excuses. You're asking me an answer, and I'm just.
Who has the coaching advantage? Would
Kyle.
You say? I believe it's Kyle, too.
And I don't think Sirianni would have Kyle's team in this position.
Okay.
So it's Kyle.
So they got a coaching edge.
Says you and me, but the bottom line is one guy's got a ring and been to 2 Super Bowls, and the other guy has 0 and been to 2 Super Bowls. So am I right? Are we right?
You're wrong,
Kyle?
Because you've called him the boy genius for 9 years. He's the coach of the year.
I've been on his head. I've been on his head about him not winning too.
Come on, Gil.
No, I'm just telling you, man. We're double. Not
so
you.
Now
people are double talking.
You're making excuses.
I'm not. What excuse?
Gil.
I'm stating facts.
Gil.
You're taking them as excuses.
No, Gil. If I said to you on any other day, the 49ers have a coaching advantage against the Eagles, you wouldn't say, says you. You'd say, yeah, you're probably right, Steiny. Right?
But if I said what does a Super Bowl winning coach mean to you?
He won a Super Bowl. Great.
Okay, and he's been to 2. But he's been to 2.
Okay, so
I think it's
you're not convincing yourself that Sirianni's a better coach. You're saying that people can say he's got a better resume. You're right, but nobody will say that. No. Nobody's going to say Sirianni's a better coach than Kyle.
And he may be on his third.
He's a Super Bowl coach. Great.
I don't think there's probably 1, maybe 2 coaches in the league that could have this Niner team where they're at in this game with the injury.
Perfect.
If you want to call that excuse, Steiner, you can.
So Kyle Shanahan is absolutely an advantage in this game for the 49ers. And I got to tell you, if you don't think so, then fire. Are you kidding?
Okay. What did that advantage do against Seattle? You got 3 measly points. If Jerry Rice and John Taylor are not walking through that door, miss me with a guy that doesn't play or lace him up being an advantage.
Oh, now
you are
so you want Kyle not to matter when they don't look good.
I want him to have his talent. And he didn't have Pearsall.
Lastly, here's the other thing that the Niners have going for them. If the Eagles are as fragile as we think they are, they'll break on Sunday. Yeah. Because the 49ers at least are together. There's no doubt about that. If the Eagles are fragile, they will break on Sunday.
But what's that mean when it's third and long? You know what I mean? That sounds good, Johnny.
Guru,
no, tell me.
You're making excuses.
No, I feel like you're having a conversation from 2 years ago when Philly flamed out after they went 10-1. They just won the Super Bowl, and we're about to find out on this ride if they're broken. But you're making assumptions like they are.
No, I'm not.
Those aren't the advantages I want. We're together. You're coming to my house so we can kick your ass and then I go on the road. Those are advantages I want. We got number 80. Nobody can guard him. That's what I want.
Who's 80?
Jerry Rice. They don't have that. And now it's getting tougher.
They don't have Rice, so they have no expectations to win a playoff game. 888-957-9570 is the number. Woo-hoo-hoo!
You own one.
Yeah, how come the Eagles don't stink today? They stunk all year out here.
Gotta go.
That segment was sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. I gotta wind it down.
On January 1st, tolls went up on all the bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
Hey, I've covered the Bay Area forever, and I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game and when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin. With our New Year's clearance sale, get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/promotions for more information.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands Guest Line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands Guest Line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Let's get nuts.
Yeah, fellas, hey, get back to arguing now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Scotty Osler.
We got to catch up
One
with
of the
him.
greats.
No doubt about it.
Steiny and Guru, two of the greats.
Hey,
he cannot be that guy.
You put a banana in my tailpipe, and I don't like it, man. Oh, boy. But, yeah, you tricked me. Because I came in this morning, I'm growing, it's 2026, and I said to myself, I know I would take Kyle 10 times out of 10 over Serriani.
Okay.
And I was on Sirianni's head. He's a phony, yada, yada, yada. They come back, win the Super Bowl. Same with Hurts. Just real quick here. My thing in sports and in life is, and I asked Evan this, how fair is it that I say that I would take Kyle when Sirianni has been to as many Super Bowls and has won one? How disrespectful if we remove the names and just say Steiny won a ring, Guru didn't. How come the guy that got it done doesn't get the benefit of the doubt?
Why did Brad Johnson win a Super Bowl and Marino didn't?
All right,
that's what context
outlier
gives us.
Right.
That's what context gives us. But we've seen Sirianni do all those things. We've seen Shanahan do everything he's done. It's not disrespect about Sirianni. It's just not, you know what it is? It's just not automatically saying Sirianni's a better coach because he won a Super Bowl. Well, okay, then the discussion's over. But there's got to be context.
He's been to 2.
I know his resume, Goo.
And let me just finish.
Why are you defending Sirianni as though he's not considered an inferior coach?
It's just where we're at in sports and life. You taking Hurts or Purdy?
That's a good one.
Why is it a good one when one quarterback balled out in 2 Super Bowls?
Because there's context.
But do you know what that's starting to mean to me? Not your context. It's what you want it to be.
Okay,
we play favorites in this world.
Okay, so Hurts,
because the bottom line is Hurts. Purdy should not be taking over Hurts. And I was the biggest Hurt detractor. But I'm like, damn, the dude balled out in 2 Super Bowls. Brock's been to 1. Okay. I like Brock. But the damn answer should be the dude named Jalen Hurts that won his time when he wins.
Why isn't it?
I don't know.
I do, Guru. Apparently you just don't want to hear it.
Well, I'm changing.
Not fast enough.
Give it to hear what? But to help me. And I'll let you know if I buy it.
If Brock Purdy had won the Super Bowl with the 49ers teams when they were considered loaded.
Gotcha.
Okay? People would talk about him just like Jalen Hurts. The Eagles had 11 sacks against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
But we could do that all day every day, but we don't.
Okay, so here's the way you want to do it. Let's make a list of the best coaches in the NFL. Okay, Andy Reid's the best. Who's second? Who has 2 rings? Okay, Sean McVay's got 1. He's 2. Sirianni's got 1. He's 3.
I get the
Mike McCarthy was with the Cowboys last year. Yeah. He was better. He won 1.
John Harbaugh.
John Harbaugh's
Tomlin,
better.
I got it.
But that's not reality. The reality is you can't say all year long and for his entire tenure that Kyle Shanahan is a genius and one of the best coaches in football. Yes. And if he would lose his job, 10 teams would want him.
Those are facts.
Okay. So he's 99.9% of football fans would say Kyle's a better coach.
I got you. And I'm not running from that. I told you how I feel about Kyle and offense and his brilliance. He's not perfect, and I was on his head, and I think he was a reason he doesn't have a ring. This is not about that. I'm gonna just take it to baseball. If I said, okay, I want to invite some of the greatest managers in MLB, are you telling me Dave Roberts wouldn't get an invite? I'm asking you because he had a roster loaded like they have.
You have to take it into consideration. Like if you want to look at everything like black or white, then Dave Roberts has to be there. He has to be there because he's got 2 or 3? Yeah, he's got to be there. He's got 3.
I mean, 3 World Series is...
I'm with like...
That's tough.
You guys can't come... It's fun, but I'm just thinking
I know. Hey,
I think we are... Our society, we just rob and strip people like you did to Brad Johnson. I get that. That was
That might be what we're talking about. But Sirianni got to coach one of the most loaded teams in NFL history. I mean, he just did. Right?
Well, do we do that with Andy now, with Mahomes? Or we didn't know Mahomes was that God gift. We didn't know Mahomes was the gift to court. A god at the quarterback position, but he had the wherewithal to know to draft him. Hey, listen, I'm just putting it out there because we do this all the time with eras, and now you got me with this mindset. I'm thinking, okay, Steve Kerr has 4. Is that because he had Steph Curry? Like Phil has Michael, and some people knock Phil because he had Michael, Shaq, and Kobe, and Scotty?
Look at the whole situation. I mean, look at the night. Like, I don't know what you're saying. I mean, you can give him credit for 4 titles and think that somebody with 3 is a better coach. Who cares?
I believe if Jerry Sloan had Scotty and Michael, they would have won those titles. And no shade at Steve Kerr. If some other coaches, Tyronn Lue had the KD and Steph and Dre and they would have won.
I get that, but it feels to me like you want an official list, 1 through 10, and everybody acknowledges it, and let's just go by Super Bowls or let's just go by NBA titles. And that's kind of, I mean.
No, that will never happen, and I guess I'm just not in.
I mean, here's what bothers me.
But
can I tell you what bothers me?
No, go ahead.
And I've interrupted you more than you have me today.
But we love you. You owe one.
I guess what bothers me is we spend a whole year talking about Kyle Shanahan, Coach of the Year. Coach of the Year 38 times. And today, as they're ready to face the Philadelphia Eagles, you didn't want to give me Shanahan with an advantage over Sirianni. Like, that one's the kind that I don't understand. That's what I don't understand.
And I didn't know I was doing that, but I'll tell you this. What if I said, okay, let's give Kyle that, Steiny, in this game with what they're without the Niners?
Okay.
That's not great. That's not good enough.
Okay.
I want our running back or our offensive line to be a reason. The coaching at this juncture, to me, that's not where I want it to be. He's a slave to what he's got out there, and I'm not blaming Kyle McDonald.
He deals with the offense mostly,
and he was without 2 stewards of that offense.
Okay, what if they're there Sunday and they don't get anything done offensively?
Then I already told you this is a big project, regardless of what happens this playoff for the Niners. But, Steiny, they got to get some weaponry in here, man.
Let me tell you what, and this is not my line.
Right.
This is the boss's line.
Give it to him.
And I'm not pitting fans against each other. I'd rather talk about how we view the Niners going into this specific game against Philadelphia. And he said, I'll tell you right now, if the Eagles lose to the Niners, nobody's going to be saying, well, we didn't have Lane Johnson. Nobody in Philly will say that.
Right, but Steiny, they're so loaded.
Trent Williams.
When you look at the names,
okay.
I got you.
These are excuses.
But you still got a lot. This team, just look at the defense.
Okay, they have a lot, and yet all year long they were in shambles. That's what I mean.
But you've been the president of the reason they stayed afloat. The Niners and the defense wasn't able to get exploded all day, every day, was because their schedule was soft.
And I still believe that.
But now you're
they're
about
playing
to
the
play
Eagles.
and you played Seattle. How'd that work out for
Exactly.
You know
so
what
this
I mean?
will be the determinant if they're a good team or if it was fool's gold. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Eagles win this game. I'm not saying it'll be right, but you're damn right. If the Eagles win this game 20-10, everybody's going to be saying, see, the fool's gold Niners, they're not even close. You win this game against Philly, then now we're saying stuff like, all right, we're in the best 8 teams in the league, and we're getting Warner back, and we're getting Bosa back. And if you lose this game, you were 12-5, but you got blown out your last 2 games, you know?
Against top teams. But I think if they win this game...
Do you want to be compared to top teams or the dreck they played this season? If you're the Niners, the iconic franchise.
I want to be realistic.
Okay.
And I think why, with what you just said, if somehow they pull this off against Philly outside of Lane Johnson, relatively healthy compared to the Niners, that's a story of how did they do this with what they've been given and where they're at health-wise. No excuses, but I can tell you this right now.
Right.
I don't care what happens Sunday, Steiny. Would you argue or have a problem with me saying to-do list for the Niners is to get more explosive on the outside? Even if they don't play the game, that is a factoid. Right. They need to get explosive. But now
why
I
are
feel
you focusing on the wide receivers? If they lose this game, they got to look at everything.
No, but everything. A major
That's what I'm saying.
But to scare top-tier defenses, Steiny, you got to have something on the outside.
That's just one.
That's just a component.
That's just one component of a football team. Like, they'll need to look at the line. They'll need to look at McCaffrey
the linebackers,
and his
the
usage.
safeties,
They'll need to look at Kittle's age.
Yeah.
They'll need to look at this young rookie class that played or didn't play or got hurt this year and start talking about how good they really are.
With.
That's right. If you don't win this game, you weren't that good. Can you meet me there? If you can't beat Philly on the road, or no, I'm not going to say that. You get beat to Philly like you did against Seattle.
You're telling me the year was stinky.
No, I won't say it was stinky.
Okay, and that's all I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is you'll be further away than you think.
Why do I feel like I already know that answer? Like Philly could just pee in the bed and help you win that game.
Okay.
But Steiny, what they have to go to-do list is major. And now is not the time. Nobody wants to hear it because it's kind of like, hey, no, enjoy the good times. J.J. Evans.
Okay, it's about good times. Thanks.
No, it's about enjoy the now. We talked about that yesterday,
Sure.
right? The best gift God gives us is the present. But the bottom line is what they need to fix in areas of need.
It's amazing.
That is a job.
Like, this is what I mean. They went 12-5. We talk about them like they're having a special season, coach of the year, but you're saying they need help all over the field.
And I don't want to speak for Monte, but I think that's why
they need help all over the field.
Used.
Now, you know why? Because the playoffs are starting, and you're going to play good teams.
No,
I get it.
The good
that's
teams
the way
is everything.
fans are.
No, I'm not signing. I'm neutral. I'm just telling you how I feel about them trying to pull
You're
this off.
You're going to give them a pass, essentially, and I think a lot of fans
Evan, am
will.
I giving a pass by saying the Niners have, no matter win or lose, they shock me, E?
The reality is they're the second largest underdog of the weekend. Not just
Way to play it down the middle.
No, that's the reality.
Right,
You're not playing it down. I'm using facts, which you just thrown to the wayside during this conversation.
3 points, 3.5 points.
4.5.
Okay.
It's the second biggest spread of the weekend. People do not think the Niners are going to beat the Eagles.
I don't think they are either.
But just a minute ago you said
you're talking your stuff like they got to go win the game.
You were just
like they are the favorites.
They're not the favorites, but why? But you clowns want to give up on them because
now you do it too much.
You guys talked a big game during the regular season. And now the playoffs are coming, and you're like, well, we can't beat them.
How many superlatives have I come in on a Monday, and I won't even speak for him. Nobody said, oh, they're better than, they got more talent. I was surprised all year that it kept up, and it's still happening. Let me in the dance. Why are you coming for my
identification? On the Niners. You just are. And it's fine.
I think you and the boss are being unrealistic.
I'm not hard on the Niners. I'm like objective and talking like people would talk in other markets about where this team is and what the capabilities are.
But why do I feel like you've moved the goalpost on if they lose? You can't, in Niner Nation or whatever Niner Empire, you can't take 2 steps back and say, oh, forget what we got to do. With all we endured, and we know it's a lot, Stoney, 8 games missed from our quarterback. Everybody's got a story, but the bottom line is the fact that they almost got the 1 seed and went to Philly and lost, you kind of can't be mad.
I'm not saying you can be mad.
I understand.
This is not about emotion. This is about you lose to Philly. Can we look at our team? Can we look at our team realistically?
Before they get out of the airplane, headed to Philly, I need to do this because I think I haven't done a good job. They're not as good as the Philadelphia Eagles. This version of the team, these players that are going to get on this bird
and
land it. Why? It's a factoid.
Listen,
am I wrong?
If the 49ers lose 21-20 and it's a dogfight, you know, that's one thing.
And they're coaching errors and fumbles. We're going to come in and talk about, oh, this dude did that and he did this. But
okay, so why are we even playing any sports games because one team,
no, I'm just to Evan's point on the spread.
If the 49ers win, if they win on Sunday, you know what it is? It's a little bit of an upset.
Yeah,
that's what it is. It's not impossible.
Right. I didn't use impossible.
Well, those are big. It's not like a 1 in a million shot.
But to be clear, Stoney, because the energy is shocking me, because usually I have that. To be clear, you're now saying you expect Philly to win this game.
I am not saying that. What I'm saying is that I put a stipulation on it, which is if they lose this game to Philly in a fashion like they lost to Seattle, that's what I said. If they go in and it's a dogfight and they come out on the short end of the stick, that's a different story. Then I wouldn't say, well, they aren't a very good team, because they obviously hung with a really good team at the most important time of the year. But if you can't hang with 2 really good teams at the end of the year, and your only reason for losing the game is we had some injuries, then you're kidding yourself. That's all I'm saying.
Well, see, and I guess that's where I'm at, because that's what I've been whispering, sweet nothings, and still stand on. Kyle, Coach of the Year, going into Saturday night, and that game did count, and they didn't have their best game. But the bottom line is I'm understanding in totality how they are not whole. And 1 or 2 players make a difference in this league.
What if I could come up with stats that show that there's some playoff teams that had more injuries than the 49ers? Would that matter at all?
I would love to hear them.
Okay.
But couldn't you be honest without even doing that research with what what's made this season special is they've overcome.
Okay. Fair. And they don't have Warner and they don't have Bosa.
Just think about that.
That's fine. But then all season long, when they're winning against the Drek, don't tell me it's a great defense and Saleh's doing this and Saleh's doing that. And then when we get a big boy, well, Warner and Bosa aren't here. That's all I'm kind of talking about.
And I half agree with you, but I don't think people were coming in here. And I don't want to speak for our comrades, Willard, Dibbs. Nobody ever came in and said, oh, this defense is great.
No.
It was, we were all just, mollywopped by the fact that they've, he had them in position to, but I guess you were fixated on who they were playing.
What about this?
Because you've been scheduled.
What about this? So, okay, the defense is the defense. Whatever. They have every excuse in the book. Okay.
No doubt.
If Pearsall and Trent Williams play this upcoming week and they score 10 points. Like,
now
what are you talking about with Kyle Shanahan? He has all his weapons. Yeah. He's got his whole team in front of him. He's got his Trent Williams, his Kittle, his Pearsall, his Jennings, his McCaffrey. And they can't score a lot of points. They can't generate. Why not? Oh, we need better players than those guys.
We need
the ones who we've been saying are just untouchable. Now they're not good enough. Like, we got to figure it out.
And on my bingo card, there is a reality to where the Philadelphia's great defense could bottle up and do something like Seattle did.
Okay. And then what would you say? Well, they didn't have IU.
This is how I know you won't come for me Monday, regardless of what happens. I'm already telling you, sir, even with Pearsall, they need more. And
so that's what I mean about an excuse. That's an excuse. Because we all know the Eagles receivers are better than the Niners. And I'm not saying if the Niners lose the game, they stink. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying if they get handled and their offense does not look good, then we have a real problem, because then we got to go back and look at these 40-point games and really how much they meant.
I have no problem with that.
That's all I'm saying.
And I'm wondering,
why are you making excuses for the offense is what I want to know. I get the defense. Defense.
And I'm going to say this.
You've had your starting quarterback back for 6 weeks.
Missing your left tackle and
this is the most important left tackle in the history of sports.
No, and I'm throwing Pearsall in there, Steiny. Those are two. No, come on,
a second-year receiver. See, here's the other thing about Pearsall. Well, Pearsall didn't play. Pearsall doesn't play every other game.
It's getting scary.
That's
it's very concerning.
But that's part of your team.
Concerning.
Part of your team is you have a receiver that you can't rely on.
It's very concerning.
So you're using that as an excuse, right?
Well, hopefully, no, I can if he plays, but moving forward, that's still something that needs to be addressed, because you can't play this game in, out, in.
I'm just saying.
And when you're in, it don't mean you're going for 200 yards either.
Okay, so because you are now in a position, you came into the season with Ayuk, Jennings in a mess.
Okay. Pearsall.
And now you're going into the playoffs, and let's just say Ricky Pearsall does, let's say Pearsall plays or doesn't play. I don't understand Ayuk's not coming back.
But you're easier to defend.
You won 12 games without him anyway.
Last time you were in these Super Bowls and you were Billy Badass Steiny, you had the threat of Debo, Ayuk.
That's my point.
McCaffrey, and Kittle.
Fair. You're not expecting Kyle Shanahan to do Kyle Shanahan things.
Well, Steiny, no, we're almost asking the impossible.
Guru, why? This is their whole team on offense. Pearsall's their number one. Jennings is their 2. Kittle's their tight end. McCaffrey's their running back. Purdy's their quarterback. Okay, Trent. Well, first of all, Trent's 38. So who would have expected him to play 20 games? Pearsall's injury prone. It just so happens the game's coming up. They may not play, but if they play, you're full.
All right,
you're totally whole on offense.
Let's play a game of defense. When you're going up against a defense like Seattle and like Philly, you need more than just a running back and tight end.
See, this is what I mean,
I think that's what the Niners are going to
I thought they had a dynamic offense when they were scoring 42 and 45 and 37. We talked about Purdy. Oh, Purdy, 5, no quarterback, has 10 touchdowns in 2 games. It's great. It's incredible.
Right.
But now, if they get stifled in Philly, well, we didn't have Pearsall.
No,
or Ayuk. I'm out on that. That one I'm out on. You were good enough to win 12 games, right?
But listening to you, the reason you were good enough to win 12 games is a lot of it, and I listened, was because who you played.
Well,
you
let's see if they're a good team or not.
Right. And this
game's going to determine that, to me.
But you're asking me that question because I'm already giving you my answer that they need to add on the offense as well before we find out.
Why didn't you say this as they were moving to 12-5?
And this is what hurts. I've said it ad nauseum that, hey, this looks good. When I was trying to fight the fight about you saying they ain't playing nobody, and I said when they come up against somebody, we'll see.
Here's what I'm hearing.
Tell me.
Here's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing you say Ricky Pearsall
is an enigma.
Yeah, he's going to be an enigma if he gets shut down next week, is what I'm saying. But, he missed half the season. You won 12 games. But guess what? Guess what you get to do if you're the Niners? You get to, if he doesn't play Sunday, you get to blame it on one wide receiver.
Well,
it doesn't make sense.
Why are you fixated in the boss? I'm going to throw him in here. Why are you guys so fixated on the blame?
What blame?
Of what
you're the one that's putting blame on.
No, whatever happens in Philly, if they lose,
right.
we're gonna watch the game and see how it plays out.
Right.
But I think
I've already built in 5 excuses.
I'm going.
If they lose this game, it's because Trey was coming off an injury. Yes, of course it will be.
So your excuses have nothing to do with the outcome of the. Why are you?
To do with the outcome,
why are you
but
dead set on what's going to come out of people's mouth? The bottom line is
they got ousted, out of people's mouth.
The bottom line is they pulled an upset and beat an Eagle team.
That's right.
And one of the characteristics and traits and why Kyle Shanahan is probably having his best coaching year.
Until he loses on Sunday, right?
Steiny, the fact that this team is where they're at cannot be ignored.
It's so funny. You want Kyle Shanahan to get all this credit for a terrible schedule. Then they'll play 2 good teams, and if they get shut down, they get shut down. And then, well, what was Kyle supposed to do? Okay, all right. Guess what? You played Seattle, and now you're going into the playoffs. You're playing better teams. Guess what?
But you beat Seattle with the Rams.
Tennessee's not on the schedule.
But I can't bring that up because you said that was too long ago.
You can bring it up.
But I did earlier, and you were like, and I got you. It was week 1.
That's because I'm trying to present an argument from both sides and say that you can say, hey, we went 4-4 against playoff teams, or you can look at, this is what I mean about lists and definitive lists. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200. 888-6-1200.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
So to hell with Harry. You need to go to Kaiser and do something in the cup.
Yay!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, we got a big one coming up Sunday.
1:30, baby.
Philly, 1:30.
The playoffs start Saturday. I'm watching. I'm locked in.
Let me guess. Houston?
No, they play Monday night finally. Houston's out of
Houston doesn't play on a Saturday?
That's been their spot.
Wow.
Hey, Steiny, sometimes we're misunderstood, and you're like vodka right now because you're so absolute in regard to one thing meaning this.
Sure.
Let me just read a couple things that were written to us.
Four.
Give it to
Hey,
me.
guys, there should be a middle ground here. The Niners were a good team, but the bad defense held them back. That's like, okay.
Evan did that, not me.
I got it, but I get that. And then this one.
Yeah.
This is the person I'm talking to. Hey, Goo. Why are you talking like the Niners have already lost? Quit with the bad mojo.
That kind of the
hurts
way.
me.
That's kind of.
I'm giving the Niners a chance in this game,
and that was kind of my feeling coming in today.
No, you said to us, you and the boss talked about the after. Shout out Dr. Dre. The aftermath.
No, Goo.
Passes.
Right, but Goo,
let's watch the game.
What was the first thing you said when I came in? when I came in. I said I seen a video where
Bonte used Impossible.
Right. But stop. People want to look at this like it's Chaminade versus Virginia. It is, and you know what? If that's the way you're going to look at it, and they lose, well then keep thinking it's all injuries.
Defensively, to try to take down on a good day this Eagle offense, aren't you asking what's left of your defense? Aren't you Chaminade?
Let me be clear.
Let's be real though, Steiny.
Let me be clear.
Aren't you?
Let me be clear. And I have to make this distinction because I think it's important. 49ers got handled last week by Seattle. Where I came out today is if they get handled like they did on Sunday, like they did against Seattle.
Offensively.
That's all I care about now. Right. Then I do think we've got bigger problems on that side of the ball, and we've got to start
if I'm telling you I already am there with you?
Okay, so
you think you need to see this thing in Philly.
Right,
I'm
they've
already
done
there.
enough already.
No,
then.
you never have done enough.
That's what you're saying, though.
No.
We know that the Eagles are better. We know that it would be a little bit of an upset.
Right.
That's all it would be.
And it's apparent now, regardless if Pearsall plays or not, that his availability is a concern on the back of losing Ayuk and not replacing him.
My point
Jennings,
is,
we love him.
If Pearsall doesn't play Sunday, you're not really going to say, well, they didn't have Pearsall if they lose like they did to the Seahawks.
No, I'm going to start thinking about life after Ricky. That wasn't on their ledger to where they had to feel like they were going to have we got to get some receivers in here.
When everybody was talking about the possibility of winning 3 straight, or 2 games at Levi and going to the Super Bowl. Yeah. 3.
But the math was
6
there.
weeks ago.
Yeah.
6 weeks from now is like the Super Bowl. Okay, or a few weeks ago. So the Niners are rolling. They're rolling, and now they're 10-5 or 10-4, whatever it is, and we're saying we could get the number 1 seed. We could run the table, boom, boom, boom. Does it enter your mind there that, well, we got to keep into account our number 1 receiver does only play once every other game, and that's who we are. We have a receiver that's played 10 out of 18 games. We still won 12. All I'm asking is, you got to be competitive in this game. If they get beat, 2017, and you can tell when a team is gritty and a team is together. And that's the other thing I think they have going for them. If they can stick around in this game, I like their mental toughness more than Philly's. No, I'm not saying that's going to win them the game. I'm just saying.
In the world, I know you don't care right now because we're talking and we're in the Bay, but the world is questioning Philly's toughness. So that's something they got to deal with. But I think that does play to the Niners' advantage until we see the Eagles' defense feel like, you know what, they don't scare us. It's McCaffrey, Kittle in them. We know where they're going to be at, and that's what Seattle did. And Steiny, real quick here, I watched that game again. How Seattle didn't have 30 points, I have no idea. But yet, it was what it was. You lost by 10, but they had chunk plays galore. How they didn't have 30, but neither here nor there, they lost. But now I'm like, will Philly cash in those chips if they get those chances? And hopefully they don't.
But this is where I make a distinction. And if the 49ers lose 30-27, I think we'll all understand why. Okay? That's not a problem. We know their defense has some built-in
But offensively, you feel
challenges.
like
Hell yes.
But I still feel like they got.
Because we don't have Ayuk.
No,
we haven't had Ayuk for a year and a half, and we're still talking about him. That's the thing.
Yeah,
they haven't had Ayuk for what?
Gotcha.
20, almost 30 games now.
But he's going to have to be replaced, and that time's coming fast.
But my point is, as we thought this team was really good and could compete with anybody, they didn't have Ayuk. Now they don't have him, and now they're shorthanded at every position. Let's go. Let's get some calls.
Yeah,
it's people need to hear somebody other than me yelling into the mic. I got a big ass. Let's go to Big Smooth in Oakland. What's up, Big Smooth? How you doing, man?
Hey, Happy New Year's, guys.
Yeah.
So you were talking about, it's funny, we were talking about trying to rate coaches and, Serriani particularly. And I'm thinking, Serriani was on his way out unless they won a Super Bowl. If they didn't win that Super Bowl, he was going to get fired.
Yeah.
So here he is, one Super Bowl, possibly two, I don't know. But I'm asking, you think Serriani is a better coach than Mike Singletary was? Maybe he just was surrounded by better coaches?
I mean, I don't know, Big Smoothie. I'm just saying that 99% of football people will probably say Shanahan's a significantly better coach than Sirianni. Don't you think? Or better.
I agree. But what I'm saying is Sirianni could end up with 2 Super Bowls.
I know. You're right.
It doesn't mean he's better. It just means he was in a better situation.
Correct. Who's got the coaching advantage?
Harbaugh is a great coach.
Right.
I think the only reason why he got fired is because he took King Henry out that game and never put him back. And I think that was a problem. And I think that's the only reason why he got fired.
Hey, but Smoothie, real quick, let's not act like, and I like Kyle, let's not act like he hasn't had his chances to get his 2. And Smoothie, I don't got to remind you, in both of those games, he was up 10 in the fourth. You can give somebody a compliment and then also say something about it, and that's where Kyle's at, Stoney. So I don't look at Kyle like, he was the little engine that could. He had almost a perfected roster, and they couldn't get it done.
All right, let's quick go to Evan. He's got some roster updates from the San Francisco 49ers. We'll keep you abreast of. Here you go.
Well, one roster update is Eric Kendricks, who did play last week. He's officially on the roster now, placed on IR officially. Tatum Bethune. Kaiser White was signed to the practice squad for the 49ers. And then a couple practice updates for you. Not slated to practice today, according to Kyle Shanahan. Trent Williams, Ricky Pearsall, D. Winters, Keon White. And then limited George Kittle, Yetur Gross-Matos, and Steiny's favorite, Luke Gifford.
I
couldn't pick him out of a police lineup.
What's the day where you're worried? Tomorrow? But listen, you're not good enough.
This is where you. Yeah, I do feel disrespected because you asked about, you said, what about Pearsall and
you just blew
Trent
past
Williams.
them like they didn't mean anything.
I said, Goo, we're not going to know that till the weekend.
All right, I got you.
We're not going to know that till kickoff. We go to Filmo Mike.
Go ahead, that's our guy.
All right, let's go to Filmo Mike. Hey, Filmo, how you doing? Oh,
Hey, what's up? What's up? Y'all having a great?
Hey,
Mike, you got some action. It sounds
buddy,
like.
how you doing, man?
Mike, motion.
No, man. I'm just hearing y'all talk, and y'all have. First of all, y'all banter is like gold, man. It's like y'all talking about. Somebody was talking about
Vodka,
New Year's Eve.
Absolute.
Man, New Year's Eve. That's you guys are New Year's Eve every day from 10 to 2. No lie.
Cut that.
And then
No.
Guru,
What's up, baby?
Don't be salty, bruh. Don't be salty, bro, because Evan and Steiny and what's the name got good chemistry, bro. Evan and Bonte.
Oh yeah, you heard that yesterday. I already knew that. Them are my dudes. I was having some fun. I never get salty. Those are my dudes.
Hey, you should have known they was gonna click, bro.
Yeah.
They just nat. Was just
Bonte called me after the show. He goes, "Hey, a lot of people liked it." I'm like, "Yeah, okay, I know that. You guys are special." I was having fun, baby.
To keep it real with you, my sister got to go. I'm using her phone. I broke my phone.
Oh, that's who that was. We thought you was on a date, Mike. Okay, we heard her voice.
Oh no, that's my sister.
Okay,
Tell
her hello,
Malika, man. She do solar. She put me. He said hello, Malika. But anyway, Sirianni, man, is a Mike McCarthy Jr., bro. Wow. He ain't nobody finna pick up. They gonna pick up Sirianni based on his merits. He got a Super Bowl ring, and he gonna be Mike McCarthy Jr. Trust me on that. He ain't no coach. Hey, speak up, Guru. You know Shanahan out coaching, but Shanahan is good at also getting a good, a good assistance. When he has quality assistance, he usually does well. Also, I just want to let you guys know this, and I'm going to say 2 more things and I'm out. Winning the Super Bowl it comes with a lot of things. Most importantly, it comes with luck, right? Personnel, execution of the players, and coaching. Ultimately, So it's just unfortunate that the Niners, you can go through each one of those scenarios and say, okay, well, they had the personnel, they had the coaching, they didn't have the luck. They had this, that, and the third, and they didn't have the personnel or something happened. So it's hard to win a Super Bowl. My last one is this. The Eagles are not impossible, bro. Like, I don't know.
No, they're not.
Like Steiny said, Vontae used the wrong word. It's a hard task, but we're set up because of what Steiny said, and he took my thunder. We lost that game. We played a playoff game. They rested last week.
Yeah.
So they not up to speed with where we're up to speed. And I'm going to let y'all go. Thank y'all, man. You doing a hell of a job, bro.
You the man.
Thanks, man. I actually agree with that. It's set up for the Niners to get up in this game early if they like.
If the Philly things that we think are happening or I think are happening, partner, the Niners can win this game easy. We've seen Philly.
I don't know about easy.
Okay. They can win this game.
I'm being a stickler for words today.
But what
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, you're all right. But what if they're together? And what if they're like, you know what, all that crap we heard and this and that. I mean, I can't on paper ignore Philly's talent, but that doesn't win games. But I'm not going to sit here in front and we'll agree to disagree all day, every day. This Niners season still will be special regardless to me of what happens Sunday. And I'll leave that there, and you can react. You don't have to. Right. We can move forward. Right. But I'm not going to sit here in front like what, Kyle? Do you know how many coaches with this team that they wouldn't even make the playoffs? I believe that.
All right, so I just said I'm fixated on words. If the 49ers go to Philly and lose 20-3 in somewhat similar fashion, you're not still going to use the word special season, are you?
No, it would be disappointing. And you know
it
what
won't
would
be a failure.
Yeah.
It'll be I think it would still
be
a
it would be
darn
symbolic,
good season.
though. It would be symbolic, and I'd hate to do this. Your ass may lace them up and take a victory lap in the sense that even before the Niners went on that 40-point binge and were putting up numbers like that and Purdy was getting 10 touchdowns, the bottom line is they were winning games, but it would be a sour taste for your offense, the strongest part of your team, led by Mr. Should-Be MVP candidate McCaffrey. We see Kittle and Purdy, that two top-tier kind of defenses took you behind the woodshed. So if you're telling me to you 30-27 changes that.
Absolutely.
Okay. And
you got to be competitive in this game, don't you? See,
yeah, that's it. Wow.
Listen, it's not like, I'm just going to say, people will be able to say that. If Seattle and, like, I need, like, they only, to me, here's what I'm saying. Yeah. They're only going to get the benefit of the doubt from me if they're significantly more competitive than they were against Seattle. That's what I'm saying. If you go into Philly, another good team, and they kind of kick your butt.
But where you and I differ
then,
and veer
then
off,
maybe this team, then maybe you got to look at this team and say, not only did they overachieve, and we acknowledge they overachieved, but they might not even be close to as good as we thought they were.
And Steiny, this is why I like seeing you, and I'm not whispering sweet nothings to you and Evan, but this is why I like doing what we do, coming in, rapping with you two. We don't always agree, us three, but the bottom line is you've drawn your line in the sand to where, predicated on how the offense performs,
pretty much
how you'll say and what you say, which are your words, Monday.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now I'm going somewhere else. Let me just get in the car, ride in the caddy.
Sure.
I'm telling you, the Niners this not today, but their offseason, regardless of what transpires in Philly and wherever else, if they win, is major. They got some stuff to do. And that's all. I won't use the word scary, but Steiny, they got some major stuff to do, and maybe why I'm so energized on this is because Ricky Pearsall, in the middle of the night, dealing with the PCL, missed more games in the season than he did when he got shot before a season started. So I'm just telling you, the Ayuk chickens coming home to roost, you need you never have enough talent.
Right, and I guess that's also what I find interesting is what I also find interesting in a way is so I don't care whose fault it was. Ayuk,
right?
He ain't on your team because you guys.
It's a Kuminga
because
thing.
Ayuk and the team.
It's a Kuminga thing.
Couldn't get it together.
Yes.
Okay. And then
shame on everybody.
And then your so-called guy you drafted in the first round can't stay on the field. Now, okay, so now we're going to go in to and say, well, I mean, they didn't have the receivers on offense, so we got to get more weapons. Okay, now I'm going to say, hey, Lynch and Shanahan, why do we have Ayuk and our number one can't stay on the field?
I had a conversation. I really want your thoughts on this. I had a conversation with myself Saturday on the 3rd and 17 that Seattle converted, and Lynch was in the box throwing his hand, like what's going on. Steiny, my first reaction was, you put those dudes out there. Then I said, Daryl, it wasn't goo. Daryl, what if Warner or Bosa had been out there?
No way they get that. No chance they get 17.
So then I took that energy away from going at Lynch. But you are right. What word am I, Steiny, what phrase am I looking for? They've made their own bed, but this is a result. They started this season where we're going to have Ayuk and Ricky, and we're going to be electric, even though you kind of may do. But you can't tell me now against Philly and the Seattles of the world this is when you miss them.
I guess that's what I'm saying. Warner and Bosa, yes. The defense gets the benefit of the doubt. But when we're talking about Trent Williams, Pearsall, and Ayuk.
But why?
Because the 49ers, injuries happen. You got bad luck on defense. Nothing you can do about it, and it's going to end up hurting you at some point, probably. Offensively, why don't we have receivers? Well, because we couldn't get along with that guy. And because we drafted a guy in the first round who hasn't been able to stay on the field.
That's more than fair.
And I get it. We're going to say, well, Steiny, they couldn't win without those, with those kind of receivers. And I'll probably say, yeah, you're probably right after watching that game. But is there no accountability for why they went into that?
No,
that's why, to me, Bosa and Warner got hurt. They just got hurt. It happens. But their offense is a little bit different because of those two guys.
Yeah.
Let's take a guy who wants to said I'm wrong.
Okay.
Beans in San Francisco.
Beanie.
What's going on, man? Thanks for hanging in. And I just want to let you know. It says, Steiny, you're wrong, but I said let's take it anyway.
I appreciate that, man. Sure. Hey, you got that one right. But hey, so what team this weekend, if they get cracked, is not going to have narratives and problems heading into the offseason? Even the Seahawks, if Darnold doesn't play good next week, they've got a Darnold problem. The Eagles are 3-3 against playoff teams this year. Look at the Jags schedule and who they've beat over the last 7 weeks.
Right.
There's not, aside from maybe the Bears and the Panthers, who if they no-show this weekend is in a good spot, and who won't be excited if their team, if we beat the Eagles by 14. So I just don't understand why focus on this with the Niners. This is just a universal truth that you're talking about, that if you don't show up in the first round of the playoffs, you have problems.
Yeah,
so he doesn't want to hear excuses.
Honest to God, Beans
don't want to hear excuses.
Honest to God, Beans, the big reason is because we're in San Francisco. I mean, this is the team we talk about. But I also do think, because the context of the game's important, I think, coming off the Seattle game, was that an outlier offensively, or do we have 2 games in a row where we look at our offense and say, geez, I thought this was supposed to be our strength?
I understand it's a San Francisco thing. We're in San Francisco, so that's who we talk about. But any team, you can find something to tie a loss this weekend back to that was a red flag or a problem earlier in the season.
That's
to
fair.
Me, it's like talking about if the sky is blue, and it's that's just my 2 cents.
That's fair.
But Beans, real quick before you go, and
every
I hear
team's
you. Yeah,
radio
I hear
stations this week are talking about the strengths and the weaknesses and where they might go from here or there. So go. I'm sorry.
And Beans, I'm not giving out scholarships, but some people say I'm making excuses. But the fact that Ricky Pearsall has been in and out and was out this last game, Steiny makes it seem like I'm saying he's Jerry Rice. But do you understand or meet me halfway to this offense? His impact has been there when he's available. So when he's not, I expect the offense not to be as prolific as it had been when he's there. That's all my point. Do you understand that?
100%. He's their wide receiver 1 or 2, and I think it's in the margin. I don't think if they get pummeled, it's a Ricky Pearsall wasn't their thing, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's going to make an impact, but yeah. So yeah, I hear you, and yeah. Good luck, go Niners, baby.
Good stuff, Beans. Hey, appreciate the call. Seriously. It's a good call. He's right. He's right about that. Although what are they saying in Dallas?
They don't have a game.
I know, but they still talk about the Cowboys.
Oh, well, they fired Eberflus.
If they didn't talk about the Cowboys when they didn't play.
First time in 22 years they hadn't made the playoffs 2 consecutive years.
All right.
Wow.
Now, we got to go. But, all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Get into some Warriors on the other side. We'll see. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
You guys are New Year's Eve every day from 10 to 2.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
The new year brings new health goals and wealth goals. Protecting your identity is an important step. Your info is in endless places that could expose you to identity theft, leading to lost funds. LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Resolve to make identity health and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
In San Jose, morning fog, then mostly cloudy with a high of 62.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
You guys are New Year's Eve every day from 10 to 2.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I got to go. We got to go. Goo. We got to go on there. Steiny and Goo.
Phil Mike got me in a good mood. People miss me.
I'm in a great mood, too. Philmo Mike definitely with a great compliment and a
well, there was
clever.
a couple texts. One, they said you were being overbearing. They had to turn.
Yeah, no, I am.
Why would I tell you that? And you're in a good.
I think I care.
Did you see it?
No, that's see. There's a difference between you and me. No, I didn't see it.
I ain't Durant. I don't care either.
No, you're kind of KD.
Little Richard said, "All
hey, careful."
What?
Oh.
He said you get concerned. He said bad pub and good pub, all the same.
And that's what life's about.
When there's no pub, you get concerned.
You do.
No, please. I care about that stuff.
The older you get, the more mature you get, the less you care.
And that's why I'm trying to defend the likes of Serriani and Hurts, people that have got it done. I'm changing right before your eyes. You're having problems.
At a glacial pace.
Yep.
Bucks Warriors tonight.
Why no Giannis? It's strange.
He's not playing?
No, I'm saying usually we're talking about Giannis.
We are.
We got other stuff popping off, huh? Allegedly, Kuminga could be with the Warriors after the 15th. You heard it from me first.
All right. I'd rather talk about something of substance regarding the Warriors. If you guys knew how much time I spent thinking about the Warriors and the Niners.
No, I believe you.
You'd be shocked.
Yeah.
Every day. Every day.
Okay.
What?
You like the Arctic.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, I was like last night, I'm like, Niners. Ooh, there's a lot there. Steiny, let's think about it. Well, all the fans are scared, so how can we prey on that? I'm kidding. So I was thinking about the Warriors and where they're at right now. And before I tell you this, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you before the show. And I'd like you to give me the same answer because that's where we got to start. All right, you ready? Here we go. Warriors. How many years do you think Steph Curry can play? How many more years you think?
Honestly,
maybe not at this level.
I'm saying
but
Brett Favre 4. 4 for sure.
All right.
They're probably going to play more, but there's no doubt.
Okay. 4 more years.
Yes. All
right. That's okay. So in 2027, after next year,
okay,
it's a big free agent class. Big.
Jokic,
Giannis, Donovan Mitchell. I just put some of the big boys down. Trae Young, not that he's whatever. So to me, it's become obvious that if Steph's your best player, you're never going to win another title at this point. That's my feeling.
Yeah.
Okay.
But can you I don't want to fight you. Can you elaborate on that?
He doesn't play enough games.
What about last year? Had he held up, Steiny, there's no telling where we would have went. He got hurt. But why do you just say that with so much just...
Because he's 38 years old. And and as great as he is, if you expect Steph Curry to carry you 4 rounds in the playoffs, Steph, as a number 1, I'm just telling you, I think that's
wow.
I think that's
I got
foolish.
PTSD from last year.
So,
you made me think about last year, but go ahead.
My point is, the only way you're gonna get Steph his 5th ring is if he's a supporting player, if he's a second, maybe third option.
Like when Durant was here. It was 1 and 1A. Go ahead.
But what I'm saying is,
what are you? I'm trying.
If you have a year and a half to get somebody, at least one guy in here who's better than Steph. Now you got Now you got Giannis and Steph. But Steph's 39 or 40.
All right,
He's not going to carry us. He can't. He can't do that now.
Like
he
Bron,
can't carry
when
us now.
D-Wade was with Bron. Bron was
exactly.
There. Right.
Go ahead.
By the way, Antetokounmpo is out tonight.
You gotta be kidding me, man.
Alex.
Oh.
You're an ass.
Dude, yeah, you know what?
You are. You're a jerk.
I'm done with him for the, man, you messed up my night. But he didn't. Oh, that's pretty good.
So the reality is like Ray Allen, who was the number 1 on a team for many, many years. Never won titles like Steph. When did he win a title? As like the third option.
I got you.
That's the only way it's going to come down.
He was an important part as the third option.
Damn right. And Steph will obviously be an important part as a second or third option, but you've got to push him down in the pecking order. You have to. So if you think Steph's going to have 2 more good years after next year, and he's still going to shoot the hell out of it, how does he look as a second or third best player on your team?
I think we got action.
Exactly. Now we might have action. So if you think Curry's going to play 4 more years, then we have got to figure out how in 2 years, when it's more realistic, although Steph's declined, but how can we be better? You got to go get a big boy. And I also think the odds are better of getting a big boy free agent if Steph still has a couple more years than if he's gone completely. So let's just say Giannis 2 years from now becomes a free agent. Steph's 39, but still, I'm going to use it, still frisky.
Yeah, that's my word.
Giannis might come. Giannis isn't going to come if Steph's not here or retired, I don't think. But anyway, my point is, I think the only way to go, and I actually think it might be the way they're intending to go now, and that is in 2027, we're going to try to put ourselves in position to get a big boy player, and in the meantime,
that's what I was about to ask.
We're going to win as many games as we can, and we're also going to put together a team where can we get one guy next to Butler's going to be gone. Like in the next year and a half, it's about acquiring a player who could be your second or third best player along with Steph.
That's a big deal and a big catch. Like who?
Here's the other thing I'd like to do. Can you get into the draft this year somehow? Could you get, if you traded Kuminga to a team, could you get a protected first? He's not helping you anyway. You're not winning a title this year or next year, probably. But you know what? If Steph has as much longevity as we think he may have, and we talk about LeBron, look at LeBron at 41. If we truly believe that, then let's make a plan, and go for a big boy. And it doesn't mean we're conceding, because you can do that without doing anything right now. So in the meantime, you try to get better right now, knowing you're not taking any salary on after 2027.
And I just have to ask, is this under a new coach?
Absolutely. Steve, let me tell you something. Come on.
I'm watching them. I'm watching them, man.
I asked you guys this in the morning.
Yeah.
Is there any way Steve Kerr is the coach next year?
I have no idea.
I don't believe
hell
so.
yes was
No
my
chance.
answer. But Steiny, I watch him like I watch Joe Lacob, just his mannerisms. And I think not only is he disappointed, Steiny, in the play, but I'm starting to feel like, is he questioning, has his message just got lost with all these turnovers and the things that are going on, man? I'll always respect him. He's on my top 5-10 list, Steiny, but I'm looking at him, and I know he got ran for that goaltending call, but I thought there was some other frustration in that, and that would only make him human. But I'm watching his mannerisms, his conversations or talks with coaches that I have no idea from my sofa that what they're talking about, but it's after certain plays. Steiny, I just think, man, this dude can't wait till this is over. And I hope I'm wrong.
Remember when it was Durant's last year?
I'll never forget. It was a dark cloud.
And it was December.
Yeah. And he was on the bus by himself.
And people were saying, well, he's not going to leave basketball nirvana.
And then he went to the Chase Center groundbreaking.
Remember what I said? I said, in this day and age of reporting, sources, this and that, you can get around it all. I said to you, hey, Goo, the league thinks Durant is going to leave Golden State. That was in December.
I remember.
All right, let me tell you something. The league believes ain't no way Kerr's going to be coaching this team next year.
And my question to you would be why?
Because
why
it's
do you
over. What's so hard? Why? The question would be why not?
He says it's over.
No, with Steve.
Yeah, no, I got you.
I mean,
he's been here since 14, man.
I would be shocked if he's the coach next year. Shocked. And that's why you're not going to fire him now.
What grade would you give him thus far?
That's C.
Oh, I was just about to say it. That was mine.
They're average. He's average. They're all average.
Yep. And again, I'll just, an episode of the Steiny and Goo from yesterday, it wasn't Buddy Hield as Larry Bird. It was the fact that this dude is more accomplished than what you have on your roster. He should never be a bump on a pickle. And I'm telling you, Steiny, at some point he's going to be back on the floor. But why is it taking an eternity when you're shooting 10 of 41? And
I'm trying to.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm trying to talk about big picture stuff, and you want Buddy Hield to get 12 more minutes.
I'm Batman.
I'm trying to figure out how we're going to be okay in 2 years.
I don't think they had that Steph conversation yet. I don't think they think they're done this year.
It doesn't matter.
Steph said all he cares about, and he told us to our face, is having a chance.
Perhaps.
Here's the other thing I got to tell Warrior fans, and I'm going to stick it to Shasky and Spadoni too, because they did this. They do what everybody does.
I missed it.
Oh, Steiny wants the Warriors to get Trae Young. Steiny wants the Warriors to get Trae Young.
That used to be your guy.
So listen, just let me set up a larger point here.
Do you want the piece of information before or after your point?
Before.
Uh-oh.
Sham Charania. Trae Young has the Washington Wizards as his top preferred trade destination.
Makes sense. His old GM.
I told you.
But here's what I'm saying about Trae Young. So I said, where the Warriors are right now, you know what? Trae Young's 27. He's got 2 more years under contract. I would think about acquiring Trae Young if I did not have to give up Steph Curry nor an inordinate amount of draft picks. Okay. And
I would tell you, go ahead.
And everybody ridicules that.
Right.
Like the Warriors now.
I would take them in a second.
Like they can laugh at Trae Young.
No, you can't.
Well, guess what? You ain't getting better.
Yeah.
You're like, it's over then. You don't want Trae Young. You don't want John Morant. AD's too old. I'm just saying, like.
I watched AD last night against Zach. I'll take him.
And you know what? You're right. I am not crazy about Trae Young. He's not like Sabonis. I like him much more than Sabonis, but I'm not
He would be
crazy.
your third best player on this team.
Probably be the second.
And I was just about to go there.
But anyway.
Derek Jeter, number 2.
And I get it. He's not, of course he's not going to win you stuff alone. But, like, it is easy to forget he was the best player on a team that went to the Eastern Conference Finals a couple years ago.
Come on,
he
man.
needs a change of scenery.
Yes.
If you get him, if it doesn't work out in 2 years, you leave. Oh, Steph and Trey can't play together. First of all,
please.
they can. They're just small as hell. But, okay, we'll figure, Monte Ellis and Curry played together for a year or two, didn't they?
Yeah.
So,
I'm telling you,
I'm just saying,
you're not good enough to say Trae Young couldn't be on this team. That's where I'm at, man. So, Steiny, I would welcome Trae Young.
I'm just saying, like, I think we got to be realistic. That's all. Let's go to Kevin in Pleasanton.
P-Town.
Hey, real quick, Kevin, hold on. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting for the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, Kev, what's up?
Hey, gentlemen. I just got in my car. I heard Steiny dropping bombs all over the place. Couldn't believe it. Steiny, you are 1,000%. What you're saying about Steph needs to be more of not so much of a primary in order for the team to develop more. Mm-hmm. But the problem is, Steiny, is that no one wants to come here, man, in the current offensive set. I mean, if the offense doesn't change, it's not very exciting. And then, Goo, your bomb you dropped about, well, not really a bomb, but having Trey, man, we, instead of the antique show, we'll be the damn lollipop kids, man.
Man, I'm going to get
around there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thanks, Kevin. I appreciate the call. Oh, go ahead. All right, thanks.
Yeah, we need talent.
How about this?
Yeah.
How about this? Because I know people get caught up on number 1 and number 2 and, how about this?
NBA?
The Warriors are not going to win another title with Steph in this current role. Will you give me that?
Okay, if I give it to you, I want to give it to you predicated on Steph's. It's not Steph's fault.
I'm not saying it is.
You know what I mean? He's giving you 30 a night.
Anything like that?
No, I'm just.
He's 38 years old, and I just said,
okay.
I don't think they can win a title with him in this role, which is still the central. Right. Everything revolves around Steph.
But you hit a nerve.
He's 38.
And they have failed him. They have that's what hurts. Right, if this dude looked like Uncle Ben out there, you can accept what they are. But the failures at every turn, including Jonathan Kuminga not being able to participate, it makes it worse for this chef. That's where Dub Nation's at, and I get what you're saying.
That ship is
He's
sailed.
Still giving you. Well, fix it.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
We've been talking about January 15th all summer.
Well, still not January 15th. By the way, coming. I got to tell some people this story. I don't care.
Oh,
because you got me mad.
Lacob called you?
No. Get this, Warrior fans.
What you about to say?
Nick Friedel comes on the morning show.
My man, our man.
Roast.
4 times.
He comes on the morning roast, and he said, I think it's possible. It's possible that Kuminga could be on this team after the trade deadline. Guru says, "Well, looks like I'm going to have a victory lap."
Right, I said it,
and I'm like, he's not even eligible to be traded yet, and you're going to take a victory lap because Nick Friedel said there's a chance he won't get traded, which is what you said. So you want to take a victory lap before he could ever officially been traded.
My victory lap was coming on the 15th or shortly thereafter.
No, it can't come on the 15th. It's got to come on the trade deadline day.
Which is what?
February.
Oh, Steiny, stop.
Dude, they're going to have a month bidding process to get the best offer.
Why do you think he wouldn't be traded on the 15th, like the day he's eligible?
Because things...
yes. So why didn't that mess up? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because they may feel like they can get a better deal with time moving on.
You think?
I'm not saying I would do that.
But so how many games is that going to be where he's a DMP?
Who?
The Kuminga.
18.
That is wow.
That's until February 15th.
18. How many, Evans? Go ahead.
Well, there's only 4 more games until January 15th, but there's 18 more games until February.
Wow, man. This has been a colossal failure, man.
Can I tell you?
wow.
We need Thundercats.
Can I tell you?
We do.
Why? I'm thinking like I'm thinking about the Warriors.
Yeah, I need a second.
Prev is there. The best teams have a third and even 4 scoring options. After Steph and Jimmy, who else can score? Nobody. I'm with Steiny about Steph.
Yeah.
Thanks, Prev. I got to admit, and I said this yesterday, we didn't really get into it, but one of the reasons, like I'm looking at the Warriors and what can they do and this, that, and the other thing and where are they at? There's a reason why I've intensified that. Honest to God. And here it is. Evan, here's why. Here is why it's intensified.
Yeah, I mean, I think where we are as a franchise is we're still a good team. We're still competitive. We're trying to give ourselves a swing at the plate every year, and we did that last year. You know, we went on a run late. Got to the playoffs, won a round, felt like we had a really good shot to win another round, and Steph got injured. But the point of where we are with the age of our best players is we can still be good, but we're obviously not in the same class as we were 5-6 years ago. We're not in the same class as the team we played tonight and several other teams in the league. So there's no point in denying that. So I think we have to embrace it and be realistic and give ourselves a shot. And we can give ourselves a shot like we did a year ago by connecting and staying healthy and getting on a run. And we're still good enough to do that. And if you do that and you have a shot, you get to the playoffs, you never know what's going to happen. And I think that's where we are right now. And so we got to keep fighting.
Yeah, that is sobering. That is wow.
But let me ask you a question.
So now, go ahead.
Is he saying any, like, I was just thinking of Billy Joel. Honesty is such a lonely
Give me some
word.
Uptown Girl. What the hell is that? Yeah.
He's just being honest. And he's right. What's so hard about saying Steve's right? He's right.
You don't voice those type of things. If you don't believe,
you do
we
if
don't
you got
believe.
50 more games to coach.
If you don't believe, we don't believe.
They're
like
realistic.
That. Well, so you're sitting with Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green.
But you're not a title team.
So we got to keep fighting.
Oh, man. And you know what? I came down Kyle's Road in the offseason or at the beginning of the season when he had that soundbite where we thought he was trying to curl expectations and kind of, set you up for maybe not so great of a year. And look where they're at now. So Steve's earned that. The bottom line, Steiny, words, he could have said we still got action. You got to go out there. And Mike Dunleavy, I like him, Steiny. We've had the pleasure of talking to him. But now every day that goes by, you just think about the construct of this roster. It's on somebody. There's some basketball blood in Warrior World on somebody's hands, and now this Kuminga thing is just it's part of it. I don't have any earthly idea what's going on. And then on the flip side, you got the plus 90, minus 65 with Draymond, but because he's Draymond, there's nothing to see here. It's some stuff I don't like to smell the odor of it coming from the Warriors, man. I just don't.
I don't think there's a mystery as to what's going on. They're telling you.
I feel like we're living in the past.
Steve Kerr said we're a fading dynasty. Steve Kerr said we are not in the league of OKC and several other teams. There's no point in denying it.
Well, that would explain maybe the guy sitting out against OKC Friday.
Well, I just think that
if that's how your coach feels,
I feel like they're kind of starting to send the message as though we're starting to. We as an organization
is not thinking that way. So what's going to happen with him?
Steph is smart enough to know that this team's going nowhere.
But what's
right
that
now.
mean? He carries the weight, right. And if he's dropping 30, shooting 40 from deep, and still, man, he is not where Draymond and Jimmy are at, where you could see the slippage.
That's why.
So something's got to happen.
That's why I am looking toward 2027. Curry's making 58. He's making 62 next year. It is going to be so hard to put anything around him when he's making that much. So 2027.
So you think he's okay with him just being mediocre?
He's still frisky.
No,
and you pay him $25 million for the last 2 years. And
what about this year? That's what I'm at. You think he's like?
You act as though Curry is automatically surprised that they're 19-18.
Oh, I gotta believe thoroughly disappointed.
You think he's surprised by what's happened with Kuminga? You think after 4 years, Steph Curry's looking at Kuminga, getting DNP, saying, "I don't understand why this is happening."
Right, give me this. What if I think and I'm being real? What if I tell you I think Steph's surprised he was even on the roster, that they didn't facilitate a trade this offseason?
The one thing, yeah, you might be right.
Okay.
But the one thing is Steph, it's not like Steph wakes up one day and goes, "Oh, this is ridiculous. I can't win here." It's like they've talked about this all career, like the last 4 years.
When Draymond walked off, I forget who it was against. Who did he walk off against, Donnie? When Evan did his game, made his debut, announcing play-by-play, I felt like I read, I saw something in Wiggins' eyes, but I felt like I read Steph just like, what the F are we still dealing with? Like, Donnie, I don't think, you're kind of giving it like Steph knows and,
he does
all
know.
right, we'll just nah.
What do you mean, nah? Steph Curry's played on some of the greatest teams in basketball history, and then he won a title in 2022.
I'm saying demands to get it fixed.
You can make all the demands you want. That doesn't mean it's going to, you know what? I wanted a raise.
Well, that's different.
No, it's not.
You're not
just because
Steph, but you're good.
But my point,
you know what I mean?
My point is like, okay, let's just say Sarah is
Sarah Vinny, yeah.
Well, Sarah wants more money. Like, no. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about.
I guess you think I know we got to go. He's okay with this. I think he's
not at all. But he knows that things don't happen in a snap of a finger.
Well, you got the deadline coming.
And there's nothing that has happened this season that's surprising him. I'm sure of it. He's probably like, this is what we thought could happen on the back end. All right, let's go. Warriors Wednesday, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
I know everything.
Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/promotions for more information.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibbs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU. As in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
It's the RV Mega Show and Sale. January 2nd through 11th at Cordelia RV Center. All 2025 models must go. All reasonable offers considered. Family owned, top brands, and the best deals of the year. CordeliaRV.com. We do business with a handshake.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin. With our New Year's clearance sale, get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Can we get to the bottom of the wives?
I whacked that thing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Steiny and Goo. You know who we are.
It's lunchtime, baby.
You know who I am. Guys. You guys kill me sometimes. Shut up, Evan.
Yeah.
You know,
we want to.
Sometimes teams have to take a few years to get better.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Trust the process.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm leaving the Warriors out of this one. They're not in this one. Let's talk about one of the laughing stocks of the NBA, right? Let's talk about the laughing stock of the NBA. The Wizards.
It's not the Hornets.
The Wizards. Let's say the Wizards, right? Wizards. Okay. And I wouldn't disagree with you. So I'm looking at their roster. They're playing better now. And I'm like, okay, so they're going to try to get Trae Young. Okay. I know when I heard they really want to get Trae Young, I said to myself, oh, I know exactly what they're doing. So they've got, and whether you like him or not, there's a plan. Clearly, they love Sarr, who's I think going to be an averaging really good 18 player. He's a great lob threat and more. They're going to have Trae Young, and then I get it. These are guys you probably haven't heard of. Keyshawn George.
He's a baller.
Trey Johnson. Who else we got on that team?
Koulibaly. Yeah, I was just about to.
But what I'm saying is, they're not very good right now. But
you feel good about the direction.
But they have their Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody. So let's see, if those guys develop, and I'm not saying they're a title team. I'm saying I know what they're trying to do there. That's all.
No, I get it. And I've told you I'm on League Pass and I'm watching all these teams, even if they're not winning, just looking at their players and the types and the body type, I want those type of dudes. So I got roster envy.
What type of dudes?
Young athletic dudes with promise that what Kuminga and Moody were at.
Well, you blew that.
And man.
Okay, so that's my point.
You blew it 3 times over.
That's right. So
you may not get a lottery pick in forever.
You may, but it's going to take 3 years. You can't. I'm not saying 3 years to win. I'm just saying you strike out on Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody's just okay. You don't just get to, it'll be 1 year and we'll make up. No. Man. It's that's why I think it's undoable that people are looking for a quick fix in the next 2 years with Steph. When
what hurts
we
me
need more
about
time to get better.
Yeah, but I'll say this: and Kerr was talking about fading. What I thought Jimmy Butler was, or where he was at in his career athletically, that's fading for me. And I'm telling you, for you to sit there and describe where the Warriors are at and use a word with Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry, I'm not even mentioning Dre. To say you didn't say we don't have any action, but that's not enough. It's almost crazy like.
Okay.
But it speaks to what's around it, and it's not enough.
Here's the other problem the Warriors face. If you're telling me that Butler and Steph aren't really the problem, I say, okay, but they're 2 of the 5 highest paid players in the NBA.
Yeah.
So you tell me what we can do.
It's not about what you can. Well,
you can't do anything right now except play basketball. You know what I mean?
You could run a guy out there that you think you're trading, but now he might not get traded. You could play him. Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Right, and that's like rearranging the deck chairs, to my way of thinking. Let's go to Steel Toe. Steel Toe in San Mateo. Hey, Steel Toe, how you doing?
Thank you, Guru Steiny. Still love your show. You guys are the number one. I want to talk about something everybody's afraid to talk about. Here it goes. Earlier this year, Phoenix Suns bought off Bradley Beal, right? There you go. This is something somebody's afraid to do. And over there last year, Milwaukee Bucks, they bought off Damian Lillard. Mm-hmm. And we're going to see them tonight. And we're going to see Ryan Rollins. We're going to see a guy named Kevin Porter Jr., all right? You get better when you cut off the carcass, okay? You know who else was? Remember last year? The Denver Nuggets got rid of their head coach and GM, and they made it to the Western Conference Finals.
Thank you.
Okay?
Look, go ahead.
Hey.
All you.
Hey. Okay, Joe Lacob is full of it. He doesn't have what it takes to be a real owner and drop off the dead carcass onto his team. You got to get rid of Steve Kerr and Draymond Green, and you add an inside presence scoring with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. I bet you we could probably most likely make it to the Western Conference Finals, Western Conference. If you just got rid of a better coach who could score in the paint and get rid of Draymond who can't even score, and you got Steph Curry scoring on the outside, you're going to get better that way. This year, if freaking Joe Lacob has the balls and was a real owner, okay?
Hurry.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
He was feeling it, though. The passion was there.
I would say it a little more delicately.
He had some examples.
There's absolutely no doubt that there's absolutely no doubt that over the last, since the last title, the Warriors have had opportunities to pivot. Maybe not do 180s, but take different avenues to get where they are today. They chose the avenues they chose, and they're in this position now. And are there scenarios where they could be in a better position? Probably. Scenarios where they could be worse? Yeah, I'm sure they could have figured out a way to be worse.
But if you're just going to play basketball, the other part that's cut me is there are opportunities to change or reduce some minutes for some players. And you know who I'm talking about. And if we're not even going to do that, predicated on who you are and what you mean, that it just gets more bitter than the record. And they're one over. But when you know, Steiny, and they know, but they don't want to do anything about it because of the past and what have you, that missing on a draft pick hurts, obviously. But that part is the part that's cut me. The culture of this dude's too big, so I'm going to sit here and lie to the masses. Not lie, but Steve Kerr say we need Draymond when everybody, including that caller under the sun with a pair of eyes, knows it's not death if you reduce his minutes. And Monty Poole, credit, he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. The other night, asking Steve Kerr, what about the trend where the team's playing better without him in the lineup? And Kerr doesn't, what was he supposed to say? Yeah, Monty, yeah, we're really going to look into that. But come on, man. Call a spade a spade.
Well, that's why I'm not, that one doesn't,
that
like
cuts,
I said.
Though, that hurts.
It's been like that for 15 years. You want him to change
I'm
right
seeing
now?
stuff like that on my TV, non-sports.
Well, that's
don't spit on me and tell me it's raining.
Well, don't spend 37 games ripping Draymond Green and then saying, but I still think this team can get it together. Yeah, he'll be stronger in March. Draymond will be stronger in March. All right, real quick, in 10 minutes, we're going to jump back to the San Francisco 49ers. Evan, do you mind doing the injury update again for me? Because there were a lot of names there. I want to get them right. But this is Evan talking about who practiced for the Niners today.
Or who didn't practice for the Niners today. Trent Williams, Ricky Pearsall both did not practice. George Kittle was limited. And Eric Kendricks has been signed to the roster by the Niners. Kaiser White was signed to the practice squad. And then on the Eagles side, one name of note that we mentioned earlier in the show, Lane Johnson, limited in practice for Philadelphia.
Oh. So he practiced a little.
Yes, he did.
This game's going to be impossible.
Well, they weren't getting home with or without him.
Yeah, go beat him. You're a 12-win team. Go beat him.
Steiny.
That's my Steiny.
That's got to be your attitude, Evan, I think. Can't go into Philly meek. Let me tell you something.
Shout out Meek Mill.
You know what?
Philly rapper.
Let me tell you what the Niners should do. They should take me on the team plane because I'll tell them how to act in Philly and how to put the fans in their place.
Are we getting your boy on or your partner?
Get the sense.
Oh, they don't want the smoke? Come on.
No. The guy I'm going to get on is not going to come in here and be talking crap about the Niners. That's not.
Wasn't the guy who had them as the 7th best rivalry for the year.
Yeah, we want
that's
that.
A young punk
we want
son
that
of my
guy.
friends.
Yeah.
Son of my friend. Now, this is a guy, just an Eagles fanatic who's been a season ticket holder for, he'll say stuff like, he'll show you what. Maybe I'll come on and have him defend Philly fans.
Are they out or in on the team? Forget what we're saying and what I believe Are they out? Are they in?
They look at it this way. We better win Sunday.
Oh, no.
Period. End of story.
There's major pressure there.
What if they don't? We'll deal with that later. But
so no practice for the hammy with Trent.
Mm-hmm.
Pearsall. Those are two names that jumped out at me. But
Pearsall shouldn't have jumped out at you because he's been on the injury report for 18 weeks.
Yeah.
Let's go to GP.
Daddy.
Grandpa Daddy. What's up, Grandpa Daddy? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
You got it? Yeah.
You know what, man? I love you guys. I'm driving on the road. You really make my day, man. I swear.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, Steiny, Guru, last time I didn't give you your kudos. You got a little butt hurt. So I just want to let you know, Guru, you Guru, you are the man too, Guru. You are the man too. Steiny couldn't do this show without you. You two
no doubt.
each other. So I want to thank both of you. But I want to say something, man. How much does Steph really want a fifth ring? So if you really want a fifth ring, check this out, dog. You making $62 million. Okay, homie. Can you drop 10? Can you drop it to 50 and give up $12 million and say, hey, Joe, hit me on the back end, maybe with some shares or something. I'm trying to get somebody good up in here to help me. Would he do that? I mean,
yes.
Do you really need 62, bro?
Steph Curry would.
What do you think? I mean,
he would do that. Now, I don't think you could mess with his 62 next year, but the next contract you're signing to.
No,
Grandpa,
I'm talking about next year.
I know. Well, I think that they can't do that. They can't do that. I'm pretty sure that's. Hey, Grandpa, thanks. You're not a great connection today,
but we
still love you.
Yeah. For dangle the system.
I mean, think about this for a minute.
Like they do in the NFL restructure. So it's like, oh, thanks.
Like if you're telling me Steph Curry, this is another scenario which I don't think is absolutely crazy. Like that's the other. He's making 62 next year.
That is wow.
Butler's making 56. Like that's just a realistic constraint. But what about the year after? If Steph says, you know what, I think I can play 2 more years. Why wouldn't he play for an extremely reasonable number to give himself 2 more years? I got to tell you, I know this is going to sound crazy and he'd never do that, but Steph Curry's a billionaire, right?
Yeah.
Seriously, why if he can play 4 more years, you really want to win? Play on the minimum for 2 years at the end of your career. We'll get some players. We'll get some players around you in 2027, Steph. How about taking $10 million a year?
It's the story of my life, Steiny, but I'm so fixated on right now.
Yeah.
But
right now is not fun to think about because they're not very good, and we know they're not going anywhere.
Is it they're not very good or they're not playing very good?
It's both. I
think it's the latter.
They can play better, but they're still not on anybody's level. They're not a serious contender. How about that? Will you give me that?
Last time I saw you in 2025, they were 3rd in defensive rating. They slipped to 4th. Fitz slipped that in on the last broadcast. But, Stoney, they're not easy. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what that means.
They were making Kawhi turn the ball over.
You're not serious right now.
No,
I got it. They're 19 and 18.
No, I got you.
Okay, and if you're telling me they are playing super hard, that's even more of a problem.
No, but I can't ignore that, and they are. But again, I'm looking at this deadline like that's the only thing you got left to make, and myself and other Warrior Dub Nation believe. And I got to believe Curry is seething underneath.
I don't think he is. This didn't just crop up. Steph didn't just figure out what time it was.
Well,
I'm not saying he's not frustrated.
Okay, but when he's lobbying for those calls and we see Steve Kerr getting kicked out, that's letting me know, for the people that aren't Jedis, you might think it's just about the continuation. You might just think it's about the non-call. Stoney, I think it's festering over. And now they're acting out of care. Everybody. And that's why you see Curry being more demonstrative.
Then it's time to make changes, clearly. But I guess here's what I think. Like, remember when I said to you, so Goo, you don't allow for the possibility that the Warriors could be relatively healthy and just an average team.
I'll never forget
And
it.
you said,
hell
no chance.
Yeah, hell no.
Well, I guarantee you who allowed that window to be open a little bit, and that's Steph Curry.
Oh, wow.
Of course it is. You think Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and Steph Curry, or forget Steph, you think Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy don't go into a season and say, this is what we think, but if it doesn't happen, well, we'll figure it out then.
Well, I don't want to call them fools, but if you thought that after breaking off Jimmy Butler the bread that he's not earning offensively, and you're just going to take that and it's okay, or you're supposed to expect that sounds ludicrous.
What do you mean?
When you went in on Jimmy, you're all in. So for you to sit there and say, yeah, they thought this could be a part of on the bingo card, hell no.
But they told you that.
This has been catastrophic.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't.
Part of it too.
It's not.
No way, man.
Well, okay. And why is it catastrophic? Because you thought they'd be 25-14.
Why would you pay Jimmy what you're paying him if you thought even for a Texas second that you weren't good enough to even just qualify for the playoffs? That's a fool's errand right there. That's why
Get
I know
it through your head. These guys can be wrong. Mike Dunleavy said we've got a 2-year window. And you know what? When he said a 2-year window, my first thought is, you know what that means? They got 2 years maximum, and they know that things could get sideways. And if they get sideways, we can pivot in another direction. Now, if you think the Warriors didn't consider that, like, what do you want them to live in fantasy land?
Well, I think we're talking about two different things.
They have to allow for the best case scenario and the worst case scenario. I don't even think this is the worst case scenario.
Oh,
but
it's not playing is the worst case.
Wait till the injuries come. That's the worst case scenario. Well, it might not be. But that's what I'm saying, Goo.
I hope you're wrong. And I just
let me wrong about which part?
Them not seething or saying to each other behind closed doors or as a group is we're effed right now. And Kuminga's a part of it. But man, our lack of athleticism, that's why Kerr was showing out against the Clippers. He was mad. He's frustrated too. But the one thing I can give Steve Kerr is you don't have a jersey. Guys are letting you down at every turn, throwing the ball away after you're preaching. So I get that part of it.
You know what? We can't. Steph's got a role in this too.
Steiny, he's averaging 29.7.
And he missed 10 games already, and they haven't even played 40. So what do you do when Steph doesn't play 20 games a year? You've got to get better. And you know what? You're actually, you know what's funny? Is I was thinking Curry makes $750,000 a game.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Well, you know what? Actually, if you just count the games played, he makes $1 million a game. Wow. I mean, I know, and I'm not killing Steph, but
you can't. I got you, but you can't. He's all we got.
It's like you think they can still build around Steph like he's 30, and that's just, I like that to me is.
Well,
I don't know.
I think you're putting too much in my doorstep because honestly, they were given the gifts that they earned by playing bad basketball or injuries with three picks in the draft that they struck out on, and now they will be lucky to move one of the guys, Jonathan Kuminga, and get something of substance when here at this station and you and I did 4 hours daily about what you could get in return when we thought at least it might be something of value. Now there's a situation or instance where you might get a penny on the dollar. This thing is reeking.
I mean, the reality is anybody who is smart, which I'm sure includes Lacob and Dunleavy. I mean,
tell me. I'm like, you got me. Okay, what? Finish that.
I mean, if they thought they were like, it happens all the time in sports. The front office tells you that they're going to be pretty good, and they're not. And so are they lying, or they really did think?
But
are they lying, or are they dumb?
Okay, Stouty, I hear you. But our eyes, the fans saw last year.
You know what? There are so many fans out there that said during the offseason, this thing's not going anywhere, even with Butler. How come? Because they have to play a full season. Because they got an issue with they've got an issue with Kuminga. Why else? Their young players aren't that great. Like, you weigh all of it, and I came to the conclusion they might be able to win 40, I think 46, I said.
We got a bit,
but they're probably not going to win 46.
I'm out.
So they misevaluated, and then they got to try to get better next year.
But when you say try and get better, why should we have confidence? That's where I'm going.
4 rings.
Like Joey Lightyears is really getting put to the test now.
Duh! They came out of a dynasty. Like when I said this 5 years ago, people were like, I'm an idiot. But I said, we're not going to know anything about, like, sure, Joe Lacob's been very successful, but we're going to find out about Joe Lacob in the next, we're finding out about him right now.
Right.
Okay. Let's see what happens when Steph's gone. Like,
I know, Goo, of course, but I think that's never going to happen. But, man, I know this is going to sound ludicrous, and it won't be the first time words out of my mouth. If he were slowing down like Draymond was, or a fading star, I think I might feel better about where the Warriors are at. But the irony is, it's the basketball version of Macbeth, that this dude is still at he can get you 30. He's blockbuster to watch. The percentages are pretty much still there, and he's got nothing. Everything around is eroding.
I don't know, Goo. I don't look at it like
Moses
that.
Moody is his running mate starting games. Come on, man. Well, and if it ain't Moody, it's Pods.
Well,
Come
they
on,
won 4 titles, and they're drafting, they drafted a guy.
That's the realizations I'm coming with now. Look what he's going to war with now. Half of Draymond, because he loves Draymond, that's okay. Come on. 4-on-5 basketball, and we all see it. But I get it. You know what I mean?
Like, we didn't know this before.
Because they were covering it.
The bottom line is, like, you don't you don't see any negatives on any, like, you're still, Steph is terrific. There's no doubt he's one of a kind. He's playing at a level that nobody's played at his age.
Let's cash it in.
But it doesn't mean he can carry a team. He's 38
My
in
point,
March.
partner, is he shouldn't have to. Had they done right on the picks
that's funny.
that are not named Steph
That's
Curry.
funny. When I said to you, we need to get a player in here so Steph can not have the same role, you said, I can't wait 2 years.
I got to be honest. I thought,
you don't have
to
that
be honest,
luxury.
Donnie, real quick, I thought Jimmy was kind of that. Like, where Steph would be, I'll have to take a little.
So let's say you're
work a little
we got to
less.
go.
Yeah.
All right. What's coming? No, you will be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be a solid play-in team right now.
Yeah.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
So we got to keep fighting.
Hey, by the way, you guys know I've been around forever, and I've seen a lot of athletes go through it, the highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But we're talking about sports there. I'm talking about when it's not a game. And when you're the one injured or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business.
Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me. But I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Everyone has a personal agenda.
It affects performance. And that's what life's about.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
You know, once you reach a certain age, you do start giving,
I'm not there yet,
less Fs.
So we got to keep fighting.
And I got 3 right now that are in that category.
You got to give us more.
Me, Kerr, and Mick Cronin.
It's been a problem for a month.
Dude.
That is life, though, Steiny.
Yes.
As you grow.
All right, here's the plan. Warriors talk for the next 10, and then we'll get back into the Niners. But first, let me give you a couple updates from the Niners practice today and the Eagles practice today. Trent Williams, Ricky Pearsall, and that's it. Ricky Pearsall and Trent Williams didn't practice today, but Lane Johnson did for Philadelphia, the offensive line.
So there's good news.
He was limited.
Yeah, but still, that's good news.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to hear much about Williams or Pearsall till later in the week.
I've been left at the altar many a times thinking, leaving here Friday, thinking Pearsall or Trent will get it in there out.
Yeah.
So let's hope they play, man.
Yeah.
But he's got a hammy. He said the first one in his career, Trent. Why was he running after the dude when you knew you weren't going to catch him on the pick?
I'm worried that he pulled a hammy running.
Effing, why were you running?
I'm surprised you haven't blamed Brock Purdy for his injury, to be perfectly honest.
He's talking to you.
Was on that
That's on
that interception.
Wow. Connect the dots.
Brock is just killing us.
You got a soft spot for Brock.
He's fine. He's a good quarterback.
Got his left tackle hurt.
Yeah, we'll talk about Brock in about 10 minutes. And Jalen Hurts, for that matter. First, let's go to Ryan in Moraga. Hey, Ryan, how you doing?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
How you guys doing? I want to piggyback with this. I take maybe a question. I'm not sure. When you guys are talking about Steph Curry's contract, and don't get me wrong, the $62 million. That's good money. But I mean, and this kind of ties into the Kuminga thing. And I'm not blaming Kuminga for his aspirations and kind of his mindset, but I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of like Steve Kerr, Draymond, Jimmy, Steph, everybody on the team. I really look at it like this. Like last year around this time, Kuminga was balling before he got hurt. You know, like he kind of was doing his thing, and obviously we didn't have Jimmy. And really, what that boils down to is like I'm not even worrying about who we're going to get back for him, or if we're going to trade him or not. Like that's just an empty void we have on our roster now. He's not playing for whatever reason. That's not right. So like I just feel like if that's something just that mentally kind of every day you go into work, whether it's they're at practice or in a game, they're going, they just know he's there, but he's not going to play.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's not. And then like the other day when he had that 8 minutes Steve Kerr gave him. I mean, if I'm Kuminga, kind of like that even puts a worse taste in my mouth. And regardless of that, I guess what my take boils down to is that like, since we don't really have somebody like that now that can go to the paint, that could just get us a bucket like that. Yes, Jimmy does more. He likes to facilitate more. He likes to pass more. And, it's just that we don't even have that as even a 10-minute thing or a 20-minute thing.
Hey, Ryan,
and like my
well, go ahead, finish up. You're right.
No, that was it. That was it. Because like I like Steiny's kind of like philosophy of kind of like what do you expect? Curry's at the end of his pass. Jimmy's however old. Draymond's at however old. And then it's like he's not 30 anymore. But I'm also with Guru, where it's like I'm worried about right now. That's how I feel too. Like I'm worried about right now.
Yeah. I got you, Ryan. Hey, good stuff, Ryan. The one thing I'll say is, what was I going to say about J.K.? And you think I'm kidding? There's a silver lining to me with Kuminga, and that is,
please share it.
You're 19 and 18, and he's been no factor. If you can get a functional player in here, then that will help.
So the guy
even if he's not as good as Kuminga.
What if it was Malik Monk?
Fine, take him.
But it's still, with that, doesn't take away the stench of what this dude was supposed to mean for the future.
Nothing's going to take away. I don't think anything's going to take away that stench.
I got you. The best, even the boss's cologne won't. He's got a new cologne.
How do you know?
Because I've been smelling them when I go in the office like it smells good. I got some for Christmas.
Did it not smell good before?
No, it smelled okay. But when there's a great cologne and a scent, you're just like, yeah.
I'll tell you what, this one's going to be, if this guy, Austin, our friend in San Jose.
Our man, Happy New Year.
If he says what I think he's going to say.
What is it?
We're going to have some fun in the next 3 minutes.
You better be careful.
Hey, Austin, how you doing, buddy?
My man.
Hey, Happy New Year, guys. Listen, did I hear Steiny say that Steph Curry is going to take a haircut for the organization.
Correct. He
said a couple years ago. Steph Curry said, he paraphrased it. He said, you don't mess with I think he said another word, an NBA player's money. Okay? So Steph Curry, and Steph still feels like he took a
this is going to be great.
Years ago in that first contract.
No, you're right.
So you can forget about Steph Curry taking any haircut. This whole notion of Steph being a nice guy. Yeah, he's a nice guy, but don't mess with his money. Okay? So, let's not lose sight of that.
Okay, let me ask you this. Hold on.
I don't know where you're going with that one.
I'll tell you. You don't go anywhere, Austin. Don't you dare go anywhere. Okay. So Steph's making 62 next year. He could extend by a year for the following year, right?
Right.
They could extend him the summer the next year for $67 million. You're telling me he's going to ask for his next most allowable raise under the CBA. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So Steph Curry.
I think these guys are programmed, Sonny, to get. First of all, they're not like the rest of us.
Wow.
They're programmed to get the max, man. And listen, do you ever ask Joe Lakers to take a haircut? His investors? Do you think his investors are taking a haircut for anybody?
Okay.
What about the other night? You guys disappointed me, by the way.
Oh.
I heard Guru, you really disappointed me.
Oh.
No mention from the media, very little mention about the Warriors sitting their players against OKC.
Oh, are you crazy? We did an hour. Real quick, Austin. We did an hour on that together. Shaq and Kobe.
You're losing your P1
yesterday.
status.
No doubt, Austin. We're disappointed. We did an hour on that. We were hurt.
How can we just let that pass? We keep talking about 5 for Steph.
Yeah. We didn't.
Thank you.
We didn't.
These guys don't feel good enough about themselves.
Exactly.
That's what Steiny said. Yeah. We said, Austin, I'm hurt. You didn't hear that part.
Download that Odyssey app.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We went in.
So my only point, fellas, is let me talk about the future. So with Kuminga, it's not just about Kuminga, guys. Think about this. What they should do, and he won't do it because they don't have the courage, like the one caller said. I agree with him. Lacob doesn't have the courage. You need to think about 2 years out. Here's what they should do. They should move Kuminga, which is obvious, but they also should move Jimmy now. They should not wait. Jimmy is the piece they can move now to put themselves in position to get somebody good next year, right? So that's what you got to think about 2 years out. Don't think about Kuminga just being a piece. How about Jimmy? Jimmy's the only logical piece that has any value on that roster outside of Steph to move. So what do you guys think about that? They should move Jimmy and Kuminga, maybe even another young guy for that matter.
Yeah, that's
if you
Austin,
do that, then he's saying it's over this year.
Let me be honest, Austin. Like that's at least the kind of thinking that I think we need to be thinking about.
And hey, now how attractive would Jimmy be right now?
I don't think very. I just don't.
I'm right behind you, but
let's. Who likes hypotheticals more than Steiny? So now I know there's a middle ground here. I get it. But he's saying, and Austin did say haircut, which is different than. If at the end, I just want to lick my finger and test the way the wind's blowing. If Steph Curry at the end of this year says, boy, I feel good, and, he kind of finishes this year like he does, 60 games, shooting percentages come down a little, but he's still Steph.
Yeah.
And he says, I definitely have 2 more years in me. Absolutely. Let's just extend me 27, 28 for $67 million.
Wow.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
That's not if he. Oh man,
Evan, what would you do? So let me guess. You just pay him, right? Now I don't think
you'd have to talk about it, but
for 2 seconds.
See, that's why I don't think
you're going to pay him.
He might not play for 10, but he cannot demand 67.
I don't think he would.
Right.
But if he did, then I think that the only conclusion is he's okay with not winning another championship.
Kobe did that.
That's true.
Yep.
Actually, you know what? That's a good point because there's no advantage to do that
and
now.
He's a winner.
Even if they could do it. That's not a priority now. I'm just saying, what if he did? What if he were like one of these stars that does that?
He wouldn't be the Steph we know.
That's true.
Because now we're talking about it's over. You know, he could see he's on the back nine for real. And if you chose to – Kobe did that, and he crippled the Lakers. As much as I love him, Mamba, I got to sneak him in here.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
But Curry's looking for that new shoe deal. Might be
What's
able to
going
recoup.
on with that? Donnie,
That's why he might want to play longer.
He's got enough bread.
Nobody,
Cannon's got enough.
Tell Phil Jackson he had enough money when he...
Send me to Idaho. I'll find him.
Montana.
I thought he was in Idaho.
I bet he's been there. You know, it's funny. You know how you think of a line?
He's from Dakota, though, right? South Dakota?
Yeah, right. And so I
or
might
North
be wrong.
Dakota.
I couldn't help but, you know how sometimes you think of a line and it's way too late? Guru snuck this in yesterday, and I didn't respond about Anthony Edwards. All right, so I know
they got a big win last night.
I know Finch. I know Chris Finch. And Goo goes, Steiny, I believe Anthony Edwards wants to get Finch fired. And I don't know why I didn't say. I don't know why I didn't say. Well, you should know. Anyway.
Oh, that was your retort.
Yeah. Well, no, you should know. You probably know what's going on in Minnesota.
Yesterday, but
it would have.
Yeah. Big win for him last night.
It's not a big win.
Dude, they blew him out.
See, that's the other thing.
So we got to keep fighting.
Let's go to City Boy.
Our man. Happy
in San
New
Francisco.
Year, baby.
What's up, City?
Hey, Happy New Year, fellas.
Back at you.
Man, this Warrior season has just been, it's been a roller coaster. It's been tough to watch. I mean,
wow.
You know, I'll tell you, and Steve Kerr, I mean, to say he's not invested, I think anyone watching knows how invested this guy is still. I mean, I don't know if he's going to stick around. It might be too much for him, but I mean, you saw how much he cares the other night. I mean, the guy still wants to win. He's hamstrung, too, and the Draymond Green thing is tough. And, I really can't wait for January 15th because it's the addition by subtraction, like the other caller was saying. You get Kuminga out of the building. And bring in somebody who can play.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, sure, we'd love to get a great player in here, and that would be wonderful if they can somehow package a couple first-round picks and go get an MPJ or a Trey Murphy or, and maybe have them throw in a big like that guy Clowney or, Claxton makes too much money, but you got to look at something like that. And maybe there's a chance, like Steve was kind of saying, like to catch lightning in a bottle, to just get to the offs and maybe get hot, And I mean that's really what this team is looking at. But they have to bite the bullet with Draymond, because think about it, if you get Trey Murphy or you get an MPJ, where is minutes going to come from, right? Because he's going to play the 3 or the 4. Now you can play Draymond at the 5 a little, but he was talking about he's already beat up. We're a third of the way through the season, so I mean. You can't play Draymond at the 5 very much, and he clearly.
Hey, City, you know what? Yeah, tell me if you agree with this. This is what Evan said before the show, and he said it, and I was like, I think you're right. He said, nothing's going to happen with Draymond this year, probably, but absolutely this summer, he's got a player option. There's got to be discussion about something, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to exercise that option because he's not going to get more money on the open market. So it's going to be he's going to put the ball in our court and make the Warriors make a tough decision. And he knows Steph has his back, and that's where it's been tough. And I mean, I kind of agree with people coming down Joe Lacob's road. I mean, look, I love Joe Lacob. He's done a lot for the franchise. He's put a lot of money into the team. He's overspent when needed. So like, it's not like I don't think he's a great owner, but he really has kind of let the cart lead the horse. I mean, let the cart lead the horse or whatever. I mean, he's not. He needs to take the bull by the horns and make the tough calls. I mean, like Bill Walsh is my favorite coach of all time, and I mean, he never had a problem making the tough decisions. And sometimes they weren't the right ones. Ronnie Lott still had quite a bit left in the tank when he left. Montana still had some stuff in the tank when he left. But not as much as Steve Young did, obviously.
Hey, City, you're right on the money. I'm going to follow up. Thank you so much for the call. I'm going to follow up on that. I do, Bill Walsh, rather give up a guy a year early than a year late, but he never said, not at all was never an option.
Right. No, he was a killer. But back to Draymond.
Right, but everybody says, Bill Walsh is a genius. He's right. Okay, but when push comes to shove, you ain't doing it. You know why? Because it's too tough of a decision.
And that's Draymond Green. But the ball's in his court with the player option.
Okay, fine.
He knows that thing's getting exercised I was this morning.
Why wouldn't okay, Draymond Green goes to Joe Lacob and says, hey, I'm making 25 next year. I'll tell you what. How about we rip that up and give me 30 for the next 2 years? I'll take 15 and 15. But that way, I'll retire here, and I'll be here for 2 more years, and my role will start to diminish, but I'll help out the kid. What are you doing?
We can talk then.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But you think that would happen, or those words? Seriously?
Oh, my God. Yeah, I could see Draymond wanting to do that. Absolutely.
Well, he didn't hit the bricks this last time. But
he didn't have a player out. He has a player option.
I got you. But there was... Forget the options. Just the fact was their life without Draymond.
But he's 38 now.
But in their eyes, Steiny,
I could see them doing that.
It could be butterflies. Maybe he's 34 to them.
Yeah, I could see them doing that. I could see Draymond selling that. Like Draymond saying, look, I know I'm whining. Listen, my problem is I think I have 2 years, but I only have 1 year in my deal. Tell you what, let's just give me 15 and 15, 30 over 2 instead of 25 over 1, and I'll be here for the next 2 years. What are you doing? Yeah. You giving it to him?
I don't know.
I wouldn't.
I'm worried about the 15th.
The 15th.
January.
To Goo.
I know.
Goo.
I'm just telling you.
It's not going to be Christmas.
I like the death. But we need a guy that can contribute. Forget what type. He could be marginal. The fact that this dude's a
He will be marginal.
John Collins. Come on down.
What?
I don't think. The perfect body type. Give us. No, honestly, between you two, the last John Collins body type in a Warrior uniform. I'll wait.
Well, he's on the bench. His name's Kuminga.
All right, after that.
You know what I'm afraid?
Dude, that's all we're looking for.
You know what I'm afraid? This is what I'd be afraid of as a Warrior fan. And it's like, would you take, like I said the other day, I'd take John Collins in a heartbeat. Danny Ainge is probably like, we're not giving you John Collins. We're not giving you a proven player who's 28 or 29 for a kid that we don't know if he can even play.
He's not in Utah anymore.
Who?
John Collins.
Oh.
Yeah. I was going to let it breathe, but yeah.
Hit me.
Yeah.
Jason Kidd, hit me. All right, for the Clippers.
Who is it? Is it Lawrence Frank?
Yeah, it is, but not for long.
Well, he's made bad trades
you think
before.
he's in trouble?
Yes. Yeah.
But they're playing better, but just overall.
I think.
What about Kobe, the youngster? Did he look like he had the goods?
Probably seen him play 2 or 3 times.
I play the Ponies, so when I'm watching Clippers, I like watching Harden. So I've seen him, but he hadn't had a prolific game like that.
That was his career high.
Dude, right. He can play, though. I'm looking at him.
I don't know that after one game.
Right.
One game.
Well, they're in their Moody and Kuminga stages, and they're not getting pulled for Jerome and Lamb. Can you imagine had that not happened?
What?
Jerome and Lamb impeding the progress or the growth of Moody and Kuminga.
You know what?
You kind of just
might be at the
if
very
I had a
same
beer,
place.
I'd sip it right now.
It might be at the very same place.
Well,
unfortunately.
But there's a flip side to that coin, too.
Let's go to Corey in North Carolina, finish up with some calls, and then we'll get to the Niners after the break. Hey, Corey.
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey,
well.
Back
doing
at you.
Hey, thank you. I called in earlier, like right at the beginning of the season, and I was like, man, I think they could win it all. Okay, I was wrong.
I'm with you.
But I got to say, man, like I feel like a lot of people just don't understand. This man, Steve Kerr, does not have a championship team. Like, and I say this because I love the people on that team. But if you take Steph Curry out of the starting lineup, take the other 4 and place them on any top 4 team from the West or the East, which one of those teams do any of those people start on?
Right. But whose fault is that? I'm with you. I'm with you. Whose fault is that?
Jimmy Butler would probably some teams would probably figure out how to get Butler in there. But I hear your point.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying. Like, the man is a championship coach, and most championship coaches have championship teams. They don't build anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they usually don't go to places where they have to build anything. And so I think we kind of have to have a little grace with Coach Kerr for even wanting to stick around, simply because most championship coaches chase championships. And so they don't stay where, the writing's on the wall. So I'm thankful for Coach Kerr. I understand the rotations, people get mad about him, but he can't rotate but so much when he doesn't have but so much.
Yeah, and I appreciate the call, Corey. I think you're right on the money. I also think we always underestimate the team dynamic. And you're right. It is easy for us to say, just stop playing Draymond and play the well, it's not quite that easy.
Well, tell me, it should be and always be about basketball.
Right, but you have to respect
the past.
4 titles. You have to respect it. You don't have to be guided by it. Marvin Livermore, finish us up, buddy.
Hey, guys, Happy New Year. I always enjoy your show.
Yes, sir.
But
we're hypocritical.
I always usually come at you, but yeah, you both are hypocritical. Guru, I'm surprised.
Well,
you guys keep mentioning Wiseman, Moody, and J.K. as draft busts, and Moody was 14. Pods was 19. Steve Kerr called Pods a playmaker. I'm going to ask both of you, is he a playmaker in the NBA?
No.
Then how come you guys aren't coming down Pods Road with those 3? It's all 4 of them would be bust, in my opinion. You guys keep throwing the 3 under the bus and not Pods.
Well,
and Kerr is the only one who had said this guy is an actual playmaker in the NBA.
All right, I got an answer for you, Marv.
He legend plus minus.
You got to take it off the air. But yeah. I'm going to have an answer for you, and it's this: the problem is the word lottery. It's 1 through 14, and
it's
Moody
incredible.
was 14. Yeah. So those 3 are lottery picks, which just is different than, I think Pods is a pretty good pick at 19.
And I'll tell my man, Marv, you've got more from Pods than the other 3 where they were slotted. You can't even, come on, if we just keeping it real.
But
come on, man.
But no,
I didn't say he's John Stockton.
Talk to him.
No, I love Marv.
That's a great call.
But he's not. Pods ain't in that group.
We can't afford to alienate anybody.
Part of it's also the draft, right?
Yeah, he just said it.
No doubt.
No, I mean, Trey Murphy was picked after.
That's true, too.
The guy, Jalen Johnson. But for
so
Pods, the only player that was picked after him was actually probably Tumani Kamara. But he was like a 52nd overall pick.
Yeah. All righty. All right, let's get back into the Niners on the other side. By the way, I've heard there's a couple coaching vacancies in the NFL. And also,
we got a list of the best ones.
There's something happened yesterday. All right?
On your way home?
No. I don't know when. But I read it, and I thought, good. I read it, and I was like, let me figure the. Oh, sweet. I love it. I'm going to tell you what that is on the other side. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. I was wrong.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
One of the greatest defensive performances by Draymond Green.
It doesn't feel that way.
Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
You're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I said that I said that about Draymond Green after last year's Milwaukee game when he absolutely flummoxed Giannis.
I was there.
One of the greatest defensive performances by Draymond Green.
Evan said he felt cheated to seeing Giannis because that's normally like. You think that's going to happen tonight? I think Giannis remembers.
I don't know how he can do any better than last year.
We get to see former Warrior Ryan Rollins. He's a baller. Him and Westbrook almost got into it. They went to sack.
Is that why he's a baller?
No.
Because he almost got into a fight?
That's how he
That's Ryan Rollins with the Golden State Warriors.
Just think, how did he know where to hit the button? And you got to give Trevor Lawrence some credit. You just said
stinks.
You want to bet they beat Buffalo?
What's the line?
No, let's just straight up.
What's the line?
Let's do straight up.
No, but I'll take the Buffalo Bills and the points.
I got somewhere for that.
It's a pick 'em.
Oh, there it is.
I'll take the Bills in that game.
Why? Their defense is Swiss cheese.
I think that's it, and I don't.
I think it's a changing of the guard, man.
I'm saying this without even knowing the age of the Buffalo players, but to me, that's an experience game. Where this is a team that's been in the playoffs year after year after year after year.
Let's do it.
And Jacksonville's making their first appearance.
They can stop the run.
They can do all that.
And Lawrence is playing a good football, Steiny.
Look, of course they can win. I'm just saying this wouldn't surprise me if Buffalo wins because Jacksonville makes some mistakes.
A beverage.
Sure.
All right. It's done, Evan. Book it.
Hey, by the way.
Austin and San Jose.
What?
Thought we didn't tackle that issue about.
Well, I'm disappointed because I thought he was a P1.
Well, it was a holiday.
Not today.
It wasn't. Yeah, you're right.
Anyway,
I'm disappointed.
I do have I'm not a vindictive person. I'm really not.
Oh.
But today I read something where I was like, you know what? That's a shame.
You were reading.
So the U.S. Patent Office has told the A's, the Athletics, that they cannot be the Las Vegas Athletics.
Oh!
They got to be somebody else. You don't get Athletics.
That is great.
That's Oakland.
Wow.
Sorry.
Wow.
Why don't you be the Las Vegas Diamonds?
Dude.
How about something like that?
Aces.
But it ain't going to be the A's or the Athletics.
That is great. Uncle Townie sent me a picture. He was at the stadium with the hard hat on, like Durant was when he's fronting like he was going to stay at Chase. But,
yeah, you hate to see it.
That is great. I thought there was another name, too. Didn't they have two on that list that they couldn't get?
A's or Athletics.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Sorry. No can do.
Night.
How about this? They can't have the A's. Why don't they just become the Las Vegas Bees?
I'm going to give you a
Come
one.
on, one. Yeah. That's better than a one. Come on.
We already have the Bees. They're known as the Ballers.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Ever stung by a bee? I have never been.
Of course.
You've never been stung by a bee?
I just said it. This is like when I said Pretty Woman was my second favorite. Let the profiling begin.
No,
I've never been stung by a bee.
Congrats.
Now I'm going to ask Willard and Dibbs. But I guess that's rare.
Oh. Hey, is Willard here yet?
No,
has anybody seen him in the building?
Why he's so...
Because when somebody sees him in the building, that means he doesn't listen. So he's not in his car.
I'm scared of Willard.
I want to tell people about the bet about that I kind of told you about that you said, no, I think I'd take that bet, Steiny.
Oh, with the Niners?
Yeah.
But why are you scared?
I'm not scared. I'm not scared.
Well, it seemed like, where's Debo? Like, you got head on the swivel. He's just a dude.
Guru. I'm scared of Willard.
You take it out on me. We ain't doing that in 26.
I said to you.
We'll have a great show. He walks in and you stab and shank me.
Why do you take an opportunity to bring up something that's completely different than what I wanted to bring up?
Because you need to get over your fears.
It's not about that.
You have a Willard phobia.
You want me to tell people what we're talking about or not? Because if you don't, then you talk.
Now, you can add mouth because it sounds like you wanted to go ahead. Wow.
So, we've had our show today, and, we talked a lot of Niners first 2 hours, and we had back and forth about, what the win would mean, what the loss would mean. And I was, saying, quit making excuses about the Niners. And, if I said, if they don't win this game and they don't look good, they're not a really good team. And I said to Goo, you want to make a bet? And Goo said, what? And I said, I'll bet you any money.
Oh, yeah.
Any money. Willard comes in today and's got something I said he's going to come down my road.
That's every day.
But today especially.
Right.
I'm like, you want to bet? I'll bet you right now that Willard will come in and
I'll
do
bet
that.
you. He's been despondent and down on the Niners defense. The other day, Evan was in for me. He said he didn't even recognize that Willard. Talk to him like, dude, he shocked me. He's been so down.
It was during Monday in the crossover. He comes in and I thought he would be, I don't know, more animated or passionate.
Yeah.
And he was talking about the Niners like they were 5-12.
Jeez.
Well, it's playoff time.
They got a lot. What? Purdy 4-2 in the offs. 4-2.
Kyle going to win 2 playoff games this year, like he always does. He wins 2 playoff games this year. Then you just got to be like,
I know a lot of why you're fixated on this game, and we all are. You've told us. You said, I want to see what the offense does against that defense.
Absolutely.
But if Kyle's going to win 2, the question should be, can Robert Saleh get his unit up?
No doubt.
But how did they hold Seattle to 13? If you would have told me
Seattle held Seattle
that was
to 13.
the Dan Marino they were going to get Evan, and we didn't watch the game, I would have given you my 2 arms that the Niners win that game.
Well, there might be some concern that Robert Saleh may or may not take an interview this week.
Yeah, he's distracted.
Yeah, he doesn't have his full attention on Philadelphia.
In case you don't know, the Cardinals.
Fix this.
Well, fix what?
What job would he take?
Cardinals. Well, they want to interview him.
Oh, yeah, but if he had his preference. We'll get into it because we got. Well, no, this is our last segment.
Yeah, give them to me.
I asked you and Evan this morning the number 1 most attractive job.
Well, let me try to figure out what they are.
All right.
Cleveland,
Tennessee,
Atlanta,
Atlanta, Arizona, Vegas, Baltimore, New York Giants.
Las Vegas, Baltimore.
Not where you want to live, where you want to coach.
Well, I'm telling you, if I'm a coach that's already made a fortune, it might be about where I live. Okay, what's your question?
The most attractive. We could start, top to bottom to however you figure.
See,
it was interesting. Evan and you guys had different
I got to put
opinions.
a precursor on everything.
You do. Nice.
I mean, I think I know what the best job is, but I wouldn't take it. I would, believe it or not, go. I think Baltimore's the best job.
That shocked me from you,
They have a great quarterback. I don't care what anybody says.
What about
he clearly needs a change of.
What about their defense?
Yeah, that's why I would like Saleh to interview for the Baltimore job.
So you think Lamar just, and he had a hell of a game.
Now, that's what I think. If you're asking me, to me, and people are going to be like, you're just saying that, I would take the Browns.
Why?
Because
Deshaun, you got to believe he. No, why are you guys laughing? He's coming back, and they need him to come.
No, I feel like Cleveland.
Shador, my bad.
He's horrible.
Yeah, you don't think he's going to try to beat him out for the starting job next year?
Who?
Deshaun Watson, Shador.
All I know is that team has been dysfunctional since its inception.
Exactly.
So that's the job you want?
Well, I still Cleveland tries.
What is
like they spend money? Like all I'm saying is that's a market. That is a market that you could absolutely become God in. In that, if that market, if you were to, you look at the Cleveland Browns teams from back in the day when they were winning and playing the Broncos and stuff.
Yeah, that was Bernie Kosar, Ernest Biner. I loved it. I watched it.
And they've stunk since.
So you're saying that flex of turning that around.
Who's their GM and did they fire him?
Yeah, he got let go too.
Oh, yeah, that was the guy who used to be in baseball.
Yeah.
Now he's in football, and now he's gone.
Stefanski.
He's the head coach.
His dad was in basketball, Stefanski.
But
see, that's
Evan's
problem.
point is Cleveland had Evan said Stefanski can coach. I didn't want to fight him on it. He's got 2 Coach of the Years.
Right, but they're going to have a new GM, right? Are they going to have a new GM?
But can he find a
quarterback? If I like the GM, well, you know what? You just asked me.
Where's Vegas at on your list?
Okay.
$100 million under the cap. You got Genty, Bowers.
I would have Giants are above them.
I got Giants as my number one.
I don't hate that.
Evan, you didn't like that.
Well, not above Baltimore.
I think Baltimore's ship has sailed.
But you're inheriting a 2-time MVP.
They got his coach fired because as a whole, he couldn't stay healthy.
So you don't think there's going to be a honeymoon?
I think Jackson Dart has all the goods. You got a tackle in Thomas, Scatterboo when he comes back. What's my guy that got hurt? Neighbors. They got some other Burns on defense. Like, New York Football Giants got some action to be. That's all.
I think if you wanted to be football royalty, that's the job you would take.
Wow,
if you win in New York, you're on top of the world.
That's true.
Wow. I had Baltimore second, Steiny.
Okay.
And Atlanta?
Atlanta's better than Tennessee, Arizona, or Vegas, to my way of thinking. That's just me.
Well, you got Kyler Murray in Arizona. You got Connor.
Did you hear me say what I said? I said what I said.
But you know I had two.
Doesn't Atlanta have Penix, Michael Penix?
Yes.
Okay, I think he's better than Murray.
He got benched for Brissett, but like Las Vegas having the number 1 overall pick wouldn't sway you.
They're going to get your boy, the new Kirk Cousins.
Not my boy.
Mendoza.
The quarterback for Indiana is not. He will not succeed.
You claim
Raider
him.
fans
I claim Signetti.
Thus, Mendoza.
No, that's why Signetti is the best coach in college football, because this guy might have trouble succeeding at the next level.
What is I thought Mendoza didn't have the goods, the quarterback goods.
That's what I think.
He's got that, and the
I haven't seen him
Raider
play,
fans
so I don't
want
know.
him. Oh boy, Raider fans want him.
Okay, go for it.
That's a problem.
What about $100 million under the cap? How attractive is that?
What that means?
You got money to spend.
Who's their GM?
Tom Telesco.
Is it still Upshaw?
No, he's the guy who drafted Bowers.
Okay, Tennessee. They were last down my. I love Cam, but
Tennessee. Nobody even knows they're in the NFL.
They were dumb enough to fire Vrabel.
And there you go.
Yeah, Atlanta. Atlanta's in. You could get a winner in Atlanta.
You got Bijan, but you need some more stuff.
I got Penix.
Yeah, and Bijan.
Yeah.
You got Cousins.
They're gonna
He's out.
You're not gonna be on the team next year.
Where was he?
They've negotiated that already.
Retire, Sonny?
Oh hell no!
I thought he had 1 year left.
I'm gonna tell you, he does, but they're working something out where he's going to be a free agent and da da da.
Uncle Looney is
yes.
Yeah.
Shanahan.
He will be Purdy's backup next year.
They should trade Mac for
You think
Kirk.
I'm kidding?
Now, if they trade Mac, which
if they can,
you might be onto something.
Kirk Cousins, absolutely.
I would know. I've never told Evan to cut something.
Yeah, bring him in here as a backup.
You could be onto something.
Mm-hmm.
Now Purdy would get nervous.
Yeah, you laugh. Keep laughing like you laughed about Chris Paul.
And how did that work out, though?
They acquired him.
That was the biggest debacle ever.
It doesn't matter. I should still
you
be
did
running
hit that,
victory
though.
laps.
Yeah, you did hit that.
Pods ended his career.
Yep. Couldn't stave off Pods. Led the team in plus minus. Uncle Looney said, I like bums. It hurt me in sports because I said Jordan Poole was awful against the Lakers. Dude, he went 0 for 3 in 19 minutes. Jordan Poole off the bench. Didn't look like himself.
Okay.
I guess he's calling Jordan Poole a bum. But I've never hitched my wagon to a guy that failed like you did, Cousins. Like, you know my history of us being together. No, I've had some misses. But
I'm nice.
The Cousins one is
it's funny you should say that.
You were Johnny Cochran.
The same guy who said Kirk Cousins will never win a playoff game. He wins a playoff game, and then it's like, well, he still stinks. That's just
that was
who you
Andy
are.
Reid for me. That was my ale.
I can't keep track of him.
Remember I said he was a choker, and then he wins 3.
Steiny, Mendoza wouldn't be any good? I'm all in on him.
Steiny,
I'm all in on him. Yeah, I haven't seen him play, but I don't think he's going to be any good.
Don't say that.
What do you want me to say?
He plays this week.
You've heard him, though.
Have I?
You haven't heard Fernando Mendoza?
He's incredible in my game.
I don't know if incredible is the word I'd use, but
I like him. He's got some religion to it. He always goes God first. I'm in.
His podium game is unique. How about I'll dial up some sound for tomorrow?
There we go.
You know how like John Hart, like you know how we talk about if Kyle on the hot seat, and we always would compare him to the best coaches in football. John Harbaugh came up. Harbaugh's a great coach. And so I just thought, like, off the top of my head, I was like right now, nobody would ever think of hiring John Harbaugh for Shanahan, right? We're going to fire Shanahan and bring John Harbaugh in here, right? Nobody's doing that.
Now, Snotty, that's interesting. I'll just say this. What about the people that...
You're missing my bigger point.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to make a joke here.
Go ahead. I interrupted.
Never mind.
It was a bad one?
No, I was just saying...
You didn't believe it.
I'm not kidding.
I was going to say there's only one coach that I would fire Kyle Shanahan today and hire. Well, I can't hire him today.
Well, I got one. And
Kurt Signetti.
Oh, Sonny, stop with this.
Stop with this. You have no respect for turning cultures around.
I thought you were going to say McVay.
No.
Been to 2 Super Bowls, got one.
Look, you're great at saying people's resumes, but I want to know what you think about them as players.
Well, they don't play.
As coaches.
Yeah.
Oh, you taking Purdy or Hurts? And don't get mad, just pick something.
No, this is where I'm growing in life, in sports.
Are you afraid?
No, you asked me a question.
Yeah.
2-minute drill, life on the line. Who do I want under center? Brock Purdy. But if people wanted to really just, if you polled 1,000 people, I guess the answer should be the dude that's got a Super Bowl ring and was going to be MVP on one that he lost, that he got to. So that means, how unfair is that? What are we saying about Jalen Hurts? That we're saying Brock's, I know.
Well, you took him. I thought you were going to say, but poor Brock Purdy.
No, poor Hurts. Why do we do that in sports?
Do what?
Let something supersede a victory. Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl champion.
That's great.
Brock, and he's been to 2, lost 1. Brock's been to 1 and lost that one. Wasn't a reason, but why should there be so tell me, you use the word context.
If you watch football and you've watched those guys' careers.
But on the biggest stage, Hurts was incredible.
Guru. I'm not saying who's better.
Okay.
All of you know, you're like, oh, he's so unfair. So unfair. Like, this is sports. Like, grow up. But anyway, it's like, if you've watched both quarterbacks for 4 or 5 years, it is, and you actually have watched, I'll just tell you right now, I guarantee you, there's people that would take Hurts, and there's people that would take Purdy.
Evan, who would you take?
Oh, God.
Exactly. That's my point.
The anguish in it before his answer.
That's right. That means it's close.
Yeah. No, I have no problem with that.
Okay.
But
for this Niners team, I got to say Purdy.
Now, what if we saw Jalen? This is how I'm growing up. What if we saw Jalen coached by Kyle? That would be what I deem the best version of Jalen. But he'll say, Goo, I got a Super Bowl and been to 2, buddy.
Well, this is where I need to be more specific. Yes, give me Jalen Hurts with Kyle Shanahan when he got into the league. Not now.
Okay, something's up with him.
I don't think Kyle Shanahan can coach.
I don't think Jalen Hurts
right
like to run right now, Stoney. There's a labor. Something's up. We'll find out Sunday.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard of the Meatball Award?
No.
It's an award that the Eagles defensive coordinator, Vic Fangio, gives out each week to the best defensive performer. He makes homemade meatballs.
Wow, this is dope.
Brings them in a brown paper bag and presents them to the meatball of the week.
This is dope. Now that's dope.
Jordan Davis said, that's how you know he's Italian.
No, Italian.
It's true.
You know
who didn't get those meatballs? Ringo.
I thought you were going to say nobody on the Niners.
Ringo didn't get it. Didn't get it. He was the guy that ran away from the guy with the ball.
What are they going to do, man? They're going to show up.
Who's?
The Niners. They ain't eating no meatballs.
Yeah, they'll show up.
Keep fighting.
They will show up.
Lenore, what about Troy Aikman when he said he wanted to follow Jackson Smith and Jigma? Did you hear Troy on the broadcast?
Right. Did you see Lenore clapped back at Aikman? I can't believe I've just said clapped back. I should retire today. I can't believe I just said that. But
and I'm feeling you like, okay, yeah.
But the Amador Lindor did get back at Aikman and was like, watch the film. We weren't much, please.
But Troy was just, Evan, he was just saying what he saw all season. You ain't that dude.
How about this, Groove? This is
he would have traveled if he, just saying.
This is interesting from the 707. Would the Eagles be better if they had Brock Purdy?
I'm going to say no because I think that's what ails Philly and has me thinking the Niners or any team could beat them is they don't have a Kyle. You know what I mean? So he would be a less version of himself in Philly.
Well, what if he went right now? Like, I'm just saying they didn't.
Because they miss Kellen Moore. That's what I think's wrong with the Eagles.
But I think it's a good question. I think they're pretty,
You did say clap back. That's incredible.
So dumb. So dumb. What am I, 17? Thank you.
Just clap back when Willard comes in.
Back.
Clap your chest out.
It's one of the...
Ja Rule.
It explains everything.
What?
Clap back. Somebody says something about you, you clap back. We try to get you to do that with Willard, but instead you just take it out on me.
How about just absorbing the information and the criticism and letting it sit there? What's wrong with that?
That don't run on TikTok. We need the drama. IG.
By the way, you said something today.
A lot of us. What'd I say?
You going to be a Cedric in front of Willard in 10 minutes?
Cedric, that means entertainer.
That is wild.
Oh, I thought he was your favorite rookie. Coward.
The guy from the
Grizzlies.
What about him?
That's who he was referring to, Stoney.
Cedric Coward.
You said the entertainer.
Yeah, that's
Evan
what I thought
probably
you
don't
meant.
even know who he is.
Cedric the entertainer,
Yeah,
I thought.
I like him. I'm a fan.
It starts and finishes with Chappelle.
You see his new one. He's special.
He goes
at the president, too.
Now, finally, he used the word special for an appropriate description.
Dave is incredible,
That
man.
I will agree with.
You guys going to go see him at Chase Center Saturday before the Super Bowl?
I don't have the $3,450 to spare.
We should be able to get a
Chappelle.
A media pass?
No, not for Chappelle. This isn't the Magic coming in on a Tuesday night to Chase Center.
Oh, man.
Curry might be there.
I'm sure he will. Is that during the All-Star break?
The Super Bowl.
No, the Super Bowl during the All-Star break. It's probably All-Star break's 1 week after, right?
Yeah, I don't think they're on the same weekend.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'm having a who's on first moment, right? You got me.
What does that mean? You're lost?
Yeah, Abbott and Costello.
Okay. All right. Well, that was fun. And now it's going to change. Willard and Dibs on their way in and crossover time. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Don't forget, I think Willard's going to come down my road today. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Hey, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. Segment was also sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money predicting the college football playoff legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to politics, culture, and more, if it matters, you can trade on it with Kalshi, the world's largest prediction market. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right. Well, that was fun. And now it's going to change. Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You guys are the... Oh, sorry.
It is crossover time, sponsored by Bay Alarm. Ready to serve. BayAlarm.com. It is the crossover.
Yeah.
And it's
That's
Willard
my
and
quarterback.
Dibs. That is.
Did you over here looking like Edward Scissorhand? What happened to your... I saw it yesterday and forgot.
Yeah,
what happened?
We'll get to that in a minute. But first, we do need to shout out Evan Giddings right there for doing his Cyrano de Bergerac. For those of you who partake.
Oh, wow.
He basically was feeding Steiny.
But what if
lines.
Steiny didn't want that aired out?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't care.
It doesn't matter.
I'm not a real host anyway.
What if I don't want my finger aired out?
Stay
You know
classy,
what?
San
You
Diego.
got me.
Yeah,
You got
exactly.
me. But you always share your injuries. Though.
I do. And this, I believe, is a self-diagnosed fracture. And
How?
I mean, whatever. You're 57 and you go around a corner and you try to grab the wall and then your finger goes boink, and it's like, oh, that hurt. And then a week later, you look at your finger and it's like, oh my God. It reminds me of.
Oh.
I'm trying to remember. Steiny, maybe you can help me with a politician who was both fat and crooked. Fat.
I got a name.
And crooked.
Well, Chris Christie.
That was the first name that came to my mind.
Remember the New Jersey bridge controversy when he apparently closed the bridge in Jersey because he was vindictive? Yeah, he'd be one.
I mean, I felt like more fat than crooked, but he was the first name that came to mind.
You guys are amazing.
Yeah.
So my finger is both fat and crooked. Shout out New Jersey. And so what I found is that wearing this little, it's not a brace, it's a splint.
Yeah, it's a splint.
Yeah.
You put the splint on and it helps my finger get straight. And so, I don't know, it's either going to help it or I'm going to have to go in there and they're going to have to re-break it and I'm going to have surgery, whatever. The healthcare system now is so out of pocket, literally out of pocket.
Now that's a 9.
Yeah. So if I go and get my finger fixed, it might be $1,400. This little thing right here with my CVS coupons and my extra rewards bucks, it's $4.
You went to CVS?
Wow. Always.
How long was that receipt?
Well, it's funny you say that.
Longer than your finger.
I went today and got another item, and I always hit print, and that thing.
Why do you hit print? What do you want that thing for?
I want 30% off my next item.
Yeah,
I want extra rewards bucks. I want $4 off my next cold, cough, and flu item. I want 8% off shampoo.
I'm always I type in "keep the rainforest" and I leave. I don't want your receipt. I don't want your 30% off. I actually don't ever want to be back here again. That's my goal. Honestly, it's like checking out when you rent a car. How many initials do you need? What are we doing here? What did I buy a house? Can I have your stupid?
It's pretty good,
right?
Yeah. It feels like a Friday right now.
Can I get in your thing that you're calling?
Wow, look at
Please call this an intermediate car that I'm not. My head is between my legs in this intermediate car. How many times do I need to initial these pieces of paper so I can leave?
11.
Is it only 11? It feels like I'll take the over.
Decline coverage. Yeah. Are you the only driver? Do you want to gas it up before you bring it back? Will you be driving off road?
I think I'm going to hold on to what I'm thinking and wait till Friday.
Oh.
You're smiling.
Will you be able to do that?
He's been in a good mood today.
Will you remember 48 hours from now what?
If when I forget Friday, you say, remember, you said you had a gripe when we were talking about the rainforests and things.
Okay, I was going to say, just give me a keyword.
Rainforest.
Rainforest. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. Remember that.
I like it.
Rainforest.
Yeah.
Now I'll ask you when I can't remember the code word. You remind me the code word, and then I'll remind Steiny.
It's all football. It's all hoops. I get it. But I got in the caddy this morning. I won't tell you how it happened, but I got a surprise question for you three. This is #random, and it's about the San Francisco Giants and their off season. I know they got Tyler Mahle and Hauser, but how would you describe their off season? I'm saying not quiet. That's my word.
Incomplete.
Weak.
I didn't even realize it was the off season. I don't know when their season ended.
The only thing you can.
I'm like, where's the bread being spent?
I think you have to hold on to the fact that the Giants and just about every other team, that's the saving grace is they're all still out there.
Okay, all right.
Most of them they're all still there.
Yeah, Pirates made some moves, but they're low budget moves.
Right? Dodgers went and got Diaz. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't actually want the Giants to overspend.
So it's still early. You ain't.
Well, I don't think it's early, but they're all still there. So
I'm not liking it early.
No, it's not. It's not good, but they're all still there.
Okay. All right.
I will agree completely with Dibbs. If you show up to spring training and this was it.
Right, that Michael Jackson.
Don't tell me you're trying to compete. That's all. Don't.
I just thought about where's the fireworks?
Yeah.
Not yet. And maybe Devers is still technically a part of the offseason?
Well, the other thing that I'm trying
or am I reaching?
I'm trying to tell myself is they do like to lay in the weeds. The Giants, Buster Posey, it's only been a year and a half, right? But we didn't, the Adamas thing.
Nobody saw.
The Adamas thing was like, wait, what? The Devers thing, excuse me? Right? So when Manassian says the other day, we're good.
And
I'm
the
like,
depth, I'm like, where's the starters? Grandy was in here. I'm like, man.
I just I meditate, and I'm like, he's lying.
Okay.
He's lying.
All right.
He's lying. It's lying season. He's lying. If he's not lying, then we can be pissed.
Well, right. This is like, to me, when people are like, we got to get rid of Kuminga. They're not doing anything. Well, they're not even allowed to yet.
Right. Yeah.
8 days. So it's kind of like, let's hold on.
Yeah.
Let's hold on.
How many divs?
8.
Yeah, all right.
Hey, did you all hear so Friedel was on with us yesterday, he was on with the morning today. You know the whole thing that a lot of the Warrior reporters have been doing? Because Dibs keeps like trumpeting JK Day.
Okay.
And all of them are like,
I love it.
They're like, it's not like we're going to wake up that day. And it's like, and
Steiny's been
done.
saying
He's
that
a king.
today.
It's like, no, it's not till February. Listen to all of the beat writers, though, in the last week are now like, oh yeah, it'll probably be within the first few days of January 15th. Monty Poole said yesterday, 60% chance.
I saw that.
He's going by the 20th.
Yeah.
And Friedel
that's right away.
Friedel sounds different too. And so
you need him out.
So
He's a distraction.
Two different schools of thought.
No, I'm saying that
he's leaning more towards it's going to happen right away.
Right. The school was that it's going to take a minute, and now
trades are hard.
Yeah, but now it's like
I think it'd be. If I had to guess, I'd say within the first 5 days.
Yeah, me too.
Because I think if
trades
it doesn't happen
hard.
in the first 5 days,
you need a player that can help.
Then you might
I
not
don't
be
care
able,
what you can do.
You know what I mean? Like everybody knows he's available the 15th. If anybody wants him, that would be when they come. If they don't, I don't know. Then I guess you try to get more over the next month till the deadline.
Yeah, and time's a wasting.
No doubt.
Like those 3 weeks, how many games do you play while he just sits there and watches?
They have 18 games before the regular trade deadline.
Okay, but from January 15th to the trade deadline,
they have
probably what, 13,
11
14
or something.
Okay,
yeah.
like those are. I think maybe you'd like somebody who would play.
Yeah. When do you have Kerr this week? I know he was with
tomorrow.
Evan and Bonte. Okay.
Tomorrow.
And the reason I bring him up is I have never seen anything like Friday when Steve was talking to the gents saying, it's going to be Kuminga, heavy Kuminga. Does anybody in this room believe he was truly hurt and couldn't play? Because I believe that was the ultimate flex of y'all ain't running me out here solo dolo, and everybody's against me.
Right.
So he made something up.
Well, and he said to us, he's going to be back in the rotation. And he played 9 minutes and 30-something seconds, and then since then he hasn't played. So if you're Kuminga and you hear, I'm back in the rotation, and I get 9 minutes and crumbs, I mean, that's like middle finger time.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what's going to happen. I have no idea on the timing. But like one thing I would say maybe isn't outside the realm of possibility is, like, I noticed Malik Monk had a DNP CD
He's
last
not
night.
even playing for him.
Yeah. There's a chance they could be January 15th, boom, Monk for Kuminga. Done. Or something like that. And that's why they're just like, have him on ice until then.
Well, who the hell is motivated for him to play now? Who wins, right? Like even this idea of he goes out there and he shows out in one game, does that change a trade?
Right. You know
but
about him
if he goes
already.
out there and he snaps his ankle,
you're done.
Now everybody's hosed. You know?
And I will say that, like, one game doesn't, like, the playoffs against Minnesota last year, they did matter for him.
Oh, I thought that was like
because you couldn't be a GM and say,
This
what's
is
going
nothing.
on with this guy? How come he did one for the other? And so, like, I think there is some intrigue about him. Like, how can a guy who scored like he scored, be that inconsistent in the rotation? And
now be on his way out of town?
There's always going to be a team that'll say, like, Pat Riley's like, get him in here, I'll make him a player. You know what I mean? So I think it's possible they got a couple things out there and they're going to act quick, but who knows?
And I think that his value is his value, and if he plays another 5 or 6 games, I don't think it's going to boost it. I don't think it's going to drop it. If you watch the association and all these GMs do, and you've seen him, you see what he can do. You see what he can't do. You see if he fits with you or he doesn't fit with you. I don't think that his value can move at all. Yeah. So to Mark's point, like you go out there and like snap an ankle or pull a hammy or God forbid it's something, one of those major ones. Now you're all stuck.
Yeah. How many years left does Monk have?
I think it's
2.
I think it's 2.
So let me throw this at you.
Here, I get it.
Would you rather have Malik Monk for 2 years, or just let Kuminga walk for nothing at the end of the year?
Malik actually has, so this year.
Oh, that's the problem with Malik. He's got 27, 28.
As a player option.
Right.
Well, for 21.5.
He's got the power.
It's not like overwhelming, but it's not a nothing, and that's the year the Warriors do not want to sign up for money.
And I bet the Warriors would say,
let him walk, Steiny.
They can't get him to opt out of that player option right now.
No,
they can't.
And they don't want a guy on the books for 20.
Look, the Monk was there in the offseason.
Right.
They didn't want him.
Yeah, you're right. They didn't.
You know what I mean?
Now Sack doesn't want him.
Monk is not
I hear you.
Is not a great fit, but
I just want somebody Kirk can call on to contribute.
Yep.
And maybe be tall.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Monk and Schroeder make a combined 35, and Kuminga and Buddy make a combined 34. So, I don't know. I look at Buddy, and you're not going to play him
stand up for him
either.
yesterday.
And, I mean, you could stand up for Buddy, but they don't play Buddy anymore.
Lose the basketball. It's not high school, Buddy. You can shoot with the best of them. You should be mad you're not playing. He's got the ball.
Yeah.
The optics to me, I want you to be mad.
He doesn't do mad.
No,
he does toothy grin.
Newman, yeah.
Like his toothy grin is elite.
Well, I argue that.
I mean, it's
don't
weird
do
because
that.
he played every game almost his whole career.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
All he does is play. He's available, and now he's getting DNPs.
Willard, I likened it to a slump. Okay, we know he can do it, so the resume's there. Mm-hmm. I wasn't telling Steiny 48 minutes, but give him some crumbs so he could snap out of it. But if I get no at-bats, I'm never snapping out this. Yeah, you know what I mean? We can't shoot 10 of 41.
Yeah, pinch hit him for a little bit. See how he's hitting the ball. He's hitting some line drives.
6-8 minutes, and see maybe if that day is going to come if they don't move him. But now, Dibs, you got me thinking, could he be on the way?
I mean, if I'm done leaving
Schroeder's. Buddy.
Oh, Buddy.
I mean, Dennis Schroeder. I was only saying that just based on salary, but if you're Schroeder, like, you're not getting in a car to go westbound on 80 to come back to this.
The Warriors don't want him either. He didn't
exactly.
fit.
Yeah, he didn't
fit. But I'm just thinking about, I look at the Warriors right now and, like, okay, you don't play Pat Spencer a lot, fine, but he's in the Stay Ready crew. You don't play Buddy anymore, which is new for Buddy. He's 33. And you don't play JK because, well, you don't want him to get hurt or whatever the reason is. So, like, the guys you don't play, they're the ones on the move. Wow. And what you said earlier, Steiny, was astute, and I hate to compliment you because it's against my nature, but the whole idea of what they've done this. You went Jimmy, Draymond, Steph. Like, this is what you're doing. You're not just going to suddenly, like, trade Jimmy for Giannis and 5 picks or trade Draymond. And, like, you're all in on those 3 guys for the next year or 2, and that's it.
Yeah. Believe it or not, Buddy, he's got 2 more years and an option, I believe.
One more and an option.
Correct, because he's in. They only have like $20 million on the books or 25, but he's part of it. See, I haven't studied the top of the league, the top 4 or 5 teams in each of the league. But if there's a team out there that knows their team well enough and is like, we need a shooter. We need a shooter.
This team needs a shooter.
We need a shooter.
Go ahead.
Well, you know what? Go get Buddy Hield. Like, Buddy Hield is the kind of guy that I could actually see a playoff team wanting.
I can see
if
the
they
Lakers
think they
loving
lack
Buddy
shooting.
Hield. They need the Lakers.
This contract is built to be traded in this kind of like that. It's not that big of a number, but it can fill out all the matching and all of that.
So I would get a guy at the end of his deal, hopefully, and maybe you get a protected pick with it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but you're going to be trading him to a good team, so the draft won't be great. But
he doesn't demand a lot, and he's a good locker room presence. That's
so
not,
many questions
not preventative
about Kerr's decisions with the roster this year, and I'm not making a slam dunk take here, but I just help me out. So Pat Spencer had his moment. What happened to it? Because I feel like the plug just got. Again, I'm not saying he should have started for 30 minutes every night, but it feels like everybody's being jerked around in a way that's not intentional, but it's like, how can all of a sudden this guy just be a non-factor, Kerr?
Turns out he's not that mother jumper.
And
no,
so that was just a moment in time then.
Yes, probably. Yes,
Cyndi Lauper.
And what if I said it to you this way?
Whitney Houston, I thought.
If I'll acknowledge,
you know me.
If I'll acknowledge that some guys have been jerked around.
Okay.
And I know that Jonathan is always the poster for this, but like the most recent example being one that I would agree with. Like, don't come out of practice and say, I'm rewarding this guy, and then do 9.5 minutes, and then he's never to be seen again. Now, I don't know what happened, though.
I hear you, but all right, we can assume, yeah.
So, yes, some guys have been jerked around. Have some guys also, and maybe all of the guys,
not showed up,
not forced their way, have not forced his hand. Like, who has made themselves so valuable that he can't take them off the floor?
I mean, Pat did, and then, when everyone came back, he played.
Week.
Exactly.
Yeah, for a week.
I do think that, Quentin Post has kind of done that, where you need Quentin Post to be out there because he's been really good and consistent. And the other one, and I look forward to tonight, is Guy Santos. Hi, this is Guy Santos.
Why is he my flavor of the month right now? Like, I'm liking what I'm seeing from him.
Because he played awesome in the fourth quarter after not playing for 3 quarters. He didn't play for 3 quarters, and we always talk about the Stay Ready crew.
Yep.
And Guy, we need you. Boom.
Shoot a 3. Minutes, create a shot for himself. Like,
and,
my God.
Hustling, rebounding, defending, like doing all the things. So I think that Steve has a rotation of probably 4 guys, 5 when Al's there, 6 if you throw in Quentin, and then the other 9 guys, it's like, who's playing well? Even GP2. He plays.
Steiny,
he plays well.
Remember, Steiny,
then he goes away.
Yeah.
Cuts with the best of them, but I'm like, you didn't say nothing, Burger.
There's no difference between.
What is like, why can't that happen?
12.
Wow, man.
There's no different.
That's a problem.
Yes, and that's a roster construction problem, as opposed to, hey, Steve Kerr, figure it out. He's trying. Now, he may have made some mistakes along the way, but don't tell him he's not trying to find something.
And the interesting thing is OKC has the same problem, but their 5 through 12 are all really good.
They're ballers. Some should probably want to go somewhere else. Like, they're
no, you're
good.
right.
And that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I guarantee you.
Oh, I got you.
Like, either they're going to lose Jalen Williams or Holmgren probably at some point in the next, whenever their next contract
but they got $100 million.
And they have another Jalen Williams.
They got another guy coming up. It's incredible.
which is so lame, by the way. It's so lame.
Mark
you don't
hates
like
this.
it?
What's that?
Did y'all hear Kevin Love a few days ago?
No.
I don't even know the name of the podcast he was on. Cam Johnson was like one of the hosts or something like that. Everybody's got their podcast. Yeah. But Love is sitting there talking about the aprons. And he blamed the players union, not the NBA. He's like, you all, and he's like, you know who you are.
Oh.
You let this in to our situation, and it is the stupidest thing. And he used that as an example. He's like, the idea that a team, it's Oklahoma City right now is what the Warriors were.
Nope.
And if the Warriors had to face those aprons, Klay Thompson would have been gone well
we may
before.
not have 4.
Of course not. And it's so lame. When you draft and develop your own players and you can't keep them, that's stupid.
I thought that was the Joe Lacob hater rule, but now you're saying the players.
Well, it affects anybody who does a great job. I mean, it's the opposite of golf. You hit a great shot and you end up in the rough.
The apron wasn't even there. And the Oklahoma City Thunder said, we've got to move Harden, Westbrook, or Durant because we can't pay them all.
Right.
Like, I can't stand when people are like, they gave up Harden and they didn't have the money. Like, it's a franchise that didn't have the money or decided not to have the money. So I'm kind of with you there on on the
players.
Aprons.
I did think that it was interesting what you said about Steph, not next year when he's making 62, and I think it was GPD, Grandpa Daddy. Yeah. Why can't Steph just take less?
You got him.
I mean, you can't, GPD, but the year after that, like, would Steph be comfortable with, like, I'm going to play for the vet min, give me $8.77 million, and go out there and give me some help? Like, very few athletes, and he would be one. Tom Brady is another who, I mean, he always would play for like 12 or 14 mil, and like, I just want to win. So it's way down the road. But
I actually think he would do that. I mean, I don't know if it's a vet min, but he might be like,
give me 20.
Yeah, give me 20 mil. Something like that. I think that is a possibility. Because there has to be a middle ground. You can't tell me he's going to say, I think I'm going to play 2 more years, so I want 68 my last year.
But
what do you do?
The other part of that is he's worth it.
No doubt.
He's worth like $200 million.
He's after.
I mean, to this franchise, to this radio station,
it would be a horrible decision to have to make, I think.
Well, and it's also, I think it's just more layered than we'd love it to be.
No.
Like, we would love for Steph to be like, and he seems like the kind of guy who would do it, right? Do you realize the precedent that he sets?
Because Kobe didn't do it.
Nobody's done it. LeBron's not doing it right now. He's 58 years old. Like, you know what I mean? You got players, one of them's here in town tonight, who not only gets his own contract, he gets contracts for his entire family. Everybody gets to be on these trips together. And the idea at the end of your career, like, I'll take the minimum and we'll be awesome. The pressure against doing that from the rest of the league, the players around the world, would be intense. It would be intense.
I agree. It may not be that intense for Curry at 39 or whatever.
And are we talking about taking less or actually taking the minimum?
Exactly.
Like Curry's
going to be in between.
Yeah, there's going to be a middle ground. Whatever.
We're running out of time.
He goes to pods. Hey, pods. I'm a little short this week. I mean, can I borrow? Can I hold $5,000?
Look at you.
I mean, you can't tell me. They could have extended him one more year this past summer. Mm-hmm. They can do it again this summer. You think there aren't players in his position that would have already signed that extension playing at this level right now? He'd be under contract 27, 28 for 68. They would have said, I'm playing 2 more years. Give it to me.
He has a right to do it.
Exactly.
As an individual, he has every single thing on his side to say, do that.
Steph did get Seth on the team, though.
And what happened to that?
Damian Lee, too, before.
Brother-in-law.
Is he on the team?
Is he on Phoenix?
He's got it. No, he's talking about
Seth.
Seth, yeah.
He's never really been on.
I got
he's
you. Never
like
really manifested. He's got it.
Who's played more minutes in the last month and a half, Seth or JK?
Ooh,
man.
I
had to fight. We'll pick this up tomorrow. Don't let me forget his thing. I come in this morning and I say, before the result of the Philadelphia Eagles San Francisco 49ers divisional round football game, I'm not changing my stance on this season being special for the Niners from the fact and standpoint that you didn't succumb to the injuries and you got to this game. And my partner fought me 4 hours, nice fighting. He said he took that as an excuse. I said, how can it be an excuse? I'm just telling you what I already know and have seen. The fact that the Niners are going to that game and put themselves in a position to even host the 1 seed, they didn't get it, is still special in a season. If you happen to lose, I'm not going to come in here and say that's an excuse.
Tell the full story.
No, help me.
Okay. I said, if the 49ers play a game in Philly,
right,
like the Eagles, in Philly, like they lose 20-3
offensively,
then this is my thing.
I got you.
It's word choice. If they lose 13-3 to Seattle, then get beat 20-3 to the Eagles, the last 2 games of the year, the season wasn't special. Sorry. That's all I'm saying.
Guys are probably just having.
It's certainly not a failure.
I felt like we're saying 2 different things.
I think you two have different definitions right now of the word special.
Yeah,
that's all.
But let's say Ricky and Trent are out this Sunday. I'm not giving them an excuse, but that for this offense, that's major.
Mark actually had a great way to break it down before. He said, no matter what happens, his satisfaction is at a 7. out of 10.
Ooh, Willard,
So,
that's low for me.
Even
for
if,
you
on the season.
Well,
I mean,
we're not there yet. It's not over yet.
I mean, if they win 4 more games, it's a 10. But his point was it can't go down from a 7, even if they lose 20-3. And I'm kind of with them.
If they lose 20-3, you give it a week and say, hey, Steiny, what'd you think of the 49ers season? I'd be like, not bad. Not bad at all, considering.
There you go.
It's a 7 out of 10.
Right.
I would ask Mark, why is that not a 9 with the injuries they had to endure? Because you can understand why defensively they don't even got, you know what I mean? They're Rocky Balboa.
I guess I'm not saying that it's not a 9. I'm just saying it like I'm not going to even allow it.
It can never get lower than a 7.
Like what if they lost 41-0 this weekend or something?
Oh, boy.
You know, like I just,
I hear you.
Here, I'd put it this way. Like it's already a great accomplishment. That's
exactly.
how I don't know if it's special. I don't know, but it's already a great accomplishment to have that conversation though today
without knowing
it makes people feel like they're already giving up.
And somebody texted me and said, "Goo, you're not normally like that. It sounds like you're not," and that hurt me. But is that what that sounds like?
Well, do you want the Niners to? Is that your pregame speech this weekend?
Yeah, I want the
Friday?
Niners to win.
No, is your pregame speech, hey, guys, it's already been a special season, so whatever.
Oh, wow.
Let's go. You know,
I would never say that.
I know you wouldn't. So
Guru,
just want to make sure.
says the one.
Steiny's going to go out there and give him the speech.
The 49.
I heard that earlier.
Hey, guys, let's go. After last week and stuff,
Mark.
guys, we've got to execute better and stuff. And we got to, shoot, I had a line of
Couple more ums in there, and I'm liking it early. You know, we got to go out there and block and tackle and stuff.
There's so much I want to ask you guys, but we'll do it tomorrow.
But let's wrap it up.
We don't have to.
We're rolling right now.
The goal of the season, this is what I'm saying. The goal at the beginning of the season was to make the playoffs.
No doubt.
Okay, they made the playoffs.
But you thought you were going to be healthy.
But this is where I'm going to say the schedule was a joke.
Huh?
Sorry.
Yeah, but
you can say injuries.
We beat the Rams and Seattle on that schedule.
It actually was better than what it was projected to be.
I did the deep dive, yeah.
Yeah,
Did
exactly.
you do a deep dive?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
And while the world for 12 weeks wanted to give Vrabel Coach of the Year, go look at the Patriots.
Exactly.
schedule.
They had a terrible schedule.
Way easier.
Right. But what I'm saying is, I'll give you that. Wow, these injuries, we expected them to affect this team more.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, one of the reasons they didn't is because you had a very easy schedule. And so, but they still won 12 games.
Right.
So,
and they're in a position to play in a playoff game.
Half their games are against playoff teams. Do you know that?
Yeah, they're 4-4. Yeah.
Half their games.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
last year they had eight games against playoff teams and they went 1-7.
So they're saying that maybe it's not as weak as you thought.
I would say they were 3-5, but that would just be my point.
But I mean, so is that still a joke?
What?
The schedule.
Half the games were against playoff teams. Is that still a joke?
I think their schedule was not a joke.
It was a fourth place schedule, so sure.
But 8 games?
A joke? I feel like a joke is strong.
Well, and they caught breaks. Like you faced the Colts when it was Grandpa Rivers. You didn't face the Colts in week 5 when they were putting up 50 on everyone.
Right.
So
if we
some of those schedule breaks you got.
But at the same time, we're all basing it off of our preseason thought. And our preseason thought was the Jags and Bears suck.
And man,
how about that?
Yep.
So you know what I mean? Yes, they got Grandpa Rivers.
But put that into the formula, though. Those two teams that are on the come.
Right.
Now, how's that schedule? Not as weak as we thought.
The teams you faced this year, they had a winning percentage of .415 last year, the teams you played. Turns out this year, those same teams had a winning percentage of .495. And that includes 2 Arizonas.
How many backup quarterbacks did the Niners face in their 17 games? Keep in mind they used theirs half the time. The Niners had a backup quarterback half the time.
They faced
and
Brissett.
Shador, that's a fuzzy, right? Because
he's like the fourth
he was a backup. Yeah, right.
Well, he was the fourth one in, but he also ends the year as the starter.
Fine, but it's Brissett. It was Shador. It was Grandpa Daddy.
Grandpa Rivers.
Yeah, Grandpa Daddy, the original GPD.
Go down
Sorry,
there
Philip.
Indianapolis.
That's 3. And did they face Dart? Was Dart still upright when they pick on the Giants?
They did face Jackson Dart.
Okay.
And he, again,
technically he's the backup,
starter.
but I'm not going to call him the backup because,
he's the starter.
I mean, Russ was...
just like Shedeur. Like Shedeur and Jackson Dart will both be opening day starters next year.
I mean...
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Deshaun Watson.
I brought him up.
Jackson
earlier,
Dart a rookie? He was this year.
Yeah. So
and Shedeur got Stefanski fired. So
see, I would look at the quarterbacks too.
And I think that's the most attractive job, the Giants.
It might be in Baltimore. Yeah. I mean, Baltimore now.
You know,
probably.
I feel bad for Harbaugh, but I will say this. I blame Lamar real quick. I just look up. It's all on what you want. And I know his relationship with his star quarterback soured. But what if I told you John was 4-7 in his tenure at Baltimore in the playoffs? Now, I'm not saying those were his fault, but when I hear that, I'm like, damn, Johnny,
So you're telling me they've only won one playoff game under Harbaugh besides their lone Super Bowl?
I just looked up 4-7 in the playoffs.
So why is that not on Lamar more than John?
No, but I put it on Lamar, but when I see that, I'm like, well, maybe it just said it 4-7 in the playoffs.
And I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah,
I just
I
didn't
agree
seem
with
right.
you. Lamar's only had one playoff
They've
win.
had flame outs.
Right, but that doesn't feel right. It might be. Yeah, I can't. Here, I'll look that up too.
Because I remember
they
wanted Flacco to come in when the Chargers went before they beat them in Baltimore.
Lamar Jackson's playoff record is supposedly 3-5.
Well, that said 4-7, and maybe he didn't start.
I mean, did he go to the AFC title game 2 years ago? You got to win a couple games to get there.
Yeah, but it said 4-7 is 4. Yeah, you know.
But you said Harbaugh.
Yeah,
or did you say Lamar Jackson?
No, John Harbaugh is 4-7 in his tenure at Baltimore in the offs.
I'll bet you that's wrong.
Well, it was just on ESPN.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong.
John
that's
Harbaugh
why I said,
is 13-11 in the postseason as
That's
Ravens
why I
head
said
coach.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I said
Lamar has 3 playoff wins. In 21, they won at Tennessee. In 24, they beat Houston, and then they won a wild card game last year.
Yeah, and I mean, with Lamar, he's 3-6. They had 4-7. No, I got you. But no, you said.
Anyway,
I'm going to you, Willard, about that's under 500. That's shocking to me. Who do you blame? But I'm wondering if the ownership was like, you guys choked or whatever. Guru blames Lamar and the streets blame Lamar. Maybe they were blaming John.
I mean, I have a really crappy answer for this.
No, give it to him.
I don't ever blame one person. Like when Lamar Jackson loses a playoff game because he hits Zay Flowers at the 5 and he fumbles at the 2.
Well,
how is that on Lamar?
Mark
or
Andrews
John?
last year, remember?
Yeah, drops the
but in
2-point
Buffalo
conversion.
a couple years ago, he didn't play his best.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like playoff games, they're like trades in the NBA. They're hard.
Like
you're playing good teams.
People might disagree with me, but 13-11, that's what he was in the playoffs.
Yeah, no,
that's good.
That's really good.
I was going
like
with
any
Lamar.
better than that,
good.
and you're like historic.
Yeah.
Right.
Like
But I was
even Andy
going with
Reid's got like 8 or 9 playoff losses, obviously.
Because Lamar got him fired. If their relationship was fractured, they chose Lamar.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
I heard Chickering threw out a question to the Joes this morning. Is Steve Kerr the John Harbaugh of the NBA?
No,
I thought
not Harbaugh.
That was an interesting question because you guys both said earlier today you'd be shocked if Steve Kerr's still coaching the Warriors next year.
But that was by his volition. I don't. Not the Lakers saying you got to go. I think he's got forever.
I got you. Not
You know
as
what I'm
coaches
saying?
as the
like
situation.
really, really accomplished
Gotcha.
coaches who maybe it's
Gotcha.
just been too long. Like it's all kind of expired. I mean, John Harbaugh, I think, is going to be the New York Giants coach.
They say he's in the lead
in a New York minute. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Harbaugh's a really good coach. That's all I can add.
You really think Steph Curry's going to play for a new coach next year, huh?
I do.
You might be right.
I do.
And I think we may have heard from him Monday night in the press conference.
You think so?
I think so.
He had some good material.
Well, it's a way to ease the transition for the veterans if they're still here.
Exactly, and I do think that if that happens, if Kerr leaves, Steve Kerr tomorrow at 5 o'clock, he'll join Willard and Dibbs, third-person reference. If he does leave before Steph, you want to have a veteran like that before you blow the whole thing up and then bring in one of the various Bickerstaff juniors or one of the Adelmans or a real young pup to coach the young pups. You do want one more round of an OG before you turn it over to Jerry Stackhouse.
Not a bad call at all. What time do you guys break here?
Usually about 90 seconds, but
okay.
Yeah,
I just want to add this.
Give us two more.
Of course.
I think that Steve Kerr,
you got this.
He comps more with Jimmy Johnson, where Jimmy Johnson was accomplished in college, but he walked into a Dallas team that was, rebuilding a little bit.
1-15 on his watch.
And then 7-9, and then 11-5, and then pow, and then he bounced. So it's not a straight comp. There is no clear comp of like, oh, you walk in and you win a title your first year. Like, who does that? Who has time?
George Seifert.
Wow.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Not
People
bad.
forget he has two.
What about Gruden? John Gruden?
The Gruden Bowl.
Taking over for Dungy.
But he was at the Raiders first. He was already a coach.
Oh, first-time coach, like Steve Kerr, right out of nowhere. I got you.
I mean, George Seifert's a good one because he inherited
he gets disrespected.
A juggernaut.
But people say because it was ready, like Barry Switzer's with Dallas. Oh, that was Jim.
So you want to know who I'm working with today? And I'm going to say it, and I'm going to bolt.
Is it Guru?
Who is it?
Yeah. So get this, Mark.
What?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Is this a walk-off?
Yes. Everybody, this is going to be such a hard game. And I said, okay, I'll give you 3 reasons right now why the 49ers can win the game. 1, I think Seattle, that test was great because they hadn't been playing that competition for 5 weeks. They got knocked in the mouth. They're going to be more ready for Philadelphia. 2, Kyle Shanahan. They've got coaching advantage. And the next thing I know, this guy who's made fun of Serriani for 6 years goes, I don't know, Steiny. Sirianni's got a ring.
Wow.
I heard it.
Okay. Oh, you heard
I
it,
heard
Mark.
it.
Mark, and it's growth by me, Dibs, as well, because my only thing is I was hard on Hurts, but he's won and been there twice and played great. So I just said, how does that not supersede the excellence that I see offensively from Kyle? But Kyle's had 2 chances, and I think he's gotten in his own way, preventing him from winning it. I don't like Sirianni, but I'm growing in the sense that both those dudes that I thought were bums and chokers got it done. What does that mean in the grand scheme of things if I say, I'm going to take Brock Purdy, and Hurts has done it twice?
It means you might know football and don't just look at a superficial statistic. That's what it may mean. We need you to go inside the numbers on 95.7.
I wanted your rebuttal so bad.
Okay, Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by Safeway, and Guru, we'll give you that answer coming up next.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So you know how the Niners came out on Saturday and they went 3 and out?
Yep.
And then they came out again. They're like, hey, try again.
Yep, a little flat.
And they went 3 and out. That's how you don't start a game.
No.
Grandy?
I'm sorry. It's so rare that Steiny hangs out for the whole crossover.
No, but you empower him because now this is going to be his point next time. We love it when everybody hangs out and just has fun for a really long time. But when they do that, if it screws everything up, because nobody knows what buttons to push next, now next time Steiny stays, he's going to be like, no, I got to go because if I don't go, Grandy's...
He has no clue this is just happening.
That's a fair point.
Anyway, we're good to go to break now.
He's in an elevator. Okay. Willard and Dibs, next.
This week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed Mega Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tariq Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused. You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio. Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin. With our New Year's clearance sale, get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Number 2. Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego? Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I mean, Guru's probably not at his car yet. But I do want to answer his question. And for those of you who maybe just turned the radio on, basically the concept that was being bandied about there was the idea of, for instance, is Nick Serriani now ahead of Kyle Shanahan because 1 ring to 0?
Right.
Is Jalen Hurts ahead of Brock Purdy now because 1 ring to 0? I do want to answer the question, and actually it does a wonderful job. Thank you, Guru. Thank you, Steiny, of setting up exactly what we wanted to start out talking about today. And I'm just going to tell you now, you're going to want to call.
I'm not going to call. I'm literally sitting right here. Do you want me to call?
You can call me, though. You have my number. We're attached on social media. Are we friends on LinkedIn? Are we connected on LinkedIn? Anyway.
It's funny because I've called you like twice in the 5 years we've been doing this.
Usually
4
not
years.
good.
Nope, never good. You called me once, and I was like, oh. Right. And I was like, yeah, okay. And I called you back, and then it's like, I'm not going to call him anymore.
Yeah, that's
calling me.
Exactly. I'll just see you tomorrow.
Yep.
Send me a text. Anyway, you're going to want to call. So 888-957-9570. I think we're going to get into this, though. So let me do this first so that we can then get into this, because there's a Warriors game tonight. Can I tell you really quick, parenthetically, how excited I am that Giannis is in town and we're not talking about him? I'm so excited about that. Oh, should they trade for Giannis? Oh, God. Are we doing that show for the 87th time and Maybe. It's not happening?
I got the trade machine up if you want me to walk you through a couple of possibilities.
I'm so thrilled that he's here, and everyone's like, yeah, whatever, dude. How many Antetokounmpos are in the Bay Area tonight? And the Warriors aren't getting any of them, so whatever.
Thanasis.
Dub Nation, let's get engaged. Because there's a game tonight. We do it before every game, as you know, if you listen to this show at all. You vote in our Engaging Dub Nation poll on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. It's brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit shaneco.com today. So again, go to the Twitter page for 95.7 The Game and put in your vote. This is kind of a one-off little fun one. Other than Jonathan Kuminga, so like put him aside, because we all know all roads lead to JK. But outside of him, who's been, in your mind, the most interesting Warrior player and situation this season? The 3 names that we threw out, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, Brandon Poughkeepsie Kid, or the always popular Other.
Yep.
The field.
Exactly.
Okay? So Draymond, Jimmy, Brandon, or someone else. And by the way, if it is someone else, if you vote for Other, drop a comment in there and say who. Who is your Other? Is it Batman? Is it...
I saved the day.
Yeah. Is it Moses Moody?
Nope. Keep going.
Is it that Mother Jumper?
No, keep
Cat
going.
Spencer?
Keep going, because I'm Team Other.
Is it Gee for 3?
No.
Steph Curry?
Who do I love?
John Bloom?
Other than John Bloom, I love Will Richard.
Oh, Will Richard.
For me, it's Will Richard.
Okay.
With a Quentin Post in the 2-hole.
What's up, Bay Area? It's Will Richard.
What up? What up, baby Gator?
Yeah, Will.
All right. So vote on Twitter. We'll share the results at the end of the show. Yada, yada, yada. Warriors Live, 6 o'clock. Yay.
It's a must win.
For clearly, I don't want to be 500. So Bucky Brooks is going to join us at 3:15. Our good friend Jason Dumas is going to join us at 4:15.
He's an alum.
He's an alum, and now he works in Philly, the trader. So he's going to join us later today, and we'll yell about the Eagles and the Niners. So here's my answer to what Guru threw out there.
Okay.
And here's what I was going to say to him before Steiny put the bag on his shoulder and ran out the damn room, which is fine. Cause
he did an extra 40 minutes. That was gutsy.
He did. No shade today. But I was going to say to Guru, because our station's doing pretty well right now, right? Like everybody's right. We see the numbers. Thank you all for listening, and their show's really, really right. They're doing great. So if I had said to Guru, like, you guys are here, and I want to give love to Evan Giddings too, almost every day.
Yep.
Right? You guys are here every day, and an audience gets built based on what you all are doing and we all are doing every day. Would you like it, Guru, or Dibs, or Steiny, or any of the Joes? Would you like it if I said, great, thank you for arriving at today. I am now going to reserve all of my judgment of you for today. Today is going to be your resume. It's wonderful that you've done all the things to get you here.
Yeah.
It's wonderful that you do. How many weekdays are there per year? And then there's vacation and blah,
260.
blah, blah. Okay, so with vacation, what are we? We're probably in here almost 250 days a year, 240 days a year.
Yeah, something like that,
okay,
yeah.
240 shows out of the year. Great. I bet all of them were just hunky-dory.
Well, one show would be the best, and one show would be the 260th best.
No doubt. But today, that's the show that I'm going to decide defines you. Well, how would you feel about that?
I would feel like that's the reality of what we do, because right now there are between 1 and I don't even know how many people who have never listened to this station before and never heard our show before. And right now they're doing that very thing.
Okay.
So you might be Joe in Livermore. You might be Bill in Benicia. You could be Victor in Vallejo. You could be Nate in Novato. And I could go on, but I won't, because you get the bit. Out there are people who are listening for the first time, and they're deciding within 20 seconds whether or not they like my raspy, high-pitched voice or your quite soothing, deep, monotone.
In at the tide.
Exactly.
Anyway.
So to that point, it's a little bit different. I get where you're going, but in our business, it's a little bit different. And it's kind of like when you go to a restaurant for the first time.
No doubt.
And it's like, oh my God, 4.5 stars on Yelp. This place is awesome.
Well, but
and you go there, bad service, undercooked food, overpriced, whatever.
But you're talking about first impressions. You're not wrong, but you're talking about first impressions. I guarantee you've been told at times in your career, I wasn't too sold on you at first, but it grew on me. And now, boy, I'm a big Dibbers fan. Like, I guarantee you've been told that, right?
I was also told, you're not growing on me. Why don't you stop talking?
Why don't you leave?
It was a tryout at another station in this market. Exactly. And the PD halfway through the show said, why don't you lay out a little bit? We want to hear from the other guy.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you brought me in here to be funny. And I'm pretty funny. No.
You're funny,
Willa Dibbs, can you lay out for a second?
No, you just had 4 hours.
Hey, listen. A few years later, he got fired and I got hired. So there you have it.
See, there you have it. Yep. Scoreboard. And that's my point. Mm-hmm. Your actual resume is built over time. It's not built just because, okay, Brock gets to a Super Bowl. He loses in overtime. Jalen gets to a Super Bowl. His defense sacks Patrick Mahomes 11 times. He wins. And I'm not here to say Jalen Hurts is not a really good player. He has, in fact, both of his Super Bowls. The one that he lost, he played phenomenal. Yep. There was a fumble. I realize that. But he has played really well in said Super Bowls. But I'm going to do that? Like, I'm going to now tell you, I think it's actually a laughable idea that Nick Sirianni is a better coach than Kyle Shanahan. I don't think there's a team in the NFL, if given the option to have either coach, would pick Nick. Not even his own team. I literally think that. Am I crazy? Maybe. I don't know. But the bottom line is, I think the NFL will tell you that Kyle Shanahan is a more attractive coach than Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni has a ring. Kyle doesn't. Okay. That's a big thing. It's not all things. So that's how I would answer that question. And no, I would not take Nick over Kyle. And no, I would not take Jalen over Brock. And in fact, Mark Grandy, he's going to say he had a bad start today, and he didn't. He didn't, because his start actually started about 9 o'clock this morning when he put out what I thought was a damn interesting question. How many, and this is where you're going to want to call.
Okay.
How many quarterbacks in the NFC would you have more confidence in than Brock if they were the Niners starting quarterback Sunday? Jalen Hurts.
Yep.
Matt Stafford, Jordan Love, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, Sam Darnold. In other words, whittle it down to how many of these would you take over Brock if you could?
The answer is one.
Your answer is one.
It's also kind of a nuanced thing because every quarterback, every coach, every system is different. And so Jalen Hurts in Philly, what they do with having the tush push and him being able to run and using their receivers, their tight end. And Nick Sirianni doesn't call plays on either side of the ball, so he's not really a good comp, I think, to Kyle Shanahan. But if you looked at Matthew Stafford, yeah, I would take him over Brock. He can throw it better than Brock. He doesn't move as well as Brock. He's done more than Brock has. He's got more experience. I think he sees the field as well as Brock. And so, yeah, that's the one. Jordan Love is interesting, but I don't think that we've yet seen enough of him at the highest level for me to go, yeah, it's Jordan Love. And, Jalen Hurts, that's the interesting one where he's done more in terms of games won, big games won, etc. But his success, I think, is more of a byproduct of what they do. I don't know if he would thrive in this system.
I don't either. I don't either. I think Brock Purdy's a better player than Jalen Hurts. That's what I think. As far as what I value in quarterbacking, I agree with what you just said. Jalen Hurts is a very good player. Jalen moves pretty well. Brock moves pretty well. Yep. They do a completely different thing. And I know that, so now we're dipping our toe in the water of the product of the system and fit and all that stuff. But it's hard to look at this through the lens of what would they do if given the similar surroundings. Matt Stafford scored 37 against the Seahawks in Seattle just a few weeks ago. Matt Stafford had wonderful blocking in that game. Wonderful blocking.
Right.
Brock Purdy 1-1 against Seattle this year, but the most recent one, that offense goes nowhere. It only scores 3 points. Brock Purdy did not have good blocking. So here's where, and yes, card-carrying president of Brockistan.
That's right.
My number is not 1. My number's none.
It's 0.
That's not me telling you that Brock is a better quarterback than Matt Stafford. Because that, for me, that's not the metric. I don't even know exactly what that means when okay, that person's better than that person. For what the 49ers do, you're going to need time if you're Matt Stafford or if you're Brock Purdy. By the way, if you don't have time, if you are without Trent Williams, if you are against a really good pass rush in the Eagles, who's better, Matt Stafford or Brock Purdy? I'd actually take the one with the better mobility. And there's thousands of metrics we could use. Would this interest you? How about this? Last 4 times that Brock Purdy and Matt Stafford have been matched up head-to-head against one another. Stafford's passer rating is 108. Brock's is 120. Stafford's completion percentage is 63.7. Brock's is 69.8. How about touchdown to interception ratio? Stafford's is really good. It's 10-3. Brock's is 15-2. And Matt Stafford's record is 2-2, while Brock's is 4-0. And again, is that the end all be all? No. But if you give Brock Purdy time, as we saw against the Colts and against the Bears and against lesser pass rushers, you're not going to be wanting for anything. He has been elite when given what the best offensive lines in the NFL do. He delivers the damn ball.
He does.
And moves well.
And Stafford does the same thing.
Absolutely.
And, he throws it a lot quicker than Brock Purdy does. Purdy will hold it, and he'll try to make plays where Stafford usually doesn't do that. If nothing's there, he'll throw it away or he'll check it down. So, yeah, we can debate whether or not Stafford is better than Purdy. And the head-to-head record, like we talked about yesterday, quarterback record is mostly hooey. So when Stafford goes up against a Niner defense that's really good, or Purdy goes up against the Ram defense, however good they are, and this year Mac Jones actually beat the Rams, quote-unquote. Mac Jones gets a win against the Rams, but the defense made 2 gigantic plays. Correct. So Mac gets the win. So we can talk quarterback wins until the cows come home. I know this. I look at the year that these guys had, and I look at Matthew Stafford, and he'll either win the MVP or he'll be second, however that's going to go. And, Brock Purdy won't be in the top 5, and part of that is because he missed half the year.
No doubt.
But, Stafford had an amazing year, and his team is, more likely to go out and win this weekend than the Niners are. And so, yeah, if you had Stafford going to Philly and Purdy taking on Carolina, I think each team has an equal chance of winning that game.
I agree. And then I can bat right back and go, Brock Purdy has a better winning percentage this year. Brock Purdy has a better quarterback rating this year than the guy who might win MVP. I actually think he will win MVP. I have no holes to poke in Matthew Stafford. I don't really have an argument with your answer. I think it's a fair one. It's the only answer I wouldn't have an argument with though. How about that?
That's fair. You could argue Jalen Hurts, but when we get into this conversation, this is where it loses me in part because every quarterback and every system is different. And Sam Darnold up in Seattle, for example, like what he did against the Niners in that win last Saturday, he didn't light it up because he didn't have to.
He didn't have to.
They could run it, and they went to JSN a few times, and they went to Barner, and they found their way to just win the game. And so Stafford in L.A., when you've got Devontae and you've got Puka and you've got a variety of other tight ends and you got a 2-headed monster at running back, like they have an offense that hums in part because he led the league in yards.
The other answer to the question, and we're going to go to the calls in just a sec. So how many other NFC quarterbacks would you basically want this weekend instead of Brock, if any? 888-957-9570. To whittle the conversation back down to the beginning, though, and kind of what Guru asked us. Like, we even mentioned this yesterday. Obviously, the Super Bowl and championships, obviously they matter. I'm never going to look at sports and say that is the only metric, though.
Of course not.
That cannot. But you say, of course not, but for so many people, it is.
Who's the better quarterback, Brad Johnson or Dan Marino?
Hello.
Who's the better quarterback, Trent Dilfer or Jim Kelly?
These are, but you know what I'm talking about.
I do. Who is the better NBA player, Kevin Durant or Patrick McCaw? Because McCaw has 3.
Right.
KD's got 2.
Kevin's got 2, yeah.
And, I mean, if you look at Robert Horry, who's got 6, I think?
I think it's 7,
Might
actually.
be 7.
I don't even know.
So would you put him up there with, like...
Is he better than Charles Barkley?
I mean, I would say yes, just because I don't like Charles Barkley very much.
Robert Horry won 7.
Yeah. So I did,
you can cherry pick off the Boston teams that won like 10 and some of those guys you've never heard of. And, they're better than Michael Jordan, who only got the 6.
Serriani has proven me wrong about some things with him, no doubt. But to me, that's not even, I don't even blink before I answer that question of who you'd want, but Sirianni versus Shanahan. And I think it's a very flimsy argument to simply say, well, Sirianni won. Serriani won a Super Bowl. They both went to 2 Super Bowls. One of them went 1-1. The other one went 0-2. So done. Like you're going to whittle the whole thing down, if I wanted to say it this way, to one overtime result 3 years ago between the Niners and the Chiefs. You're going to whittle it down to 2 years ago?
I mean, you could look at that and say, well, I mean, Shanahan didn't really have command of the overtime rules and stuff.
And you can criticize him for that.
And I honestly look at these 2 coaches, and I can't wait to ask Jason Dumas this when he joins us at 4:15. Like, what does Serriani do? Because he's not the OC and he's not the DC. And it's not to say that he doesn't do anything.
Yeah, he's the HC.
Right. And, Kyle's the HC and he's the OC. So you actually know tangibly what he does and stuff. He calls the plays and he also runs the room. So I'm interested to see what Jason will say about, like, Serriani. Like, what does he do? What's he really good at? Is he a motivator? Does he coach the coaches? Does he play design on offense or defense? Like, what do you do, Nick?
It'll be an interesting answer. No doubt. 888-957-9570. Chris, you'll lead us off. We'll go to the phones in a second. Here we go. Okay, Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I appreciate you, 925. Thank you so much for listening and for patronizing me and with your sarcastic text. Results matter, buddy.
I like a buddy.
Hey, buddy, which ones don't? That's my question.
I also like chief and champ.
Like, so many are like, this is the way it works. You get evaluated every day. That's not what you're saying. You're saying you get evaluated one time. One time. All the other results of everyday success don't matter. You want to come back and beat the Packers in the divisional round? Doesn't matter. You want to rally from 17 down against the Lions in the NFC title game when the whole world tells you never come from behind? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You want to go to overtime against the Chiefs? Okay, great. Now, that one drive, that matters.
Yep.
And that's how we're going to decide who you are.
If you can't win the big one, then that is a part of your resume.
Well,
don't get me started on a 28-3 lead that he blew.
He's also not even, is he even 50 yet? He's not even 50 years old yet.
No chance.
Okay. So, the resume is not over yet. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Boy, we'd really love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. And we can focus in on the quarterback thing. How many NFC quarterbacks would you take over Brock? You want to do Sirianni, Shanahan? That's all in the play box as well. Let's ride. It's Willard and Dibbs.
With everything.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Presenting A Gain Flings Love Story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our Weed Killer Cancer Hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will trial law
LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
It's a quality problem.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Is that 4 qualities? Did I count it? It's a quality. I think 4.
Want me to play it one more time?
Yeah, play it one more time.
It's a quality problem.
Yeah, that's 4 qualities.
Yeah. That's quality.
It's like and a crossover.
It is, and it also reminds me of the crossover because Bob Fitzgerald famously, talking about Matt Steinmetz, used that word and said, Matt Steinmetz is a quality shooter. So the word quality is kind of been dumbed down a little bit.
So what?
All words have. Like in our industry.
I guess.
Great. That's another one. Like people, that was a great play, or that was a great game, or
Elite.
he's a great. Yeah. All of that.
He's
stuff.
the GOAT.
How about narrative?
Yeah, GOAT would be another one. Oh, he's the GOAT.
That was an acronym, though.
Right,
It's
but
kind of
it's-
like 4 words.
But, I mean, GOAT has come to symbolize, like...
He's the GOAT.
When you want to compliment someone, like earlier today, I called Grandy the GOAT because he was going to do a favor for me. And instead of saying, thank you, I just said, you're the GOAT. And he said, oh, remind me when you get in case I forget. It's like,
and you didn't remind me.
But, and you remembered, which is what makes you the GOAT.
Right. Right.
He's the GOAT. The greatest mark of all time.
Yeah.
Scoreboard, Willard.
With a C.
You like how I did that?
That's
No,
a
all marks.
No.
All of them.
We are not in the same fraternity. I'm sorry.
You're right about that.
I am sorry.
Greater than both Mark Jacksons.
Yours is smaller and wronger.
Well, and if you think about the two Mark Jacksons who were a part of the Warriors.
I didn't even think about that until after I said it. But anyway, go ahead.
Mark with a C Jackson, who was a Warriors big man,
Yes.
greater than Mark with a K Jackson, who coached. Don't at me. Yeah.
Really?
I'm afraid so, yeah. The totality of the tenure. I'm talking about totality.
Dude, one of them, at least laid a little bit of groundwork for a dynasty.
Right. And peer pressured half the team into going to church.
Okay.
And skipped out on practice time so he could go be a preacher man in L.A.
Nobody's perfect, Dibs.
Ostracized the CFO who was out of the closet with his homophobic rhetoric.
Yeah. Right.
Mark with a C, greater than Mark with a K.
And you're allowed to have that an opinion.
These are facts.
No, it's not a fact.
That's a stat.
There's no. I've decided I don't even know if there's such thing as a fact anymore. The way we all talk to each other, it's all opinion,
right?
And that's my favorite thing when people go, "Gosh, you think you're never wrong." Correct. Who the hell does? Who's running around out there with opinions that you don't believe?
Well, you can have an opinion, but it can also
mean?
it can also be a wrong opinion.
Of course, and I'm like, have I ever said I was wrong?
There's that one show. Maybe the one time.
I don't have it here on my board.
Yeah, no, you missed it. You were sick that day. You were in an Oregon game. Anyway, yeah, go Ducks. Like, everybody is wrong a lot.
Right. But opinions
nobody's out there like, all right, here's what I got for you today. I'm going to spit something at you that I don't believe. Like, what does that even mean? Who does that?
Opinions are like,
don't say it.
Tushies, because I live with a 3-year-old.
Because everybody's got one.
And they all stink.
That's actually not true. There are some people who are wishy-washy. You know people like that. I mean,
I don't have a strong opinion.
Isn't that one of the, and not always correct, but isn't that one of the, I'll use the word, narratives about Steiny? I mean, don't we have drops?
I just did the drop.
I don't have a strong opinion about this.
Their show open. I see both sides.
I see both sides.
When we did the show together, Steiny, Guru, and Dibs, 51 weeks, when he would do that, I would cue the board op to play the Humpty Dance because he was always on the wall.
On the wall. From the windows to the wall.
Yeah, he didn't like that.
Let's go to Chris on 880. And again, NFC quarterbacks, there's 7 of them. How many of them do you think give the Niners a better chance? So 6 other ones. A better chance than Brock Purdy in these playoffs. Chris on 880. Hey, Chris, thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, how's it going? I just wanted to say that I disagreed with you when it comes to Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy. If you, look at, how they've played in the big games when it's mattered the most. I mean, Jalen Hurts balled out in his first Super Bowl and balled out in his second.
I mean, Chris, to me, you're falling into what I'm saying. I don't even think that's it's not a crazy opinion, but I don't like how you got there. Your thought on who's a better QB falls solely into what happened in 2 football games. And by the way, Brock has had 2 playoff runs himself. One of them gets cratered by injury. By no means did he not play well in the other one, right?
Yeah, but the other thing I think is, he's also been able to stay healthier throughout his career. He's more dependable than Brock Purdy. And when you need to get 1 yard, who else back would you take in the league to get you 1 yard?
I don't know, but dude, they both to me. Thanks, Chris.
Purdy's pretty good at the sneak.
Yeah, the quarterback sneak is first of all never how I would measure a QB, and secondly, the metrics on quarterback sneaks are through the roof in terms of being able to execute them, and the one that the Eagles do famously, the tush push, that is not because of Jalen Hurts. That worked so amazingly for a long time, and by the way, not as well this year.
Yeah,
that had a
lot of it is because of Jalen Hurts. He's got an unbelievably strong lower half.
He does, but
and I'm not trying to ogle another man's lower half.
I would argue it's about Jason Kelce's lower half a lot more than Jalen Hurts'.
Somewhat, and it's also about Dallas Goedert and putting his hands on another man and getting all handsy and pushing him up in there. But Jalen Hurts is a monster when you look at his lower half. Don't get me started on his glutes, his quads. Oh, those hamstrings.
Yeah. Don't get me started on
what is going on here.
Where the ball
I'm
goes.
describing a man's lower half,
right?
Randy.
What about his upper half? Exactly. And again,
it's all right.
Jalen Hurts is a really good player. We're talking about the playoffs here. They're all good. I don't know about Bryce Young, but they're all good.
And Hurts and Stafford
players.
are the only two with more playoff starts in the NFC than Brock Purdy.
Okay.
And I shared that with the group earlier, just looking at the NFC, and you've got some newbies, you got some freshies. You got Sammy D, who's only made one playoff start.
Let me pull that up.
How'd that work out for you?
I'm going to scroll back to your text. Gosh, we text each other a lot.
Today was hot.
Sometimes I feel like you're like, oh, pull up that text. And I'm like, oh, it's 2 texts ago. And then I pull it up and I'm like, that was 47 texts ago.
Yep.
Anyway.
I got Stafford with 10 starts.
Right.
Hurts with 9. Purdy with 6. Jordan Love with 3, and he's 1 and 2. Sammy D with the 1. And boy, that didn't work out for you.
Right. And Bryce Young and Caleb Williams will both be making their first.
So as much as we look at Brock, and he is still a young player in the league.
No doubt.
He's made 6 playoff starts already, 4 and 2, which from a winning percentage standpoint, I think it's the best of that group.
Yeah.
I think Hurts might be 5 and 4, but 4 and 2 is better than 5 and 4. I'd have to look at Hurts.
Although, let me, real quick thought. I'm running them all through my head.
Hurts is 6 and 3.
Has Brock won a playoff game outside of Levi's Stadium? No, right? He lost the Super Bowl. You pinned the Philly one on him, even though he played 2 minutes. That was
more than that, but he gets the L.
It was a drive.
That's the way that goes.
Yeah, a drive. And then the 2 prior wins both years, Dallas, Seattle, Green Bay, Detroit the other year, all at Levi's, right? So 4-0 at Levi's, 0-2 away from Levi's.
Yep. He lost at Philly and he lost in the neutral.
Well, I mean, we talked about that earlier in the week too, road playoff wins. And this is why last Saturday was a big deal. Road playoff wins are very hard to come by.
No doubt.
For everybody. They're just you don't get a lot of those through the years. So, that's what they're facing, and that's why they're an underdog and all that stuff.
And I ran this out before, and Friday we're going to do a little higher or lower based on the 39 playoff wins the Niners actually do have.
Okay.
But of those 39, 32 of them are at home. Or neutrals. Yeah. Because, the Super
Bowls are always neutral, sure.
Yes, but the road, they only have 7 road playoff wins in their history of the 49ers.
History.
And that's, bananas. When you think about you got 39 wins, and they've got 5 in bowls, right? And so that leaves 27 at home at Kezar, the Stick,
right?
Levi's.
So that's why what they're facing right now it's just a wee bit difficult.
It's daunting.
It's just a wee bit difficult.
And I'll give you the numbers on road teams in the playoffs since 2020 when they expanded the format.
Okay.
I'll give you that coming up.
And we will collectively also give you Bucky Brooks coming up.
Nice.
One of our favorites. He played in the league, NFL Network. He's got the great podcast with Daniel Jeremiah. He is one of our favorite high-level NFL voices. He famously was last on this show right before the year started. And we're like, NFC West, who wins it? And in a snooty way.
Oh, boy, snooty.
He was like, oh, the Rams.
I think there was a...
Hello?
There's a...
Well, and, it's not like he was way off, but I don't think he had 2 other teams in the division also winning at least 12 games. So let's get into it with him. Warriors and Bucks tonight at 7, which means Warriors Live with Evan Giddings is at 6, presented by Xfinity. Your home court advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. This is Willard and Dibbs.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here. Picture this. It's game night at Chase Center, and instead of sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic, you're already on your way. You're cruising up the peninsula on Caltrain. No stress, no parking hunt, just an easy ride straight into San Francisco. You catch up on scores, you can chat with friends, or just sit back and enjoy the ride in the quiet electric train. And when the game is over, Caltrain's ready to take you home safely and comfortably, making getting there part of the fun. Take Caltrain to Chase Center, your ride to what matters.
Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. Visit stanfordbloodcenter.org/promotions for more information.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
95.7 The Game is proud to be introducing the inaugural Bay Area Host Committee Impact Awards, presented by PNC Bank, celebrating those driving change in the Bay Area. We congratulate 10,000 Degrees, winner of the Community Impact Award. 10,000 Degrees is represented by President and CEO Kim Mazuka.
Many of our alumni are serving on different nonprofit boards and school boards, and that's where the community impact really comes from.
Stay tuned this month as 95.7 The Game celebrates all of these prestigious Bay Area Host Committee Impact Award winners.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Bucky, you're putting your chip in whose circle to win the NFC West?
Oh, the Rams. I mean, the Rams are the best team in the division.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, that's not a gotcha thing. The Rams were everything they were cracked up to be, right?
They were great.
Yeah.
They were great.
And many still think that they are going to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl.
I'm going to go Lee Corso here and say not so fast, my friend.
No, I'm just saying many think.
I know, and I got a stat for you as we wait for Bucky Brooks to get situated.
Yeah, he's on the line. We're
and Bucky will know this. Since the expansion to 7 playoff teams, road teams are 19-41 straight up in the playoffs.
Did you know, and I think Bucky will know this too, that this weekend the Rams are the largest road favorite in the history of the NFL playoffs.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Seattle was a 10-point dog when they were at home, too. They were a home diggity. So Carolina's a home dog, 10.5.
10.5. Biggest home dog of all time.
And as I
Saturday.
shared yesterday, these home dogs of 7 points or more, they cover almost every time.
Yep.
So put that in your hip pocket.
Well, we'll see.
19-41 straight up.
NFL Network, former player with the Jags, and joining us on the River Islands guest line, our buddy Bucky Brooks here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Bucky, what's going on? Happy New Year.
Man, Happy New Year. Everything is good. No complaints. Life is good.
Excellent. And we love this time of year, and we do want to circle back with you because you may not even know this.
Oh, boy.
The last time you were on the show, it wasn't what you said. It was the way you said it that caught our attention, and we asked you who was going to win the NFC West. And it would have been fine if you were like, I'll pick the Rams. But you didn't say that. You were like, the Rams. Like, for sure, like any other answer would be ridiculous. And so we used that throughout the year as all three of these teams were jockeying. What's your post-regular season reaction to the way the division played out?
No, it was great. It was a tough division. And, the Seahawks, the Rams, and even the Niners until they got beat up at the end. Those are the three best teams in the NFC. Like, if you talk about it, like being real after seeing all of them. The Seattle Seahawks came back and snatched the division away from the Rams on a Thursday night. But I'm convinced that the Rams are the best team in the league. I'm convinced that they're going to be the best team in the NFC. And I expect them to represent the NFC in Super Bowl 60.
That's a tall order, and as I was telling my partner Mark here, since 2020, road teams are 19-41 in the playoffs. So that's, obviously 60 games since the expansion. So what gives you so much faith, especially with Devontae Adams maybe being a little bit hampered?
Yeah, I just think they're the most complete team. It's between them and the Seahawks in terms of who's the most complete. The difference is the quarterback. I would take Matthew Stafford over Sam Darnold in a big game situation, even though Sam Darnold appeared to shake off that bugaboo kind of at the end of the year. We have to see what it looks like when they're playing. But the difference for the Rams, for me, offensively, they can run the football. They can run it with power. They got enough speed to get on the perimeter. With or without Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua is there. they're trying out this big tight end package with 3 tight ends and creating all kinds of chaos down in the red zone. And then you got the Sean McVay factor. He just has a knack for being able to craft it. So even though they will need to be road warriors, I think if you ask them, do they feel like it's a daunting task to go on the road to beat Carolina? No. Mm-hmm. Do you think that they would feel the same way about having to play either the Philadelphia Eagles or the Chicago Bears if they had to do it? I think they would be okay with that. And then if it came down to it, if they're having to play a division rival in the championship game, I think they'll take their chances, particularly because they were dominating the Hawks until the fourth quarter where Sam Darnold got hot, and it was kind of improbable the way that Seattle won. I think the Rams are very, very confident that they can get it done.
So in your initial statement there, Bucky, and Bucky Brooks is joining us here on Willard and Dibbs, you said that the NFC West teams were the 3 best, but you sort of said with the Niners until the end of the year when the defense fell apart. And I mean, it fell apart on different levels throughout the year. I get that. But what we're looking at right now, this particular group, how would you describe the 49er defense?
Look, man, I give Robert Saleh a lot of credit. He had to do the most with the least, meaning if you rob a defense of its 2 blue-chip players, in Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, you expect it to have a ripple effect on the way that you're doing. And so he's been able to do it by playing bend but don't break, relying on the offense to kind of give them leads, and then they just kind of find a way to get it done. But what happens, you have some more injuries, and you got a bunch of young guys playing, and they're still trying to figure out how to play. And you're going to have some of that, particularly down the stretch when you're playing good teams in these meaningful games. They just didn't have enough on defense. That said, I believe this is the best job that Kyle Shanahan has done with the team. He has really found a way to get this team up and going when no one really anticipated the Niners being in play this year. You think about Brandon Ayuk going AWOL. You think about all of the injuries that robbed them of their top players. Look, if they went last week, they're the number 1 seed. So, look, I give this team a chance to knock off anybody just because they're wizards on the whiteboard. But the personnel that they have right now, look, they're a little short going to the gunfight.
And this gunfight is a peculiar one because Philadelphia has been a little bit of Jekyll. They've been a little bit of Hyde, depending on which game you go ahead and watch. What do you make of the Philadelphia matchup for a good Shanahan offense and a defense that, like you said, is kind of being held together with glue and duct tape?
It's probably the best matchup that the Niners could have because offensively, the Philadelphia Eagles, for lack of a better word, have been yuck. Like, they've been terrible on offense. Like, they are bad to watch. They are not exciting. I mean, like, this offense is – I mean, I watched them play against the Bills a couple of weeks ago, and, like, I think they had 19 yards in the second half. They cannot move the football. So if you're the Niners and you think about, man, if we can just somehow run out to a 14-point lead, do the Eagles have enough to get back in it? Whether Jalen Hurts throwing, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, whoever they have on the perimeter, Saquon Barkley hasn't been the same. They are not a very a group that is together, and that lack of chemistry and cohesion could come back to bite them. So if I'm the Niners, I feel great about the matchup, even though we have to go on the road and deal with the defending champs. I think this is the best matchup of all the matchups that they could have faced.
Okay, so, but you mentioned them, for instance, getting a 14-point lead. How do they go about doing that? What is the spot that Kyle can attack?
Now, their defense is lights out. Jalen Carter's a monster on the inside. They're really good on the perimeter. But I think the one thing that the Niners have been able to do is they've been able to run the football. They've been able to set up Brock Purdy for success. Now, the thing that I've talked about, and the thing that I've talked about on your thing is I've talked about the wide receivers having to win. I talked about them not necessarily being route runners. Ricky Pearsall can run routes. But they have to be able to run the football so they can get the play action things that they want to get done. They have to find a way to get some explosive plays through the air. And the only way they're going to do it is they have to be able to use Christian McCaffrey as a decoy to set up the shots that they want to take down the field. Now, it's a tall task because Vic Fangio is going to put an umbrella on the defense, not allow those things to get over the top. But they have to be able to run it so they give Brock Purdy a chance to push it past the defense.
Okay, this is a one-off, Bucky, because I think I just detected something there. You're referring to your past Bay Area statement about Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk not necessarily being elite route runners. Now, you just said Ricky Pearsall, he can run a route. I know he may or may not play, but it is in your mind, if healthy, is Ricky Pearsall a step above what the Niners have had in the past?
He's a really good player. Like, look, man, I like Brandon Ayuk. I thought Brandon Ayuk was a really effective player until he got wacky. whatever took place, where he got wacky, where he just got weird, I don't know. But he was a really good player. And when I was talking about route running, more of it is like Debo than Brandon Ayuk. But either way, Ricky Pearsall can run individual routes. But the thing about the offense that Shanahan runs, it is one that is really predicated on the running game get going and the illusion of the run, setting up the explosive plays. And so they work the middle of the field. And so route running isn't necessarily coveted at a premium in that offense. That said, when you run against good teams that can play man-to-man and really trying to snuff out the run by loading the box and daring them to win, you have to have enough guys on the win. And so that will always be the issue. Philly won't necessarily challenge them like that because Vic Fangio would prefer to play more zone, more matchup coverage. But if they're able to advance in rounds, there will be some teams that challenge them man-to-man. They got to be able to win those one-on-one matchups.
You mentioned Fangio, and just looking at the numbers, they don't seem to blitz a lot. Does Philadelphia have enough up front to get home with 4? Because we saw that with Seattle against the Niners. They were able to rush 4 and cause a lot of havoc. Can Philly do the same thing?
Yeah, that's their calling card. Jalen Carter's a monster up front. The Jordan Davis playing, they roll a bunch of different dudes in on that defensive line. They want to rush 4, have 7 in coverage, keep their eyes on the quarterback, eliminate the big plays, and force you to drive it the length of the field. For the Niners, the way that you have to get them out of that is you got to be able to run the football. You got to run it at every area, inside, outside. You got to give them a few different looks. But to me, if they're going to win, it's because Christian McCaffrey wears the big sombrero, that he plays at an MVP level, and he makes them have to get out of sorts, having to defend him. We have seen Kyle Shanahan unleash him, right? He had 1,000 rushing yards, 100 catches, and all that. You want to see more of that. He has to have a big game. To me, I think all bets are off. Like, if this is the last game, he needs to get 30 touches. Like, whatever combination of runs and receptions that is, he needs 30 to set the table for the Niners.
Bucky Brooks, NFL Network and beyond, with us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, so obviously an attachment to what you're saying is the big fella, Trent Williams. We don't know about his health. He didn't practice today. He never does on Wednesdays, so we'll see. But in your mind, beyond the obvious, how much of a key is that to the Niners' chances this weekend?
I mean, it's a big part of it, and it's probably one of the reasons why they didn't perform the way that they wanted to perform last week, and they didn't have Trent Williams. He's their best offensive lineman, even at his age, almost creeping up to 40. He's a terrific player. He's still physical. He's not quite what he was, but what he is now is still at an elite level. They need him because when you look at the front line of the Eagles, man, they are talented, and they throw waves of bodies at you. You want him on the edges. Even though Kyle has been able to kind of script it and get on the whiteboard and do some things to mask his absence, at the end of the day, man, you need Trent Williams on the field for them to be at their best.
No doubt, and you get Trent, and then you get Juszczyk and Kittle, and it becomes a formidable way to run the ball to the left side. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the Philadelphia run game. Saquon Barkley, monster year last year, this year, 1,100 or so yards. What are you seeing from the Eagles and Barkley and what looks like a big step back this year?
Yeah, it's not necessarily him. I would say their offensive line is not nearly as good as they've been. And because the offensive line isn't as good, the running game hasn't been effective. And when the running game is not effective, it impacts the way that they want to throw the ball. Until they're able to either get all of their weapons back on the front line or until they perform better, it's going to be tough sledding for Saquon Barkley, and it's going to be very, very tough for them to have a rhythm in the passing game. If you think about the Niners and what they're trying out, like, can they give them problems? Yes, but it's going to be because these guys have to play above and beyond what we've seen them play. Robert Saleh doesn't want to blitz a lot. He doesn't want to expose his corners to one-on-one coverage. And so this has to be one where the front line can control it at the point of attack. This game is won in the trenches. And so whichever front lines on offense and defense performs better, that's the team that's going to win. So for the Niners, they have to dominate at the line of scrimmage because they cannot allow this running game to get going, and they can't allow Jalen Hurts to be comfortable in the pocket.
Bucky, I'm trying to gather a few things just in listening to you about what you think about the NFC structure as a whole. Niners, certainly hampered by injury. Eagles, you don't like their offense. Rams, you love them. But if not the Rams, who else? Who else is really dangerous in this tournament?
Seahawks. I mean, the Seahawks are number 1 seed, and I don't know if you've been up there, but, like, going up and playing in their home stadium with the 12s is very, very difficult. It's loud. It's raucous. They play different. But the X factor is Sam Darnold. Like, if Sam Darnold shows up and plays well, that's great. But remember, this team is second in the league in giveaways. Second. And the number 1 deciding factor in football games is a turnover battle. So can they protect the ball enough to win games? That's what it comes down to. And the guy who touches the ball every play, Sam Darnold. So it rests on his shoulders. I hate to put that on him, but, hey, he has it. He has to wear the crown. They are going to go as far as Sam Darnold will take him, and so he has to be very careful with the ball because the rest of their team is rock solid. Like, they are a really well-constructed team, and they could be there. They should be there given number 1 seed and how good their team is.
So would you be shocked if it was someone other than Seattle or L.A.?
Yes, because I think all the other teams are too flawed to do it. We talked about Philadelphia, Carolina. We've talked about the NFC South. Chicago's a mirage. Like, it's great. It's cute. All the pizzazz that they do on offense, mass. A defense that isn't great, but they take the ball away. So those teams aren't good enough. So then, look, it's one of the 3 NFC West teams that can come out of it because at least those teams play a brand of ball that is sustainable and would give them a chance against any opponent.
While we're exploring outside the Niners, what do you make of the AFC? Because you've got a couple of great defenses and Josh Allen going on the road and, you know, Trevor Lawrence and a hot team. Who do you think comes out of the AFC?
Man, it's wide open. This is wide open as it could be in the AFC. You have to love it if you're an AFC team competing in that because every team in the AFC has a flaw. Denver Broncos, defense is great, but it's great by design. They can get after the pass and those things, but they're not quite the rough and rugged defense. There's some of these other teams that we talk about. You talk about the Patriots being young and inexperienced with their quarterback, but the quarterback is really good, and Mike Vrabel understands how to manage a game that's tough. The Jaguars are slept on. No one talks about them. They're disrespected and all that, but Trevor Lawrence has been on a heater the last 8 games. They're playing really well, and the coach is good. Steelers got away with one on Monday night. They should have been out. Mike Tomlin beating his chest and kissing goodbye, but they shouldn't have been in the postseason. The Texans are the team that no one wants to face because their defense is lights out. They make it uncomfortable for everybody. They can't score enough, but the magic number is 20, and most teams can't surpass 20. John Harbaugh and the Chargers are beat up on the offensive line. So it's tough. I mean, the Buffalo Bills are there, but this is the worst Buffalo Bills team that Josh Allen has led. So it's going to come down to who plays the best on a given Sunday, but there's not what I would call a dominant team that's coming out the AFC. They're good teams, but they're flawed.
So, Bucky, correct me if I'm wrong. There's 3 playoff teams that you know whose uniform you wore at a time or another in your career. Is that correct? The Bills, Packers, and Jags?
Yeah, that's the goal. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah,
do you identify with any one of these more than any? Like, do you ever? I don't want to put out on NFL Network world here that you're rooting for someone, but
they already know. They know what it is because right now I'm on the Jags radio broadcast.
Yep.
Team. The Jags. I'm Duval. I'm DTWD. I'm Duval till I die. So I'm rocking with the Jags. So like I'm with them. We're playing Buffalo. Buffalo was the first team I went to. Buffalo also was the first team that cut me. That's a little personal. I mean, like when we talk about that's an old breakup. You know what I'm saying? It's an old breakup. So yeah, there's that. And then the Packers are cool, but you know, I spent a lot of time there. Didn't play a lot, but I was on the team. So yeah, so Jacksonville is the place where I played. I enjoyed, and I'm gonna say this, like in all honesty, people haven't had a chance to watch them. So you need to watch them on Sunday, and I hope they acquit themselves well because this team has been lights out, and they played a really competitive schedule where, look, they knocked off the Niners on the road, which is tough. They played everybody that you could think about being a heavyweight. Seattle beat them, and the Rams mollywopped them, but everybody else, they knocked off the Broncos or whatever. So they've seen all the fastballs. And so to me, it wouldn't be surprising that when we come back and talk in a month, we're talking because the Jaguars are there in the Super Bowl. Like that's how good they are. People won't believe it, but when you see them, that's how they perform. They perform at a high level.
When you say Duval, it's so much cooler than when Liam Cohen says it.
See, now, if you say that to Liam Cohen may throw something at you.
Oh, I know.
He's petty. He's petty wop. Like, I mean, he's very petty. And so whatever you say, because remember, he told Saleh,
I know.
Keep my name out your mouth. He told the same thing to Sean Payton, small market that. So, like, be careful, Willard. I would hate to have to submit this clip to the Jaguars social team because I would hate for you to be on the video that they ultimately send out when people feel when they've been disrespected.
Far away.
I don't want to throw you in there.
No, listen, they say there's no such thing as bad publicity, so fire away. And if I'm Liam Cohen's problems, like for real, he's got bigger problems than me.
I mean, we all look for something to dig into. Like we like a little, like we like the league and find a little something to get us going, a little energy, a little bulletin board material. You know how that goes.
Okay, then do it for us. Trevor Lawrence or Brock Purdy?
Ooh, that's a good one. And Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy trains down in Jacksonville. But look, I'm gonna say this. Brock Purdy has been a more efficient and effective player throughout his career. Trevor Lawrence has more tools, and Trevor Lawrence right now he's outplaying Brock right now. He's outplaying Brock. I mean, he is, even though Brock was on the heater until Saturday.
Yeah, Brock Purdy, number 2 rated quarterback in the league this year.
I mean, yeah, he didn't play all those games. I saw Mac Jones.
That's true. Yes.
I saw Mac Jones with my own eyes.
Yep.
The same guy I saw in Jacksonville who couldn't hit the side of the barn. You dropped him into that system in San Francisco. He looks like an all-star. You guys are talking about, man, we're going to trade him away. Somebody's going to want Mac Jones to be the guy. So I'll put this to you. Is it the system or is it the player?
Yeah, it's the system.
And I'm going to completely cop out and tell you it's both. It is.
It's both.
It is both. It's both.
And Bucky, this is what I was saying about Trevor, because I was saying earlier when we were playing the Jags that I thought Trevor was better and that he was going to be better because the system got better. And lo and behold, Trevor looks a lot better with Liam now this year.
Well, sure.
He does. So it is. Look, we all are system players, but I'm just saying, I saw Mac Jones out there looking like Joe Montana, so I'm worried.
Trevor is,
and I think there was a little debate about like y'all weren't all the way convinced that Brock Purdy should replace Mac Jones when he got healthy.
That was.
Like, I thought there was a conversation.
Man. There was. Yeah, there was.
We had it out here.
There was because it's debate radio where people put a faux question on the board and everyone starts yelling at each other about it. Ride the hot hand. Give me a break with ride the hot hand, Bucky.
I'm just saying. Look, if we had the blind resume, I don't know. Both guys are like the same. I don't know.
Well,
one's a $50 million quarterback, and one is a cast-off. They both put up the same numbers.
I knew. No, they didn't put up the same numbers. Mac Jones.
The same numbers.
Mac Jones out here. Mac's beating the Cardinals 16-15, and people are like, ride the hot hand. All right.
Oh, my God.
Hey.
And look, Willard, just because Brock Purdy does the Dougie doesn't make him any cooler than Mac Jones. Mac Jones has some swag, too. I saw some of them post-game suits, some of those post-game fits that he has on. Like, I don't know.
I think that's why Brock started doing the Dougie. He's like, I better up my cool a little bit. Hey, Bucky, you're the best, bud. Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, man. We'll do it.
All right. Beautiful stuff. Bucky Brooks, he's the best. NFL Network. And, yeah, he wore the Jags uniform and the Packers uniform and the Bills uniform.
But now he's on the broadcast, so it makes perfect sense.
Correct. He identifies as a Jag.
Right.
So
his pronoun is Duval. That's basically what he goes with when it comes to an identification sensation is what that is.
That's a buck.
Yeah, I'll pay it.
Is what that is. Hey, y'all, it's Warriors Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. All right, so we've been talking about Brock versus the rest of the quarterbacks in the NFC, Kyle Shanahan, Nick Sirianni, and then there's this. We found out you agree with Brian Baldinger that this is the worst matchup the Niners could have gotten.
And Bucky said it's the best.
Bucky said the opposite. I lean more Bucky on this one.
Of course you do.
Well, I don't think it's the best matchup in the world. It's not the worst. Not my opinion. We can get into that a little bit coming up next, all right? 888-957-9570. That is the number. This is Willard and Dibs. And also, it is Willard for Underdog. The football playoffs are here, and Underdog, as I've been telling you, is the best place to get in on all of this action. You can make picks and win money right now in California. I shouldn't just mention the football playoffs. This works for the NBA every night as well. Playing on Underdog, really easy. You pick your favorite players, and they're going to go higher or lower on any stat. Touchdowns, rushing yards. I've been talking about, and I hate saying this, but Jalen Hurts lower than 0.5 interceptions. And I just don't get a lot of picks, right? So anyway, you can put all of those together and then win up to 5,000 times your cash. And speaking of cash, I'd like to give you some. Download the Underdog app today and use my promo code Willard, and that'll score you $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is simply my last name, Willard. Underdog. Make picks. Win money. You got to be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
I'm David.
I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's
my line. Pretty sure that was my line.
Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week. Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't. Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games.
I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose. You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plates, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
The chase starts here. To make moments you'll never forget.
Chase Center is rocking.
Historic ones.
For 4,000 for Stephen Curry.
Joyful ones.
My joy back, as some would say.
Winning ones. The moment needs you. To manifest it, to chase it, and put the opponent to sleep.
All the way down the floor.
Chase the moment. Buy tickets at Warriors.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Covering from an earlier crash.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Has multiple lanes closed.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Road trip ready and adventure priced? There's a Honda for that. The Honda HR-V from your Northern California Honda dealers.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives. Like chasing laser pointers into walls. Or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, SAG Master, and now your host of Free Reign. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
What do you make of the Philadelphia matchup for a good Shanahan offense and a defense that, like you said, is kind of being held together with glue and duct tape?
It's probably the best matchup that the Niners could have because offensively, the Philadelphia Eagles, for lack of a better word, have been yuck.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
It's an interesting word, yuck.
And I don't think that he lacked for a better word. Like, for lack of a better word, no, that was the perfect word.
That was the word.
So you didn't lack for a better word if you wanted it to be yuck, like unless you wanted to use a 3-letter word that's a synonym for a donkey. Like, their offense is a blank blank, like yuck.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beat the Bills 13-12.
Right.
Yuck. Niners scored 3 against Seattle. Yuck.
Yep. You're saying bet the under.
Not necessarily. As we've learned repeatedly, every matchup is new and different.
Yep.
Which is, quite frankly, it's the only reason why I'll sit here and go, sure, the Niners have a chance this weekend. I get that it's very difficult to come up with a reasoned answer as to why. Like Jordan Elliott tweaked his knee in practice today. He's been added to the injury report. He was limited.
Sure.
Let's do that too. Just to start nose tackle, no big deal.
Yep. Lane Johnson for the Eagles, the right tackle, who's very important to them. He actually practiced today.
Did. Limited, but yes,
he's
back.
out there.
Yeah, he's out there.
Trent was not out there.
I mean,
Pearsall was not out there.
Correct. And I think this is a good little kind of window. Cam Inman, his Twitter put it out there. Brock Purdy, remember, had the stinger. He looked fine, so don't worry about Brock. D. Winters, Trent Williams, Ricky Pearsall, Keon White all did not practice. Jordan Elliott tweaks the knee in warm-ups, continued to practice, but was listed as limited. And then this is also important, I think, the order in which the linebackers actually went out there to play. Kendricks and Wallow.
Yep. Sounds like a law firm.
I was just going to say the same thing.
Good afternoon, Kendricks and Wallow. Please hold. Would you like Mr. Kendricks or Miss Wallow?
Please hold. Can we just hold until Fred Warner gets healthy? Kendricks and Wallow are the first ones out there. That's probably going to be your starting linebacker core.
Okay.
Kazir White, who just signed, was last, and Luke Gifford was limited. That's your group. And God knows what happens if one of them gets hurt when they go out there and play this weekend.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wallow's not available to take your call right now. He's in the blue tent. Can I take a message?
So, I want to be clear. If somebody just asked me straight up, do you think the Niners are going to win this weekend? No. I don't think they're going to win. Don't throw your hands up, Luke.
Mark, you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
No. There's two. I'm not saying that they can't, though.
They're allowed to.
I don't think that they're going to, but they could. They could, and I think it's hard to find that sort of like smart reason why. Do you know what I mean? Like if you're like the Niners are going to win, if you go, okay, tell me why. Like because bang bang Niner gang, because I believe. Okay, great. Now give me an action.
Yeah.
Give me a reason. It's hard. It's a bunch of injuries.
It is.
It's a bunch of hurt people. So
it's a bunch
hard.
of hurt people, but, I mean, he talked about yuck as the Philly offense, and if you want to go through the numbers and just glancing at some of them, the one thing that they do really well is they don't turn the ball over. They have 15 turnovers on the year, which is great, but yards per play, they're 20-something. Yards per rush, they're in the 20s. And the one that I really like to look at is scoring percentage. What percentage of your drives end in a score? Okay. Touchdown or a field goal. The Niners are number 3, 47.6, and Philadelphia is number 26.
Ooh.
So they don't turn it over, and they don't score a lot, which tells me that they do a lot of punting. So this game, it feels to me like it's a matchup. Every game's a matchup, but the Eagle offense is not that great. The Niner defense, not that great.
Not that great, right.
The Eagle defense, really good. The Niners offense, also really good.
Pretty good. And the Eagles defense, really good, but it does have more holes than the Seahawks. I think it has attackable spots. Will they do it? Will they do it well? I don't know. You heard what Bucky's answer was, and it's always the Kyle Shanahan thing, and that's get a lead. Could they? Sure. You know what this feels like? And I don't even think it's as intense of a situation, but when the Niners went to go play the Rams on Thursday Night Football with Mac Jones as the quarterback, I think this right now is how a lot of Niner fans felt. It was sheepish. You're like, I mean, that'd be great if they won, but like, come on. Mac Jones against this Rams team? Doesn't feel. I remember that week. We did not feel like they were going to win. Then we sat down, and before your seat was warm, it was 14-0.
I was still on Bart.
There you go.
I'm watching it on Bart, and it's like, and I picked the Rams, and so I was like, ooh, this pick doesn't look good. And then the Rams roared back, and I'm okay, maybe I got this one right. And then overtime, and that game was back and forth and seesaw. And I mean, if you had no scoreboard and you just looked at the game, the Rams probably outplayed them, but the Niners made a couple, 2 or 3 of the huge plays in the ball game.
There you go. So, like, I
think they were 7-point dogs in that one.
I think you're right.
And this one's 4.5.
Yeah, like I do think the 49ers could win. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I've got this blueprint and this reason why the Niners are definitely going to win. But Bucky says yuck. Baldy says yup. And here's what I mean. He was asked yesterday on the Joes, is the Eagles the worst matchup?
Yes, it's the worst matchup. It's a 4:30 game on Sunday. The crowd will be juiced out of their minds. I was just there on Sunday doing the game against Washington. There's people in the building, in the Eagles building, that were pissed that they sat all their key starters to be ready for this game. The whole offensive line rested. The receivers rested. The quarterback, the running back. You're going to get a very rested. Jalen Carter is rested. Like he told me, he's healthy. His shoulder's been bothering him all year. He had some procedures done. Jalen Phillips rested. Like they're going to be full. Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. Everybody took the week off to get ready for this game. You're going to see the Eagles fully rested. I mean, I would think that Trent will be back and Pearsall will be back, which will help. They don't have Seattle's scheme, which is good.
I love Baldy, but here's why I'll disagree. I think that the Eagles are a difficult matchup. Obviously, the best matchup would be, checks notes, the Carolina Panthers.
Probably.
I'm not saying that this is the easiest matchup, but if you asked me right now, who do the Niners have the better chance to beat, and I listed 3 NFC playoff teams, and you said Philadelphia, the Rams, or Seattle, I definitely would say send me to Philly.
No, thanks.
And here's what, I'll explain myself. Here's why. First of all, with the defense being in the situation that it's in, the Rams offense is easily the one that scares me the most. I think Matt Stafford can pick the 49ers defense in its current form apart pretty well.
And he did that twice, pretty much.
Correct. And now, as for Seattle, we just saw this last week. Now you would transfer it up to their building, and I just don't I don't like either sides of the ball in this current form with the 49ers against the Seahawks. They have the better defense. The Eagles are a very good defense and difficult to attack, but attackable. I do think you can run the ball on them.
Yeah.
And the Niners, you can. The Bears certainly did a couple of weeks ago, and Kyle loves to do that. Will the Niners have Trent? Will they do it? I can't sit here confidently and tell you they will, but I think they can. And here's the last thing I'll say before, because I know you agree with Baldy.
Yeah.
The last thing I'll say is I think that Baldy's immediate reasoning, if you listen to what he said, yes, this is the worst matchup. And then that's the first point that he makes.
He talks about the crowd.
What?
And he talked about how they're all rested and they're getting healthier.
Okay, that's different. That's an actual reason.
Well, you can't talk about Seattle as a hostile environment and then poo-poo Baldy for saying Philadelphia is a hostile environment.
I didn't say anything about Seattle being a hostile environment.
You said playing up there.
I just said we saw it here and now you're playing there. Yes, playing on the road is harder.
Right.
But I'm not
you made it seem like, and playing up there, and you're right.
It's harder. And
playing in Philadelphia is a lot harder than playing out here.
No doubt. I'm not saying it's easy, but here's what I will say. And I speak from experience on this one. I have been to the link. Go ahead, hit it. I've been to the link. I've been to the link multiple Eagle-Cowboy games. And do you want to know what my number one takeaway was? Because it was back when I was working with Bruno, and we would go out there for the Eagle-Cowboy game every year, and Bruno would tell me each time, you don't even know what it's going to be like in that link. The Eagle fans, they don't take nothing. And I know what we've all, especially this station, what we've experienced with what Bonte and Joe dealt with when they went out there. Yep. I'm not saying they're not jerks. There are a lot of jerks at the link, but they're not as scary as they think they are. They do not have the effect on the game that they think they have. It is the playoffs, and I would hope all buildings are loud. If they're not loud, you suck as a fan base.
No.
Like really bad. If you can't create excitement in a playoff game in your building, I don't even know what you're doing here. So Seattle is a louder building. There's no question. Seattle is a better defense. The Philadelphia Eagles, because they are so bombastic with the way they go about it, their fan base loves to think that they've got some massive effect on the game. They don't.
Whatever effect they have, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's crowd noise is a factor no matter what.
Right, but it's just a road game. And the Niners have been pretty good at that. Their fan base is pretty good at getting tickets. Like, I do not think that is not on my top 3 reasons why this weekend's going to be hard.
It's not on my top 3 reasons either, but I still agree with Baldy. And, you can poo-poo their defense as much as you want it to. They're not Houston. They're not Seattle. It's a good defense. Yards per play, they're number 7 in football. And when it comes to how they do against the run, they're slightly in the middle average-wise. Against the pass, they're better than they are. So you look at the 49ers, and you can talk about any metric you want with the 49ers and running the ball. They don't run the ball very well. McCaffrey is averaging about 3 a tote, and he has a lot of them. They are 30th in the league in running the football. And so you have a Philadelphia defense that I think is really good, not elite. They're a top third, maybe a top quarter defense, and you don't blitz a lot. And you've got a Niner team that doesn't really run the ball very well, and an offensive line that's coming off a shaky game against a good defensive front. And the big one that has me thinking about this is a bad matchup, and I saw this, and I'll give credit to Chase Sr., who tweeted this out. The last 4 times that Shanahan faced a Fangio defense, they scored 11, 6, 15, and 9.
That's correct.
So that is 41 points in 4 games. That's an average of 10 a game.
Yes.
10 points is not going to win the game.
Not going to do it.
On Sunday.
Not going to do it.
Yet the crowd, whatever, and the fans are going to be all lubricated. I get it. Every fan base is going to be loud and lubricated. I look at the big matchups. Philly's D against the Niners offense. That might be somewhat of a toss-up. Philly's offense against the Niners defense, I think Philly's offense is better than the Niners defense.
I don't think any matchup against the Niner defense right now is a good one.
Right.
It's not great. Again, I'm not sitting here telling you the Niners are going to win. I'm telling you that the Eagles is not the worst place for them to be this weekend.
I think it is the worst place to be. Yeah. And it's, it's the travel spot, and also, the Philly offense, it may not be as explosive as it was last year when they won the Super Bowl, but they don't turn the ball over. No. Hurts doesn't throw interceptions.
The Niners don't really turn the other team over anyway. They've gotten to 12-5 without getting turnovers.
Correct. And what you said a little bit ago about they need the lead. They are 11-0 this year, the Niners, when they lead at halftime, and that would make them 1-5 when they don't lead at halftime. Right. So I mean, get the lead.
It's for sure. And that's always been a Shanahan thing. It's also a funny stat. I do love the stats about, if you're way ahead, you win. And if you're behind, you lose. That's very true for most coaches. in most
Right.
teams.
Right.
You're winning at half, you're usually going to win.
Like you're down to the Rams 21-0. Okay, you're going to lose that game. Almost
Right.
every team is going to lose, but
Correct.
especially a Shanahan team, it's not built to come from behind.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We'll go live to Philly and talk to our buddy Jason Dumas in 15 minutes. We'd love to get you in on this conversation. Brian Baldy says this is the worst matchup for the Niners. Bucky Brooks says this is the best. Again, based on what's available, I don't think Bucky would have disagreed if we had said, well, what about Carolina? Sure. That's better. But I do not think Philly is the worst place the 49ers could have ended up this weekend at all. I just don't think that. But what do you all think? Because I did hear a lot of that when it first came out, like, ooh, that's not where I want to go. And in fact, by the way, 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on that right now. There was even a debate going on in my own home as we're watching the Niners not score against Seattle. And then we get to the next day, and you know the Niners have lost. And then the Bears are doing their thing, and the Eagles are doing their thing. And there was a debate between sons and daughter about whether or not you'd rather go to Chicago or Philly. Like, how do you weigh in on that one?
I'd rather go to Chicago.
You would?
Yep, and I think Caleb Williams is more likely to give you one. He's more likely to, not be quite ready for the moment, making his first ever playoff start. Philadelphia's defending champions, and you as a franchise, and I know a lot of these guys weren't on the team that went there when Brock got hurt, and they all weren't on the team when you went there and you rocked them a couple of years ago in the regular season. I think that Philadelphia is a more hostile environment. I think Philadelphia is a better team. And even though their offense has been maybe yuck, according to some, they still have, and they do things that can give you problems. A team that doesn't rush the passer. Jalen Hurts is elusive. He can run. Saquon Barkley hasn't had a great year. You don't really stop the run very well. And they've got two wide receivers who can be big-time deep threats on, and the Niners, at least once or twice a game, you break coverage.
I'll tell you what.
You break.
I think I fell into my own recency bias when I was thinking about this over the weekend. And now maybe I'm waffling a little bit because of what is actually reality. At the time, I probably would have agreed with you. I'd rather go to Chicago.
Yep.
Why? Well, we just saw them. We just beat them. And I know we can score on that team.
Yep.
Because they did
every time.
They were unbelievable on offense against the Bears. Now, very different to go to Soldier Field and, like I'll almost puppet Baldy here. Like if you're going to Philly, it's like, ooh, the fans are going to be jacked up. They're not going to be jacked up in Chicago.
They're going to be jacked up in Carolina.
Right. Although that's a little different just because it's going to be 70 degrees and it doesn't have a vibe to it. But yes, they'll be jacked up in Carolina. Like they never get to go. That's what I would actually say about a fan base. The Chicago fan base and the Carolina fan base, starving. Philadelphia fan base is like, this is what we do in January.
Right.
This is what we've been doing every year.
Those are crazy people.
Of course.
So, even if it's a preseason game, they're going to have 71,000.
I think in general, fans overrate our effect on the game. Do you have special socks or underwear that you wear? Is there a certain spot on your couch that you sit? And yes, home field advantage matters. It is not more important than the X's and the O's.
Or the Jimmies and the Joes.
No doubt. And so here's where I've arrived on the Niners because of where they sit. I don't think anything is a great matchup for them right now. They're very, very hampered. But for me, this ends up sort of being the bottom line. Their defense is in such a rough spot. Just give me the worst offense to go against. The worst offense you can find to go against, that's what I want the Niners to play. Carolina, for me, would have been numero uno. Number 2 in the NFL right now?
In the NFC, yeah.
It might be Philly.
Yeah.
It might be Philly. Like, they're not going to run away from you.
Well,
so
A.J. Brown might.
Well,
and you have
he's a very good player.
And you don't rush the passer, and you don't always cover people down the field.
I get it. So, again, I'm not telling you the Niners are going to win, but I do think, listen, it's the playoffs. I'm going to give all of these teams a shot, even the Panthers. Like, I give them a shot. to go out there and have the ball bounce their way. I for the Niners, give me the least dynamic offense you can find to play right now. And the Eagles they're on that list.
Yeah,
they're on that
they
list.
have the ability to be dynamic, but they haven't been consistently that this year. I just think about the Bears and just looking at the numbers. The Bears give up 6 yards per play defensively. They are tied for 29th in football in yards per play allowed, and you saw that. So if the 49ers are going to do anything in this playoff run, they're going to have to outscore teams. And I know that that's like Captain Obvious, because if you don't outscore the other team, you don't win. But what I mean is they're going to have to score 30 to win these games. I don't think you go to Philly and you win. You probably don't win this game 14-13.
No, but I could see it 24-23.
And that's about what the over-under is. The over-under is 44.5.
Yeah, I can see that.
So the expectation is 24-20, Philly wins. That's the ballpark of it. And so, yeah, your defense had better be better than what they've been the majority of the year.
100%.
And Philadelphia's offense, while they don't have great numbers, they haven't put up a bunch of points, they have the ability to be explosive. And I don't know if the Niner defense has a great ability to change a game.
Let's take some calls on this. And by the way, we want to mention real quick, we probably should have mentioned it earlier. We know on Wednesday, you are used to hearing Greg Cosell on this show. NFL Films, the deep breakdown, the matchups, all of that. Because it's playoff week, we decided we wanted to push that as close to the weekend as possible. So Greg is not going to be on today, but Greg joins us Friday. Friday at 2:30, a special deep Niners-Eagles dive with Greg Cosell of NFL Films right here on Willard and Dibs. So we'll do that Friday instead of today. All right, let's go to Lucky in the city. Hi, Lucky. Thanks for the call. What's up?
I'm not too bad, man. I was telling your man on the line that I feel we're in a perfect spot where we need to be, man. It's tough to lose the number one seed. I get it. But we're not a number one seed team right now.
Right.
We're a number 6 seed team. So I would rather be in the spot where we're at right now, and I predicted it to a guy who I work with. We're going to play you guys in the playoffs, and we're going to defeat you on our road to try to get back to the Super Bowl. This is my feeling, Willard. I mean, number 6, we're not number 1, but we're trying to get to be number 1 to get number 6. That's a synonym. That's kind of like the symbol. I'll take that. Just be positive, be patient. Let's watch it.
Yeah, I mean, Lucky.
Thanks, Lucky.
Again, this is kind of my feeling. I even joked earlier, and there's nothing wrong with this, but when you ask people, most of the reasoning I've heard, why do you think the Niners can beat the Eagles? People go, bang, bang, because we're going to do it, and because I believe it's like, awesome. Just be a crazy fan. Get an old starter jacket and wear it this weekend. Do it. But that's not a reason. Like, that's not. Like, why did we beat Jalen Hurts? Because bang, bang. Because we're going to wear that red. Like,
he's a little runt.
So, I mean, that's fun, but that's not going to get somebody by the offensive line this weekend.
Probably not. And, if you are going to beat Philadelphia, it's going to be because you were able to stop them where they are absolutely at their best, and that's in the red zone. Number 1 in football, Philadelphia, 70.5%. Yeah. And I was just looking at their touchdown log, and Jalen Hurts has 5 rushing touchdowns of 1 yard. So they get in the red zone, and then they bibbity-bop their way down to the 1, and then they tushy-pushy him, and he scores. And so if you're the Niners, you've got to keep them out of the red zone. Niners, by the way, are 5th in red zone efficiency, 65%. No slouches, but Philadelphia is very tough to stop once they get down there.
Okay, a lot of you want to weigh in. We want to get to as many of you as possible. Hang in there. Let's see. Guys. Romany, Eric, and Jeff. Stay right where you are. Jason Dumas live in Philly is going to join us, but we're also going to get to your calls. So stay right where you are. Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. You're listening to Willard and Dibs. And also, this question for you. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties? They are systematic warriors. They're disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody. For pure domination, Legal world, that's like Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. You got to check this out, especially if you're going through something. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they will win. They will grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field. Nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibility.
Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Expect cooler temperatures tomorrow, but a lot more sunshine.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Not bad, guys.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, don't sweat the technique. And don't sweat the Eagles either. Piece of cake.
Oh, yeah?
No.
Bring that same energy with our next guest.
I'm just kidding. No, I already told you. And sports radio is so funny, right? I want to let you know, when you do this for a living, it is.
Let me know.
Do you want to know what it's like?
Tell me.
No,
Walk me through it.
You know this. I guarantee you'll agree with me. So will our next guest, Jason Dumas. It's like you say things, and it becomes a mind bleep because you say things, and then the response you'll get is from people saying like the exact opposite of what you just said. Like, we just got a slew of texts ripping me for saying that the Niners have no chance this weekend. I'll ask you, did I say that?
Many times. I believe your words were, why bother getting on the plane?
And then after that, I was like, you out here sounding like a hater.
Yep.
No, the Niners, all of these teams have a chance this weekend. I don't, like, quote unquote, think the Niners are going to win. I think they're in a tough spot, but I don't think it's the toughest spot they could be in. Let's go boots on the ground. He's all about that action, boss. He's, in fact, a part of the what is it again? Channel 6 Action, 6 ABC Action News. I want to make sure I get that right.
Straight out of Anchorman.
Because he is our, thank you. I read the thing wrong. No, he's our friend Jason Dumas. He used to be here at 95.7 The Game, and now he's in Philly. So a perfect guy to connect with as we talk this one out on the River Islands guest line. Hey, Jason, what's going on, man?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
We're doing fantastic. Is this the worst place where the Niners could have ended up this weekend, in your opinion?
Yeah, it probably, but that I don't think that's saying like too much. I think the Niners are a really good team too. They could have. Where else could they have been? Carolina. It would have been better to be in Carolina. Chicago. I mean, I think Chicago and Philly are kind of a toss-up. So, I mean, it is what it is. I feel like with this NFC playoffs this season, whoever makes it out is going to have to beat at least two really good teams. So it is what it is, you know?
What are Philly fans thinking about the Eagles' chances, and do they think that they are one of those really good teams?
Yeah. I think the Eagles like their chances, and same with the fans, and why not? I mean, this is a team they saw win a Super Bowl a year ago. It's pretty much the same exact group of people. So they have a reason to be confident. I don't think they're overconfident or delusional. I think most rational-minded people know the 49ers are good. They know the 49ers have some pedigree, too. A lot of people in that building over there in Santa Clara has been to 2 Super Bowls, right? So I think people are aware of that. And all the players have been very complimentary of Kyle Shanahan and Christian McCaffrey and Kittle. And they know what comes with it. They know why this team has kind of been really good for a long period of time, hold last year.
Jason, did you just say rational people while talking about Eagles fans?
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you got some psychos in the group, no doubt about it. And Philadelphians, they're passionate. They're passionate for sure, but more than not, they know what they're talking about though when what they see on the field.
Well, let me ask you this then, because we're hearing a lot, and you're there, so you tell us that Nick Serriani and the organization are being criticized a little bit for not going after the number 2 seed a little bit harder over the last weekend. First question is that the case? Are they being criticized for that?
Yeah, you definitely have a portion of the fan base who did not like that decision. That is 100% accurate.
Okay, and do you agree with that? Because the other option would have been to go forward and play the Packers, And I don't know if they're better than the Niners, but they're certainly healthier than the Niners.
No, I mean, So I'm in the business. Even when I work for the game, I am not in the business of telling people who know more than me what they should and shouldn't be doing. Nick Sirianni has won a lot of games. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. This has been his MO since he got there. It's more of an organizational thing, I should say. The Eagles really value rest. Whenever they can rest their players, going all the way back to training camp, since he's been here, they do it. Rest during the regular season when they can. The starters virtually never play during the preseason. They've been doing this for a while, and Nick Sirianni has been very successful. So who am I to say it was a dumb move? They don't care who they're playing. You know what I mean? They won a Super Bowl last year. They're more worried about being healthy when it comes time to win or go home. And it's no disrespect to the 49ers. There's no disrespect to anybody. They didn't care who was coming in. They wanted to be healthy, and it's worked for them. So, yeah, I tend to go with what Nick Sirianni decision he made, you know?
What's different about the offense this year? Last year they were 7th in points per game. This year they're 19th. What's been the big change?
Now that's the $1 million question, and that's the question that has been at the forefront all season long. I think the biggest issue, I mean, there's been a different play caller every year since Jalen's been here, but I think the biggest issue is this offensive line has taken a step back. The only one who has kind of played up to his high standard is Lane Johnson, but Jordan Mailata, to a lesser degree of the other 3, I'm going to say, but Jordan Mailata, Cam Jurgens, Landon Dickerson, they haven't played up to their standard. They just haven't. They've been significantly worse than they were the year before. Now, all of those guys have been Pro Bowlers or All-Pro in their career, so it's a high standard, but I think it starts with that. I think the offensive line just has not played as well, and that has muddied the waters a bit. And then obviously you have a first-time play caller in Kevin Patullo. He's been with the organization for a while, but this is his first time running the offense. And there's been some growing pains, and it's been noticeable. And I think that's the biggest difference between this year's team and last year's team. Obviously, the defense this year is better, but the defense last year was also really good, especially the defensive line. Is that offense has been the biggest difference between years.
Jason, real quick, is Lane Johnson going to play?
Yeah, he's going to play.
Okay.
I mean, that's not reported information. That's more of my opinion. But he was out there today, practice. First time he was out on the practice field since they played the Lions, I think, in Week 11 when he played in that game. Obviously, it's that Liz Frank foot injury, which is a little tricky. It affects basketball players typically more than football players. We saw Kevin Durant deal with that injury for like 2 years. But Lane Johnson's a tough guy. Very, very, very hard for me to see him not playing in this game on Sunday.
I do have some reported information that we are looking for from you if you're ready.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, what book is A.J. Brown going to read on the sideline in this game?
Well, it depends how many times he gets the ball in the first half.
Yeah.
You know?
Like where is that relationship? Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, the receivers as a whole?
Oh, I think the relationship is fine. Jalen has known A.J. for a long time. I think he kind of understands what comes with it as a teammate, as a competitor. Jalen is a very cerebral and, to be quite frank, a very mature guy. So if there's a quarterback to navigate the waters of a wide receiver who has an ego and really wants the ball a lot, Jalen Hurts is the guy who can do that better than most people in the NFL. He's one of the best leaders in the NFL, in my opinion. He has this quiet confidence about him. So it's fine. There's nothing dire. You know, if you had asked me that maybe 6-7 weeks ago, maybe it would have been a little bit of a different answer. But things have been quiet on the A.J. Brown front for months now. But it definitely is always something going on, it seems like. They've quieted the shits. That hasn't really been much of a talking point here in Philly over the last couple months.
Jason Dumas here on 95.7 The Game, live from Philly. You mentioned Kevin Patullo, offensive coordinator. We know that Lord Vic Fangio is the DC. So what does Nick Sirianni actually do?
Shoot, man, he leads the ships. I mean, he hires smart people when he can. Obviously, there's been mixed bag over the years. Mostly good, though. Let's be honest, mostly good. He's won more than any other coach over the last 5 years in terms of winning percentage. yeah, I mean, he's another guy. He's a player's coach, man. And there's been a lot of situations where a lot of teams would have fallen apart, and they did that one year in 23. But more or less, these guys are willing to go to war for Nick Seriani, and he's the guy that keeps everything together. A lot of huge personalities on this team. It's a team sport, but within this team sport, a lot of players have their own agenda. Nick Seriani does a great job at not allowing players' own agenda to get in the way of the bigger message. And, he's won a lot of games for it.
Okay, so with all that said, what does Philly look like and sound like if they were to lose this game on Sunday?
Oh, man, I mean, it's Philly, so the sky would fall. It'd be a tough couple of weeks for a lot of people in this fan base. Eagles football sets the tone in this city. You can tell on Monday mornings whether the Eagles won or lost. You simply can just by how people are acting. So the sky would definitely be falling. You'd have some wackos calling for Nick Sirianni's job. His job is not in his job is not in jeopardy.
Yeah.
Now Kevin Patullo, some of the other guys, their job would probably lose their job if the Eagles lose tomorrow, especially if it's a poor offensive performance. Nick Sirianni is fine, but it would be a tough couple of weeks if they lost on Monday, because this isn't the roster that should be one and done. They have the highest paid offense in the NFL, and overall one of the highest paid teams in the NFL. They just won a Super Bowl, and they have all pro level players at their peak at multiple different positions. So on paper, this is a team that theoretically should win another Super Bowl. Obviously, you got to go out there and play. And there's a couple other teams in the NFL that I think are highly capable of winning a Super Bowl. But here in Philly, yes, the sky would definitely be falling if they lost. There would not be any moral victories. The fan base would not be able to see the good in the situation. It would be a rough couple of weeks if the Eagles lose on Sunday.
He used to be here. Now he's there. 6ABC, Jason Dumas. It's always fun to hear your voice, man. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, great hearing your guys' voice, too. Tell everybody around the station I said hello. I miss you guys, and it was great talking to you.
Okay,
Bye,
man.
Jay.
All right. Have a good one out there at that game this weekend, Jason.
All right, fellas.
All right, there he goes. Jason Dumas in Philly right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, great guy. And, he's out here at Cron, and we had him on our station for a while doing some fill-ins, some weekends, and I just was starting to get to know him, and he's like, go on, off to Philly.
I know.
And, get that TV gig and get the family rolling and stuff. So I'm glad we were able to touch base.
He makes it sound like the conversation, and I'm sure he's right. He's there. He makes it sound like the conversation heading into this game is a little bit calmer than at least what my perception was. The idea that, sure, the Eagles fans are, they're all kind of calm about Sirianni and Jalen Hurts, and they respect the Niners, and everybody knows that, it's football. It could go either way. I'm like, that doesn't sound like any Eagle fan I've ever heard in my life. He's like, yeah, there's always some wackos. I'm like, no, that's all of them. It's almost all of them, isn't it?
It's our perception, and that's like coming to the Niner fan base. And remember the old wine and cheese?
Sure.
That was the thing about Niner fans. But even then, the Niner fan base was not a bunch of white people from Marin sipping wine and having triple cream brie on crackers. That was just a perception. So you've been there. I can't speak to it. I've only driven through Philadelphia, so I didn't even really go to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But the perception is they're all crazy. Just like the perception in Buffalo is that every Buffalo Bills fan is jumping through a table in the parking lot.
That's not true.
And getting, Schmidt-face drunk.
Yeah.
And
right.
I'm sure that's not all 77,000 fans,
Not
right?
all of them.
Right, and I haven't been there either.
Nothing is all of them. No, the Philly thing is it's a real deal, but it's a football game. It looked like I've been to a lot of road environments. Right. It looks like a football game
and
with a fan base that really cares.
And that is the majority of the fan bases in this country. And you get to a football game and you get a 5-hour tailgate. Most people get lubricated. It's a lubrication sensation.
For sure.
And then no matter who the team is you're supporting, you'll either be really loud, fight with somebody, or be really loud and fight somebody.
I think that there is a path. not all paths. I think there is a path for the 49ers to win this football game, and I can think of a few matchups in the NFC that I would like less. And the closer I get, or actually I should better say the further I get away from last weekend and look at the 49ers defensive situation, I think what I want for the Niners is to play the lesser offense whenever available. And again, how it ended up being on Sunday was either Bears or Eagles. And I think this is better because this is the lesser offense of the two.
Yeah, but it's a much, much better defense.
No question.
And that, to me, is where you and I differ, because I'd rather play the worst defense, which is Chicago, thinking that my defense probably isn't going to stop any offense anyway, particularly. And, they gave up, 14 to Seattle, or they gave up 13 to Seattle, right? Yeah. And 2 missed field goals and a fourth down play from the 4. That could have been 26. And we'd feel differently about the way the defense performed.
I guess this is my point. Like, I hear where you're coming from, but I look at the game against the Bears, and the Niners' offense had to be absolutely perfect. And they were. And then they barely won the game. The Niners' offense was their output was as low as it has ever been, as low as it could possibly be. And they still, right, if Christian doesn't drop that ball, at the end of the game, they're right there. They're right there. So I guess that's my point. The Niners offense, which is the better side of the ball, the healthier side of the ball, I don't think it needs to be perfect it needs to be good. It doesn't need to be perfect for them to win at Philly. I think in Chicago, or the Rams or whatever, you probably need to score almost every time you touch the ball.
But it's easier to do that against a Chicago defense that gives up 6 yards a play.
I get it.
You were able to have your way with Chicago, and you're not going to be able to do that with Philadelphia. And your defense beleaguered against a Philly offense that, Jason made a good point about the O-line. It's been the O-line that hasn't been good enough this year. Well, the Niner defense, the front especially, is not constructed right now to take advantage of a bad offensive line.
No, they'll be good this weekend.
Right.
They will be good this weekend.
And
for sure.
The linebacking firm of Kendricks and Wallow, is that what we're going with?
I think we're going with Kendricks and Wallow, yes.
Yeah. So they're basically, if you want to look at the depth chart, at the start of the year, they were on no one's depth chart.
Correct.
They were elsewhere.
Kendricks is not like a bad player. I mean, Kendricks, that's an NFL linebacker.
Right.
Yeah.
33 or never having played in the scheme.
Yeah, maybe 4 years ago he was a good NFL linebacker.
I didn't say he was a good NFL linebacker. He was an NFL linebacker.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Wallow guy I'd never heard of. I don't even know who that is.
As of a couple of weeks ago, he wasn't an NFL linebacker.
No, that's correct. And now he is again.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Did we get an injury update on Luke Gifford today?
Limited.
Okay.
Limited.
That's decent. I mean, he is the guy who plays the most snaps on special teams, and he's a Pro Bowler. So, I mean, if you're looking at minutia of a game, I don't usually look at a special teamer and say, oh, man, he's a key. But special teams have been great this year.
They really have. All right, let's go back to the phones. Thank you all for your patience. Romney in San Jose. Hey, Romney, what's going on?
Hi, guys. Happy New Year. And,
yes,
I think Gibbs kind of stole my show, my thunder, by saying we need to score at least 30 points. I wholeheartedly agree with that. If you think about our game plan ought to be, look at the Chicago game and the fourth quarter of the Seahawks game where, Purdy is driving down and people are getting open. And but for that freaky, interception, man, we were in the game 10 minutes to go, And so I think, it has to be a shootout of some sort. And we stand a really good chance if only Shanahan would throw away his old playbook and come back to this new one that he did against Chicago and on the fourth quarter against the Seahawks,
So, Romney, the end point that you're trying to make as far as the opponent is what?
Essentially, you need to outscore them with points, not necessarily stop them. I think we just need to open our playbook, not depend on just banging our head against the front line and getting McCaffrey out there between the tackles or running around. He certainly can't run on the left side because I don't know if Trent Williams is going to play. So we have those options have been foreclosed for us if they put 5 people on the box there, just like the Seahawks did. So I think we need to open up the game, go downhill, and we got Kittle. Maybe we don't have Pearsall, but we got Kittle, we got Kendrick Bourne, we've got Juwan Jennings. And, I think there's one more guy. So I think we got 4 of them who can sort of – we have receivers that can do the job, I think.
No doubt. Hey, Romany, thanks. Listen, again, your favorite word. It's complimentary.
Yeah.
The Eagles' defense is really good. I respect the hell out of them, but I do think that they are gettable in ways that the Seahawks' defense is not. So, I know people love to make this like sort of almost like an excuse for all quarterbacks. I'm not saying that every quarterback needs this all the time, but the bottom line is, to me, if the 49ers early in the game are able to have some success in the run game, and if their offensive line, whether it includes Trent or not, can provide Brock a little bit of time, the Niners offense is an excellent offense. They've got an excellent play caller. They've got an excellent tight end. They've got an excellent running back, an excellent fullback. They have, to me, enough at the receiver position. Again, Vic Fangio loves to play zone. Brock Purdy is really good against zone. The Niners in recent years have been better against zone than they have against man.
Yeah.
I know they haven't done that well against Vic, although one of those games that we're talking about is when Brock's arm flew off.
Yep.
So it's like...
And they get credit for that.
That's fine. Yes, they do. But, I mean, the final point total is a little bit skewed.
It's skewed.
Josh Johnson and Christian McCaffrey are playing quarterback out there.
Well, Josh Johnson was the only one who got him in the end zone, not Brock Purdy.
Well, he handed the ball to Christian McCaffrey.
Well, he was quarterbacking when they actually scored points as opposed to your boy.
That's true.
Yeah, Mr. President.
Yeah.
But the thing about the Philly defense that I think stands out in this matchup is Philly doesn't blitz very often, and I'm looking at the percentages, and they're down there with the Niners. They blitz about 18% of the time, which means you're going to rush 4, and your zone is going to have 7. And if you don't have Ricky Pearsall, which I'm counting on him not playing because that's always kind of the safe play, you've got wide receivers that you're not really terrified of if you're Philly.
Yeah, that's true. Jeff in Marin is next. Hi, Jeff. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes,
I'm going to tag along with your previous caller. I think what the Niners did in the Seattle game was they really went away from the offense they were running against the Colts and the Bears. In those 2 games, there was a lot. I mean, Juszczyk was in motion. There was a lot of pre-motion. They were really opening up the game with a passing offense, rolling Purdy out. The only time where they seemed to do that against the Seahawks this last game was in the third quarter, where they finally rolled out Purdy and they started moving the ball down the field until that unfortunate, deflected pick on McCaffrey. And they just got to go back to that. Those 2 games I thought were the most imaginative offensive schemes that I've seen Shanahan run, and he seemed to go away from it. It seemed like he went back to kind of old Shanahan school of offense, which was more conservative, and they just got rocked by that. The other thing I think that's really critical here will be if Pearsall can't play. Pearsall, when he's there, really opens things up a lot. Why don't they activate Cowing and at least get a speed receiver out there who might be able to, do some of the things that Pearsall does that will hopefully open up the offense a lot better for the rest of the team?
Yeah, Jeff, I'd love to. I think we'd both love to answer that one real quick before we get to your original point. Thanks for calling in. Jacob Cowing's practice window was opened today.
Yep.
But I do want to let everybody know, his practice window was just opened today.
Right.
So, this is not someone, I know, I get it. He's fast. There are a lot of fast people on planet Earth. That does not make them effective, great NFL wide receivers. And you're talking about someone who is just coming off of more injuries, has played very, very little football. I get the draw, but I just see no correlation whatsoever to Jacob Cowing or Jordan Watkins being thrown in to the 49ers offense, and all of a sudden that's going to be the thing that opens it up.
So he's out all year with a hamstring,
right,
and now he's at a spot where you can open his practice window, and it might have opened a couple days ago, whatever. Today was the first day he was actually back on the field. So, all right, come Sunday, you're going to be in there. We're going to have you go 40 or 50 plays and run a bunch of go routes, and you're going to be the key to victory. But, Coach, I haven't played all year, and I didn't really play much last year either. And, I don't even know how good Jacob Cowing is. So if you want to, do that with somebody, you've got Sky Moore. Well, you can let Sky Moore run down the field and throw him the ball.
People want to stretch the field. I think what they're actually saying is they want Brock to have time. actually think the receivers he has, they can get open the same way they did the week before, and the week before. He needs time, like every quarterback does.
And that's why you couldn't run all the different things and actions, because they didn't have to worry about the run. They were stopping that. So all the bootlegs and all the rest of it, it's window dressing only if you're able to run the ball.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and we are certainly here for your calls all the way through the 5 o'clock hour, 888-957-9570. Are the Eagles the worst matchup for the Niners? Are they the best matchup for the Niners? Somewhere in between. Tibbs thinks maybe this is the worst place they could have ended up. I don't. To me, give me the lesser offense available, and the Eagles are that. But let's keep talking to you. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is Dan Dibley, and I'm jumping on Caltrain with the fans heading to Chase Center. No brake lights, no parking hunt, just smooth, easy, straight into the city. If you're wondering why more and more Bay Area fans are choosing Caltrain on event nights, well, let's find out. I'm here with a real person on the upper deck riding Caltrain. Why do you choose Caltrain instead of driving?
I don't have a car.
That's a great answer. So they haven't asked you to drive the train yet?
Thankfully not.
So you're here, I would assume, with your friends, possibly some enemies here as well. How nice is it to just be able to sit here and chop it up?
Oh, it's great. You can just sit down, you're just eating food, you're chatting, you don't have to worry about traffic. It's great.
You can hear it. No stress, no traffic talk, just people already in a good mood before they even get to San Francisco. That's the Caltrain difference. You show up relaxed, not rattled by parking wars or brake lights. So, next time you're heading to Chase Center or a night out in the city, skip the grind. Take Caltrain, your ride to what matters.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Looking for the perfect venue for your next meeting or special event? Discover History San Jose. With charming indoor spaces and beautiful outdoor settings, it's the ideal spot for meetings, weddings, corporate gatherings, or private celebrations. Nestled in the heart of History Park, you'll enjoy a unique blend of historic charm and modern amenities to make your event unforgettable. Plus, our spacious grounds offer the perfect backdrop for photos, dining, and more. Reserve your day today at History San Jose. Visit historysanjose.org or call now to book your one-of-a-kind experience.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com,
an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, live with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed. With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement, 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line, $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
He used to, allow himself a slice of toast. That would be too fatty. Oh, no, babe. No, come on.
On 95.7 The Game.
I did that this morning.
Allowed yourself a piece of toast?
I did. I allowed myself a piece of toast.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I was feeling it.
That would be too fatty.
No, I was like, this is carb.
Oh, no, babe.
Yeah, it's carb o'clock. Let's freaking go.
Yeah, that's usually all I have for breakfast.
Is it really?
A piece of toast.
You know me, dude. Breakfast
you're
is
gonna eat it.
Church.
Yeah. I'm a big, piece of toast with the coffee and then wait for lunch.
Well, and nobody cares. I was battling a migraine this morning, and sometimes when you're not feeling good, bread, right? Just bread.
Yep.
You know when you're sick, everybody's like, what do you want? You're just like saltine crackers.
That's it.
Just, you know what I mean? So anyway, I allowed myself a piece of toast.
I'm going to eat it.
And then Cheryl she just inspired me. That's all. Sometimes you should allow yourself a piece of toast.
He used to, allow himself a slice of toast.
That's my message to everybody today.
It's too fatty.
You go Niners, and sometimes allow yourself a piece of toast. It's okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When they bring the bread and butter at the start of the meal, have two.
Yeah. I used to fill up on the bread. My mom always, save room for dinner. There's going to be room, Mom. I don't know if you've seen the boiler on your boy.
Oh, well, there's another message for the world. Hey, moms, your sons are not going to spoil dinner.
Right.
There is no amount of snacks that can spoil dinner. Period. There's nothing that can happen between 3 and 6 o'clock that's going to spoil dinner. Nothing.
It comes 6 o'clock, the kid's still going to be very hungry.
It's going to be hungry.
Going to eat you out of house and home.
Second dinner's over. He's going to be hungry still. That's just the way it works.
Can I have a bowl of cereal, Dad? Just go ahead.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that happens in other houses, too. Go home, cook this massive meal. The second it's over, everybody's eating cereal.
Yep.
I'm like, did I not just feed you? What are we doing here? Anyway, I digress. 888-957-9570. So this has been a fun show already. Baldy said this yesterday. Are the Eagles the worst matchup for the Niners?
Yes, it's the worst matchup. It's a 4:30 game on Sunday. The crowd will be juiced out of their minds. I was just there on Sunday doing the game against Washington. There's people in the building, in the Eagles building, that were pissed that they sat all their key starters to be ready for this game. The whole offensive line rested. The receivers rested, the quarterback, the running back. You're going to get a very rested. Jalen Carter is rested. Like he told me, he's healthy. His shoulder's been bothering him all year. He had some procedures done. Jalen Phillips rested. Like, they're going to be full, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. Everybody took the week off to get ready for this game. You're going to see the Eagles fully rested. I mean, I would think that Trent will be back and Pearsall will be back, which will help. They don't have Seattle's scheme, which is good.
Okay. I mean, I hear some of that. I reject the whole, like, it's 4:30 and people will be excited. Whatever. Like, I mean,
drunk is what he was inferring.
Fine. Everyone's drunk. They're loud. Hello. This is the NFL playoffs. I don't care when the game is. I don't care what time it is. I don't care how rabid the fan base is. Let's talk football. And he has some good reasons there.
Yeah, let's talk rest. And he used the word rested like 7 times.
No doubt.
They're going to be more rested. The Niners had to go up against a very physical Seattle team. And, you know, if you look back at that game, they kind of got beat up.
No doubt. No doubt. Tatum Bethune is out for the year. Like that. Absolutely.
Purdy got sandwiched on one of the last throws. And Jawan Jennings got lit up multiple times.
Bucky Brooks said the opposite.
It's probably the best matchup that the Niners could have because offensively, the Philadelphia Eagles, for lack of a better word, have been yuck. They are not exciting. I mean, like this offense. I mean, I watched them play against the Bills a couple of weeks ago, and like I think they had 19 yards in the second half. They cannot move the football. So if you're the Niners and you think about, man, if we can just somehow run out to a 14-point lead, do the Eagles have enough to get back in it? Whether Jalen Hurts throwing, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, whoever they have on the perimeter, Saquon Barkley hasn't been the same. They are not a very a group that is together. And that lack of chemistry and cohesion could come back to bite them. So if I'm the Niners, I feel great about the matchup, even though we have to go on the road and deal with the defending champs. I think this is the best matchup of all the matchups that they could have faced.
Okay, and again, the best matchup of all the matchups they could have faced. I don't know how many matchups they could have faced. If they had beaten the Seahawks, they didn't have any matchup. Once they lost to the Seahawks, the only 2 possibilities, I guess Carolina, you got to put them in there because the Rams could have lost their game. And so I will disagree with Bucky from if you come at it from that perspective.
If you had your choice of the 3.
Carolina for sure. But once the Rams won the football game, there was a 15-minute slot where we were watching the Bears and the Eagles, trying to see where the Niners would go. And it ended up being the Eagles, and I've arrived at a spot where I think that is the right spot for the Niners to go because their defense is so hampered. It is so injured. It is so, I feel, not really where I'd love it to be. So give me the lesser offense of the 2 options. That's the Eagles against the Bears. I understand the opposite point, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, and I don't think that they're necessarily yuck as Bucky was saying. His opinion, certainly. They're not a bad offense. They're not the same offense they were last year. And just looking at a couple of the numbers last year to this year for Philadelphia, this year they scored 84 fewer points, which is about, roughly 5 points a game. And they gained 1,000 fewer yards this year. And almost all of those you could trace right to Saquon Barkley, who was amazing last year. But the offense has not been as potent this year as it was last year. I wouldn't go so far as to say that they are, quote unquote, yuck. And, Bucky was mentioning, 29 yards in the second half against Buffalo. And Buffalo's defense is not necessarily a great one as well. So, yeah, the matchup, though, with a Niner defense that is equally yuck. When you look at not only the Seattle game, but this defense, they have not been great all year. And, they've been doing it patchwork with a lot of guys out. I understand it. No excuses. It's playoff football now. So the Eagle offense that is yuck is going to be helped by the Niner defense and vice versa.
Okay, I mean, let's look at the last handful, like the second half of the season. They had a Week 9 bye. So they sort of the Eagles did. They had a perfect kind of right in the middle of the year bye. I do think they were doing some things early in the year that they've not been able to repeat. They were 4-0. At one point, they were scoring the football a lot. Then they played Denver and the New York Giants on Thursday night, scored 17 only in back-to-back games, lost them both. Then they kind of regained their footing. They hit their bye 6-2. From that point forward, when they were 6-2, second half of the season, they simply went 5-4. Not as good of a football team, and even some of their wins. They win at Green Bay 10-7. They win against Detroit 16-9. These are grinder games. They're very similar to what the Seahawks just did to the Niners. Then they lost 3 games in a row, and in all of those, scored 21 or less. They scored.
They had a big lead against Dallas in that one. That was a weird one.
That was a weird one. And then they won 3 in a row, and they scored a lot against the Raiders, scored plenty against Washington. Then they had their grinder win against Buffalo, 13-12. They lose last week. Throw that one out. They're not really playing their people. But I guess if we're all going to agree that the Niners are not in the most powerful spot right now, I think what you want is a game that's not going to get away from you. It's not going to get out of hand. Sort of like, I guess this is what I would liken it to. Remember the second time the Niners played the Rams?
Yeah, that got away from them.
It got away from them because the Rams go down and score, and then I think the Rams scored again, and then the Niners had the ball and they were moving, and then Juwan Jennings fumbled. And the Rams go, pow, 21-0. Ball game. Like, I don't want the Niners to play a team right now where their offense cannot make a mistake. I think the Niners offense can make a mistake against Philly, and the game will not get out of hand.
Well, they made a mistake against Chicago on the opening play. They threw a pick six.
They did.
And
That's
still,
a good point.
You were able to go out there and, from then on, you handled Chicago. You punted once, and you scored on every other possession after that. So I don't know if you're going to be able to get away with a pick six on the opening play against Philadelphia.
I wouldn't think so. That's a good point. At the same time, if you're going to make a mistake, do it on the very first play of the game.
I guess,
Give yourself as much time as possible to overcome.
And they did, and you can do that against a Chicago defense that is 30th in football in yards per play allowed. They give up 6 yards per play, but Philadelphia, much stingier. Red zone defense, the Niners and Eagles are almost identical. They're both pretty good, top half in red zone defense, but like all games with the 49ers, it comes down to, can you run it and can you possess it? Because when you win the time of possession battle under Shanahan, you win about 80% of the time. So that's going to be the blueprint probably for both these teams, although Philadelphia's offense, they do have the potential to be more explosive.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We'll take your calls throughout the 5 o'clock hour, 888-957-9570. Is this the matchup? Is this the worst matchup the Niners could have had? Is this the matchup you want? Somewhere in between. I've arrived at a spot where I at least think if we're talking Bears or Eagles, and I fully understand the opposite point, I just don't quite share it. I want a game that is probably not going to get away from you. And I'm not saying the Eagles aren't allowed to score 35 points. They could. The Niner defense is that messy, so they absolutely could, but I think it's likelier to at least stay in the neighborhood, give the Niners offense an opportunity to sort of find the holes, find the spots, do what Kyle Shanahan likes. Maybe you get a lead. I'll make another point about the Eagles. They're pretty messy special teams. Their fan base is pretty ticked off at their kicker. I mean, you want to know what the unsung hero of the Niners season is this year?
Special teams.
The kickers on the other teams have sucked. And, it's just facts.
Field goals against.
Field goals against. I don't even know what that is. That's dumb luck, but it's gone their way. They've had some weird games by the other kicker. They were in this game against Seattle because of weird game by the other team's kicker. That's real. And that is a possibility with Jake Elliott as well. He has had an inconsistent year.
Yeah, and some of that is luck, but also some of that is you playing well on special teams. I think the Niners have at least one blocked field goal or extra point, maybe two on the season where you got up there and you made a play, and so that's part of it as well. But some of those things are just, football luck, quote unquote, where the other kicker just misses or the ball bounces and your guy is unable to recover the fumble like against Seattle. Some of those things are just part of the nature of the game. So those things can always rear their head in a game like this, which it should be a close-ish game. 4.5 points is a spread, and Vegas is really good at nailing those spreads for the most part. I mean, normally when you see a 4.5 point spread, you don't see a team lose by 30 unless something really bad happens.
Look, again, I'm going to say this again. Every single team that plays this weekend's got a chance. Even the Panthers. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They've got a chance. It's an oblong ball. These are teams that have been able to achieve some things, or else they would not be here. I know the NFC South is wonky. I know that the AFC North is wonky, but these teams, all like nothing would shock me. The Panthers would surprise me.
Oh, that would shock me.
It would not. It would not shock me. It just, I mean, I know that this is a little bit of a sophomoric point. Maybe that's not the word. It's a simplistic point. They just did it 4 weeks ago. The Panthers just beat the Rams in that building a month ago.
But not in the playoffs. I mean, it's a whole different ball game, I think. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, the Rams had everything on the line. They were the 1 seed.
Right. And it's a regular season game, and football games matter. They all matter. There's only 17 of them, but you get in the playoffs and you're 10.5-point favorites and you go to Carolina and you lose in that spot, I would be shocked.
I think that the metrics that you've been trumpeting all week suggest that this would be less shocking than what happened in the regular season. Playoff road wins are really hard. What's your metric about the big underdogs at home in the playoffs?
They cover.
They always cover.
Yeah, but they don't win. That's the thing. Well, Seattle won. That was the one where...
But that would, like, you're suggesting that this will be a one-score game? You're suggesting it'll be close?
It could be a 10-point game. Yep. It's 10.5, so I could see a 31-21 Panther cover.
I mean, I could see any of it.
Of course.
But, you know what I mean? Like, if Matt Stafford wants to go out there and throw a couple more picks, just like he did last time against Carolina, which Brock Purdy did against Carolina too, like, yeah, it would not shock me. It would surprise me. It would not shock me. But, you know, when I look at that whole scenario, all of these teams have a chance. But if we're just going to go by the standard operating procedure, the Niners are not in great shape. So let me ask you this. Are the Niners being misperceived right now? And I mean that by, like you said, Vegas is expecting a 4.5-point game.
Yep.
Are they? Or is Vegas playing the people? Because Vegas plays people more than they play games. All they're trying to find is a spread that gets
equal action,
equal opinion on both sides. And the 49ers are a big brand with playoff resumes and all of those things. And therefore, I think a lot of people are like, ooh, the Niners. Like, I respect the hell out of this organization. But is this them? And again, going up against a really good defense, I don't know. I really don't. I don't know if this 49er team should be sort of assessed the same way other 49er teams should be. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they're being assessed by who they are, which is they're 12-5, and they've done the majority of this without Bosa and Warner, and they've done the majority of this with Mac Jones and then Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy's been, since he came back, he's been awesome, and they've been putting up a lot of points. And I do look at the spread, 4.5. 4.5 is, it opened at 3.5, and it got moved up to 4.5 because the money came in on Philly. I don't think it's going to climb all the way up to 7, certainly, unless news comes out about Trent Williams. That might move it up another half point or a full point. But to me, 4.5 is just a really interesting number. We always talk about the key numbers in football betting as 3 and 7, but 4 is another one where, you know, it's 7 versus 3. So if you get, 28 and the other team gets 3 touchdowns and a field goal, 24, that's a 4-pointer. So 4.5 is kind of an interesting swing spread. If one team gets 4 TDs and you get 3 TDs and a field goal, you cover.
Well, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds of odds and numbers and all of that, but you can tell based on the odds that you get in making a certain bet, you can tell if a spread is starting to lean on moving one direction or the other. So if I ask you, in this moment, the Niners are 4.5-point dog, do you think that it is... Right now, the betting is pushing it more toward 5 or more toward 4?
I'd say more toward 4. I think that,
it's actually more toward 5.
Interesting.
Yeah.
If you're a Niner backer, then sit tight and let that thing get to 5.
It's very narrow. It's barely.
Yeah.
But it is. Like right now, for those of you who speak gambling, the Eagles are minus 4.5, and you have to pay minus 112 for that.
Okay, and 110's the standard.
Right, and you pay minus 108 if you want to do the Niners plus 4.5. So it's very, very small.
Microscopic.
It's microscopic, but it's a little lean.
It's a teeter.
And I think you're spot on that we're waiting. The next thing that could move this is big injury news. So if tomorrow or Friday it's like Lane Johnson's in and Trent Williams is out, I think it goes to 5.
It could, yeah. I mean, 4.5, like I was saying, is just a really interesting number. If you think that the Niners are going to be in a tight game, but they probably won't win, then you're tantalized by the 4.5. If you think the Niners are going to win, well, 4.5 doesn't matter. But if you think Philly's clearly the better team, 4.5 is a little bit of a tweener because they could be up 24-13.
Yeah, that's a lot of points.
And the Niners can sneak in the back door with one of those, oh, by the way, touchdowns, and 24-20 is your final. Well, and Philly doesn't cover.
Right, and you're also talking about that over-under number, which is at 44, which tells you we're not looking at a high-scoring game.
Right.
And if you're not looking at a high-scoring game and, quite frankly, a high-scoring team, then, yeah, 4.5, 5 points, that's a lot to cover it. If you're only expecting them to score 20 or 24, that's a lot to cover a Niner team that often, not always, but often has a really easy time scoring the football. They score the football. It's a good offense.
It's a good offense,
It wasn't last week.
No, because the defense is one of the best, one of the 2 best defenses in football. And, you were throwing it out a couple weeks ago about does defense win championships? And then you look at that game Saturday, and Seattle's defense, they didn't win the championship, but they won the game. They won the day. Seattle's offense they were fine. They were better than fine. They were good, but it was the Seattle defense that won the football game.
No doubt. I thought Seattle's offense was efficient.
Yeah.
And then, what's the word? Did not do a good job of taking advantage of their opportunity.
No, 2 missed field goals.
That's actually a bunch of words.
Yeah, well, and a 4th and 4 that they went for it, and they could have taken 3 there. So they left some points on the board. Just looking at the other matchups, Houston and Pittsburgh over-under of 39.5.
Oh, well, for crying out
so,
loud. Yeah,
I mean, set your clock for a slobber knocker.
Well, neither of these offenses move the ball very well. The Houston defense is fantastic. At the same time, though, did that feel weird the other night when the Steelers were playing the Ravens and everybody's struggling for points all night long, and then they get to the last 6 minutes of the game, it's like, boo,
totally,
boo, 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 like everybody just touchdown, and then the kickers are like, we don't want to play, and then boom, that's it. John Harbaugh's fired.
Yeah, I mean, poor Boswell at Pittsburgh, he misses the PAT, and you could see him like, oh, I might not make it out of here alive. Like, what's going to happen? They're going to go down and kick a field goal. We're going to lose, and it's going to be my fault.
You know what's weird about this? Is a complete, sidebar. Did Lamar Jackson want the field goal to go in?
I think so.
But he doesn't. I'm at odds with my coach. I don't want this coach here. Well, if that field goal goes in, are the Ravens then powerless to move on from him?
I don't know.
I mean, obviously they wouldn't have fired him this week. You still can after the year, but what if they start winning playoff games?
Yeah, you might be in a little bit of a spot. But
I wonder.
Yeah, I can't imagine a competitor, a football player, is thinking, let's go ahead and miss this so I'm out and so I can get rid of my coach.
I don't mean in the moment, but I mean kind of looking back on it. I wonder if Lamar, if you had asked Lamar, I guess this would be the question. As you sit here today, would you rather be playing Houston or looking for a new coach? What makes you feel better about your personal future?
I'll be playing Houston.
This weekend's playoff game or getting a new coach and a fresh start?
This weekend's playoff game.
I guess.
And, you can always...
They weren't going to run the table.
Right, and if you're going to run Harbaugh, then you can do that at any time unless he goes out and he wins the Super Bowl. But, other than that, the writing was probably on the wall. I was a little surprised that it happened, but that all went down the way it did.
One other thing I'm sort of seeing, and maybe this is just sort of a lot of the recent engagement we're getting, but we can throw this out to everybody as well at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line is getting a lot of stuff like this. This is just an example in the most recent that came in. 510, really appreciate you listening and engaging with the show. Niners could get a break in this game, just like Philly has coming in. A player on Philly could get hurt and change the whole game. Now, true.
Yep.
Is that where we are as a fan base?
You're hoping that Hurts gets hurts.
Not hoping. My point is do you feel like the Niners have to get lucky in order to win this game? I don't feel that way. I get the sentiment. I really do. I think that all success in sports calls for some breaks. It calls for some things to go your way. The Niners have already had that this year. We've talked about the missed field goals, the drop passes, Marvin Harrison, etc. Like, okay, a fumble bounces this way, whatever. You grab it, you don't grab it. Is that luck? But I think that text goes to the conversation we were having yesterday, where the recency bias of what happened Saturday night has a lot of Niner fans feeling like they don't really have a shot this weekend.
Yeah, which I think is misguided. It's a little bit of a misjudgment because you mentioned the game earlier when you went down and you took on the Rams with Mac Jones, and I certainly didn't think that you were going to go down and win that game. I thought the Rams, much like Bucky Brooks, were the best team in the division, and I thought the Rams would put it on the Niners, and it didn't go that way, and you had to gut it out, and you got the win, and it's football, 60 minutes, and you just never know what's going to happen. I don't look at this game and think, oh boy, 4.5 point spread, why even bother going out there? Your offense can be explosive, and if you're able to use Kyle Shanahan's brilliance as a play caller and an offensive line that's actually able to execute, and you know the blueprint, you get the lead, you run the ball, you keep the lead, you run the ball, and then you build on the lead or you keep the lead and you run the ball. And next thing you know, you win the game.
Check this out. I'm going to say as many as 5 times this year, and I wonder if you'll agree with me. As many as 5 times the 49ers this year have won when I kind of thought they were going to lose.
Okay.
5 times, because that's what you're kind of asking for this weekend, right?
Basically.
You're the underdog. I think a lot of rational human beings are like, probably not. Like, that's kind of where I am. Could they win? Sure. They've got a shot. I can see it. Are they going to win? Probably not. They're not supposed to. 5 times this year, I think the 49ers have won when I at least sort of thought they probably won't.
Okay, I've got my list in front of me here, and let's see,
if it matches.
Every game, and it's what they did on their opening drive, it's what they were at the half, and how things eventually wound up. So go ahead, Mark, give me your 5.
Okay, the opener at Seattle. I was like, oof, that's and I'm trying to think back. I can't even give you all the X's and O's of why. I just remember at that time feeling like with all the wide receiver drama and injury and everything going on, Seattle, tough place to play. We knew Mike McDonald's defense had given Brock Purdy trouble in the past. I was like, I could see the 49ers losing that game. They won. That's 1.
Niners favored by 2 in that game at Seattle. They led after they scored on their opening drive. Then they were down 10-7, down 13-10 with 3.5 to go. 68-yard drive, touchdown, Tonjes, Niners win.
Yeah.
So that is definitely 1.
Second, week 5, Thursday night at Los Angeles Rams.
Mm-hmm.
That one's easy. Everybody thought they were going to lose that football game. Mac Jones getting thrown in there. Rams are dealing. I thought that they were going to lose that game. They won that football game.
I thought they were going to lose it 4 different times watching it. Up 17-7 at the half after a 14-0 lead. And then they led. It was tied. It went to overtime. You got the field goal. Here come the Rams to win it. 4th down stop. You win?
Yep.
That was definitely the biggest surprise win of the year.
26-23. Now, follow me. This will sound weird, but 2 weeks later, at home against Atlanta, Sunday Night Football, remember, Fred Warner has just had his ankle turn the wrong way the week before. And the Niners could not run the football. Atlanta at that time had not totally fallen off of the map yet. I don't remember what the spread was in that football game, but if you remember, that was the first game. That was George Kittle's return, I believe, and the Niners ran the ball really, really well when they hadn't all year.
Niners by 2.
Okay.
Your boy McCorkle, Mac Jones, Kittle 2 targets, no catches.
Yep.
McCaffrey goes 24 for $129 and 2. And, you were able to run it, including Mac Jones's 5 carries, 38 carries. And, you went out there and you handled an Atlanta team. You were only favored by 2 at home. That one's not on my list, but I like the explanation.
That's where I was coming from. Now I'm going to take you to week 13, and I'm going to blame you because
It's a scheduled loss.
I sit with you every day, and you'd been telling me for 3 months the Niners are losing this game. And then we get there, and don't forget what had just happened. The Niners had just beaten the Carolina Panthers, but Brock Purdy was god-awful. God-awful, and coming off of a short week and headed for winter weather in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And I let you get to me.
Well, and Purdy wasn't god-awful.
Yes, he was.
He had a stretch of 8 plays where he made multiple mistakes.
3
but beyond
interceptions.
Beyond that, he was actually really good.
I don't want to go beyond that. He threw 3 interceptions.
Right.
And they only scored 20 points against Carolina.
One was an amazing defensive play, as I recall. He got duped into it, but...
Don't get duped. Brock Purdy was god-awful. Please, you're not going to hear me say that very often. Just let me have this one.
Okay.
Brock was terrible in that game. President of Brockistan, he was terrible in that football game. I was there. And so that...
I was there, too.
You were. I drove you there.
Yeah, most of the way.
Well, no, actually.
I got out recklessly in the middle of the street.
You did.
I couldn't handle it anymore.
You should have seen the reckless stuff that happened after you got out. It was hard. That was hard. That was tough sledding.
Parking is hard.
Anyway, I let you and Brock get to me, and I thought, this Cleveland thing, this doesn't feel good. And the next thing you know, Brock's out there doing the Dougie.
He was doing the Dougie in the Cleveland game?
In Cleveland.
That's when he did the Dougie? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, if you remember that game, my prediction was looking pretty solid for a while, and they're down 8-7 in that football game. They trailed, I think, for about 31 seconds in the game because they got the Panero kick before halftime. You led 10-8, and Cleveland didn't score again.
26-8, Niners win. And then the last one, I'm going to be real with you. After watching Grandpa Rivers at least have a really good first half, I was not feeling great about Sunday Night Football on December 28th and the Chicago Bears. And if you really take it a step further, after Brock Purdy's first throw in that game, I was really feeling sick to my stomach that the Niners were going to lose. So that's 5 times this year that I sort of had the same gut feeling that I have right now, and the Niners won all of those games. Now, the opposite is true, too. I would say there's at least one game where I thought for sure they were going to win and they lost. Jacksonville.
Yeah. Yeah, they were favored by 3.5 in that one.
Yeah, I thought they would win that game.
You know, that was the game where you came out, you kicked a field goal, they scored, and you were down 17-6 at the half. You just couldn't get the offense rolling. And as I've detailed many times, and including earlier today, when you trail at the half, you usually don't win. They won the opener when they trailed at the half. That was the only time they trailed at halftime and won the game. And that one just kind of, it got away from them. They crept closer. They were down 17-14. Then it was 26-14 late third. And at that point, you're down 2 touchdowns basically. And this team's not built. I can honestly say they're not built for that.
Built for this.
And you lose 26-21.
Yep.
That's the one that I was surprised at was the loss at Tampa where.
Well, okay.
That was Mac Jones.
Yep. It was Fred Warner's injury.
Right.
Yep.
Right. But it was, the spread was Tampa by 3. So you were a road dog, which at the time Tampa was still comprised and healthy. I think Bucky Irving was still there. And
Baker Mayfield was going to be the MVP.
That's right.
Yeah, at that time.
Emeka Ibuka was like, wow, this guy's amazing.
They got players, man.
Yeah.
They do.
And, you were down 7-0. You took the lead, then you're down 20-16 at the half. You cut it to 20-19 early third, and end of scoring, 30-19. And the Bucs at that time, I was thinking, we may have some action with the creamsicles.
Well, the Fred Warner injury to me very much felt like the Buster Posey injury against the Marlins back in 2011.
Scott Cousins.
Yeah, I just think that they're, like, if you remember, after that injury, the Giants just went on, they started losing games right away. And people who have been around that team will look back on it and tell you, like, it was just so emotionally devastating that it just takes the wind out of your sails, and you don't play the same well. Now, this is a much smaller sample, but that's what I thought happened in the second half against Tampa Bay, and it's why I thought they were going to lose the following week against Atlanta.
Yeah.
I was just like that is so devastating. And that moment will still stick out in my mind. My daughter's never going to forgive me. I sat there and watched it. I don't remember, the boys were out of town or something, but my daughter and I sat there and watched that Tampa game. And I've told you this story. I said to her 3 minutes before it happened, with all the injuries going on with the Niners, and I go, well, the guy they can't lose is Fred. They just that can't happen. And I'm telling you, it was 6 minutes later. He's laying on the ground.
8 snaps.
And she's looking at me like, you mother jumper. Like
you did that. Dad, you did that. You know you did that.
He's like, Dad. Yeah.
8 snaps, and little did we know that the guy who would come in and play the remaining 45 snaps would become the mainstay, Tatum Bethune.
Yeah.
So Bethune comes in, and he played pretty well. I mean, you didn't get absolutely blasted by Tampa, but now it's no Bosa, no Warner, and you're right, the emotional letdown and the emotional hangover of watching your guy, your heart and soul, your defense get carted off, that's tough to recover from, but you're right. You go out and you take on Atlanta the next game, and the defense was actually great in that game. You held the Falcons to just 10.
Yeah, the defense was really good. That was like the Chase Lucas play there against Penix, and really held him down. I thought it was a low point for Penix this year. I thought he was kind of making some people think some good things about him, and then that game happened, and then shortly after that he got hurt. He's out for the year, and now everybody's kind of going like, what's going on with Penix?
Yep.
Although under the radar, the news earlier this week about their restructure of Kirk Cousins' situation, I think re-clears the path for Michael Penix. The Falcons are going to cut Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
I guess. I mean,
why not?
So they restructure him. Does that mean that they buy him out and he becomes a street free agent?
He's going to be a free agent, yes.
And
I fully believe he is going to be cut in March.
Yeah, and I guess that might make sense if the Niners wind up trading Mac Jones, as I think that they should get whatever you can get. And if you can get a second, it's worth it. If you can only get a third, well, it had better be a really good third-round pick, because if Mac Jones leaves as a free agent, you get a compensatory third, most likely. So if you're going to trade Mac Jones, make sure you get either a good third or something better than that. Yeah. Otherwise, there's no point.
I would prefer to keep him. But if they do get excited and if somebody wants to do it too, then you could do worse than Kirk Cousins as your backup. You absolutely could do worse than, right? Shanahan knows all about him, loves him.
Oh, he's loved him forever.
And you're only asking him to come in and be a backup.
Well, you're asking him to play half the season.
Yeah, you're only asking him to play 8 games.
Right. Because, your boy, in that toe, toes are tricky. You never know.
Yeah.
Remember when Brock Purdy had turf toe?
I do.
And remember everyone saying, like, it's a career threatener. Patrick Willis, this could be the end. And, that thing can linger throughout your whole career. And, yeah, all those things are true, but the toe, turns out the toe's just fine, my friends.
I wish that we
could be delicate with those calves.
I wish we could bottle up some of the injury fear, overwhelm moments that we've had just this season and keep them in mind. I know this isn't the way we work. It's not the way human beings work, and certainly not football fans. But if we could bottle up our irrational behavior and remind ourselves next time, like we spent an entire week losing our minds about Christian McCaffrey, who has never missed a second.
The summit. Mid-summit.
Ruined it.
The thing came to a screeching halt.
Y'all don't even know what we had planned that day that never happened.
We actually did it.
No, but
we won. You and I won.
No, but there was other stuff. There was at minimum other discussions.
Right.
The whole thing got torpedoed.
Into a screeching halt.
By a guy who's going to end up having 400 touches. Or he already did, right?
He's already over 400,
right. Well, the season's over. So, yeah.
He might approach 500 if things go right.
Jeez.
Yep.
Right? And then the Brock Purdy thing, which was, remember all the, his career is threatened, and if you bring him back, you're putting him at risk. You've just signed him to a huge contract. We should just keep him for next year.
Shut him down. Then Brock's toe. Maybe we should ride the hot hand. And also, while we're riding the hot hand, you can protect Brock's toe. Because that thing, it can flare up at any moment. And that could end his career.
Producers, Grandy, Lucas, you guys should keep track of some of this stuff. Maybe you do. We should do something like at the end of the football year and have like the top 5 kind of stupid things that we all like bought into. And maybe it doesn't just have to be football. Like just in the last 3 months, I can think of McCaffrey is never going to play again. Brock's toe is going to hurt for the rest of his life.
I had Jake Moody as my fantasy football kicker.
Jake Moody. We should
for a week.
Give Jake Moody a chance. How about, you know what?
That was me, by the way.
You know what? I think this Kuminga thing might work out. He should just keep him.
You're rattling off all my takes. And it did work for a couple of weeks.
No, it was, during that time. First 5 games of the year. And I'll buy it. I sort of bit. I'm like, well, yeah, I don't know that this is going to continue, but if it does,
how about every sentence that started with "when Ayuk gets back"? There's a whole file of when Ayuk gets back. This receiving core. When Ricky and you were big on Purdy to Pearsall. That's the thing. You watch.
But I'm not gonna yes, I was wrong.
There's 2 L's in Willard and 2 L's in Pearsall.
First of all, it's Pearsall. As we're learning.
My bad. Pearsall.
Oh, no, the Ricky thing sucks because he got hurt. And my point was, I still think everything I thought at the beginning of the year. I think he's a fantastic player.
Yeah.
I think he's fantastic.
In Madden. He's probably an 84 in Madden, I would imagine.
I also, man, I'm going to go to the grave with this one. Fighting just fighting tooth and nail. Brock Purdy was god-awful. Yep, you can keep it. And I know that's on you, Dibs. I saw you whispering to Grandy, make sure you cut this. We could use it against him.
Trust me, I'm cutting that anyway.
Yeah, do it. Anyway, we get to the end of the year and players get blamed for their own injuries, and I hate it.
No.
I get it. I get how frustrating it is, and I'll never fully buy into the idea of injury prone, even though I do know it exists. Because I've also watched the opposite happen, where dudes get branded as it's never going to work, and then it does. Jimmy Ward is the most recent example. This fan base wanted to pitchfork John Lynch for keeping Jimmy Ward as their safety, as opposed to going out and getting Earl Thomas in free agency. And then Earl Thomas never played good football again, and Jimmy Ward was fantastic and part of a Super Bowl team. So, I've watched, I don't want that to happen to Ricky.
No, and it's not going to happen yet, but 2 seasons in, and he's missed about as many games as he's played. And so, yeah, next year 3, and after that, you got to decide what you want to do with his contract and go forward from there and figure out if he's going to have the durability. Yeah. His ability is without question. And even looking at this year, 36 catches in 9 games. 528 yards. So if he plays 17, he goes over 1,000.
Yep.
He's got 75 catches most likely. I would bet he would have scored a touchdown at some point. Although,
that's a crazy fact that he never scored.
No.
God, he scored last year. He scored last year when he barely played.
And Jawan, he got 7, so go ahead and cash me out one time on the incentive. He got 666 yards, cash him.
He got pretty much all of his incentives, or most of them, right?
Yeah, 55 catches, I don't know. And he played more than 66% of the snap count.
Yep.
So, yeah, cash him out all the way across the board.
Good.
But
maybe that made him happier and he'll stay. I don't know. I don't know what the Niners are going to offer him.
Yeah.
But I'm with you, his leverage in this conversation has gone up with Ayuk and Pearsall and what has happened with those 2 players. Jawan Jennings has a case right now that he did not have at the beginning of the year.
No doubt. And I also think that if I was building a case for him, the case is this is the receiver type you want. You want a guy who is not completely ball needy. I'm looking at you, Philadelphia. You want a guy who can play physically. Hello, Jawan, getting a fight against Seattle on the bench after you blocked a guy into the 4th row.
Borderline too physical.
Right.
This guy this year, Cleveland accused him of being the worst human on earth.
Correct.
Seattle got into a fight with him on the sideline. Carolina punched him in the you-know-whats.
Yeah.
And then there's probably all the stuff we don't know that for sure happened.
Right.
Because we don't get to hear about all of it.
And when you're Shanahan and you're building your offense, you run a lot of 21 personnel, 2 running backs, and a tight end, which means 2 receivers. And if you're one of those 2 guys, you've got to block, you got to be feisty, you got to be tough. And Demarcus Robinson quietly is a good blocker. And he ended up playing 14 games. So once he got over that little suspension thing, when he got cleared and healthy, he is another guy who's kind of a prototype for what you want.
He's a good player.
Not ball needy.
Yeah.
He can block. And, I think that he fit really well with the scheme.
888-957-9570. Your thoughts on whether the Niners ended up with a good draw or a bad draw in ending up in Philadelphia. The more I talk this out, I'm kind of with people. I don't think that oh gosh, somebody needs to get hurt and maybe the 49ers could get lucky. The 49ers are a good football team. They're a capable football team. Are they good enough? Probably not. And I don't even just mean this week. The idea of the Niners winning 3 road games to get back to Levi Stadium, and in this moment as we sit here, that feels far-fetched. But I don't really like to think about it that way anyway. I'm doing my darndest to just be let's 1 week at a time. 1 week at a time. And can they beat Philadelphia? I'll give them a 25% chance.
That's a fair number.
I give them a 25% chance to win this game.
And the odds, or not the odds, but the trend, as I was pointing out earlier, since they went to 7 playoff teams, the road team is 19-41 in those first 3 rounds of the playoffs, which is about a 35% winning percentage for the road team. This has nothing to do with the spread. So the numbers will tell you that road wins are hard. The Niners have 7 playoff road wins in their history. So if you're asking them to get to the Super Bowl, you're expecting them to have 30% of the road wins in history, unless somehow they get a matchup against Green Bay in the conference championship game.
Right. You're good at all the little math translations here. So the Niners to win the game are plus 195. Can you translate that to a percentage?
That would be 2-1. So I think that's about 33%.
Okay. All right. And again, that's just a betting line. But that's the money line number right now for the 49ers. Plus 195 to just win the game outright.
Yeah. And that's, you go to implied probability. Boy, that's a lot of math in there. I love it. It'd be 100 over 295. 195 plus 100. That would be about a third. 33% roughly.
Okay. So I sold them short. But I'm Mr. Negative, so.
Always have been.
Yeah. Yeah, Purdy was god-awful.
33.9 is the implied probability.
Okay.
Of a plus 195 money line.
I mean, listen, if we're going to agree, and I feel like most people have said this, it's a year that feels like every team has flaws. Now, Bucky said it earlier, he does not believe the Rams have flaws. I do. I think every team there has flaws. And if every team has flaws, then those flaws can be exposed in any given game. Just when I wanted to buy into the Eagles this year, they bit the hell out of me. And again, that's just I had, and in fact, that's right, Grandy. You haven't even brought this up. Grandy forgot. Remember when we were battling out in the survivor pool all year that neither one of us won? Because the fake person down the hall won the thing?
I saw him in the lobby on the way in today.
Yeah, he's AI. But anyway.
He held the door for me.
Remember that whole thing?
Yeah, what about it?
So the game that knocked me out of that survivor pool was Black Friday.
Oh, boy, against Chicago.
Eagles hosting the Bears. I had to go Eagles that week.
That's a dumb pick.
Well, I didn't. You took the Chargers that week. I had already used them.
Yeah, you got to be better.
Yeah, I do. You got to be better. I accept it.
Philly favored by 7 in that game.
They're favored by a touchdown.
At home.
And they got worked. I know the score wasn't that bad, but they got dominated.
Yeah. Well, they only gave up 281 yards on the ground. On the ground.
Hold on a second.
Only 281.
Did everyone hear what Dan Dibley, my partner, just said? I want you to say that again. The day after Thanksgiving, what did the Eagles do?
They lost to Chicago, Mark, at home. They gave up 281 yards on the ground.
Remember last week when it felt when it felt like the Seattle Seahawks would hand the ball to a running back and he would gash the Niners on every single play? That equaled 180. They gave up 280.
One.
You can get him.
281.
I think Trent Williams needs to play, but you can get him.
Okay.
You can. You can.
Chicago's a team that actually can run the ball. The Niners don't do that.
They do sometimes.
Yeah, but not.
They did against the Bears. They did against the Falcons.
Did the Niners have 281 ever?
No. Well, they don't. No. They didn't try to do that.
The Niners' best game this year was against Chicago.
Yes.
They ran for 2 bills. A clean 200.
Listen, all I'm saying is when people go, hey, Philly's got an elite defense. I disagree. They've got a good defense.
Yeah, I don't think it's elite.
You can't give up 281 yards on the ground in a football game and call yourself elite. That's the easiest way to get demoralized in an NFL game, which is to let the other team run the ball at that kind of a clip. That's a really outlandish number.
It's humongous is what it is. And all these things, football's a week-to-week league, as we like to say, and that was a week where Philadelphia was not at its best on defense. 22 for $130 for Monangai, 18 for $125 for Swift.
Dude, they were crazy.
They had the ball for 40 minutes. And so you get to a point kind of like the Seattle game against the Niners where your defense is so beleaguered. They've been out there all night. It's like, here's 5, here's 11, here's 12, here's 6. It's like, yeah, you get demoralized, and Chicago was humming.
Let's go to Matt in Fremont. Hi, Matt. Thanks for the call. What you got?
I just wanted to let everybody know who's a Niners fan. We should not be worried about what's going to happen this Sunday. We should not be worried about the Eagles.
And why is that, Matt?
So their run defense is probably I feel like they're a really bad run defense when it comes to very skilled running backs. We saw them against the Bears, and DeAndre Swift put up 100 yards or something.
That's what Dibs was just talking about. Swift and Monangai both went off that day.
Yeah, so I'm we have the best running back in the league in Christian McCaffrey. So, and with Kyle Shanahan, we should be fine. Nobody should be worried. Maybe our defense, that's the only thing. But regardless, we're fine.
Yeah, that's a bit. Matt, thanks. Yeah. I think you're
and I wouldn't say he's the best running back in football. He is the best at catching passes as a running back.
He's one of the best weapons.
Yeah,
he's
no doubt.
He causes matchup problems probably at as high of a clip as anybody else.
No doubt. And his season, 413 touches, 27th most in the history of the National Football League.
That's big. That's big. Yeah, Matt's being a little blasé.
The defense.
This is easy. I mean, Niners by 38, don't you think?
Yeah, should be. I'm just hearkening back to Tampa when they won the Super Bowl most recently with Brady. They won 3 road games, and then they had the Super Bowl at home. Slight difference, though. They beat Washington. They were 7-10, and then they went on the road and won 2 of the games, but they got the benefit of having to play one of those doormats. They beat the Saints. They were 13-5.
Yeah, they shot. Didn't they win at Lambeau?
And in the conference championship game.
That's the one that shocked me. Yeah. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Yeah, we got a game here in just over an hour. Giannis is in town with all of his brothers. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track and still have time for more of your comments. Niners and Eagles. Good matchup, bad matchup, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
On January 1st, tolls went up on all the bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
Yo, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. And as mentioned, got a Dubs game coming up in just over an hour. Fast breaks and buzzer beaters, block parties, all of the stats. They matter when it comes to Underdog. Allow me to explain. You can make picks and win money right now here in California. Playing on Underdog is very, very easy. You download the app. You'll see all the players come up with their numbers for that given evening. You pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like points or rebounds, steals. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And by the way, yes, this works with all sports. NFL playoffs coming up this weekend. So this week on Underdog, well, I'm always looking at the Warriors game. And coming up in a game like tonight, sometimes I just kind of follow the gut. I'm looking at Brandon Pajemski higher on his points. Why? I don't know. I'm just feeling that way. But check that out, Dubs and Bucks. Tonight, download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, $75 free dollars waiting for you if you use my promo code, my last name, Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off. Every Warriors game throughout the season as we get ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage. Brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that.
This is Dan Dibley, and I'm jumping on Caltrain with the fans heading to Chase Center. No brake lights, no parking hunt, just smooth, easy, straight into the city. If you're wondering why more and more Bay Area fans are choosing Caltrain on event nights, well, let's find out. We're here with some youngsters eating pastries on Caltrain. Why do you guys like Caltrain to go to the game?
It's very convenient. It's very time efficient. You can eat and drink in the train.
Spend time with friends, maybe play a card game or something?
Yeah, we forgot the cards, but we were like thinking about it. Yeah, it's a fun time. You can like sit around at a table. It's almost like very homey.
And the atmosphere and the cleanliness, what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's pretty quiet.
You can hear it. No stress, no traffic talk, just people already in a good mood before they even get to San Francisco. That's the Caltrain difference. You show up relaxed, not rattled by parking wars or brake lights. So, next time you're heading to Chase Center or a night out in the city, skip the grind. Take Caltrain, your ride to what matters.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are
you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers? Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
chops? Or that
chops?
people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Oh, how's that flu, babe?
Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Brock Purdy was god-awful.
Do you have to be a homer?
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Now you don't get to use both of those anymore. Those fly in the face of one another. You better pick one, Grandy. Can't be using both of those. Brock Purdy was god-awful.
Mark, you out here sounding like a hater, my brother.
Is it hater or is it homer?
Homie.
Better pick. Better pick.
Yeah, it just depends. I mean, you're a homer, but, you're not a hater. I mean, all roads lead to Kuminga. You hate Kuminga.
I don't hate Kuminga.
I'd throw that out there.
I am really looking forward to that being over.
Bay Area is Jonathan Kuminga.
Aren't you? Then it's not about Jonathan.
It's
the
ready. Drama.
Well, I'm just ready for whatever it is to move forward. I think whether you're a fan of Jonathan or not, can we all agree $22.5 million sitting on the bench watching basketball is inefficient?
It's a little bit like, I don't know if you ever watched the show Lost.
I do remember it, yes.
Great first 4 seasons, and then you're so invested and the show's gotten so stupid, but you just got to watch to the end, and you get to the end and you're like, God, thank God that's over. It's a little like the Kuminga saga where it's great. Oh, the upside, the potential, the ha-ha. He won a title. It's going to work this time. And now it's like, will this show hurry up and be over?
Look, I mean, I think that it's very fair to be mad about the way this has played out, but it has played out. So you can take this with you for as long as you want. If you think the Warriors were if they were mean to him, if they were unfair to him, if they should have kept him, if it should all be different, that's fine, but that's the way it's going to go. Like you're seeing this is a big story today. The Warriors are willing to keep Kuminga past the deadline. That is such easy code for
gone.
Y'all better up your offer.
Right.
That just means you don't like the offer as it sits, and so you're going to make it sound like, oh, we don't have to trade him. And who knows? Joe Lacob might be stubborn enough to not. But no.
Yeah.
No.
Well, and you get to a garage sale and, you want to buy something and the price tag is like $300 and you're thinking, I'm not paying $300 for that. I'll offer $40. And the owner's like, no, get out of here. And then you realize garage sale ends at $5, so you go back about $450, and all of a sudden that thing's been slashed down to $60. I'll give you $35. Sold. So deadline spur action, as you always like to say.
Yep.
It's a cliche, but it's true. And so when we get to JK Day, a week from tomorrow, that's when the real action can start happening.
Warriors and Bucks tonight. Warriors live in 10 minutes. Steve Kerr tomorrow at 5. Herm Edwards tomorrow. Was that 3:15? Lucas? 3:30? When's Herm tomorrow? What time's Herm? 3. Boy.
You better know now.
He's double checking. Give him a sec.
Difficult for you guys to turn a microphone on.
3:15. You could also just check our text thread, which is what I just did.
I'm hosting a radio show.
Co-hosting. You're like my wife. Yeah, I need to go up and clean my closet. Our closet.
Does she not say, I run this house?
Well, we don't really break that down, but yeah, she runs the house. But when it comes to things like our daughter, it's the whole culture of I, me, mine. And You're lapsing into it.
No, I'm laughing now because Grandy goes, by the way, also Kerr at 5. That was literally the start of the entire sentence.
Hello?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Grandy, don't you ever listen?
Man, you really bookended our show in an ignominious fashion.
I just, busy back here.
All right.
Major gaff to open, and now he's just spit the bit. Very un-Grandy-like.
Remind me what topic you guys talked about today. Who came up with that? Yeah.
Which one?
All of them.
Wow.
Okay.
That was a
flex. Super flex right there. I feel like this show got moved to Sunday night.
Who came up
flex?
with that?
Grandy also thinks that Eagles fans suck.
Yeah, that was my take.
Huh.
Fair enough.
You've never been to the Link? Have you ever been to the Link?
I have not.
Yeah, you should
I
go
haven't
to the
been
Link.
to Philly at all, actually.
You haven't been to the city of Philly?
No.
It's crazy.
Me
It's a
neither.
great city.
I actually take it back when I said earlier I've never been to Philly. I've been to Philly, but
Did you say that earlier? I've always thought you've.
I did an arena
I know
league
that
game.
you've been to Philly. You've talked to me about being in Philly
But
before.
it wasn't like I was actually, whatever. I was in Philly, but you fly in, you land, you get on a bus,
Right.
you go to a hotel, and then you get changed, and then you get on a bus, and you go to a game.
You didn't cruise around town very much.
Game
Yeah.
over, you get back on the bus, you go back to the hotel, and that's it. I don't even think we slept there, actually.
No,
Come to think of it.
Because of Bruno, that's actually one of the travel cities I have actually gotten boots on the ground and spent a lot of time in. Hell, I got Italian dinners at his mom's house. Kind
Strong.
of like.
Would you say double-digit trips to Philly?
No.
But more than 5?
Probably, yes. Yeah.
As far as
it's a great
outside
city.
California, is
It's a great
that
city.
your leader in the clubhouse on times visited?
Well, I mean, okay,
I'm not counting Vegas.
Right,
Vegas is Vegas doesn't count.
Vegas and Tahoe.
But even Seattle or Portland, and you were in Boise for a while, so that doesn't count
that
because you
doesn't
actually
count.
lived there.
I
But
worked there. Yeah, so there was a lot of Seattle.
you've got
back
some
at that
Chicago
time.
in you.
Yeah, but Philly more. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. Probably
Okay.
Philly's been where I've been the most.
If I discount Minneapolis, because my parents lived there, and I actually spent a summer as Danny the Nanny there. Just quick story. There's a family in Marin, and they moved to Minneapolis, and so they didn't want their kids to sit around the whole summer not having any friends, and so they flew me out there for a month, and I was Danny the Nanny. Pretty fun.
I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to get that out of my head.
Nanny Dibley. Yeah, Danny the Nanny. Just for a month.
Nanny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fun.
All right.
Paid pretty well, too.
I'll keep that in mind.
New Orleans is the answer for me. I think I've been there 9 times.
I've never been to New Orleans.
Yeah.
I was supposed to go to New Orleans, and then USC ended up at the Orange Bowl, and so instead of the Sugar Bowl, we went to the Orange Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, tough life. Yeah, Miami was great too.
Yeah, you wouldn't like New Orleans.
What do you mean?
It's just too much unmoored fun. It's a little too unhinged.
I'm not unmoored or fun?
You're a one Manhattan and an old-fashioned.
Well,
you like your one old-fashioned.
Well, that's me now. I was going to go to New Orleans 20 years ago.
Yeah.
That was back when I'd have a second drink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
Here, Austin in Dublin wants to talk. Let's give it to Austin because we talk too much. Hi, Austin. What are you doing?
Good. How are you, sir?
What's up? I'm good, man.